Social Science. Social and Political Life I. Textbook for Class 6. Contents. Forward 3 Rationalization of Content. Unit I. Diversity. Unit 2 Government. Unit 3 Local Government and Administration. Unit 4 Livelihoods. Look around you in the classroom. Do you see anyone who looks exactly like you do? In this chapter you will learn that people are different from each other in many ways. Not only do they look different, but they might also belong to different regional, cultural, or religious backgrounds. These differences enrich our lives in many ways and also make them more fun. All these different people who come from all kinds of backgrounds and belong to all kinds of religions and cultures help to make India so interesting and so diverse. What does diversity add to our lives? How did India become like this? Are all kinds of difference a part of diversity? Can diversity also be a part of unity? Read this chapter to find some answers. Chapter 1. Understanding Diversity. 3 children around your age have drawn the figures above. Use the empty box to draw your human figure. Is your drawing similar to any of the others? The chances are that your drawing is quite different from the other 3, which you can see are quite different from each other. This is because each one of us has a unique drawing style. We not only don't look exactly like each other, but also differ in terms of the language we speak, our cultural backgrounds, the religious rituals we observe, and, of course, the way we draw. For social and political life. Now ask your teacher to help you check how many of you have similar answers. Is there anyone whose list matches yours exactly? Probably not. But many of you may have similar answers. How many like reading the same kind of books? How many different languages are spoken by the students in your class? By now you must have recognized the many ways in which you are quite like some of your classmates and other ways in which you are different from them. Making friends. Do you think it would be easy for you to make friends with someone who was very different from you? Read the following story and think about this. I had meant it as a joke. A joke made up for a small ragged boy who sold newspapers at the Janpat crossing at the busy intersection. Every time I cycled past he would run after me holding out the English paper and screaming out the evening's headlines in a mixture of Hindi and English words. This time I stopped by the pavement and asked for the Hindi paper. His mouth fell open. "You mean you know Hindi?" he asked. "Of course," I said as I paid for the paper. "Why? What did you think?" He paused. "But you look so Angrez," he said. "You mean you can even read Hindi?" "Of course I can," I said, this time a little impatiently. "I can speak, read, and write Hindi. Hindi is one of the subjects I study in school." "Subjects?" he asked. How could I explain what a subject was to someone who had never been to school? "Well, it is something." I began, but the lights changed and the honking behind me grew 100-fold and I let myself be pushed along with the rest of the traffic. Understanding Diversity /5. The next day he was there again, smiling at me and holding out a Hindi paper. "Bhaiya," he said, "Aap ka akbar. A bathai ye subject kiya cheez hai." The English word sounded strange on his tongue. It sounded like its other meaning in English, to be ruled by someone else. "Oh, it's just something to study," I said. And then because the red light had come on, I asked him, "Have you ever been to school?" "Never," he answered. And he added proudly, "I began working when I was so high." He measured himself against my cycle seat. "First my mother used to come with me, but I can do it all alone." "Where's your mother now?" I asked, but then the lights changed and I was off. I heard him yell from somewhere behind me, "She's in Meritwith." The rest was drowned out. "My name is Samir," he said the next day. And very shyly he asked, "What's yours?" It was incredible. My bicycle wobbled. "My name is Samir too," I said. "What?" His eyes lit up. "Yes," I grinned at him. "It's another name for Hanuman's father, you know. So now you are Samirek and I'm Samir Du," he said triumphantly. "Something like that," I answered, and then I held out my hand. "Hafmaleo Samir Du." His hand nestled in mine like a little bird. I could still feel its warmth as I cycled away. The next day he did not have his usual smile for me. "There is trouble in Merit," he said. "Many people are being killed there in the riots." I looked at the headlines. "Communal riots," it blazed. "But Samir," I began. "I'm a Muslim, Samir," he said in answer. "And all my people are in Merit." His eyes filled with tears, and when I touched his shoulder, he would not look up. He was not at the crossing the day after. Neither the day after nor ever again. And no newspaper, in English or Hindi, can tell me where my Samir Du has gone. The lights changed by Poyal Sengupta. While Samirek is more familiar with English, Samir Du speaks Hindi. Although they both are more at home in different languages, they still communicated with each other. They made the effort to do so because this was what was important to them. Samirek and Samir Du also come from different religious and cultural backgrounds. While Samirek is a Hindu, Samir Du is a Muslim. Different religious and cultural backgrounds such as these are an aspect of diversity. Name 3 ways in which Samirek and Samir Du were different. Did these differences prevent them from becoming friends? 6/Social and Political Life. Make a list of the festivals that might have been celebrated by the 2 boys. Samirek. Samir Du. Can you think of a situation in which you made friends with someone who was very different from you? Write a story that describes this. In addition to their diverse religious and cultural backgrounds, there are other ways in which Samir Ek and Samir Du are different from each other. For example, while Samir Ek goes to school, Samir Du sells newspapers. Discuss. Why do you think Samir Du did not attend school? Do you think it would have been easy for him to attend school if he wanted to? In your opinion, is it a fair situation that some children get to go to school and others don't? Samir Du did not have the opportunity to attend school. Perhaps you've noticed that there are several people in the area where you live who are poor and who don't have enough to eat or wear and sometimes not even a place to live. This difference is not the same as the one we have seen earlier. Here, we're talking not of difference but of inequality. Inequality comes about when a person does not have the resources and opportunities that are available to other persons. The caste system is another example of inequality. According to this, society was divided into different groups depending upon the work that people did, and they were supposed to remain in those groups. So if your parents were potters, you could only become a potter, nothing else. This system was considered irreversible. And because you were not supposed to change your profession, it was not considered necessary for you to know anything more than what you needed in your profession. This created a situation of inequality. You will read more about this and other inequalities in the following chapters. What does diversity add to our lives? Just like Samir Ek and Samir Du became friends, you might have friends who are very different from you. You have probably eaten different kinds of food in their homes, celebrated different festivals with them, tried out the clothes they wear, and learned some of their languages as well. Make a list of the food that you have eaten from different parts of India. Make a list of the languages besides your mother tongue that you can speak at least 1 or 2 words of. Understanding diversity/7. You probably like reading and hearing stories and adventures about different animals, people, and even ghosts. Perhaps you even enjoy making up stories yourself. Many young people feel happy when they read a good story because it gives them lots of ideas to make up more stories. People who write stories get their ideas from all sorts of different places, from books and real life and from their imagination. Some may have lived in forests close to animals and chosen to write of their fights and friendships. Others read real accounts of kings and queens and wrote stories about love and honor. Some dipped into their own childhood memories of school and friends and wrote stories of adventure. Imagine if all the storytellers and writers that you have heard and read so far were forced to live in a place where all people wore the same 2 colors, red and white, ate the same food, maybe potatoes, took care of the same 2 animals, for example, the deer and the cat, and to entertain themselves played snakes and ladders. What kind of stories do you think they would write? Imagine that you are a writer or an artist who lives in the place described above. Either write a story or draw a picture of your life here. Do you think you would enjoy living in a place like this? List 5 different things that you would miss the most if you lived here. Diversity in India. India is a country of many diversities. We speak different languages, have various types of food, celebrate different festivals, practice different religions. But actually, if you think about it, we do many things that are similar except that we do them in different ways. How do we explain diversity? A little more than 200 years ago, or long before the train, airplane, bus or car became a part of our lives, people traveled from one part of the world to another, in ships, on horses, on camels, or on foot. 8/social and political life. Often they went in search of new lands or new places to settle in or for people to trade with. And because it took so long to travel, once they got to a place, people stayed there, often for a long time. Many others left their homes because there were famines and drought and they could not get enough to eat. Some went in search of work while others left because there was a war. Sometimes, as they began to make their homes in new places, people began to change a little, and at other times they managed to do things in the old ways. So their languages, food, music, religions became a mix of the old and the new, and out of this intermixing of cultures came something new and different. The history of many places shows us how many different cultural influences have helped to shape life and culture there. Thus regions became very diverse because of their unique histories. Similarly, diversity also comes about when people adapt their lives to the geographical area in which they live. For example, living near the sea is quite different from living in a mountainous area. Understanding diversity/9. Not only do people have different clothing and eating habits, but even the kinds of work they do are different. In cities, it is often easy to forget how closely people's lives are tied to their physical surroundings. This is because in the city, people seldom grow their own vegetables and grain. Instead, they depend on the market to buy all the food and other goods that they need. Let us try to understand what we mean when we say that historical and geographical factors influence the diversity of a region. We can do this by reading about life in 2 different parts of the country, Kerala and Ladakh. Look at the map of India in an atlas and locate Kerala and Ladakh. Can you list 3 ways in which the different geographical location of these 2 regions would influence the following? 1. The food people eat. 2. The clothes they wear. 3. The work they do. Ladakh is a desert in the mountains in the east of Jammu and Kashmir. Very little agriculture is possible. Very little agriculture is possible here since this region does not receive any rain and is covered in snow for a large part of the year. There are very few trees that can grow in the region. For drinking water, people depend on the melting snow during the summer months. People here keep sheep and goats. The goats in this region are special because they produce pashmina wool. This wool is prized and pashmina shawls cost a lot of money. The people in Ladakh carefully collect the wool of the goats and sell this to traders from Kashmir. Pashmina shawls are chiefly woven in Kashmir. The people eat meat and milk products like cheese and butter. Each family owns some goats, cows and yak cows. Being a desert did not mean that Ladakh did not attract its share of traders. It was considered a good trade route as it had many passes through which caravans traveled to what is today called Tibet. These caravans carried textiles and spices, raw silk and carpets. The dry barren landscape of the mountainous desert of Ladakh. 10/Social and political life. Buddhism reached Tibet via Ladakh. Ladakh is also called Little Tibet. Islam was introduced in this region more than 400 years ago and there is a significant Muslim population here. Ladakh has a very rich oral tradition of songs and poems. Local versions of the Tibetan national epic the Gezer Saga are performed and sung by both Muslims and Buddhists. Kerala is a state in the southwest corner of India. It is surrounded by the sea on one side and hills on the other. A number of spices like pepper, cloves, and cardamoms are grown on the hills. It is spices that made this region an attractive place for traders. Jewish and Arab traders were the first to come here. The apostle of Christ, St. Thomas, is believed to have come here nearly. Woman weaving a pashmina shawl. 2,000 years ago, and he is credited with bringing Christianity to India. Many Arab traders also came and settled down here. Ibn Battuta, who traveled here a little less than 700 years ago, wrote a travelogue in which he describes the lives of Muslims and says that they were a highly respected community. The Portuguese discovered the sea route to India from Europe when Vasco da Gama landed with his ship here. Because of all these various historical influences, people in Kerala practice different religions such as Judaism, Islam, Christianity, Hinduism, and Buddhism. The fishing nets used here look exactly like the Chinese fishing nets and are called chinavala. Even the utensil used for frying is called the chinachatti, and it is believed that the word chin could have come from China. The fertile land and climate are suited to growing rice, and a majority of people here eat rice, fish, and vegetables. Chinese fishing nets. Understanding diversity/11. While Kerala and Ladakh are quite different in terms of their geographical features, the history of both regions has seen similar cultural influences. Both regions were influenced by Chinese and Arab traders. It was the geography of Kerala which allowed for the cultivation of spices and the special geographical location of Ladakh and its wool that drew traders to these regions. Thus, history and geography are often tied in the cultural life of a region. The influence of diverse cultures is not merely a thing of the past. Our present lives are all about moving from place to place for work, and with each move our cultural traditions and way of life slowly become part of the new place we are in. Similarly, in our own neighborhoods we live close to people from several communities. Our daily lives are about the ways in which we do things together and hear stories about each other's lives, customs, and traditions. Unity in diversity. India's diversity has always been recognized as a source of its strength. When the British ruled India, women and men from different cultural, religious, and regional backgrounds came together to oppose them. India's freedom movement had thousands of people of different backgrounds in it. They worked together to decide joint actions, they went to jail together, and they found different ways to oppose the British. Interestingly, the British thought they could divide Indians because they were so different and then continue to rule them. But the people showed how they could be different and yet be united in their battle against the British. This song was sung after the Jallianwala Bagh massacre in Amritsar, in which a British general opened fire on a large group of unarmed, peaceful people, killing many and wounding even more. Men and women, Hindus, Sikhs, and Muslims, rich and poor, had gathered to protest against the British. This song was composed and sung to honor the memory of those brave people. 12/Social and political life. Songs and symbols that emerged during the freedom struggle serve as a constant reminder of our country's rich tradition of respect for diversity. Do you know the story of the Indian flag? It was used as a symbol of protest against the British by people everywhere. Questions. 1. Draw up a list of the different festivals celebrated in your locality. Which of these celebrations are shared by members of different regional and religious communities? 2. What do you think living in India with its rich heritage of diversity adds to your life? 3. Do you think the term unity in diversity is an appropriate term to describe India? What do you think Nehru is trying to say about Indian unity in the sentence quoted above from his book The Discovery of India? 4. Underline the line in the poem sung after the Jallianwala Bagh massacre which according to you reflects India's essential unity. 5. Choose another region in India and do a similar study of the historical and geographical factors that influence the diversity found there. Are these historical and geographical factors connected to each other? How? Point. Nehru delivering an Independence Day speech. In his book The Discovery of India, Jawaharlal Nehru says that Indian unity is not something imposed from the outside, but rather, it was something deeper and within its fold. The widest tolerance of belief and custom was practiced and every variety acknowledged and even encouraged. It was Nehru who coined the phrase unity in diversity to describe the country. India's national anthem, composed by Rabindranath Tagore, is another expression of the unity of India. In what way does the national anthem describe this unity? In the previous chapter, you have discussed the meanings of diversity. Sometimes people who are different from others are teased, laughed at, or not included in a certain activity or group. We feel hurt, angry, helpless, or sad when friends or others treat us in such ways. Have you ever wondered why this happens? In this chapter, we will try and explore how such experiences are related to the society we live in. We will look at how they are connected to the inequalities that exist around us. Chapter 2. Diversity and Discrimination. Difference and Prejudice. Here are many things that make us what we are, how we live, the languages we speak, what we eat, where, the games we play, and the things we celebrate. All of these are influenced both by the geography and history of the place where we live. You will get an idea of how diverse India is if you look even briefly at the following statement. There are 8 major religions in the world. Every single one of them is practiced in India. We have more than 1,600 languages that are people's mother tongues, and there are more than 100 dance forms. Yet this diversity is not always celebrated. This is because we feel safe and secure with people who look, talk, dress, and think like us. Sometimes when we meet people who are very different from us, we may find them strange and unfamiliar. At times we may not understand or know the reasons why they are different from us. People also form certain attitudes and opinions about others who are not like them. 14/Social and Political Life. Prejudice. Look at the statements below that you believe to be true about rural and urban life in India. Tick mark those that you agree with. Do you have a prejudice against rural or urban people? Find out if this is shared by others and discuss the reasons why people have these prejudices. Can you list some of the prejudices that you have noticed around you? How do they affect the ways in which people treat each other? On rural people. More than 50% of all Indians live in villages. People in villages do not like to use modern technology. In peak harvesting and plantation season, families spend 12 to 14 hours working in the fields. Villagers are forced to migrate to cities in search of work. On urban people. Life in the city is easy. People here are spoiled and lazy. In cities, families spend very little time with each other. People in cities only care about money, not about people. Living in a city is expensive. A large part of people's earnings is spent on rent and transport. Some of these statements see villagers as ignorant and see people in cities as money-minded and lazy. When our opinions about certain people are always negative, seeing them as lazy, stingy, as some of these statements, then these become prejudices that we carry about them. Prejudice means to judge other people negatively or see them as inferior. When we think that only one particular way is the best and right way to do things, we often end up not respecting others who may prefer to do things differently. For example, if we think English is the best language and other languages are not important, we are judging these other languages negatively. As a result, we might not respect people who speak languages other than English. We can be prejudiced about many things. People's religious beliefs, the color of their skin, the region they come from, the accent they speak in, the clothes they wear, etc. Often, our prejudices about others are so strong that we don't want to form friendships with them. At times, we may even act in ways that hurt them. Diversity and Discrimination/15. Creating stereotypes. All of us are familiar with gender differences. What does it mean to be a boy or a girl? Many of you would say, we are born as boys and girls. It is a given. What is there to think about? Let's see if this is the case. If we take the statement, they don't cry, you'll see that this is a quality that is generally associated with boys and men. As babies or children, when boys fall and hurt themselves, their parents and other family members often console them by saying, don't cry. You are a boy. Boys are brave. Arrange the statements given below in these 2 sections, according to what you think is appropriate for the section. They are well behaved. They are soft-spoken and gentle. They are physically strong. They are naughty. They are good at dance and painting. They don't cry. They are rowdy. They are good at sport. They are good at cooking. They are emotional. They don't cry. As children grow up, they start believing that boys do not cry, so that even if a boy feels like crying, he stops himself from doing so. He also believes that crying is a sign of weakness. So, even though both boys and girls sometimes want to cry, especially if they are angry or in pain, girls. Now check, with your teacher's help, who has put which statement where. Find out and discuss people's reasons for doing this. Are the qualities you put in for boys something that boys are born with? My Hand, by Sheila Durr. The children you see in the illustrations here were seen as disabled. This term has been changed, and now the term used is children with special needs. Common stereotypes about them are given in large letters. Their own feelings and thoughts too are given. Discuss what these children are saying about stereotypes regarding them and why. Do you think children with special needs should be a part of regular schools or study in a separate school? Give reasons for your answer. Diversity and discrimination /17. As they grow, older boys learn or teach themselves not to cry. If a grown boy cries, then he feels that others will either tease him or laugh at him, and so he stops himself from doing so in front of others. This is the way boys are, and this is how girls are. These are statements we hear constantly and accept without even thinking, and we start believing that each one of us must behave accordingly. We fit all boys and all girls into an image that society creates around us. When we fix people into one image, we create a stereotype. When people say that those who belong to a particular country, religion, sex, race, or economic background are stingy, lazy, criminal, or dumb, they are using stereotypes. There are stingy and generous people everywhere, in every country, in every religion, in every group, whether rich or poor, male or female. And just because some people are like that, it is not fair to think that everyone will be the same. Stereotypes stop us from looking at each person as a unique individual with his or her own special qualities, and you can take other statements such as they are soft and gentle or they are well-behaved and discuss how these are applied to girls. Do girls possess these qualities at birth, or do they learn such behavior from others? What do you think about girls who are not soft and gentle and those who are naughty? Skills that are different from others. They fit large numbers of people into only one pattern or type. Stereotypes affect all of us as they prevent us from doing certain things that we might otherwise be good at. Inequality and discrimination. Discrimination happens when people act on their prejudices or stereotypes. If you do something to put other people down, if you stop them from taking part in certain activities and taking up jobs, or stop them from living in certain neighborhoods, prevent them from taking water from the same well or hand pump, or not allow them to drink tea in the same cups or glasses as others, you are discriminating against them. Discrimination can take place because of several reasons. You probably recall from the previous chapter that Samir Ek and Samir Du were different from each other in many ways. For example, they belonged to different religions. This is an aspect of diversity. However, this diversity can also be a source of discrimination. Groups of people who may speak a certain language, follow a particular religion, live in specific regions, etc., may be discriminated against as their customs or practices may be seen as inferior. Another difference between the two Samirs was in their economic backgrounds. Samir Du was poor. This difference, as you have read earlier, is not a form of diversity but of inequality. People who are poor do not have the 18/social and political life, resources or the money to meet their basic needs of food, clothing, and shelter. They experience discrimination in offices, in hospitals, schools, etc., where they are treated badly because they are poor. Some people may experience both kinds of discrimination. They are poor and they belong to groups whose culture is not valued. Tribals, some religious groups, and even particular regions are discriminated against for one or more of these reasons. In the following section, we will look at how a famous Indian was discriminated against. This will help us understand the ways in which caste was used to discriminate against large number of people. Dalit is a term that people belonging to so-called lower castes use to address themselves. They prefer this word to untouchable. Dalit means those who have been broken. This word, according to Dalits, shows how social prejudices and discrimination have broken the Dalit people. The government refers to this group of people as scheduled castes, SC. Nation, which took place in 1901 when he was just 9 years old. He had gone with his brothers and cousins to meet his father in Korgaon, which is now in Maharashtra. Long did we wait, but no one turned up. An hour elapsed and the station master came to inquire. He asked us for our tickets. We showed them to him. He asked us why we tarried. We told him that we were bound for Korgaon and that we were waiting for father or his servant to come, but that neither had turned up and that we did not know how to reach Korgaon. We were well-dressed children. From our dress or talk, no one could make out that we were children of the untouchables. Indeed, the station master was quite sure we were Brahmin children and was extremely touched at the plight in which he found us. As is usual among the Hindus, the station master asked us who we were. Without a moment's thought, I blurted out that we were Mahars. Mahar is one of the communities which were. What is the difference between discrimination and stereotypes? How do you think a person who is discriminated against might feel? Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, one of the greatest leaders of India, shares his first experience of caste-based diversity and discrimination/19, treated as untouchables in the Bombay presidency. He was stunned. His face underwent a sudden change. We could see that he was overpowered by a strange feeling of repulsion. As soon as he heard my reply, he went away to his room and we stood where we were. 15 to 20 minutes elapsed. The sun was almost setting. Our father had not turned up, nor had he sent his servant, and now the station master had also left us. We were quite bewildered, and the joy and happiness, which we felt at the beginning of the journey, gave way to a feeling of extreme sadness. After half an hour, the station master returned and asked us what we proposed to do. We said that if we could get a bullock cart on hire, we would go to Corgaon, and if it was not very far, we would like to start straightway. There were many bullock carts plying for hire. But my reply to the station master that we were Mahars had gone round among the cartmen, and not one of them was prepared to suffer being polluted and to demean himself carrying passengers of the untouchable classes. We were prepared to pay double the fare, but we found that money did not work. The station master, who was negotiating on our behalf, stood silent, not knowing what to do. Dr. Bhim Rao Ambedkar, 1891 to 1956, is considered the father of the Indian Constitution and is also the best-known leader of the Dalits. Dr. Ambedkar fought for the rights of the Dalit community. He was born into the Mahar caste, which was considered untouchable. The Mahars were poor, owned no land, and children born to them also had to do the work their parents did. They lived in spaces outside the main village and were not allowed into the village. Dr. Ambedkar was the first person from his caste who completed his college education and went to England to become a lawyer. He encouraged Dalits to send their children to school and college. He also urged Dalits to take on different kinds of government jobs in order to move out of the caste system. He led many efforts of Dalits to gain entry into temples. Later in life, he converted to Buddhism in his search for a religion that treated all members equally. Ambedkar believed that Dalits must fight the caste system and work towards a society based on respect not just for a few but for all persons. Source: Dr. B. R. Ambedkar, Writings and Speeches, Volume 12, edited Vasant Moon, Bombay Education Department, Government of Maharashtra. 20/Social and Political Life. Imagine how difficult it would be if people could not move easily from one place to the other. How insulting and hurtful it is to have people move away, refuse to touch you or allow you to drink water from the same source as they do. Discuss. In addition to the lower castes being discriminated against, there are also various other communities that are subject to discrimination. Can you think of a few other examples of discrimination? Discuss the ways in which persons with special needs might be subject to discrimination. Striving for equality. The struggle for freedom from British rule also included within it the struggle of large groups of people who not only fought against the British but also fought to be treated more equally. Dalits, women, tribals, and peasants fought against the inequalities they experienced in their lives. As pointed out earlier, many Dalits organized themselves to gain entry into temples. Women demanded that they should have as much a right to. Women at a rally demanding their rights. Despite the children offering money, the cartmen refused them. Why? How did people at the station discriminate against Dr. Ambedkar and his brothers? How do you think Dr. Ambedkar felt as a child when he saw the station master's reaction to his statement that they were Mahars? Have you ever experienced prejudice or witnessed an incident of discrimination? How did this make you feel? Diversity and discrimination/21. The writers of the Constitution also said that respect for diversity was a significant element in ensuring equality. They felt that people must have the freedom to follow their religion, speak their language, celebrate their festivals, and express themselves freely. Education as men did. Peasants and tribals fought to release themselves from the grasp of the moneylender and the high interest they were charged. When India became a nation in 1947, our leaders too were concerned about the different kinds of inequalities that existed. Those who wrote the Constitution of India, a document that laid out the rules by which the nation would function, were aware of the ways in which discrimination had been practiced in our society and how people had struggled against this. Many leaders of these struggles, such as Dr. Ambedkar, had also fought for the rights of the Dalits. So these leaders set out a vision and goals in the Constitution to ensure that all the people of India were considered equal. This equality of all persons is seen as a key value that unites us all as Indians. Everyone has equal rights and opportunities. Untouchability is seen as a crime and has been legally abolished by law. People are free to choose the kind of work they wish to do. Government jobs are open to all people. In addition, The Constitution also placed responsibility on the government to take specific steps to realize this right to equality for poor and other such marginal communities. Some of the members who wrote the Constitution of India said that no one language, religion, or festival should become compulsory for all to follow. They said that the government must treat all religions equally. Therefore, India became a secular country where people of different religions and faiths have the freedom to practice and follow their religion without any fear of discrimination. This is seen as an important element of our unity, that we all live together and respect one another. 22/Social and political life. Though these ideals are enshrined in our Constitution, this chapter points out that inequalities exist even today. Equality is a value that we have to keep striving for and not something which will happen automatically. People's struggles and positive actions by the government are necessary to make this a reality for all Indians. Questions. Match the following statements in a way that challenges stereotypes. The first page of the Constitution that clearly states that all Indians are entitled to equality of status and opportunity. 2. How can the stereotype that girls are a burden on their parents affect the life of a daughter? Imagine this situation and list at least 5 different effects that this stereotype can have on the way daughters get treated in the house. 3. What does the Constitution say with regard to equality? Why do you think it is important for all people to be equal? 4. Sometimes people make prejudiced comments in our presence. We are often not in a position to do anything about this because it is difficult to say something right then and there. Divide the class into groups and each group discuss what they could do in one of the following situations. A friend begins to tease a classmate because he is poor. B. You are watching TV with your family and one of them makes a prejudicial comment about a particular religious community. C. Children in your class refuse to share their food with a particular person because they think she is dirty. D. Someone tells you a joke that makes fun of a community because of their accent. E. Some boys make remarks about girls not being able to play games as well as them. Discuss in class what the different groups have suggested for the above situations, and also talk about the problems that can come up when raising the issue. Unit 2. A cartoonist's business in a democracy is to exercise his right to criticize, ridicule, find fault with political leaders through cartoons. I told him to make the garland smaller. He is a frail old man and wouldn't be able to stand the weight of such a huge garland. Not bad. One of the taps in the nearby village must be getting water. You must have heard the word government mentioned several times. In this chapter, you will learn about what a government is and the important role it plays in our lives. What do governments do? How do they decide what to do? What is the difference between different types of governments such as monarchies and democracies? Read more and find out. Chapter 3. What is government? Every country needs a government to make decisions and get things done. These can be decisions about where to build roads and schools, or how to reduce the price of onions when they get too expensive, or ways to increase the supply of electricity. The government also takes action on many social issues. For example, it has several programs to help the poor. It does other important things such as running postal and railway services. Look at the newspaper headlines above and list the different kinds of activities that the government is reported to be doing in these newspaper headlines. 1, 2, 3, 4. Isn't this a wide range of activities? What do you think government is? Discuss in class. What is government/27? Can you list 3 things that the government does which have not been mentioned? 1, 2, 3. Some rules have to be made that apply to everyone. For example, there is a need to control resources and protect the territory of a country so people can feel secure. Governments do this on behalf of their people by exercising leadership, taking decisions and implementing these among all the people living in their territory. Levels of government. Now that you know that the government is responsible for so many. The government also has the job of protecting the boundaries of the country and maintaining peaceful relations with other countries. It is responsible for ensuring that all its citizens have enough to eat and have good health facilities. When there are natural disasters like the tsunami or an earthquake, it is the government that mainly organizes aid and assistance for the affected people. If there is a dispute or if someone has committed a crime, you find people in a court. Courts are also part of the government. Perhaps you are wondering how governments manage to do all this, and why it is necessary for them to do so. When human beings live and work together, there needs to be some amount of organization so that decisions can be made. Some examples of institutions that are part of the government: the Supreme Court, the Indian Railways, and Bharat Petroleum. 28/Social and political life. Different things. Can you think of how it manages to do all these? The government works at different levels: at the local level, at the level of the state, and at the national level. The local level means in your village, town, or locality. The state level would mean that which covers an entire state like Haryana or Assam, and the national level relates to the entire country. See the maps. Later in this book, you will read about how local level government functions, and when you go into the next few classes you will learn about how governments function at the state and central levels. What is government/29? Note: Telangana became the 29th state of India on the June 2, 2014 after the reorganization of the state of Andhra Pradesh. Since October 31, 2019, the state of Jammu and Kashmir was divided into two union territories, Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. 30/Social and political life. Laws and the government. The government makes laws and everyone who lives in the country has to follow these. This is the only way governments can function. Just like the government has the power to make decisions, similarly it has the power to enforce its decisions. For example, there is a law that says that all persons driving a motor vehicle must have a license. Any person caught driving a vehicle without a license can either be jailed or fined a large sum of money. Without these laws, the government's power to make decisions is not of much use. Discuss. Think of an example of another law. Why do you think it is important that people abide by this law? In addition to any actions that governments can take, there are also steps that people can take if they feel that a particular law is not being followed. If a person feels, for example, that they were not hired for a job because of their religion or caste, he or she may approach the court and claim that the law is not being followed. The court can then give orders about what should be done. Types of government. Who gives the government this power to make decisions and enforce laws? The answer to this question depends on the type of government there is in a country. In a democracy, it is the people who give the government this power. They do this through elections in which they vote for particular persons and elect them. Once elected, these persons form the government. In a democracy, the government has to explain its actions and defend its decisions to the people. Another form of government is monarchy. The monarch, king or queen, has the power to make decisions and run the government. The monarch may have a small group of people to discuss matters with, but the final decision-making power remains with the monarch. Unlike in a democracy, kings and queens do not have to explain their actions or defend the decisions they take. What is government/31? Discuss. 1. Do you think it is important for people to be involved in decisions that affect them? Give 2 reasons for your answer. 2. Which type of government would you prefer to have in the place you live in? Why? 3. Which of the statements below is correct? Correct those sentences that you think need correction. In a monarchy, the country's citizens are allowed to elect whomever they want. B. In a democracy, a king has absolute powers to rule the country. C. In a monarchy, people can raise questions about the decisions the monarch takes. Democratic governments. India is a democracy. This achievement is the result of a long and eventful struggle of the Indian people. There are other places in the world where people have also struggled to have democracies. You now know that the main feature of a democracy is that the people have the power to elect their leaders. So in a sense, a democracy is ruled by the people. The basic idea is that people rule themselves by participating in the making of these rules. Democratic governments in our times are usually referred to as representative democracies. In representative democracies, people do not participate directly but, instead, choose their representatives through an. Nowhere in the world have governments willingly shared power. All over Europe and USA, women and the poor have had to fight for participation in government. Women's strengthened during the First World War. This movement is called the women's suffrage movement, as the term suffrage usually means right to vote. During the war, many men were away fighting, and because of this, women were called upon to do work that was earlier considered men's work. During the war, many men were away fighting, and because of this, women were called upon to do work that was earlier considered men's work. Many women began organizing and managing different kinds of work. When people saw this, they began to wonder why they had created so many unfair stereotypes about women and what they were capable of doing. So women began to be seen as being equally capable of making decisions. The suffragettes demanded the right to vote for all women, and to get their demands heard they chained themselves to railings in public places. Many suffragettes were imprisoned and went on hunger strikes, and they had to be fed by force. American women got the right to vote in 1920 while women in the UK got to vote on the same terms as men some years later in 1928. 32/Social and political life. Election process. These representatives meet and make decisions for the entire population. These days a government cannot call itself democratic unless it allows what is known as universal adult franchise. This means that all adults in the country are allowed to vote. But it was not always like this. Can you believe that there was a time when governments did not allow women and the poor to participate in elections? In their earliest forms, governments allowed only men who owned property and were educated to vote. This meant that women, the poor, the property-less, and the uneducated were not allowed to vote. The country was governed by the rules and regulations that these few men made. In India, before independence, only a small minority was allowed to vote, and they therefore came together to determine the fate of the majority. Several people, including Gandhiji, were shocked at the unfairness of this practice and demanded that all adults have the right to vote. This is known as universal adult franchise. Writing in the journal Young India in 1931, Gandhiji said, "I cannot possibly bear the idea that a man who has got wealth should have the vote, but that a man who has got character but no wealth or literacy should have no vote, or that a man who works honestly by the sweat of his brow day in and day out should not have the vote for the crime of being a poor man." Voting in a rural area. A mark is put on the finger to make sure that a person casts only one vote. What is government/33? Look at the maps on pages 29 and 30. They show the states, union territories, and districts of India. Find out the following information from these maps and various other resources. Names of the neighbors of India, names of your state or union territory and its neighbors, names of your district and its neighbors, routes from your district to the national capital. Exercise. Look at the statements in the column on the left. Can you identify which level they belong to? Place tick marks against the level you consider most appropriate. Questions. 1. What do you understand by the word government? List 5 ways in which you think the government affects your daily life. 2. Why do you think the government needs to make rules for everyone in the form of laws? 3. Name 2 essential features of a democratic government. 4. What was the suffrage movement? What did it accomplish? 5. Gandhiji strongly believed that every adult in India should be given the right to vote. However, a few people don't share his views. They feel that illiterate people, who are mainly poor, should not be given the right to vote. What do you think? Do you think this would be a form of discrimination? Give 5 points to support your view and share these with the class. Unit 3. Administration, 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 local government, and administration. What happens after people elect their representatives? How are decisions made? Let's look at how this takes place in rural areas. Here, we look at the Gram Sabha, which is a meeting where people directly participate and seek answers from their elected representatives. Chapter 4. Panchayati Raj. It's a special day today. Everyone's rushing to get to the Gram Sabha. Do you know why? Because the Gram Sabha is holding its first meeting after the election of the new Gram Panchayat. The Gram Sabha is a meeting of all adults who live in the area covered by a panchayat. This could be only one village or a few villages. In some states, as in the example above, a village meeting is held for each village. Anyone who is 18 years old or more and who has the right to vote is a member of the Gram Sabha. The people of Hardas village are keen to find out what their new panchayat leaders have planned for the village. Gram Sabha. The Gram Sabha meeting begins with the panchayat president, who is also called the sarpanch, and the members of the panchayat, the panches, presenting a plan on repairing the road that connects the village to the main highway. After this, the discussion moves to the subject of water and water shortages. Panchayati Raj/37. We need to do something more permanent as groundwater levels seem to be going down every year. We're using more water than is seeping into the ground. Another member, Anwar, then tells everyone that he has seen ways of conserving water and recharging, refilling it in a village in Maharashtra where he'd once gone to visit his brother. It was called watershed development, and he had heard that the government gave money for this work. In his brother's village, people had planted trees, constructed check dams and tanks. Everyone thought this was an interesting idea, and the Gram Panchayat was asked to find out about it in detail. 1. What is a Gram Sabha? 2. In the meeting of the Gram Sabha so far, what are the problems that are being discussed? What sort of solutions are being suggested? A villager called Tijia begins the meeting by saying, "The water problem in Hardas has become very acute. The hand pump water has gone well below the point up to which the ground has been drilled. We hardly get any water in the taps. Women have to go to the Suru River, which is 3 km away, to get water. One of the members suggests piping water from the Suru and making an overhead tank in the village to increase the supply. But the others think that this will be expensive. It's better, they feel, to deepen the hand pumps and clean the wells for this season. Tija says, this is not enough. Every village panchayat is divided into wards, i.e. smaller areas. Each ward elects a representative who is known as the ward member, panch. All the members of the Gram Sabha also elect a sarpanch who is the panchayat president. The ward panches and the sarpanch form the Gram Panchayat. The Gram Panchayat is elected for 5 years. The Gram Panchayat has a secretary who is also the secretary of the Gram Sabha. This person is not an elected person but is appointed by the government. The secretary is responsible for calling the meeting of the Gram Sabha and Gram Panchayat and keeping a record of the proceedings. The next item on the agenda for the Gram Sabha is the finalization of the list of people below the poverty line (BPL), which had to be approved by the Gram Sabha. As soon as the list is read out, people begin to whisper. Nutvar has just bought a color TV and his son has sent him a new motorcycle. How can he be below the poverty line? Surajmal mutters to the person sitting next to him. Saroj says to Sukhi Bai, how did Burju's name get on to the list? He has so much land. This list should have 38/social and political life. Only poor people. And OM Prakash is a landless laborer who can barely make ends meet, yet his name is not on the list. And OM Prakash is a landless laborer who can barely make ends meet, yet his name is not on the list. You know that both Nutvar and Burju are friends of Amerchand. Who can counter Amerchand's power? Sukhibai says Amerchand was the earlier zamindar landowner of the village and still has control over a lot of land. But we should get OM Prakash's name put in. The Sarpanch Panchayat president notices people whispering and asks if anyone has anything to say. Saroj tries to provoke Surajmal to ask about Nutvar and Burju. But he keeps quiet. Amerchand is sitting in the Gram Sabha keeping an eye on everyone. Then Saroj gets up and says that OM Prakash's name should be in the BPL list. Others agree that he and his family are very poor. The Sarpanch asks how his name had been missed out. The person who did the survey of BPL family says OM Prakash's house was locked when I went there. He may have gone somewhere to look for work. The Sarpanch gives instructions that OM Prakash's family income be looked at, and if it is less than what has been decided by the government, his name should be included in the list. The Gram Sabha is a key factor in making the Gram Panchayat play its role and be responsible. It is the place where all plans for the work of the Gram Panchayat are placed before the people. The Gram Sabha prevents the Panchayat from doing wrong things like misusing money or favoring certain people. It plays an important role in keeping an eye on the elected representatives and in making them responsible to the persons who elected them. 1. Was there a problem with the BPL list that the Gram Sabha was finalizing? What was this problem? 2. Why do you think Surajmal kept quiet even though Saroj asked him to speak? 3. Have you seen any similar incidents when people are unable to speak for themselves? Why do you think that happened and what prevented the person from speaking? 4. How can the Gram Sabha prevent the Panchayat from doing what it likes? Panchayati Raj/39. The Gram Panchayat. The Gram Panchayat meets regularly and one of its main tasks is to implement development programs for all villages that come under it. As you have seen, the work of the Gram Panchayat has to be approved by the Gram Sabha. In some states, Gram Sabhas form committees like construction and development committees. These committees include some members of the Gram Sabha and some from the Gram Panchayat who work together to carry out specific tasks. Let's see what the Hardas Gram Panchayat was able to do. Do you remember the options that were suggested to solve the water problem in the Gram Sabha of Hardas village? When the Hardas Gram Panchayat held a meeting, this point was brought up again by some of the members' panches. This meeting was attended by the Sarpanch, ward members, panches, and the secretary. Gram Panchayat members first discussed the suggestion to deepen 2 hand pumps and clean 1 well so that the village would not go without water. The Sarpanch Panchayat president suggested that since the Panchayat had received some money for maintenance of hand pumps, this could be used. 2 village panches from Maharashtra who were awarded the Nirmal Gram Puraskar in 2005 for the excellent work done by them in the Panchayat. The work of a Gram Panchayat includes 1. The construction and maintenance of water sources, roads, drainage, school buildings, and other common property resources. 2. Levying and collecting local taxes. 3. Executing government schemes related to generating employment in the village. Sources of funds for the Panchayat. Collection of taxes on houses, marketplaces, etc. Government scheme funds received through various departments of the government through the Janpad and Zila Panchayats. Donations for community works, etc. 40/social and political life. For completing this work, the members agreed and the secretary recorded their decision. The members then went on to discuss the options for a long-term solution. They were sure that the Gram Sabha members would ask questions at the next meeting. Some panchas asked whether the watershed program would make a substantial difference to the water level. A lot of discussion followed. In the end, it was decided that the Gram Panchayat would approach the block development officer and get more information on the scheme. 3 levels of panchayats. After reading about what happened in the Gram Sabha and the Gram Panchayat in Hardas village, you can understand that the Panchayati Raj system is a process through which people participate in their own government. In rural areas, the Gram Panchayat is the first tier or level of democratic government. The panchas and the Gram Panchayat are answerable to the Gram Sabha because it is the members of the Gram Sabha who elected them. This idea of people's participation in the Panchayati Raj system extends to 2 other levels. One is the block level, which is called the Janpad Panchayat or the Panchayat Samiti. The Panchayat Samiti has many Gram Panchayats under it. Above the Panchayat Samiti is the District Panchayat or the Zila Parishad. The Zila Parishad. Watershed management has transformed this barren slope to a green meadow in just 2 years. What decisions were taken by the Gram Panchayat? Do you think it was necessary for them to take these decisions? Why? From the above description, write down one question that people could ask of the Panchayat in the next Gram Sabha meeting. Panchayati Raj/41 actually makes developmental plans at the district level. With the help of Panchayat Samiti, it also regulates the money distribution among all the Gram Panchayats. Within the guidelines given in the Constitution, each state in the country has its own laws with regard to Panchayats. The idea is to provide more and more space for people to participate and raise their voices. Questions. 1. What problem did the villagers in Hardas village face? What did they do to solve this problem? 2. What, in your opinion, is the importance of the Gram Sabha? Do you think all members should attend Gram Sabha meetings? Why? 3. What is the link between a Gram Sabha and a Gram Panchayat? 4. Take an example of any one task done by a Panchayat in your area/nearby rural area and find out the following. A. Why it was taken up. B. Where the money came from. C. Whether or not the work has been completed. 5. What is the difference between a Gram Sabha and a Gram Panchayat? 6. Read the following news item. Namoni is a village on the Chofulashira Road. Like many others, this village has also been facing a severe water shortage for the last few months, and villagers depend on tankers for all their needs. Bhagwan Mahadio, lad, 35, of this village was beaten with sticks, iron rods and axes by a group of 7 men. The incident came to light when some villagers brought a badly injured lad to hospital for treatment. In the FR recorded by the police, lad said that he was attacked when he insisted that the water in the tanker must be emptied into the storage tanks constructed as part of the water supply scheme by Namoni Gram Panchayat so that there would be equal distribution of water. However, he alleged that the upper caste men were against this and told him that the tanker water was not meant for the lower castes. Adapted from Indian Express, May 1, 2004. A. Why was Bhagwan beaten? B. Do you think that the above is a case of discrimination? Why? Find out more about watershed development and how it benefits an area. Ask your teacher to invite any of the elected persons such as the Panch, Sarpanch, Panchayat President, or member of the Janpad or Zila Panchayat and interview them on their work and the projects undertaken by them. There are more than 6 lakh villages in India. Taking care of their needs for water, electricity, road connections is not a small task. In addition to this, land records have to be maintained and conflicts too need to be dealt with. A large machinery is in place to deal with all this. In this chapter, we will look at the work of 2 rural administrative officers in some detail. Chapter 5. Rural Administration. Mohan is a farmer. His family owns a small agricultural field which they have been farming for many years. Next to his field is Raghu's land, which is separated from his by a small boundary called a bund. One morning, Mohan noticed that Raghu had shifted the bund by a few feet. By doing so, he had managed to take over some of Mohan's land and increased the size of his own field. Mohan was angry but also a little frightened. Raghu's family owned many fields, and besides, his uncle was also the Sarpanch of the village. But even so, he plucked up courage and went to Raghu's house. A heated argument followed. Raghu refused to accept that he had moved the bund. He called one of his helpers and they began shouting at Mohan and beating him up. The neighbors heard the commotion and rushed to the spot where Mohan was being beaten up. They took him away. He was badly hurt on his head and hand. He was given first aid by one of his neighbors. His friend, who also ran the village post office, suggested that they go to the local police station and file a report. Others were doubtful if this was a good idea because they felt they would waste a lot of money and nothing would come out of it. Some people said that Raghu's family would have already contacted the police station. After much discussion, it was decided that Mohan would go to the police station along with some of the neighbors who had seen the incident. A quarrel in the village. Rural Administration/43. Then investigating them. Mohan showed him his injuries, but the SHO did not believe him. Mohan was puzzled and did not know what to do. He was not sure why his complaint was not being recorded. He went and called his neighbors into the office. They argued strongly that Mohan had been beaten up in front of them, and had they not rescued him, he would have been injured very seriously. They insisted that the case be registered. Finally, the officer agreed. He asked Mohan to write down his complaint and area of the police station. On the way to the police station, one of the neighbors asked, "Why don't we spend some more money and go to the main police station in the town?" "It is not a question of money. We can register the case only in this police station because our village comes in its area of work," explained Mohan. "Every police station has an area that comes under its control. All persons in that area can report cases or inform the police about any theft, accident, injury, fight, etc. It is the responsibility of the police of that station to inquire, to investigate and take action on the cases within its area." 1. If there is a theft in your house, which police station would you go to register your complaint? 2. What was the dispute between Mohan and Raghu? 3. Why was Mohan worried about picking a quarrel with Raghu? 4. Some people said Mohan should report the matter to the police and others said he should not. What were the arguments they gave? The work at the police station. When they reached the police station, Mohan went to the person in charge, station house officer or SHO, and told him what had happened. He also said that he wanted to give the complaint in writing. The SHO rudely brushed him aside, saying that he couldn't be bothered to waste his time writing down minor complaints and show the above situation in the police station through a skit. Then talk about how you felt playing Mohan's role or that of the SHO or the neighbors. Could the SHO have handled the situation differently? 44/Social and Political Life. Also told the people that he would send a constable the next day to investigate the incident. Maintenance of land records. You saw that Mohan and Raghu were arguing heatedly whether the common boundary of their fields had been shifted. Isn't there a way by which they could have settled this dispute in a peaceful manner? Are there records that show who owns what land in the village? Let's find out how this is done. Measuring land and keeping land records is the main work of the Patwari. The Patwari is known by different names in different states. In some villages such officers are called Lekpal, in others Kanungo or Karamkari or village officer, etc. We will refer to this officer as Patwari. Each Patwari is responsible for a group of villages. The Patwari maintains and updates the records of the village. The map and the corresponding details from the register on the next page are a small part of the records kept by the Patwari. The Patwari usually has ways of measuring agricultural fields. In some places a long chain is used. In the above instance, the Patwari would have measured both Mohan's and Raghu's fields and compared them with the measurements on the map. If they did not match, then it would be clear that the boundary of the fields has been changed. The Patwari is also responsible for organizing the collection of land revenue from the farmers and providing information to the government about the crops grown in this area. This is done from the records that are kept, and this is why it's important for the Patwari to regularly update these. Farmers may change the crops grown on their fields, or someone may dig a well somewhere. Find out the term used for the Patwari in your state. If you live in a rural area, find out how many villages does the Patwari of your area maintain land records of. How do people in the village contact him/her? Rural Administration /45. 1. Who owns the land south of Mohan's field? 2. Mark the common boundary between Mohan's and Raghu's lands. 3. Who can use field number 3? 4. What information can one get for field number 2 and field number 3? The Khasra record of the Patwari gives you information regarding the map given below. It identifies which plot of land is owned by whom. Look at both the records and the map and answer the questions given below regarding Mohan and Raghu's land. Legan. Boundary well grassland Katsha road Paka road tree. 46/Social and Political Life. And keeping track of all this is the work of the Revenue Department of the government. Senior people in this department supervise the Patwari's work. All states in India are divided into districts. For managing matters relating to land, these districts are further subdivided. These subdivisions of a district are known by different names such as Tahsil, Taluka, etc. At the head is the district collector and under her are the revenue officers, also known as Tahsildars. They have to hear disputes. They also supervise the work of the Patwaris and ensure that records are properly kept and land revenue is collected. They make sure that the farmers can easily obtain a copy of their record. Students can obtain their caste certificates, etc. The Tahsildar's office is where land disputes are also heard. A daughter's wish. Father inherited our house from his father and everyone says he'll leave it to brother, but what about me and my mother? To expect a share in my father's home is not very womanly, I am told. But I really want a place of my own, not dowry of silk and gold. Farmers often require a copy of their land's record together with a map, as shown in the previous illustration. They have a right to this information. They may have to pay a small fee for this. However, this information is not easily made available and farmers sometimes have to face many problems to get it. In some states, records are now being computerized and also kept at the panchayat office so that they are more easily available and regularly updated. When do you think farmers may require a copy of this record? Study the following situations and identify the cases in which these records would be necessary and why. Asterisk, a farmer wants to buy a plot of land from another. Asterisk, a farmer wants to sell her produce to another. Asterisk, a farmer wants a loan from the bank to dig a well in her land. Asterisk, a farmer wants to purchase fertilizers for his field. Asterisk, a farmer wants to divide his property among his children. Rural Administration /47. A new law. Hindu Succession Amendment Act, 2005. Often when we think of farmers who own land, we think of men. Women are seen as people who work on the fields, but not as people who own agricultural land. Till recently, in some states, Hindu women did not get a share in the family's agricultural land. After the death of the father, his property was divided equally only among his sons. Recently, the law was changed. In the new law, sons, daughters, and their mothers in Hindu families can get an equal share in the land. The same law will apply to all states and union territories of the country. This law will benefit a large number of women. For example, Sudha is the eldest daughter of an agricultural family. She is married and lives in a neighboring village. After her father's death, Sudha often comes to help her mother with the farming work. Her mother has asked the Patwari to transfer the land and enter her name along with the names of all the children in his record. Sudha's mother confidently organizes the farming with the help of the younger brother and sister. Similarly, Sudha also lives with the assurance that if she ever has a problem, she can always depend upon her share of the land. Other public services, a survey. This chapter has looked at some of the administrative work of the government, especially for rural areas. The first example related to maintaining law and order and the second to maintaining land records. In the first case, we examined the role of the police and in the second that of the Patwari. This work is supervised by other people in the department, such as the Tahsildar or the Superintendent of Police. We have also seen how people use these services and some of the problems that they face. These services have to be used and made to function according to the laws that have been framed for them. You have probably seen many other public services and facilities provided by various departments of the government. Do the following exercise for your village by visiting a nearby village or looking at your own area. List the public services in the village area such as the milk society, the fair price shop, the bank, the police station, the agricultural society for seeds and fertilizer, the post office or sub-post office, the Anganwadi, creche, government school health center or government hospital, etc. Collect information on 3 public services and discuss with your teacher how improvements can be made in their functioning. One example has been worked out. 48 social and political life. Rural administration 49. Questions. 1. What is the work of the police? 2. List 2 things that the work of a Patwari includes. 3. What is the work of a Tahsildar? 4. What issue is the poem trying to raise? Do you think this is an important issue? Why? 5. In what ways are the work of the panchayat that you read about in the previous chapter and the work of the Patwari related to each other? 6. Visit a police station and find out the work that the police have to do to prevent crime and maintain law and order in their area, especially during festivals, public meetings, etc. 7. Who is in charge of all the police stations in a district? Find out. 8. How do women benefit under the new law? 9. In your neighborhood, are there women who own property? How do they acquire it? A city is much bigger than a village and more spread out. A city has crowded markets, many buses and cars, water and electricity facilities, traffic control, and hospitals. Have you ever wondered who is responsible for running all this? Do you know how decisions are made? How the planning is done? Who are the people who do all the work? Read this chapter and find some answers. Chapter 6. Urban Administration. On a lazy Sunday afternoon, Mala and her friends Shankar, Jahangir, and Rahana were playing a game of cricket in the street. Shankar had bowled a good over, and although he nearly managed to get Rahana out, she was still batting. Frustrated, he bowled a short ball and hoped she would hit it for an easy catch. Instead, Rahana hit the ball so hard and so high that the street light broke. Rahana screamed, "Oh no, look what I've done." Shankar said, "Yes. We forgot to make a rule that if you break the street light, you are automatically out." But Mala, Jahangir, and Rahana were more worried about what had happened, and they told Shankar he'd better stop thinking about the wicket. Last week they had broken Nirmala Mousie's window and had spent their pocket money to have it replaced. Would they have to dish out money again from their pockets? But who would they pay this to? To whom did the lights on the streets belong? Who changed them? Rahana's house was the closest and they ran and told her mother what had. Urban Administration /51. Them, said Yasmin Kala. Then she added, our city Pune is a big city and so here it is called a municipal corporation. In smaller towns it is called a municipal council. The ward councillor and administrative staff. Yasmin Kala, I'm curious. Who decides where a park should go? Did you have to make interesting decisions like this when you worked in the municipal corporation? Asked Rahana. No Rahana, I was working in the accounts office of the corporation so I just worked on pay slips. Cities are usually quite large so the municipal corporation has to make a lot of decisions as well as do a lot of work to keep the city clean. The decisions like where a park or a new hospital should go are usually made by the ward councillors. Happened. Rahana's mother said, I don't really know these things in great detail but I do know that it is the municipal corporation of the city that takes care of replacing lights. The best person to ask would be Yasmin Kala. She just retired from the municipal corporation. Go and ask her and Rahana come back home soon. Yasmin Kala lived in the same lane and she and Rahana's mother were good friends. The children ran to Kala's house and when she opened the door they began to tell her what had happened all at once. When they asked about the street light, Yasmin Kala laughed and said, there's no one person that you can pay the money to. There is a big organization called the Municipal Corporation that takes care of street lights, garbage collection, water supply, keeping the streets and the market clean. I've heard about the Municipal Corporation. They've put up signs around the city to inform people about malaria, said Mala. Yes, you are quite right. The Municipal Corporation is also responsible for ensuring that diseases do not break out in the city. It also runs schools, hospitals, and dispensaries. And makes gardens and maintains. List at least 4 different tasks that the municipality does. 1, 2, 3. 52/social and political life. The city is divided into different wards and ward councillors get elected. The complicated decisions that affect the entire city are taken by groups of councillors who form committees to decide and debate issues. For example, if bus stands need to be improved or a crowded marketplace needs to have its garbage cleared more regularly or there is a nala or drain that cuts through the city that needs cleaning etc. It is these committees for water, garbage collection, street lighting etc. that decide on the work to be done. When the problems are within a ward then the people who live in the ward can contact their councillors. For example, if there are dangerous electrical wires hanging down then the local councillor can help them get in touch with the electricity authority. While the councillors' committees and the councillors decide on issues, the commissioner and the administrative staff implement these. The commissioner and the administrative staff are appointed. Councillors are elected. So how are these decisions made? Asked Rahana, who never gave up on her train of thought. Well, all of the ward councillors meet and they make a budget and the money is spent according to this. The ward councillors try and ensure that the particular demands of their wards are placed before the entire council. These decisions are then implemented by the administrative staff, said. How does the municipal corporation get its money? Providing and running so many services requires a lot of money. The municipal corporation collects this in different ways. A tax is a sum of money that people pay to the government for the services the government provides. People who own homes have to pay a property tax as well as taxes for water and other services. The larger the house, the more the tax. Property taxes, however, form only 25 to 30% of the money that a municipal corporation earns. There are also taxes for education and other amenities. If you own a hotel or shop then you have to pay a tax for this as well. Also, the next time you go to see a movie, look carefully at your ticket because you pay a tax for this as well. Thus, while rich people account for property taxes, a much wider population pays more general taxes. Fill in the blanks in the sentences below. 1. In a panchayat the elected members are called. 2. The city is divided into several. 3. In a municipal corporation the elected members are called. 4. Groups of councillors deal with issues that affect the. 5. Elections are held once every year for the panchayat as well as for the municipality. 6. While the councillors make decisions, the administrative staff led by the commissioner these. Urban Administration /53. Yasmin Kala enjoying the questions that the children asked. No adults asked her about her job and the children's questions provided her an opportunity to relive some of her experiences. But the city is so large. It must take a lot of people to look after it. Does the municipal corporation have a lot of workers? Asked Shankar curiously. He had by now luckily forgotten about the cricket match and his incomplete over. Yes, the work in the city is divided into different departments. So there is the water department, the garbage collection department, a department to look after gardens, another to look after roads. I worked on accounts in the sanitation department, said Yasmin Kala, and then went on to offer the children some kebabs to eat. Jahangir ate his kebabs at top speed, and as he wolfed them down he asked loudly from the kitchen, Yasmin Kala, where does the garbage that the municipal corporation collects go to? The others were still eating when Yasmin Kala began to answer. This question has an interesting answer. As you know, you can usually find garbage. Recycling is not a new thing. People like the man in the photo above have been recycling paper, metal, glass, and plastic for a long time. The kabadi wala plays a major role in recycling household plastic and paper, including your notebooks. Lying all over the street. Earlier, even our neighborhood used to have garbage lying all over, and if this remains uncollected, it attracts dogs, rats, and flies. Also, people get ill from the smell. At one point, things became so bad that children even stopped playing cricket in the street because their parents were afraid that they'd get sick from staying on the streets too long. A community protest. Yasmin Kala continued, the women were very unhappy about the situation and even came to me for advice. I said I could try and speak with some officer in the department, but I wasn't sure how long it would take. Then it was Gangabai who said that it is the 54/social and political life ward councillor who we should go to and protest since we are the ones who elected him. She gathered a small group of women and went to his house. They began shouting slogans in front of his house and he came out and asked them what was wrong. Gangabai described the situation in the locality to him. He promised to go with them the next day to meet the commissioner. He asked Gangabai to get a petition signed by all of the adults in the locality saying that garbage was not being collected. He suggested that taking the local sanitation engineer with them the next day might be a good idea. The sanitation engineer could also speak with the commissioner and tell him how bad the situation was. What has changed since Kala retired? What Yasmin Kala did not mention to the children was that in recent times, in order to save money, the commissioners of several municipalities across the country had hired private contractors to collect and process garbage. This is called subcontracting. This means that the work that was earlier being done by government workers is now being done by a private company. These contract workers get paid less and their jobs are temporary. Collecting garbage is also quite a dangerous job, and often these contract workers do not have any access to safety measures and are not taken care of if they are injured while working. What was Gangabai protesting about? Why do you think Gangabai decided to approach the ward councillor? What did Gangabai say when the commissioner said that there were not enough trucks in the city? That evening, children ran from house to house making sure that as many families as possible signed the petition. The next morning, a large group of women and the ward councillor and the sanitation engineer went to the municipal corporation office. The commissioner met with this large group and began giving excuses, saying that the corporation did not have enough trucks. But Gangabai smartly replied, "But you seem to have enough trucks to collect garbage from the rich localities." That must have left him lost for words, quipped Jahangir. Yes, he said that he would take care of it immediately, and Gangabai threatened that if it was not done in 2 days, a larger group of women would protest in front of the corporation, said Yasmin Kala. So did the streets get cleaned? Asked Rahana, who never let things remain unfinished. Well, not within 2 days, and then after another larger and more noisy protest, the sanitation service in this locality became more regular. Wow, this sounds just like a Bollywood film with a happy ending. Urban Administration/55. Said Mala, who already began imagining herself in the lead role of Gangabai. The children enjoyed hearing Gangabai's story immensely. They had sensed that Gangabai was much loved and respected, and now they understood why. They got up and thanked Kala for answering their questions, and then, before they left, Rahana said, "Oh, I have one last question, Kala. The 2 dustbins that we have at home now, are they also Gangabai's idea?" Kala began laughing. "No, not really. The municipal corporation was the one who suggested that we do this to help keep our streets clean. When we sort our own garbage, it reduces their work." The children thanked Kala and walked back down the street together. It had become quite late and they needed to get back home. For some reason, the street seemed darker than usual. They looked up and then looked at each other, smiling, and ran right back to Kala's house. The city of Surat had a plague scare in 1994. Surat was one of the dirtiest cities in India. Houses, hotels, and restaurants would dump their garbage into the nearest drain or street, which made it very difficult for sweepers to collect and transfer the garbage into selected dumps. In addition to this, the municipal corporation did not collect the garbage as often as it should have, and this led to the situation getting worse. Plague spreads through the air and people who have the disease have to be isolated. In Surat, several people lost their lives and over 300,000 deserted the city. The scare of the plague ensured that the municipal corporation completely cleaned up the city. Surat continues to remain one of the cleanest cities in India. Do you know when and how often garbage gets collected in your neighborhood? Do you think it is the same for all neighborhoods of the city? Why not? Discuss. Did you know that your taxes enable the government to provide roads, bridges, parks, and street lights? List 3 more benefits that the taxes help in funding after discussing with your family. 1, 2, 3. 56/social and political life. Questions. 1. Why did the children go to Yasmin Kala's house? 2. List 4 ways in which the work of the municipal corporation affects the life of a city dweller. 3. Who is a municipal councillor? 4. What did Gangabai do and why? 5. How does the municipal corporation earn the money to do its work? 6. Discuss. In the two photographs you see different ways of collecting and disposing garbage. Which way do you think provides safety to the person disposing garbage? 2. What are the dangers of collecting garbage in the manner shown in the first photograph? 3. Why do you think that proper ways of disposing garbage are not available to those who work in municipalities? Photo 1. Photo 2. Urban Administration /57. 7. Several poor people in the city work as domestic servants as well as work for the corporation, keeping the city clean. Yet the slums in which they live are quite filthy. This is because these slums seldom have any water and sanitation facilities. The reason often given by the municipal corporation is that the land in which the poor have set up their homes does not belong to them and that slum dwellers do not pay taxes. However, people living in middle-class neighborhoods pay very little in taxes compared to the amount of money the corporation spends on them in setting up parks, street lighting facilities, regular garbage collection, etc. Also, as you read in this chapter, the property taxes collected by the municipality makes up only 25 to 30% of its money. Why do you think it is important that the corporation should spend more money on slum localities? Why is it important that the municipal corporation provide the poor in the city with the same facilities that the rich get? 8. Look at the image below. The government of India launched the Swachh Bharat mission on October 2, 2014 to promote cleanliness in both rural and urban areas all over the nation. Under the Swachh Bharat Swachh Vidyalaya campaign, many activities are also being carried out in schools to generate awareness on sanitation and hygiene amongst students. Observe the ways in which Swachh Bharat Abhiyan is being implemented by municipality/panchayat in your locality. Prepare a poster and display it in your school. Unit 4. Livelihoods, 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 livelihoods. In the first chapter, we looked at the many kinds of diversity in our lives. We also explored how living in different regions has an effect on the work people do, the kinds of plants, trees, crops, or things that become important to them. In this chapter, we will look at the different ways in which people earn their living in villages. And here too, as in the first two chapters, we will examine whether people have equal opportunities to earn a living. We will look at the similarities in their life situations and the problems that they face. Chapter 7. Rural livelihoods. 1. Describe the work that you see people doing in the above pictures. 2. Identify the different types of work that are related to farming and those that are not. List these in a table. 3. In your notebook, draw some pictures of work that you have seen people do in rural areas and write a few sentences that describe the work. Rural livelihoods /61. Morning and snacks like vadai, banda, and Mysore pak in the evening. Near the tea shops in a corner lives a blacksmith family whose home serves as their workshop. Next to their home is a cycle hire and repair shop. Two families earn a living by washing clothes. There are some people who go to the nearby town to work as construction workers and lorry drivers. The village is surrounded by low hills. Paddy is the main crop that is grown in irrigated lands. Most of the families earn a living through agriculture. Kalpata Village. Kalpata is a village that's close to the sea coast in Tamil Nadu. People here do many kinds of work. As in other villages, here too there is non-farm work such as making baskets, utensils, pots, bricks, bullock carts, etc. There are people who provide services such as blacksmiths, nurses, teachers, washermen, weavers, barbers, cycle repair mechanics, and so on. There are also some shopkeepers and traders. In the main street, which looks like a bazaar, transplanting paddy is backbreaking work. We'll find a variety of small shops such as tea shops, grocery shops, barber shops, a cloth shop, a tailor, and 2 fertilizer and seed shops. There are 4 tea shops, which sell tiffin such as idli, dosai, and upama in the. There are some coconut groves around. Cotton, sugarcane, and plantain are also grown, and there are mango orchards. Let us now meet some people who work in the fields in Kalpatu and see what we can learn about farming from them. Tulsi. All of us here work on Ramalingam's land. He has 20 acres of paddy fields in Kalpatu. Even before I was married, I used to work on paddy fields in my parental village. I work from 8:30 in the morning till 4:30 in the evening, and Karathama, Ramalingam's wife, supervises us. 62/social and political life. This is one of the few times in the year that I find regular work. Now I am transplanting the paddy. When the plants have grown a bit, Ramalingam will call us again for weeding and then finally once again for the harvesting. When I was young, I could do this work with no difficulty. But now as I grow older, I find bending for long hours with my feet in water very painful. Ramalingam pays 40 rupees per day. This is a little less than what laborers get in my home village, but I come here because I can depend on him to call me whenever there is work. Unlike others, he does not go looking for cheaper labor from other villages. My husband, Raman, is also a laborer. We don't own any land. During this time of the year he sprays pesticides. When there is no work on the farm he finds work outside, either loading sand from the river or stone from the quarry nearby. This is sent by truck to be used in nearby towns to make houses. Apart from working on the land, I do all the tasks at home. I cook food for my family, clean the house and wash clothes. I go with other women to the nearby forest to collect firewood. About 1 kilometer away we have a village borewell from where I fetch water. My husband helps in getting materials such as groceries for the house. Our school-going daughters are the joy of our lives. Last year, one of them fell ill and had to be taken to the hospital in town. We had to sell our cow to pay back the money we borrowed from Ramalingam for her treatment. Based on the above diagram, would you say that Tulsi earns money throughout the year? 1. Describe the work that Tulsi does. How is it different from the work Raman does? 2. Tulsi gets paid very little money for the work she does. Why do you think agricultural laborers like her are forced to accept low wages? 3. In what ways would her way of earning a living have been different if Tulsi owned some farmland? Discuss. 4. What are the crops grown in your region or nearby rural area? What kinds of work do agricultural laborers do? Rural livelihoods /63. As you saw in Tulsi's story, poor families in rural areas often spend a lot of time every day collecting firewood, getting water and grazing their cattle. Even though they do not earn any money from these activities, they have to do them for the household. The family needs to spend time doing this as they are not able to survive on the little money they earn. Nearly 2/5 of all rural families are agricultural laborers in our country. There are some who have small plots of land while others like Tulsi are landless. Not being able to earn money throughout the year forces people in many rural areas to travel long distances in search of work. This travel, or migration, takes place during particular seasons. Sekar. We have to carry this paddy to our house. My family has just finished harvesting our field. We don't own much land, only 2 acres. We manage to do all the work on our own. At times, especially during the harvest, I take the help of other small farmers and in turn help them harvest their field. The trader gave me seeds and fertilizers as a loan. To pay back this loan, I have to sell my paddy to him at a somewhat lower price than what I would get in the market. He has sent his agent to remind farmers who have taken loans that they will sell the paddy only to him. I will probably get 60 bags of paddy from my field. Some of this I will sell to settle the loan. The rest will be used in my home. But whatever I have will last only 8 months. So I need to earn some money. I work in Ramalingam's rice mill. Here I help him collect paddy from other farmers in the neighboring villages. We also have a hybrid cow, whose milk we sell in the local milk cooperative. This way we get a little extra money for our everyday needs. On being in debt. As you've read above, very often farmers like Sekar need to borrow money to purchase basic things like seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides. Often they borrow this money from moneylenders. If the seeds are not of good quality or pests attack their crop, there can be a major crop failure. 64/social and political life. The crops can also be ruined if the monsoon does not bring enough rain. When this happens, farmers sometimes are unable to pay back their loans. And, for the family to survive, they may even have to borrow more money. Soon the loan becomes so large that no matter what they earn, they are unable to repay. This is when we can say they are caught in debt. In recent years, this has become a major cause of distress among farmers. In some areas, this has also resulted in many farmers committing suicide. Ramalingam and Karathama. In addition to land, Ramalingam's family owns a rice mill and a shop selling seeds, pesticides, etc. For the rice mill, they used some of their own money and also borrowed from the government bank. They buy paddy from within the village and from surrounding villages. The rice that is produced in the mill is sold to traders in nearby towns. This gives them a substantial income. Transplanted paddy growing in a few of Ramalingam's 20 acres. A result of hard labor performed by agricultural workers like Tulsi. 1. What work does Sekar's family do? Why do you think Sekar does not usually employ laborers for doing farming work? 2. Why does Sekar not go to the town market to get a better price for his paddy? 3. Sekar's sister Meena had also taken a loan from the trader. She does not want to sell her paddy to him, but she will pay back her loan. Write an imaginary conversation between Meena and the trader's agent and the arguments given by each person. 4. What are the similarities and differences between Sekar's and Tulsi's lives? Your answer could be based on the land that they have, their need to work on the land that belongs to others, or loans that they need and their earnings. Read again Sekar's and Tulsi's accounts. What do they say about Ramalingam, the large farmer? Together with what you have read, fill in the details below. 1. How much land does he have? 2. What does Ramalingam do with the paddy grown on his land? 3. Apart from farming, how else does he earn? Rural livelihoods /65. Agricultural laborers and farmers in India. In Kalpata village there are agricultural laborers like Tulsi, and many small farmers like Sekar, and a few big farmers like Ramalingam. In India, nearly 2 out of every 5 rural families are agricultural laborer families. All of them depend on the work they do on other people's fields to earn a living. Many of them are landless and others may own very small plots of land. In the case of small farmers like Sekar, their land is barely enough to meet their needs. In India, 80% of farmers belong to this group. Only 20% of India's farmers are like Ramalingam. These large farmers cultivate most of the land in the villages. A large part of their produce is sold in the market. Many of them have started other businesses such as shops, moneylending, trading, small factories, etc. From the figures given above, would you say that a majority of the country's farmers are quite poor? What do you think can be done to change this situation? Terrace farming in Nagaland. This is a village called Chizami which is in Phek district in Nagaland. The people of this village belong to the Chakasang community. They do terrace cultivation. This means that the land on a hill slope is made into flat plots and carved out in steps. The sides of each plot are raised in order to retain water. This allows water to stand in the field, which is best for rice cultivation. The people of Chizami have their own individual fields, but they also work collectively in each other's fields. They form groups of 6 or 8 and take an entire mountainside to clean the weeds on it. Each group eats together once their work for the day is over. This goes on for several days until the work is completed. We have looked at farming in Kalpatu. Apart from farming, many people in rural areas depend upon collection from the forest, animal husbandry, dairy produce, fishing, etc. For example, in some villages in 66/social and political life. Central India, both farming and collection from the forest are important sources of livelihood. Collecting mahua, tenda leaves, honey to be sold to traders is an important source of additional income. Similarly, selling milk to the village cooperative society or taking milk to the nearby town may be the main source of livelihood for some families. In the coastal areas, we find fishing villages. Let us find out more about the lives of a fishing family by reading about Aruna and Paravilan, who live in Pudupit, a village close to Kalpatu. Aruna and Paravilan. Not very far from Kalpatu is the village of Pudupit. People here earn their living by fishing. Their houses are close to the sea and one finds rows of catamarans and nets lying around. At about 7 o'clock in the morning there is a lot of activity on the beach. This is the time when the catamarans return with their catch and women gather to buy and sell fish. My husband Paravilan, my brother and my brother-in-law returned late today. I was very worried. They go to the sea together in our catamaran. They said they were caught in a storm. I have kept aside some fish for the family. I will auction the rest. The money I get. Fisherwoman selling the catch at the local market. Rural livelihoods /67. From the auction will be divided into 4 shares. 1 each for each person who went fishing and the 4th one is for the equipment. Since we own the catamaran, engine and nets, we get that share too. We have taken a loan from a bank and purchased an engine which is fixed onto the catamaran. Now they can go far into the sea so that they can get a better catch. The women who buy fish here will carry them in baskets to be sold in nearby villages. Then there are others like traders who buy for the shops in the town. I'll only finish this auction by noon. In the evening my husband and our relatives will untangle and repair our nets. Early tomorrow morning around 2 a.m. they will set out to sea again. Every year, for at least about 4 months during the monsoon, they cannot go to the sea because this is when the fish breed. During these months we survive by borrowing from the trader. Because of this, later on we are forced to sell the fish to that trader and cannot do our auction. Those lean months are the most difficult. Last year we suffered a lot because of the tsunami. Rural livelihoods. People in rural areas earn their living in various ways. Some work on farms while others earn their living on non-farm activities. Working on farms involves operations such as preparing the land, sowing, weeding, and harvesting of crops. We depend on nature for the growth of these crops. Hence life revolves around certain seasons. People are busy during sowing and harvesting and less so at other times. Rural people in different regions of the country grow different crops. However, we do find similarities in their life situations and in the problems that they face. How people are able to survive or earn will depend upon the land that they cultivate. Many depend on these lands for work as laborers. Most farmers grow crops both for their own requirements and also to sell in the market. Some have to sell to traders from whom they have borrowed money. For their survival, many families need to borrow money for their work or when no work is available. There are some families in rural areas which thrive on large acres of lands, business, and other activities. However, most small farmers, agricultural laborers, fishing families, craftspersons in the villages do not find enough work to keep them employed throughout the year. 1. Why do both Sekar's and Aruna's families have to borrow? What similarities and differences do you find? 2. Have you heard of tsunami? What is this and what damage do you think it might have done to the life of fishing families like Aruna's? 68/Social and Political Life. Questions. 1. You have probably noticed that people in Kalpatu are engaged in a variety of non-farm work. List 5 of these. 2. List the different types of people you read about in Kalpatu who depend on farming. Who is the poorest among them and why? 3. Imagine you are a member of a fishing family and you are discussing whether to take a loan from the bank for an engine. What would you say? 4. Poor rural laborers like Tulsi often do not have access to good medical facilities, good schools, and other resources. You have read about inequality in the first unit of this text. The difference between her and Ramalingam is one of inequality. Do you think this is a fair situation? What do you think can be done? Discuss in class. 5. What do you think the government can do to help farmers like Sekar when they get into debt? Discuss. 6. Compare the situation of Sekar and Ramalingam by filling out the following table. Chapter 8. Urban Livelihoods. 1. What do you see in this illustration? 2. You have already read about the work that people do in rural areas. Now compare the work that people in this illustration are doing with the work that people do in rural areas. 3. Some parts of the city are different from others. What differences do you notice in this illustration? 70/Social and Political Life. Working on the street. His is the city where my cousin lives. I've been here only a few times. It is very big. Once when I came here, my cousin took me around. We left the house early in the morning. As there are more than 5,000 towns and 27 big cities in India. Big cities like Chennai, Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata, etc. have more than 1 million people living and working here. They say that the city never sleeps. Let's visit one and find out about the work people do in the city. Are they employed by someone or are they self-employed? How do they organize themselves? And do they have similar employment and earning opportunities? We turned the corner onto the main street. We saw that it was already buzzing with activity. The vegetable vendor was busy arranging tomatoes, carrots, and cucumbers in baskets at her stall so that people could see what Urban Livelihoods/71 she had to sell. Next to her stall was a lovely, colorful one that sold all kinds of flowers. We bought a red rose and a yellow rose. On the pavement opposite, we saw a person selling newspapers with a small crowd of people around him. Everyone wanted to read the news. Buses whizzed past and there were auto rickshaws filled with school children. Nearby, under a tree, a cobbler sat taking his tools and materials out of a small tin box. Next to him, the roadside barber had begun his work. He already had a customer who wanted an early morning shave. A little way down the road, a woman was pushing along a cart with all kinds of plastic bottles, boxes, hairpins, clips, etc. in it, while another person on a cycle trolley was carrying vegetables to sell to people in their houses. We came to a place where rickshaws were standing in a row waiting for customers. We decided to take one to the market, which was about 2 kilometers down the road. Bachu Manji, a cycle rickshaw puller. I come from a village in Bihar where I worked as a mason. My wife and 3 children live in the village. We don't own land. In the village, I did not get masonry work regularly. The income that I earned was not enough for our family. After I reached the city, I bought an old cycle rickshaw and paid for it in installments. This was many years ago. I come to the bus stop every morning and take the customers wherever they want to go. I work till 8:30 in the evening. I take rides of up to 6 kilometers in the surrounding area. Each customer gives me 10 to 30 rupees per trip depending on the distance. When I'm ill, I can't do this work, so on those days I don't earn anything. I stay with my friends in a rented room. They work in a nearby factory. I earn between 200 to 300 rupees every day, out of which I spend 100 to 150 rupees on food and rent. The rest I save for my family. I visit my village 2 or 3 times a year to see my family. Though my family survives on the money I send, my wife also earns from agricultural work that she gets once in a while. 72/Social and Political Life. Like Bachu Manji, a large number of people in the city work on the streets. In a survey of Ahmedabad city, it was found that 12% of all the workers in the city were people working on the street. They sometimes sell things or repair them or provide a service. They work on their own. They are not employed by anyone and therefore have to organize their own work. They have to plan how much to purchase as well as where and how to set up their shops. Their shops are usually temporary structures. Sometimes just some boards or papers spread over discarded boxes or maybe a canvas sheet hung up on a few poles. They may also use their own carts or simply a plastic sheet spread on the pavement. They can be asked to dismantle their shops at any time by the police. They have no security. There are certain parts of the city where these hawkers are not allowed to enter. Vendors sell things that are often prepared at home by their families who purchase, clean, sort, and make them ready to sell. For example, those who sell food or snacks on the street prepare most of these at home. 1. Why did Bachu Manji come to the city? 2. Why can't Bachu Manji live with his family? 3. Talk to a vegetable vendor or hawker and find out how do they organize their work, their way of preparing, purchasing, selling, etc. 4. Bachu Manji has to think twice before taking a day off from work. Why? Often workers who make a living in the city are forced to set up their homes on the street as well. Below is a space where several workers leave their belongings during the day and cook their meals at night. Urban Livelihoods /73. There are almost 1 crore street vendors in the country working in urban areas. Street vending was till recently looked upon only as an obstruction to traffic and to people walking. However, with the effort of many organizations, it is now recognized as a general benefit and as a right of people to earn their livelihood. The government is thinking about modifying the law that bans street vendors so that they have a place to work and that there is also a free flow of traffic and people. Hawking zones have been suggested for towns and cities. It has also been suggested that mobile vendors should be allowed to move around freely. Hawkers need to be part of committees that are set up to take these and other decisions relating to them. In the market. When we reached the market, the shops were just beginning to open. But the place was already crowded because of the festival season. There were rows and rows of shops selling sweets, toys, clothes, footwear, utensils, electronic goods, etc. There was a dentist's clinic also at one end. My cousin had an appointment with the dentist. We went there first so that we would not miss our turn. We had to wait for a while in a room before she was called inside. The dentist examined her and asked her to come back the following day to get a cavity in her tooth filled. My cousin was scared because she thought the process would be painful and was upset that she had allowed her teeth to go bad. From the dental clinic, she took me to a new garment showroom because I wanted to buy some ready-made clothes. The showroom had 3 floors. Each floor had different types of clothes. We went to the 3rd floor where clothes for girls were kept. Harpreet and Vandana, businesspersons. My father and uncle worked in a small shop. During festival times and on Sundays, my mother and I helped them in the shop. I started working there only after I completed my college. Harpreet. We opened the showroom some years ago. I'm a dress designer. Our business has changed. These days people prefer to buy ready-made clothes rather than have them stitched. The trend these days is for ready-made garments. You also need an attractive display for them. Vandana. 74/Social and Political Life. Helpers. These are permanent shops that are given a license to do business by the municipal corporation. The municipal corporation also decides on which day of the week the market has to remain closed. For example, the shops in the above market are closed on Wednesdays. This market also has small offices and shops that provide services such as banks, courier services, and others. In the factory workshop area. I wanted to have zari work done on one of my dresses which I needed for a special occasion. My cousin said that she knew Nirmala who works in a garment factory. Nirmala's neighbors do zari work and embroidery. So we caught a bus and headed towards the factory area. The bus was really crowded. At every stop more and more people got on and hardly anyone seemed to get off. People were pushing others to make more space for themselves. My cousin guided me to a corner so that we wouldn't get squashed. I wondered how people travel like this every day. As the bus entered the factory area, people started getting off. We also got off soon at a crossing. What a relief that was. There were a large number of people sitting on railings or in groups at the crossing. They seemed to be waiting for someone. Some groups had people on scooters standing by and talking with them. My cousin explained that this place was called Labor Chowk. These were daily wage laborers who work as helpers to masons. They dig at. For our showroom, we buy things from different places. We buy most of the materials from Mumbai, Ahmedabad, Ludhiana, and Tripur. Some materials also come from Noida and Gurgaon, towns near Delhi. We get some dress items from foreign countries too. There are several things we need to do to run this showroom properly. We advertise in various newspapers, cinema theaters, television, and radio channels. Currently, this building is rented, but soon we plan to buy it. Ever since this market has become the main market for people living in the surrounding apartments, our business has grown. We've been able to buy a car and book a flat in an apartment complex nearby. Why did Harpreet and Vandana start a showroom? What do they have to do to run the showroom? Talk to a shop owner in a market and find out how he plans his work. Have there been any changes in his business in the past 20 years? What are the differences between those who sell on the street and those in the market? Like Harpreet and Vandana, there are many people who own shops in various markets of the city. These shops may be small or large and they sell different things. Most businesspersons manage their own shops or business. They are not employed by anyone. But they do employ a number of other workers as supervisors and Urban livelihoods /75. Construction sites, lift loads or unload trucks in the market, dig pipelines and telephone cables and also build roads. There are thousands of such casual workers in the city. We entered the factory area to find it full of small workshops. There seemed to be endless rows of them. In one section we saw people working in a small room on sewing machines where cloth was being stitched. One person operated one sewing machine. Clothes that had been stitched were stacked on one side of the room. We located Nirmala in the stitching unit. She was happy to meet my cousin and promised to get zari work done on my dress. Nirmala works as a tailor in an export garment unit. The factory where she works makes summer clothes for people in foreign countries like USA, UK, Germany, and the Netherlands. Workers like Nirmala have to work very long hours in the months from December to April. A normal working day begins at 9 a.m. and finishes only by 10 p.m., sometimes even later. She works for 6 days a week. At times when the work needs to be done urgently, she works on Sundays too. Nirmala is paid 280 rupees a day for 8 hours and 100 rupees extra for working late. By June the work is over and the factory reduces its staff. Nirmala will also be asked to leave. For about 3 or 4 months in the year, there's no work for her. Most workers, like Nirmala, are employed on what is known as casual. At Labor Chowk, daily wage workers wait with their tools for people to come and take them for work. 76/Social and political life. Basis, i.e. they are required to come as and when the employer needs them. They are employed when the employer gets large orders or during certain seasons. At other times of the year they have to find some other work. Jobs like Nirmala's are not permanent. If workers complain about their pay or working conditions, they are asked to leave. There is no job security or protection if there is ill treatment. They are also expected to work very long hours. For example, in the cloth mill units, the workers work on day and night shifts, with each shift lasting 12 hours. One worker works on one machine for 12 hours and then is replaced by another on the same machine for the next 12 hours. In the office area, my aunt, Sudha, works as a marketing manager. She had asked us to reach her office before 5:30 p.m. We thought we'd get late, so we took an auto rickshaw that managed to get us there just in time. Her office was in an area surrounded by tall buildings. There were hundreds of people coming out. Some headed for the car park while others went towards the row of buses. My aunt is a marketing manager in a company which manufactures biscuits. The factory where the biscuits are made is outside the city. She supervises the work of 1. Why do you think small workshops and factories employ casual workers? 2. Describe the working conditions of people like Nirmala, keeping in mind the following: working hours, conditions in the workplace, earnings, and the days of work available. 3. Would you say that domestic workers like housemaids are also casual workers? Why? Describe the workday of one such woman, detailing the work she does in other people's houses. Working in call centers is a new form of employment in the big cities. A call center is a centralized office that deals with problems and questions that consumers/customers have regarding goods purchased and services like banking, ticket booking, etc. Call centers are generally set up as large rooms with workstations that include a computer, a telephone set, and supervisor stations. India has become a major center not only for Indian companies but also foreign companies. They set up call centers here as they can get people who can speak English and will work for lower wages. Urban livelihoods /77. Questions. 1. Read and discuss the following description of the living conditions of workers who come to the labor chowk. Most workers that we find at the labor chowk cannot afford permanent accommodation and so sleep on pavements near the chowk, or they pay 6 rupees a night for a bed at a nearby night shelter run by the municipal corporation. To compensate for the lack of security, local tea and cigarette shops function as banks, moneylenders, and safety lockers, all rolled into one. Most workers leave their tools at these shops for the night for safekeeping and pass on any extra money to them. The shopkeepers keep the money safely and also offer loans to laborers in need. Source: Aman Sethi, Hindu Online. 50 salespersons who travel to different parts of the city. They get orders from shopkeepers and collect payments from them. She has divided the city into 6 regions, and once a week she meets the salespersons of each region. She checks their progress report and discusses problems they face. She has to plan the sales in the entire city and often has to work late and travel to different places. She gets a regular salary every month and is a permanent worker with the company. She can expect her job to continue for a long period of time. Being a permanent worker, she also gets other benefits such as the following. Savings for old age. A part of her salary is kept in a fund with the government. She will earn interest on these savings. When she retires from this job, she will get this money and she can then live on that. Holidays. She gets off on Sundays and national holidays. She also gets some days as annual leave. Medical facilities for her family. Her company pays the medical expenses up to a certain amount for her and her family members. She gets medical leave if she falls ill, and her salary is not cut if she takes this leave. There are many workers in the city who work in offices, factories, and government departments where they are employed as regular and permanent workers. They attend the same office or factory regularly. Their work is clearly identified. They get a regular salary. Unlike casual workers, they will not be asked to leave if the factory does not have much work. At the end of the day, we got into my aunt's car, exhausted. But it had been so much fun. And I thought, how interesting that so many people do so many different things in the city. They've probably never met each other, but it is their work that ties them together and helps to make up city life. 78/Social and Political Life. Complete the following table and discuss how their work is different. 3. In what ways is a permanent and regular job different from a casual job? Discuss. 4. What benefits does Sudha get along with her salary? 5. Fill in the following table to show the services provided by people in the markets which you visit frequently. Urban Livelihoods/79. References. List of sources. Chapter 1. Sengupta Poil. 1997. The Lights Changed, in Githa Hariharan and Shama Futali, ADS. Sorry, Best Friend. Talika Books, Chennai. Chapter 2. Why Are You Afraid to Hold My Hand? Talika Books, Chennai. Moon, Vasant, ed. 1993. Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. Writings and Speeches, Volume 12. Education Department, Government of Maharashtra, Bombay. Chapter 3. Laxman RK 2002. The Common Man Goes to the Village in the Best of Laxman. Penguin, Delhi. Laxman RK 2005. The Common Man Casts His Vote in the Best of Laxman, Penguin, Delhi. Chapter 6. Montero Anjali. 1994. Reflections on My Family, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. Chapter 9. Bremen, Jan and Parthiv Shah. 2004. Working in the Mill No More. Oxford University Press, Delhi. Notes. Textbook for Class 7. Social Science. Social and Political Life 2. Rationalized 2023-24. Textbook for Class 7. Social Science. Social and Political Life 2. Rationalized 2023-24. 1. Contents. Forward. V. Rationalization of content in the textbooks. 7. Introductory note for teachers. 11. Teacher's note on evaluation. 14. Unit 1. Equality in Indian Democracy. 2. Chapter 1. On Equality. 4. Unit 2. State Government. 10. Chapter 2. Role of the Government in Health. 12. Chapter 3. How the State Government Works. 24. Unit 3. Gender. 36. Chapter 4. Growing Up as Boys and Girls. 38. Chapter 5. Women Change the World. 48. Unit 4. Media. 62. Chapter 6. Understanding Media. 64. Unit 5. Markets. 74. Chapter 7. Markets Around Us. 76. Chapter 8. A Shirt in the Market. 86. References. 96. Rationalized 2023-24. Rationalized 2023-24. Rationalized 2023-24. 3.3. Equality in Indian Democracy. Teacher's note. This unit introduces the learner to the critical role of equality in democracy with specific reference to India. The Constitution of India guarantees equality to all citizens. Despite this, the daily lives of people in India are far from equal. Earlier discussions on equality in civics textbooks most often reiterated certain provisions of the Constitution without adequately considering the reality of these in people's lives. This unit adopts a different approach. It discusses the need for equality through highlighting the inequalities that continue to be practiced and experienced by various communities. The government's role in passing laws and instituting policies is discussed to show that commitment to the alleviation of existing inequalities is a major part of the work that governments undertake. The chapter also briefly introduces an issue of inequality in the United States of America to highlight that this is a global phenomenon and a feature of many democratic countries. This chapter aims to help the learner understand that equality and democracy are dynamic and not static concepts. This dynamism is reflected in the government's passing of new laws and programs and in people's movements around various social and economic issues. Local situations should be used as a practical reference to make the discussion on underlying concepts more relevant and appropriate. A discussion on equality in the classroom requires empathy as well as a firm commitment on the teacher's part to ensuring that the dignity of all learners be respected. Rationalize 2023-24. On equality. Equality in Indian democracy. The Indian Constitution recognizes every person as equal. This means that every individual in the country, including male and female persons from all castes, religions, tribes, educational and economic backgrounds, are recognized as equal. This is not to say that inequality ceases to exist. It doesn't. But at least in democratic India, the principle of the equality of all persons is recognized. While earlier no law existed to protect people from discrimination and ill treatment, now there are several that work to see that people are treated with dignity and as equals. This recognition of equality includes some of the following provisions in the Constitution. First, that every person is equal before the law. What this means is that every person, from the president of the country to Kanta, a domestic worker, has to obey the same laws. Second, no person can be discriminated against on the basis of their religion, race, caste, place of birth, or whether they are female or male. Third, every person has access to all public places including playgrounds, hotels, shops, and markets. All persons can use publicly available wells, roads, and bathing ghats. Fourth, untouchability has been abolished. Can you think of an incident in your life in which your dignity was violated? How did this make you feel? In the 1975 film Dior, a boy who works as a shoeshine refuses to pick up a coin thrown at him. He feels that there is dignity in the work that he does and insists that his fee be given respectfully. Rationalize 2023-24. 5. Chapter 1. On equality. The two ways in which the government has tried to implement the equality that is guaranteed in the Constitution is first through laws and second through government programs or schemes to help disadvantaged communities. There are several laws in India that protect every person's right to be treated equally. In addition to laws, the government has also set up several schemes to improve the lives of communities and individuals who have been treated unequally for several centuries. These schemes are to ensure greater opportunity for people who have not had this in the past. One of the steps taken by the government includes the midday meal scheme. This refers to the program introduced in all government elementary schools to provide children with cooked lunch. Tamil Nadu was the first state in India to introduce the scheme, and in 2001, the Supreme Court asked all state governments to begin this program in their schools within 6 months. This program has had many positive effects. These include the fact that more children have begun enrolling and regularly attending school. Teachers reported that earlier. The parliament is the cornerstone of our democracy and we are represented in it through our elected representatives. Sustainable Development Goal, SDG. Rationalize 2023-24. 6. Social and political life. Children would often go home for lunch and then not return to school, but now with the midday meal being provided in school, their attendance has improved. Their mothers, who earlier had to interrupt their work to feed their children at home during the day, now no longer need to do so. This program has also helped reduce caste prejudices because children of all castes in the school eat this meal together, and in quite a few places, Dalit women have been employed to cook the meal. The midday meal program also helps reduce the hunger of poor students who often come to school and cannot concentrate because their stomachs are empty. While government programs play an important role in increasing equality of opportunity, there is much that still needs to be done. While the midday meal program has helped increase the enrollment and attendance of poor children in school, there continues to be big differences in our country between schools that the rich attend and those that the poor attend. Even today, there are several schools in the country in which Dalit children are discriminated against and treated unequally. These children are forced into unequal situations in which their dignity is not respected. This is because people refuse to think of them as equal even though the law requires it. One of the main reasons for this is that attitudes change very slowly. Even though persons are aware that discrimination is against the law, they continue to treat people unequally on the basis of their caste, religion, disability, economic status, and because they are women. It is only when people begin to believe that no one is inferior and that every person deserves to be treated with dignity that present attitudes can change. Establishing equality in a democratic society is a continuous struggle and one in which individuals as well as various communities in India contribute to, and you will read more about this in this book. Issues of equality in other democracies. You are probably wondering whether India is the only democratic country in which there is inequality and children being served their midday meal at a government school in Uttarakhand. What is the midday meal program? Can you list 3 benefits of the program? How do you think this program might help promote greater equality? Find out about one government scheme in your area. What does the scheme do? Whom is the scheme set up to benefit? Rationalize 2023-24. 7. Where the struggle for equality continues to exist. The truth is that in many democratic countries around the world, the issue of equality continues to be the key issue around which communities struggle. So, for example, in the United States of America, the African Americans whose ancestors were the slaves who were brought over from Africa continue to describe their lives today as largely unequal. This, despite the fact that there was a movement in the late 1950s to push for equal rights for African Americans. Prior to this, African Americans were treated extremely unequally in the United States and denied equality through law. For example, when traveling by bus, they either had to sit at the back of the bus or get up from their seat whenever a white person wished to sit. Rosa Parks, 1913 to 2005, was an African American woman. Tired from a long day at work, she refused to give up her seat on a bus to a white man on December 1, 1955. Her refusal that day started a huge agitation against the unequal ways in which African Americans were treated and which came to be known as the Civil Rights Movement. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibited discrimination on the basis of race, religion, or national origin. It also stated that all schools would be open to African American children and that they would no longer have to attend. It is disgraceful to live at the cost of one's self-respect. Self-respect is the most vital factor in life. Without it, man is a cipher. To live worthily with self-respect, one has to overcome difficulties. It is out of hard and ceaseless struggle alone that one derives strength, confidence, and recognition. Man is mortal. Everyone has to die someday or the other. But one must resolve to lay down one's life in enriching the noble ideals of self-respect and in bettering one's human life. Nothing is more disgraceful for a brave man than to live life devoid of self-respect. B. Ambedkar. Chapter 1, On Equality. Rosa Parks, an African-American woman, changed the course of American history with one defiant act. Rationalized 2023-24. 8. Social and political life. Separate schools specially set up for them. However, despite this, a majority of African Americans continue to be among the poorest in the country. Most African American children can only afford to attend government schools that have fewer facilities and poorly qualified teachers as compared to white students who either go to private schools or live in areas where the government schools are as highly rated as private schools. Challenge of democracy. No country can be described as being completely democratic. There are always communities and individuals trying to expand the idea of democracy and push for a greater recognition of equality on existing as well as new issues. Central to this is the struggle for the recognition of all persons as equal and for their dignity to be maintained. In this book you will read about how this issue of equality affects various aspects of our daily lives in democratic India. As you read these chapters, think about whether the equality of all persons and their being able to maintain their dignity is upheld. Prohibition of discrimination on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth. 1. The state shall not discriminate against any citizen on grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, or any of them. 2. No citizen shall, on grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, or any of them, be subject to any disability, liability, restriction, or condition with regard to a. Access to shops, public restaurants, hotels, and places of public entertainment. Or b. The use of wells, tanks, bathing ghats, roads, and places of public resort maintained wholly or partly out of state funds or dedicated to the use of the general public. Excerpt from Article 15 of the Indian Constitution. Rationalized 2023-24. 9. Chapter 1, On Equality. Exercises. 1. In a democracy, why is universal adult franchise important? 2. Reread the box on Article 15 and state 2 ways in which this article addresses inequality. 3. What do you understand by the term, all persons are equal before the law? Why do you think it is important in a democracy? 4. According to the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, 2016, persons with disabilities have equal rights and that the government should make possible their full participation in society. The government has to provide free education and integrate children with disabilities into mainstream schools. This law also states that all public places including buildings, schools, etc. should be accessible and provided with ramps. Look at the photograph and think about the boy who is being carried down the stairs. Do you think the above law is being implemented in his case? What needs to be done to make the building more accessible for him? How would his being carried down the stairs affect his dignity as well as his safety? Glossary. Universal adult franchise. This is a very important aspect of democratic societies. It means that all those who are 18 and above, citizens have the right to vote irrespective of their social or economic backgrounds. Dignity. This refers to thinking of oneself and other persons as worthy of respect. Constitution. This is a document that lays down the basic rules and regulations for people and the government in the country to follow. Civil rights movement. a movement that began in USA in 1950s in which African American people demanded equal rights and an end to racial discrimination. Rationalized 2023 to 24. Rationalized 2023 to 24. 1111. Teacher's note. These two chapters, chapters 2 and 3 on state government, are an attempt to discuss the functions and structure of government through concrete situations. We have chosen health as an example. There could have been other, equally important, choices. Chapter 2 discusses health as an important issue for people. There are both public and private aspects of health provisioning. Healthcare in India is not available to all. While the Constitution supports a view that the right to health is an aspect of our fundamental rights, its provisioning is rather unequal. Through the accounts provided, learners will begin to visualize the ideal or desired role of government and the meanings behind its structures. Some ways in which this situation can be changed are also discussed. Chapter 3 focuses on how the government functions and discusses ideas of representation, accountability, and public welfare. Though both the executive and the legislature are presented, one should not expect students to retain fine distinctions. It would be best to patiently encourage them to ask questions such as, who is the most powerful person, why can't the MLA solve the problem, etc. Such queries will enable them to construct a sense of the government apparatus. It is important that learners acquire the confidence to express their views on public issues and understand the role of government through the exercises given in the chapters. You could choose familiar issues such as water, transport, school fees, books, child labor, etc. for them to discuss and arrive at how these problems need to be tackled. Allow them to express these ideas through wall charts. Given that discussions on the government and its functioning often lead to boredom and cynicism, we need to be able to make the classroom session less didactic and more interactive while teaching these lessons. State government. Rationalized 2023 to 24. In a democracy, people expect the government to work for their welfare. This could be through the provision of education, health, employment, housing, or the development of roads, electricity, etc. In this chapter, we shall examine the meanings and problems related to health. Look at the subheadings of this chapter. In what ways do you think this topic is related to the work of government? Role of the government in health. Rationalized 2023 to 24. 13 Chapter 2. Role of the government in health. Rationalized 2023 to 24. What is health? We can think of health in many ways. Health means our ability to remain free of illness and injuries. But health isn't only about disease. You may have associated only some of the situations in the above collage with health. What we often ignore is the fact that each of the above situations is related to health. Apart from disease, we need to think of other factors that affect our health. For example, if people get clean drinking water or a pollution-free environment, they are likely to be healthy. On the other hand, if people do not get adequate food to eat or have to live in cramped conditions, they will be prone to illness. All of us would like to be active and in good spirits in whatever we may be doing. It isn't healthy to be dull, inactive, anxious, or scared for long stretches of time. We all need to be without mental strain. All of these various aspects of our lives are a part of health. Pick two situations from the above collage that are not related to illness and write 2 sentences on how they are related to health. Would you associate all or some of these pictures with health? In what ways? Discuss in groups. 14 Social and political life. In India, it is often said that we are unable to provide health services for all because the government does not have enough money and facilities. After reading the above left-hand column, do you think this is true? Discuss. Can you provide a title to these columns? Healthcare in India. Let us examine some of the aspects of healthcare in India. Compare and contrast the situation expressed in the first and second columns. In order to prevent and treat illnesses, we need appropriate healthcare facilities such as health centers, hospitals, laboratories for testing, ambulance services, blood banks, etc. that can provide the required care and services that patients need. In order to run such facilities, we need health workers, nurses, qualified doctors, and other health professionals who can advise, diagnose, and treat illnesses. We also need the medicines and equipment that are necessary for treating patients. These facilities are required to take care of us. Rationalized 2023 to 24. 15 Chapter 2. Role of the government in health. Rationalized 2023 to 24. Patients usually have to wait in long queues in government hospitals like this one. India has a large number of doctors, clinics, and hospitals. The country also has considerable experience and knowledge in running a public healthcare system. This is a system of hospitals and health centers run by the government. It has the ability to look after the health of a large section of its population scattered over hundreds of thousands of villages. We will go into more detail on this later. Moreover, there has been a phenomenal advancement in medical sciences whereby many new technologies and treatment procedures are available in the country. However, the second column points out how poor the health situation in our country is. With all the above positive developments, we are not able to provide proper healthcare facilities to people. This is the paradox, something that is contrary to what we would expect. Our country has the money, knowledge, and people with experience but cannot make the necessary healthcare available to all. In this chapter, we will look at some of the reasons for this. The cost of a cure. Aman and Ranjan are good friends. While Ranjan comes from a well-to-do family, Aman's parents have to struggle to make ends meet. The building looked so posh. I thought it was a 5-star hotel. Daddy said that was because it was a private hospital with the best of facilities. Daddy had to pay 500 rupees at the reception counter itself before we even met the doctor. There was nice music playing and everything was really clean and shiny. The doctor asked for many tests. But everyone was so friendly. The lady who took my blood for testing told me so many jokes that I forgot to feel the pain. After the test results came, we went back to the doctor. He looked through them and said everything was fine and I only had viral fever. He prescribed some medicines and rest. When our turn came, the doctor examined me and asked for a blood test. Then we had to go and stand in another long queue. People were crowding around in the testing room too. We got the test results after 3 days. And went back to the hospital. There was a different doctor that day. And it really did. We went to a big government hospital. We had to wait in a long queue at the OPD counter. I was feeling so sick that I had to lean on ABBA all the time. 18 Social and Political Life. Where do you go when you are ill? Are there any problems that you face? Write a paragraph based on your experience. What problems did Aman face in the government hospital? How do you think the hospital can work in a better manner? Discuss. Why did Ranjan have to spend so much money? Give reasons. What problems do we face in private hospitals? Discuss. Public and private healthcare services. From the above story, you must have understood that we can roughly divide up various healthcare facilities in 2 categories. A. Public health services and B. Private health facilities. Public health services. The public health service is a chain of health centers and hospitals run by the government. They are linked together so that they cover both rural and urban areas and can also provide treatment to all kinds of problems from common illnesses to special services. At the village level, there are health centers where there is usually a nurse and a village health worker. They are trained in dealing with common illnesses and work under the supervision of doctors at the primary health center, PHC. Such a center covers many villages in a rural area. At the district level is the district hospital that also supervises all the health centers. Large cities have many government hospitals, such as the one where Aman was taken, and also specialized government hospitals. The health service is called public for many reasons. In order to fulfill its commitment of providing health care to all citizens, the government has established these hospitals and health centers. Also, the resources needed to run these services are obtained from the money that we, the public, pay to the government as taxes. Hence, such facilities are meant for everyone. One of the most important aspects of the public health system is that it is meant to provide quality healthcare services either free or at a low cost so that even the poor can seek treatment. Another important function of public health is to take action to prevent the spread of diseases such as TB, malaria, jaundice, cholera. Why pay taxes to the government? Government uses tax money for providing many public services for the benefit of all citizens. Some services such as defense, police, judicial system, highways, etc. benefit all citizens. Otherwise, the citizens cannot organize these services for themselves. Taxes fund developmental programs and services such as education, healthcare, employment, social welfare, vocational training, etc. required for needy citizens. Tax money is utilized for relief and rehabilitation in case of natural disasters such as floods, earthquakes, tsunami, etc. Space, nuclear, and missile programs are also funded from the revenues collected as taxes. Government provides some services especially for the poor who cannot afford to purchase them from the market. One example is healthcare. Can you give other examples? Rationalized 2023-24. 19 Chapter 2. Role of the Government in Health Rationalized 2023-24. In what ways is the public health system meant for everyone? List some primary health centers, PHCs, or hospitals near your place. From your experience or by visiting any one of them, find out the facilities provided and people who run the center. A doctor in a rural healthcare center giving medicines to a patient. Diarrhea, chikungunya, etc. This has to be organized by the government with the participation of people, otherwise it is not effective. For example, when taking up a campaign to see that mosquitoes do not breed in water coolers, rooftops, etc., this has to be done for all houses in the area. According to our Constitution, it is the primary duty of the government to ensure the welfare of the people and provide health care facilities to all. The government must safeguard the right to life of every person. If a hospital cannot provide timely medical treatment to a person, it means that this protection of life is not being given. The court also said that it was the duty of the government to provide the necessary health services, including treatment in emergency situations. Hospitals and medical staff must fulfill their duty of providing the necessary treatment. Therefore, the court asked the state government to give him the money that he had spent on his treatment. Private health facilities. There is a wide range of private health facilities that exist in our country. A large number of doctors run their own private clinics. In the rural areas, one finds registered medical practitioners, RMPs. Urban areas have a large number of doctors, many of them providing specialized services. There are hospitals and nursing homes that are privately owned. There are many laboratories that do tests and offer special facilities such as X-ray, ultrasound, etc. There are also shops from where we buy medicines. As the name suggests, private health facilities are not owned or controlled by the government. Unlike the public health services, in private facilities, patients have to pay a lot of money for every service that they use. A woman and her sick child at a government hospital. According to UNICEF, more than 1 million children die every year in India from preventable infections. 20 Social and Political Life. 20 Social and Political Life. Today, the presence of private facilities can be seen all around. In fact, now there are large companies that run hospitals and some are engaged in manufacturing and selling medicines. Medical shops are found in every corner of the country. Healthcare inequality. Is adequate healthcare available to all? In India, we face a situation where private services are increasing but public services are not. What is then available to people are mainly private services. These are concentrated in urban areas. The cost of these services is rather high. Medicines are expensive. Many people cannot afford them or have to borrow money when there is an illness in the family. Some private services encourage incorrect practices to earn more. At times, inexpensive alternatives, though available, may not be used. For example, some medical practitioners are found to prescribe superfluous medicines, injections, or saline when simple medication may suffice. In fact, barely 20% of the population can afford all the medicines that they require during an illness. Hence, even for those whom one might not, private health facilities can mean many things. Explain with the help of some examples from your area. A post-operative room in a leading private hospital in Delhi. The Medical Council of India's Code of Medical Ethics states, every physician should, as far as possible, prescribe drugs with generic names and she shall ensure that there is a rational prescription and use of drugs. How can healthcare be made more affordable? Discuss. Rationalize 2023-24. 21 Chapter 2. Role of the Government in Health. 21 Rationalize 2023-24. This pregnant lady has to travel many kilometers to see a qualified doctor. Think as being poor, medical expenses cause hardship. It was reported in a study that 40% of people who are admitted to a hospital for some illness or injury have to borrow money or sell some of their possessions to pay for the expenses. For those who are poor, every illness in the family is a cause of great anxiety and distress. What is worse is that this situation tends to happen again and again. Those who are poor are in the first place undernourished. These families are not eating as much as they should. They are not provided basic necessities like drinking water, adequate housing, clean surroundings, etc., and therefore are more likely to fall ill. The expenses on illness make their situation even worse. Sometimes it is not only the lack of money that prevents people from getting proper medical treatment. Women, for example, are not taken to a doctor in a prompt manner. Women's health concerns are considered to be less important than the health of men in the family. Many tribal areas have few health centers and they do not run properly. Even private health services are not available. What can be done? There is little doubt that the health situation of most people in our country is not good. It is the responsibility of the government to provide quality healthcare services to all its citizens, especially the poor and the disadvantaged. However, health is as much dependent on basic amenities and social conditions of the people as it is on healthcare services. Hence, it is important to work on both in order to improve the health situation of our people. And this can be done. Look at the following example. In rural areas, a jeep is often used to serve as a mobile clinic for patients. Sustainable Development Goal, SDG. 22 Social and Political Life. The Kerala Experience. In 1996, the Kerala government made some major changes in the state. 40% of the entire state budget was given to panchayats. They could plan and provide for their requirements. This made it possible for a village to make sure that proper planning was done for water, food, women's development, and education. This meant that water supply schemes were checked, the working of schools and anganwadis was ensured. The working of schools and anganwadis was ensured and specific problems of the village were taken up. Health centers were also improved. All of this helped to improve the situation. Despite these efforts, however, some problems, such as shortage of medicines, insufficient hospital beds, not enough doctors, remained, and these needed to be addressed. For more details, visit http:// Let us look at an example of another country and its approach to issues of health. The Costa Rican approach. Costa Rica is considered to be one of the healthiest countries in Central America. The main reason for this can be found in the Costa Rican Constitution. Several years ago, Costa Rica took a very important decision and decided not to have an army. This helped the Costa Rican government to spend the money that the army would have used on health, education, and other basic needs of the people. The Costa Rican government believes that a country has to be healthy for its development and pays a lot of attention to the health of its people. The Costa Rican government provides basic services and amenities to all Costa Ricans. For example, it provides safe drinking water, sanitation, nutrition, and housing. Health education is also considered very important, and knowledge about health is an essential part of education at all levels. The above map of India shows the state of Kerala in pink. Page 97 of this book has a map of India. Using your pencil, outline the state of Kerala on this map. Rationalized 2023 to 24. 23 Chapter 2. Role of the government in health, rationalized 2023 to 24. 1. In this chapter you have read that health is a wider concept than illness. Look at this quote from the Constitution and explain the terms living standard and public health in your own words. 2. What are the different ways through which the government can take steps to provide healthcare for all? Discuss. 3. What differences do you find between private and public health services in your area? Use the following table to compare and contrast these. Exercises. An important part of the Constitution says it is the duty of the state to raise the level of nutrition and the standard of living and to improve public health. 4. Improvement in water and sanitation can control many diseases. Explain with the help of examples. Glossary. Public. An activity or service that is meant for all people in the country and is mainly organized by the government. This includes schools, hospitals, telephone services, etc. People can demand these services and also raise questions about their non-functioning. An activity or service that is organized by an individual or company for their own gain. Medical tourists. This refers to foreigners who come to this country specifically for medical treatment at hospitals that offer world-class facilities at a lower cost than what they would have to pay in their own countries. Communicable diseases. These are diseases that are spread from one person to another in many ways, such as through water, food, air, etc. OPD. This is the short form for outpatient department. This is where people are first brought in and treated in a hospital without being admitted to any special ward. Ethics. Moral principles that influence a person's behavior. Generic names. These are chemical names of the drugs. They help in identifying the ingredients. They are globally recognized. For example, acetyl-salicylic acid is the generic name of aspirin. Sustainable Development Goal, SDG. How the state government works. Last year, we discussed the fact that government works at 3 levels: local, state, and national, and looked at the work of local government in some detail. In this chapter, we examine the work of the government at the state level. How does this take place in a democracy? What is the role of a member of the Legislative Assembly, MLA, and ministers? How do people express their views or demand action from government? We look at these questions through the example of health. Whose responsibility? People at the district HQ Pathalpuram receive water supply once in 3 days. The district hospital here is overflowing with patients, a large number of whom are children with acute diarrhea. 25 Chapter 3. How the state government works, rationalized 2023 to 24. Who is an MLA? In the above section, you have read about some events in Pathalpuram. You may be familiar with some official names such as collector, medical officer, etc., but have you heard of an MLA and the Legislative Assembly? Do you know the MLA of your area? Can you identify which party she or he belongs to? Members of the Legislative Assembly, MLAs, are elected by the people. They then become members of the Legislative Assembly and also form the. What is happening in Pathalpuram? Why is this problem serious? What action do you think can be taken in the above situation, and who do you think should take this action? Discuss. 26 Social and political life. Discuss the following terms with your teacher: public meeting, states in India, constituency, majority, ruling party, and opposition. Can you explain the following terms: majority, ruling party, opposition with reference to your state? Government. In this way, we say that the MLAs represent people. The example below will help us understand this better. Every state in India has a legislative assembly. Each state is divided into different areas or constituencies. For example, look at the map below. It shows that the state of Himachal Pradesh is divided into 68 assembly constituencies. From each constituency, the people elect one representative who then becomes a member of the Legislative Assembly, MLA. You would have noticed that people stand for elections in the name of different parties. These MLAs, therefore, belong to different political parties. How do people who are MLAs become ministers or chief minister? A political party whose MLAs have won more than half the number of constituencies in a state can be said to be in a majority. The political party that has the majority is called the ruling party, and all other members are called the opposition. For example, the Legislative Assembly of the state of Himachal Pradesh has 68 MLA constituencies. The state of Himachal Pradesh is colored in purple in the above thumbnail map of India. Using a pencil, outline the following on the map given on page 97. I. The state that you live in. 2. The state of Himachal Pradesh. Rationalized 2023 to 24. 27 Chapter 3. How the state government works, rationalized 2023 to 24. Construct a table similar to the one given for Himachal Pradesh for your state. Results of the assembly elections in Himachal Pradesh in 2017. Political party number of MLAs elected: Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP. 44 Indian National Congress, Inc. 21 Communist Party of India, Marxist. 1 Independents, who don't belong to any party. 2 total. 68. The head of the state is the governor. He is appointed by the central government to ensure that the state government works within the rules and regulations of the Constitution. Find out the name of governor of your state. At times, the ruling party may not be a single party but a group of parties working together. This is called a coalition. Discuss with your teacher. Candidates from various political parties won the 2017 assembly elections and became MLAs. Since the total number of MLAs in the Legislative Assembly is 68, a political party would have needed to have more than 34 MLAs in order to gain a majority. The Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, with 44 MLAs had the majority and it became the ruling party. All other MLAs became the opposition. In this case, the Indian National Congress, Inc. was the major opposition party since it had the largest number of MLAs after the BJP. Among the opposition were other parties, including those who had been elected as independent candidates. After the elections, the MLAs belonging to the ruling party will elect their leader, who will become the chief minister. In this case, the BJP MLAs chose Sri Jairam Thakur as their leader and he became the chief minister. The chief minister then selects other people as ministers. After the elections, it is the governor of the state who appoints the chief minister and other ministers. The chief minister and other ministers have the responsibility of running various government departments or ministries. They have separate offices. A legislative assembly is a place where all the MLAs, whether from the ruling party or from the opposition, meet to discuss various things. Hence, some MLAs have dual responsibilities, one as an MLA and the other as a minister. We will read about this further. For more details, visit 28 Social and Political Life. 28 Social and Political Life. A debate in the Legislative Assembly. Afreen, Sujata and many other students from their school traveled to the state capital to visit the Legislative Assembly, which was housed in an impressive building. The children were excited. After security checks, they were taken upstairs. There was a gallery from where they could see the large hall below. There were rows and rows of desks. This assembly was going to have a debate on a current problem. During this time, MLAs can express their opinions and ask questions related to the issue or give suggestions about what should be done by the government. Those who wish to can respond to this. The minister then replies to the questions and tries to assure the assembly that adequate steps are being taken. The chief minister and other ministers have to take decisions and run the government. We usually hear about them or see them in the news channels or in the papers. However, whatever decisions are being taken have to be approved by the members of the Legislative Assembly. In a democracy, these members can ask questions, debate an important issue, decide where money should be spent, etc. They have the main authority. MLA 1. In my constituency of Akandagan, during the last 3 weeks, there were 15 deaths because of diarrhea. I think it is a shame that this government has not been able to check the situation of a simple problem like diarrhea while proclaiming itself to be a champion of technology. I would call the attention of the minister in charge of health to take immediate measures to control the situation. MLA 2. My question is, why are government hospitals in such a bad situation? Why is the government not appointing proper doctors and other medical staff in the district? I would also like to know how the government plans to deal with this situation. Rationalize 2023 to 24. 29. Can you identify the MLAs of the ruling party and the opposition in the illustration? Color the ruling party in one color and the opposition in another, which is affecting a large number of people and is also spreading. This is an epidemic. MLA 3. My constituency of Talpatti 2 has a serious shortage of water. Women travel up to 3 or 4 kilometers to collect water. How many tankers have been put into service to supply water? How many wells and ponds have been cleaned and disinfected? MLA 4. I think my colleagues are exaggerating the problem. The government has taken steps to control the situation. Water tankers have been put into service. ORS packets are being distributed. The government is doing everything possible to help people. MLA 5, we have very poor facilities in our hospitals. There are hospitals that do not have a doctor and no medical staff has been appointed for the last few years. In another hospital, the doctor has gone on a long leave. This is a shame. I think the situation is going from bad to worse. How are we going to ensure that ORS packets reach all families in the affected areas? MLA 6, the opposition members are unnecessarily blaming the government. The previous government did not pay any attention to sanitation. We have now taken up a drive to clear the garbage that has been lying around for years. Rationalize 2023 to 24. 30 Social and political life. What were the main arguments put forward by different MLAs who thought that the government was not taking the situation in a serious manner? If you were the health minister, how would you respond to the above discussion? Do you think the above debate would have been useful in some ways? How? Discuss. In the working of the government, explain the difference between being an MLA and an MLA who is also a minister. In the earlier section, you have read about a debate in the Legislative Assembly. The members were debating the action taken or not taken by the government. This is because the MLAs are together responsible for the work of the government. In common usage, the word government refers to government departments and various ministers who head them. The overall head is the chief minister. More correctly, this is called the executive part of the government. All the MLAs who gather together, assemble in the Legislative Assembly are called the legislature. They are the ones who authorize and supervise their work. As we saw in the earlier section, it is from among them that the head of the executive or the chief minister is formed. Working of the government. The Legislative Assembly is not the only place where opinions are expressed about the work of the government and action is demanded. You will find newspapers, TV channels, and other organizations regularly talking about the government. In a democracy, there are various ways through which people express their views and also take action. Let us look at one such way. Soon after the discussion in the Assembly, there was a press conference organized by the health minister. Large numbers of people from different newspapers were present. The minister and some government officials were also present. The minister explained the steps the government had taken. Reporters asked many questions at this meeting. These discussions were then reported in different newspapers. The following page has one such report. During the next week, the chief minister and the minister for health visited Pathalpuram district. They went to visit the families who had lost their relatives and also visited people in the hospitals. The government announced a compensation for these. Rationalize 2023 to 24. 31 Chapter 3, How the State Government Works, rationalized 2023 to 24. Write 2 measures that the government undertook for controlling diarrhea. What is the purpose of a press conference? How does the press conference help you get information on what the government is doing? Families. The chief minister also said that he thought the problem was not only one of sanitation but also of a lack of clean drinking water. He said that a high-level inquiry committee will be asked to look into the needs of the district to provide sanitation facilities and would request the Minister for Public Works to take care of the needs of proper water supply in the region. As you saw above, the people in power like the Chief Minister and the Minister have to take action. They do so through various departments like the Public Works Department, the Agriculture Department, the Health Department, the Education Department, and so on. They also have to answer questions that are asked in the Legislative Assembly and convince people asking the questions that proper steps are being taken. At the same time, newspapers and the media widely discuss the issue and the government has to respond, for example, by holding the press conferences. During the last few weeks, there have been many deaths in some districts of our state. There has been a strong reaction that the government has not taken this seriously. The health minister explained today at a press conference that his government has asked all the collectors and the chief medical officers to take urgent measures. The most important problem is that of drinking water. The minister said that government smells the garbage. Chief minister promises funds for work. Intend to supply drinking water to every village through tanker trucks. The chief minister has promised funds for this work. They also plan to start a campaign to inform people about the steps that can be taken to prevent diarrhea. When a reporter asked him as to what steps are being taken to see that garbage that has been lying around for months is quickly collected, the chief minister said that he would look into this. Pathalpuram Ravi Ahuja. In a democracy, people organize meetings to voice their opinions and protest against the government. The government can also decide to make new laws for the state regarding sanitation and health facilities. For example, it may make it compulsory for municipal corporations to ensure that there are adequate toilets in every urban area. It may also ensure that a health worker is appointed in every village. This act of making laws on certain issues is done in the Legislative Assembly of each state. The various government departments then implement these laws. Laws for the entire country are made in the parliament. You will read more about the parliament next year. In a democracy, it is the people who elect their representatives as members of the Legislative Assembly, MLAs, and thus it is the people who have the main authority. The ruling party members then form the government and some members are appointed ministers. These ministers are in charge of various departments of the government such as health in the above example. Whatever work is done by these departments has to be approved by the members of the Legislative Assembly. Rationalize 2023-24. Find out with the help of your teacher the work done by the government departments mentioned above and fill in the table. After introducing the topic and having a brief discussion with the whole class, the teacher divides the class into groups. The group discusses the issue and decides what it would like to include in the wallpaper. Children then work individually or in pairs to read the collected material and write their observations or experiences. They can do this through creating stories, poems, case studies, interviews, etc. The group looks at the material that they have selected, drawn, or written. They read each other's writing and provide feedback to each other. They make decisions on what should be included and finalize the layout for the wallpaper. A wallpaper project. A wallpaper is an interesting activity through which research can be done on particular topics of interest. The following photographs explain the different aspects involved in creating a wallpaper in a classroom. Chapter 3, How the State Government Works 33, Rationalized 2023-24. Each group then presents the wallpaper to the entire class. It is important that more than one member of the group is asked to present and that each group is allotted the same amount of time to discuss their work. After each group has presented, it would be a good idea to have a feedback session on the following: what more could they do on their own? How could their work be organized better? How could writing and presentation be improved upon? Do a similar wallpaper project about any issue connected with the working of your state government, like an education program, any law and order issue, midday meal scheme, etc. This wallpaper about the 2006 dengue epidemic was prepared by children of Class 6B of Kendriya Vidyalaya 2, Hindon, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh. 34 Social and Political Life. Rationalize 2023-24. 1. Use the terms constituency and represent to explain who an MLA is and how is the person elected. 2. How did some MLAs become ministers? Explain. 3. Why should decisions taken by the Chief Minister and other ministers be debated in the Legislative Assembly? 4. What was the problem in Patalpuram? What discussion/action was taken by the following? Fill in the table. Exercises. Glossary. Constituency, a particular area from which all the voters living there choose their representatives. This could be, for example, a panchayat ward or an area that chooses an MLA. Majority, this is a situation when more than half the number in a group supports a decision or an idea. This is also called a simple majority. Opposition, this refers to elected representatives who are not members of the ruling party and who play the role of questioning government decisions and actions as well as raise new issues for consideration in the assembly. Press conference, a gathering of journalists from the media who are invited to hear about and ask questions on a particular issue and are then expected to report on this to the larger public. 5. What is the difference between the work that MLAs do in the assembly and the work done by government departments? Chapter 3, How the State Government Works 35, Rationalized 2023-24. Gender. Teacher's note. Gender is a term that you may often have heard. It is a term, however, that is not easily understood. It tends to remain distant from our lives and restricted to discussions during training programs. In fact, it is something that all of us experience in our lives on a daily basis. It determines, for example, who we are and what we will become, where we can go and where not, the life choices available to us and those we eventually make. Our understanding of gender is often based on the family and society that we live in. This leads us to think that the roles we see men and women around us play are fixed and natural. In fact, these roles differ across communities around the world. By gender, then, we mean the many social values and stereotypes our cultures attach to the biological distinction, male and female. It is a term that helps us to understand many of the inequalities and power relations between men and women in society. The following 2 chapters explore the concept of gender without actually using the term. Instead, through different pedagogic tools like case studies, stories, classroom activities, data analysis, and photographs, students are encouraged to question and think about their own lives and the society around them. Gender is often mistakenly thought to be something that concerns women or girls alone. Thus, care has been taken in these chapters to draw boys into the discussion as well. Chapter 4 uses 2 case studies situated in different places and points in time to show how girls and boys are brought up or socialized differently. This enables them to understand that the process of socialization is not uniform, instead it is socially determined and changes continuously over time. The chapter also addresses the fact that societies assign different values to the roles men and women play and the work they do, which becomes a basis for inequality and discrimination. Through a storyboard, students discuss the issue of housework. Done primarily by women, housework is often not considered work and therefore made invisible and devalued. Chapter 5 further develops ideas around gender inequalities in the world of work and describes women's struggles for equality. Through a classroom activity, students begin questioning existing stereotypes regarding work and career choices. The chapter also points out that opportunities like education are not equally available to boys and girls. By reading about the lives of two Indian women from the 19th and 20th centuries, students see how women struggle to change their lives by learning to read and write. Change on a large scale usually takes place through collective struggles. The chapter concludes with a photo essay that gives examples of different strategies the women's movement has used to fight for change. 37. Rationalize 2023-24. Growing up as boys and girls. Being a boy or a girl is an important part of one's identity. The society we grow up in teaches us what kind of behavior is acceptable for girls and boys, what boys and girls can or cannot do. We often grow up thinking that these things are exactly the same everywhere. But do all societies look at boys and girls in the same way? We will try and answer this question in this chapter. We will also look at how the different roles assigned to boys and girls prepare them for their future roles as men and women. We will learn that most societies value men and women differently. The roles women play and the work they do are usually valued less than the roles men play and the work they do. This chapter will also examine how inequalities between men and women emerge in the area of work. In what ways do the experiences of Samoan children and teenagers differ from your own experiences of growing up? Is there anything in this experience that you wish was part of your growing up? A Class 7 Samoan child in his school uniform. Why do girls like to go to school together in groups? Growing up in Samoa in the 1920s. The Samoan Islands are part of a large group of small islands in the southern part of the Pacific Ocean. In the 1920s, according to research reports on Samoan society, children did not go to school. They learned many things, such as how to take care of children or do household work from older children and from adults. Fishing was a very important activity on the islands. Young people, therefore, learned to undertake long fishing expeditions. But they learned these things at different points in their childhood. As soon as babies could walk, their mothers or other adults no longer looked after them. Older children, often as young as 5 years old, took over this responsibility. Both boys and girls looked after their younger siblings. But by the time a boy was about 9 years old, he joined the older boys in learning outdoor jobs like fishing and planting coconuts. Girls had to continue looking after small children or do errands for adults till they were teenagers. But once they became teenagers, they had much more freedom. After the age of 14 or so, girls also went on fishing trips, worked in the plantations, learned how to weave baskets. Cooking was done in special cooking houses where boys were supposed to do most of the work while girls helped with the preparations. Growing up male in Madhya Pradesh in the 1960s. The following is adapted from an account of experiences of being in a small town in Madhya Pradesh in the 1960s. From class 6 onwards, boys and girls went to separate schools. The girls' school was designed very differently from the boys' school. They had a central courtyard where they played in total seclusion and 39 Chapter 4, Growing Up as Boys and Girls Rationalized 2023-24. 40 Social and Political Life. 40 Social and Political Life. Make a drawing of a street or a park in your neighborhood. Show the different kinds of activities young boys and girls may be engaged in. You could do this individually or in groups. Are there as many girls as boys in your drawing? Most probably you would have drawn fewer girls. Can you think of reasons why there are fewer women and girls in your neighborhood streets, parks, and markets in the late evenings or at night? Are girls and boys doing different activities? Can you think of reasons why this might be so? What would happen if you replaced the girls with the boys and vice versa? Safety from the outside world. The boys' school had no such courtyard and our playground was just a big space attached to the school. Every evening, once school was over, the boys watched as hundreds of schoolgirls crowded the narrow streets. As these girls walked on the streets, they looked so purposeful. This was unlike the boys who used the streets as a place to stand around idling, to play, to try out tricks with their bicycles. For the girls, the street was simply a place to get straight home. The girls always went in groups, perhaps because they also carried fears of being teased or attacked. After reading the two examples above, we realize that there are many different ways of growing up. Often we think that there is only one way in which children grow up. This is because we are most familiar with our own experiences. If we talk to elders in our family, we will see that their childhoods were probably very different from ours. We also realize that societies make clear distinctions between boys and girls. This begins from a very young age. We are, for example, given different toys to play with. Boys are usually given cars to play with and girls dolls. Both toys can be a lot of fun to play with. Why are girls then given dolls and boys cars? Toys become a way of telling children that they will have different futures when they become men and women. If we think about it, this difference is created in the smallest and most everyday things. How girls must dress, what games boys should play, how girls need to talk softly or boys need to be tough. All these are ways of telling children that they have specific roles to play when they grow up to be men and women. Later in life, this affects the subjects we can study or the careers we can choose. In most societies, including our own, the roles men and women play or the work they do are not valued equally. Men and women do not have the same status. Let us look at how this difference exists in the work done by men and women. Rationalize 2023-24. My mother does not work. Rationalize 2023-24. 42 Social and political life. Valuing housework. Harmeet's family did not think that the work Jaspreet did within the house was real work. This feeling is not unique to their families. Across the world, the main responsibility for housework and caregiving tasks, like looking after the family, especially children, the elderly, and sick members, lies with women. Yet, as we have seen, the work that women do within the home is not recognized as work. It is also assumed that this is something that comes naturally to women. It therefore does not have to be paid for. And society devalues this work. Rationalize 2023-24. 43 Chapter 4, Growing Up as Boys and Girls. Rationalized 2023-24. Nalani with her daughter. Were Harmeet and Shonali correct in saying that Harmeet's mother did not work? What do you think would happen if your mother or those involved in doing the work at home went on a strike for a day? Why do you think that men and boys generally do not do housework? Do you think they should? Lives of domestic workers. In the story above, Harmeet's mother was not the only one who did the housework. A lot of the work was done by Mangala, their domestic helper. Many homes, particularly in towns and cities, employ domestic workers. They do a lot of work, sweeping and cleaning, washing clothes and dishes, cooking, looking after young children or the elderly. Most domestic workers are women. Sometimes even young boys or girls are employed to do this work. Wages are low as domestic work does not have much value. A domestic worker's day can begin as early as 5 in the morning and end as late as 12 at night. Despite the hard work they do, their employers often do not show them much respect. This is what Nalani, a domestic worker, had to say about her experience of working in Delhi. My first job was with a rich family that lived in a 3-storied house. The memsahib was very strange as she would shout to get any work done. My work was in the kitchen. There were 2 other girls who did the cleaning. Our day would begin at 5 o'clock. For breakfast we would get a cup of tea and 2 dry rotis. We could never get a third roti. In the evening when I cooked the food, the 2 other girls would beg me to give them an extra roti. I would secretly give it to them and make an extra one for myself. We were so hungry after working through the day. We could not wear chappals in the house. In the winter, our feet would swell up with the cold. I used to feel scared of the memsahib but also felt angry and humiliated. Did we not work all day? Did we not deserve to be treated with some respect? In fact, what we commonly term as housework actually involves many different tasks. A number of these tasks require heavy physical work. In both rural and urban areas, women and girls have to fetch water. In rural areas, women and girls carry heavy headloads of firewood. Tasks like 44 Social and political life. Many women like Shonali's mother in the story and the women in Tamil Nadu and Haryana who were surveyed work both inside and outside the home. This is often referred to as the double burden of women's work. Washing clothes, cleaning, sweeping, and picking up loads require bending, lifting, and carrying. Many chores, like cooking, involve standing for long hours in front of hot stoves. The work women do is strenuous and physically demanding, words that we normally associate with men. Another aspect of housework and caregiving that we do not recognize is that it is very time-consuming. In fact, if we add up the housework and the work women do outside the home, we find that women spend much more time working than men and have much less time for leisure. Below is some data from a special study done by the Central Statistical Organization of India 1998 to 1999. See if you can fill in the blanks. Women's work and equality. As we have seen, the low value attached to women's household and caregiving work is not an individual or family matter. It is part of a larger system of inequality between men and women. It therefore has to be dealt with through actions not just at the level of the individual or the family but also by the government. As we now know, equality is an important principle of our Constitution. The Constitution says that being male or female should not become a reason for discrimination. In reality, inequality between the sexes exists. The government is, therefore, committed to understanding the reasons for this and taking positive steps to remedy the situation. For example, it recognizes that burden of childcare and housework falls on women and girls. What are the total number of work hours spent by women in Haryana and Tamil Nadu each week? How does this compare with the total number of work hours spent by men? Rationalize 2023-24. 45 Chapter 4, Growing Up as Boys and Girls. Rationalized 2023-24. Children at an Anganwadi center in a village in Madhya Pradesh. This naturally has an impact on whether girls can attend school. It determines whether women can work outside the house and what kind of jobs and careers they can have. The government has set up Anganwadis or child care centers in several villages in the country. The government has passed laws that make it mandatory for organizations that have more than 30 women employees to provide creche facilities. The provision of creches helps many women to take up employment outside the home. It also makes it possible for more girls to attend schools. Sustainable Development Goal, SDG. 46 Social and Political Life. This poster was created by a women's group in Bengal. Can you write an interesting slogan for the poster? What do you think this poster is trying to say? Rationalize 2023 to 24. 47 Chapter 4, Growing Up as Boys and Girls Rationalized 2023 to 24. Exercises. 1. Are the statements given alongside true or false? Support your answer with the use of an example. 2. Housework is invisible and unpaid work. Housework is physically demanding. Housework is time-consuming. Write in your own words what is meant by the terms invisible, physically demanding, and time-consuming. Give one example of each based on the household tasks undertaken by women in your home. 3. Make a list of toys and games that boys typically play and another for girls. If there is a difference between the two lists, can you think of some reasons why this is so? Does this have any relationship to the roles children have to play as adults? 4. If you have someone working as a domestic help in your house or locality, talk to her and find out a little bit more about her life. Who are her family members? Where's her home? How many hours does she work? How much does she get paid? Write a small story based on these details. A. All societies do not think similarly about the roles that boys and girls play. B. Our society does not make distinctions between boys and girls when they are Our society does not make distinctions between boys and girls when they are growing up. C. Women who stay at home do not work. D. The work that women do is less valued than that of men. Glossary. Identity. Identity is a sense of self-awareness of who one is. Typically, a person can have several identities. For example, a person can be a girl, a sister, and a musician. Double burden literally means a double load. This term is commonly used to describe the women's work situation. It has emerged from a recognition that women typically labor both inside the home, housework, and outside. Caregiving. Caregiving refers to a range of tasks related to looking after and nurturing. Besides physical tasks, they also involve a strong emotional aspect. Devalued. When someone is not given due recognition for a task or job they have done, they can feel devalued. For example, if a boy has put in a lot of effort into making a special birthday gift for his friend and this friend does not say anything about this, then the boy may feel devalued. Women change the world. In the previous chapter, we saw how women's work in the home is not recognized as work. We also read how doing household work and taking care of family members is a full-time job and there are no specific hours at which it begins or ends. In this chapter, we will look at work outside the home and understand how some occupations are seen to be more suitable for men than for women. We will also learn about how women struggle for equality. Getting an education was, and still is, one way in which new opportunities were created for women. This chapter will also briefly trace the different types of efforts made by the women's movement to challenge discrimination in more recent years. Rationalize 2023 to 24. 49 Chapter 5, Women Changed the World Rationalized 2023 to 24. Are there more images of men than women? In what kinds of jobs were there more images of men than women? Have all the nurses been drawn as females? Why? Are there fewer images of female farmers? If so, why? Who does what work? Draw images of the following. See what images your class drew by filling in the table below. Add up the number of male and female images separately for each occupation. 50 Social and Political Life. 83.6% of working women in India are engaged in agricultural work. Their work includes planting, weeding, harvesting, and threshing. Yet when we think of a farmer, we only think of a man. Source, NSS 60 First Round 2004-05. How does your class exercise compare with Rosie Ma'am's class exercise? Rosie Ma'am's class has 30 children. She did the same exercise in her class and here is the result. Rationalize 2023 to 24. 51 Chapter 5, Women Changed the World Rationalized 2023 to 24. Breaking Stereotypes. Engine drivers are men. But 27-year-old Lakshmi Lakra from a poor tribal family in Jharkhand has begun to change things. She is the first woman engine driver for Northern Railways. Lakshmi's parents are not literate, but they struggled and overcame many hardships to make sure their children got an education. Lakshmi studied in a government school. Even in school, Lakshmi helped with the housework and did odd jobs. She studied hard and did well and then went on to get a diploma in electronics. She then took the railway board exam and passed it on her first attempt. Lakshmi says, "I love challenges and the moment somebody says it is not for girls, I make sure I go ahead and do it." Lakshmi has had to do this several times in her life, when she wanted to take electronics, when she rode motorcycles at the Polytechnic, and when she decided to become an engine driver. Her philosophy is simple: as long as I am having fun without harming anyone, as long as I am doing well and helping my parents, why should I not lead a lifestyle of my choice? Adapted from Driving Her Train by Nita Lal, Women's Features Service. Fewer opportunities and rigid expectations. A lot of the children in Rosie Ma'am's class drew women as nurses and men as army officers. The reason they did this is because they feel that outside the home too, women are good at only certain jobs. For example, many people believe that women make better nurses because they are more patient and gentle. This is linked to women's roles within the family. Similarly, it is believed that science requires a technical mind and girls and women are not capable of dealing with technical things. Because so many people believe in these stereotypes, many girls do not get the same support that boys do to study and train to become doctors and engineers. In most families, once girls finish school, they are encouraged by their families to see marriage as their main aim in life. 52 Social and Political Life. Read the story below and answer the questions. If you were Xavier, what subject would you choose and why? In your experience, what are some of the other pressures that boys experience? Xavier was happy with the results of his Class X board exams. Though his marks in science and maths were not high, he had done well in his favorite subjects, history and languages. When his parents saw his report card, however, they did not look pleased at all. It is important to understand that we live in a society in which all children face pressures from the world around them. Sometimes these come in the form of demands from adults. At other times, they can just be because of unfair teasing by our own friends. Boys are pressurized to think about getting a job that will pay a good salary. They are also teased and bullied if they do not behave like other boys. You may remember that in your Class 6 book you read about how boys at an early age are encouraged not to cry in front of others. Rationalize 2023-24. 53 Chapter 5, Women Changed the World Rationalized 2023-24. Ramabai 1858-1922, shown above with her daughter, championed the cause of women's education. She never went to school but learned to read and write from her parents. She was given the title Pandita because she could read and write Sanskrit, a remarkable achievement as women then were not allowed such knowledge. She went on to set up a mission in Kedgan near Pune in 1898 where widows and poor women were encouraged not only to become literate but to be independent. They were taught a variety of skills from carpentry to running a printing press, skills that are not usually taught to girls even today. The printing press can be seen in the picture on the top left corner. Ramabai's mission is still active today. Learning for change. Going to school is an extremely important part of your life. As more and more children enter school every year, we begin to think that it is normal for all children to go to school. Today, it is difficult for us to imagine that school and learning could be seen as out of bounds or not appropriate for some children. But in the past, the skill of reading and writing was known to only a few. Most children learned the work their families or elders did. For girls, the situation was worse. In communities that taught sons to read and write, daughters were not allowed to learn the alphabet. Even in families where skills like pottery, weaving and craft were taught, the contribution of daughters and women was only seen as supportive. For example, in the pottery trade, women collected the mud and prepared the earth for the pots. But since they did not operate the wheel, they were not seen as potters. In the 19th century, many new ideas about education and learning emerged. Schools became more common and communities that had never learnt reading and writing started sending their children to school. But there was a lot of opposition to educating girls even then. Yet many women and men made efforts to open schools for girls. Women struggled to learn to read and write. Rokeya Sakhavat Hossain and her dreams about Ladyland. Rokeya Sakhavat Hossain, 1880-1932, was born into a rich family who owned a lot of land. Though she knew how to read and write Urdu, she was stopped from learning Bangla and English. In those days, English was seen as a language that would expose girls to new ideas which people thought were not correct for them. Therefore, it was mostly boys who were taught English. Rokeya learned to read and write Bangla and English with the support of her elder brother and an elder sister. She went on to become a writer. She wrote a remarkable story titled Sultana's Dream in 1905 to practice her English skills when she was merely 25 years old. This story imagined a woman called Sultana who reaches a place called Ladyland. Ladyland is a place where women had the freedom to study, work, and create inventions like controlling rain from the clouds and flying air cars. In this Ladyland, the men had been sent into seclusion, their aggressive guns and other weapons of war defeated by the brain power of women. As Sultana travels in Ladyland with Sister Sarah, she awakes to realize that she was only dreaming. As you can see, Rokeya Sakhavat Hossain was dreaming of women flying planes and cars even before girls were being allowed to go to school. This was the way in which education and learning had changed Rokeya's own life. Rokeya did not stop at getting education just for herself. Her education gave her the power not only to dream and write, but also to do more, to help other girls go to school and to build their own dreams. In 1910, she started a school for girls in Kolkata, and to this day, the school is still functioning. Learning to read and write led some women to question the situation of women in society. They wrote stories, letters, and autobiographies describing their own experiences of inequality. In their writings, they also imagined new ways of thinking and living for both men and women. Let us read about the experience of Rashsundari Devi 1800 to 1890, who was born in West Bengal some 200 years ago. At the age of 60, she wrote her autobiography in Bangla. Her book titled Amar Jiban is the first known autobiography written by an Indian woman. Rashsundari Devi was a housewife from a rich landlord's family. At that time, it was believed that if a woman learned to read and write, she would bring bad luck to her husband and become a widow. Despite this, she taught herself how to read and write in secret well after her marriage. I would start working at dawn and I would still be at it until well beyond midnight. I had no rest in between. I was only 14 years old at the time. I came to nurture a great longing. I would learn to read and I would read a religious manuscript. I was. Rationalized 2023 to 24. 55 Chapter 5. Women Changed the World 55 Rationalized 2023 to 24. Unlike Rashsundari Devi and Rokeya Hossain, who were not allowed to learn to read and write, large numbers of girls attend school in India today. Despite this, there continue to be many girls who leave school for reasons of poverty, inadequate schooling facilities, and discrimination. Providing equal schooling facilities to children from all communities and class backgrounds, and particularly girls, continues to be a challenge in India. Unlucky, in those days women were not educated. Later, I began to resent my own thoughts. What is wrong with me? Women do not read, how will I do it? Then I had a dream. I was reading the manuscript of Chaitanya Bhagavat, The Life of a Saint. Later in the day, as I sat cooking in the kitchen, I heard my husband say to my eldest son, Bipin, I have left my Chaitanya Bhagavat here. When I asked for it, bring it in. He left the book there and went away. When the book had been taken inside, I secretly took out a page and hid it carefully. It was a job hiding it, for nobody must find it in my hands. My eldest son was practicing his alphabets at that time. I hid one of them as well. At times I went over that, trying to match letters from that page with the letters that I remembered. I also tried to match the words with those that I would hear in the course of my days. With tremendous care and effort and over a long period of time, I learned how to read. After learning the alphabet, Rashsundari Devi was able to read the Chaitanya Bhagavat. Through her own writing, she also gave the world an opportunity to read about women's lives in those days. Rashsundari Devi wrote about her everyday life experiences in details. There were days when she did not have a moment's rest, no time even to sit down and eat. Schooling and education today. Today, both boys and girls attend school in large numbers. Yet, as we will see, there still remain differences between the education of boys and girls. India has a census every 10 years which counts the whole population of the country. It also gathers detailed information about the people living in India, their age, schooling, what work they do, and so on. We use this information to measure many things like the number of literate people and the ratio of men and women. According to the 1961 census, about 40% of all boys and men. Sustainable Development Goal, SDG. 56 Social and Political Life. Source, Educational Statistics at a Glance, MHRD 2018. What percentage of children leave school at the upper primary level? At which level of education do you see the highest percentage of children leaving? Why do you think that the percentage of Adivasi girls and boys leaving school is higher than that of any other group? 7 years old and above were literate, that is, they could at least write their names, compared to just 15% of all girls and women. In the most recent census of 2011, these figures have grown to 82% for boys and men and 65% for girls and women. This means that the proportion of both men and women who are now able to read and have at least some amount of schooling has increased. But as you can also see, the percentage of the male group is still higher than the female group. The gap has not gone away. Here is a table that shows the percentage of girls and boys who leave schools from different social groups, including Scheduled Caste, SC, and Scheduled Tribe, ST. In percentage. You have probably noticed in the above table that SC and ST girls leave school at a rate that is higher than the category, all girls. This means that girls who are from Dalit, SC, and Adivasi, ST backgrounds are less likely to remain in school. The 2011 census also found that Muslim girls are less likely than SC and ST girls to complete primary school. While a Muslim girl is likely to stay in school for around 3 years, girls from other communities spend around 4 years in school. There are several reasons why children from Dalit, Adivasi, and Muslim communities leave school. In many parts of the country, especially in rural and poor areas, there may not even be proper schools nor teachers who teach on a regular basis. If a school. Average annual dropout rate in school education 2014 to 15. Rationalized 2023 to 24. 57 Chapter 5. Women Changed the World Rationalized 2023 to 24. From the given table, convert the figures of primary class children who leave school into a bar diagram. 2 percentages have already been converted for you in the bar diagram on the left. Is not close to people's homes and there is no transport like buses or vans, parents may not be willing to send their girls to school. Many families are too poor and unable to bear the cost of educating all their children. Boys may get preference in this situation. Many children also leave school because they are discriminated against by their teacher and classmates. Women's movement. Women and girls now have the right to study and go to school. There are other spheres, like legal reform, violence, and health, where the situation of women and girls has improved. These changes have not happened automatically. Women individually and collectively have struggled to bring about these changes. This struggle is known as the women's movement. Individual women and women's organizations from different parts of the country are part of the movement. Many men support the women's movement as well. The diversity, passion, and efforts of those involved makes it a very vibrant movement. Different strategies have been used to spread awareness, fight discrimination, and seek justice. Here are some glimpses of this struggle. Find out about the Beti Bachao Beti Padhao campaign launched in 2014. Campaigning. Campaigns to fight discrimination and violence against women are an important part of the women's movement. Campaigns have also led to new laws being passed. A law was made in 2006 to give women who face physical and mental violence within their homes, also called domestic violence, some legal protection. Similarly, efforts made by the women's movement led the Supreme Court to formulate guidelines in 1997 to protect women against sexual harassment at the workplace and within educational institutions. In the 1980s, for example, women's groups across the country spoke out against dowry deaths, cases of young brides being murdered by their in-laws or husbands greedy for more dowry. Women's groups spoke out against the failure to bring these cases to justice. They did so by coming onto the streets, approaching the courts, and by sharing information. Eventually, this became a public issue in the newspapers and society, and the dowry laws were changed to punish families who seek dowry. Saturani, an active member of the women's movement, sitting on the steps of the Supreme Court surrounded by legal files gathered during the course of a long legal battle to seek justice for her daughter who was murdered for dowry. Rationalized 2023-24. Raising awareness. An important part of the women's movement's work is to raise public awareness on women's rights issues. Their message has been spread through street plays, songs, and public meetings. Protesting. The women's movement raises its voice when violations against women take place or, for example, when a law or policy acts against their interests. Public rallies and demonstrations are a very powerful way of drawing attention to injustices. Rationalized 2023-24. 60 Social and political life. Showing solidarity. The women's movement is also about showing solidarity with other women and causes. Above, women are holding up candles to demonstrate the solidarity between the people of India and Pakistan. Every year, on August 14th, several thousand people gather at Wagah on the border of India and Pakistan and hold a cultural program. Below, on March 8th, International Women's Day, women all over the world come together to celebrate and renew their struggles. Rationalized 2023-24. 61 Chapter 5. Women Change the World. Rationalized 2023-24. 1. How do you think stereotypes about what women can or cannot do affect women's right to equality? 2. List one reason why learning the alphabet was so important to women like Rashsundari Devi, Ramabai, and Rokia. 3. Poor girls drop out of school because they are not interested in getting an education. Reread the last paragraph on page 62 and explain why the statement is not true. 4. Can you describe two methods of struggle that the women's movement used to raise issues? If you had to organize a struggle against stereotypes about what women can or cannot do, what method would you employ from the ones that you have read about? Why would you choose this particular method? Exercises. Glossary. Stereotype. When we believe that people belonging to particular groups based on religion, wealth, language are bound to have certain fixed characteristics or can only do a certain type of work, we create a stereotype. For example, in this chapter, we saw how boys and girls are made to take certain subjects not because he or she has an aptitude for it, but because they are either boys or girls. Stereotypes prevent us from looking at people as unique individuals. Discrimination. When we do not treat people equally or with respect, we are indulging in discrimination. It happens when people or organizations act on their prejudices. Discrimination usually takes place when we treat someone differently or make a distinction. Violation. When someone forcefully breaks the law or a rule or openly shows disrespect, we can say that he or she has committed a violation. Sexual harassment. This refers to physical or verbal behavior that is of a sexual nature and against the wishes of a woman. Media. Teacher's note. Today, the media and advertising are a pervasive presence in the lives of young people who may or may not have taken the opportunity to seriously reflect upon this fact. This unit offers some ways by which we can begin to think about these. The focus is on explaining the strong links between media and technology and media and big business. It explains how the media sets the agenda through influencing our perception of issues worth devoting time and attention to. ANDISSUESTHARENEGLECTEDOR overridden. Chapter 6 foregrounds the widespread effects of the media and attempts to connect the issues under discussion to the learner's own lives. At the end of the chapter, we expect the learner to recognize the role of big business in the media coverage of events, the way news is selected for coverage, and the explicit/implicit dimensions of that coverage. We use 2 fictitious news reports to demonstrate that there is seldom just one version of a story or an event. Building on this, we expect the learner to develop the skills required to critically analyze a newspaper report or a TV story through scrutinizing the information provided, as well as understanding the logic behind the exclusion of certain perspectives. These ideas can be strengthened by selecting examples from actual advertisements and structuring similar questions around them. This chapter concludes by linking its contents to the idea of democracy. It emphasizes, through using examples of local media as well as social advertising, how mainstream media and advertising tend to favor those who have greater financial as well as social resources. This point can be reinforced in the classroom by using local examples of media stories as well as posing questions about the ways in which advertising is changing what is locally available as well as locally valued. 63. Rationalize 2023-24. Understanding media. What is your favorite TV program? What do you like listening to on the radio? Which newspaper or magazine do you usually read? Do you surf the internet, and what have you found most useful about it? Did you know that there is one word that is often used to collectively refer to the radio, TV, newspapers, internet, and several other forms of communication? This word is media. In this chapter, you will read more about the media. You will find out what is required to make it work as well as the ways in which the media affects our daily lives. Can you think of one thing that you have learned from the media this week? Rationalize 2023-24. 65 Chapter 6. Understanding Media. Rationalize 2023-24. Look at the collage on the left and list 6 various kinds of media that you see. An artist's impression of Gutenberg printing the first sheet of the Bible. Ask older members of your family about what they used to listen to on the radio when there was no TV around. Find out from them when the first TV came to your area. When was cable TV introduced? How many people in your neighborhood use the internet? List 3 things that you know about some other part of the world from watching television. Everything ranging from the stall at the local fair to the program that you see on TV can be called media. Media is the plural form of the word medium, and it describes the various ways through which we communicate in society. Because media refers to all means of communication, everything ranging from a phone call to the evening news on TV can be called media. TV, radio, and newspapers are a form of media that reaches millions of people or the masses across the country and the world, and thus they are called mass media. Media and technology. It would probably be difficult for you to imagine your life without the media. But cable television and the widespread use of the internet is a recent phenomenon. These have been around for less than 20 years. The technology that mass media uses keeps changing. Newspapers, television, and radio can reach millions of people because they use certain technologies. We also tend to discuss newspapers and magazines as the print media and TV and radio as the electronic media. Why do you think newspapers are called print media? As you read further, you will find that this naming is related to the different technologies that these media use. The following photographs will give you a sense of the ways in which technology that mass media uses has changed over the years and continues to change. Changing technology or machines and making technology more modern helps media to reach more people. It also improves the quality of sound and the images that you see. But technology does more than this. It also changes the ways in which we think about our lives. For example, today it is quite difficult for us to think of our lives without television. Television has enabled us to think of ourselves as members of a larger global world. Television images travel huge. 66 Social and political life. Can you list 3 different products that are advertised during your favorite TV program? Take a newspaper and count the number of advertisements in it. Some people say that newspapers have too many advertisements. Do you think this is true, and why? John L. Baird sits in front of the apparatus with which he demonstrated to the Royal Institute his invention, the televisor, and early television. With electronic typewriters, journalism underwent a sea change in the 1940s. Distances through satellites and cables. This allows us to view news and entertainment channels from other parts of the world. Most of the cartoons that you see on television are mostly from Japan or the United States. We can now be sitting in Chennai or Jammu and can see images of a storm that has hit the coast of Florida in the United States. Television has brought the world closer to us. Media and money. The different technologies that mass media use are expensive. Just think about the TV studio in which the newsreader sits. It has lights, cameras, sound recorders, transmission satellites, etc., all of which cost a lot of money. In a news studio, it is not only the newsreader who needs to be paid but also a number of other people who help put the broadcast together. This includes those who look after the cameras and lights. Also, as you read earlier, the technologies that mass media use keep changing, and so a lot of money is spent on getting the latest technology. Due to these costs, the mass media needs a great deal of money to do its work. As a result, most television channels and newspapers are part of big business houses. Mass media is constantly thinking of ways to make money. One way in which the mass media earns money is by advertising different things like cars, chocolates, clothes, mobile phones, etc. You must have noticed the number of advertisements that you have to see while watching your favorite television show. While watching a cricket match on TV, the same advertisements are shown repeatedly between each over, and so you are often watching the same image over and over again. As you will read in the following chapter, advertisements are repeated in the hope that you will go out and buy what is advertised. Rationalize 2023-24. 67 Chapter 6. Understanding Media. Rationalized 2023-24. The cost to advertise on a TV channel varies from 1,000 to 1,000,000 per 10 seconds depending on the popularity of the channel and time. Media and democracy. In a democracy, the media plays a very important role in providing news and discussing events taking place in the country and the world. It is on the basis of this information that citizens can, for example, learn how government works. And often, if they wish to, they can take action on the basis of these news stories. Some of the ways in which they can do this is by writing letters to the concerned minister, organizing a public protest, starting a signature campaign, asking the government to rethink its program, etc. Given the role that the media plays in providing information, it is important that the information be balanced. Let us understand what we mean by a balanced media report by reading two versions of the same news event given on the next page. Let us understand what we mean by a balanced media report by reading two versions of the same news event given on the next page. The print media offers a large variety of information to suit the tastes of different readers. 68 Social and political life. Are the above stories in the two newspapers similar? And if not, why not? What, in your view, are the similarities and the differences? If you read the story in the News of India, what would you think about the issue? The closure of 1 lakh factories in the city's residential areas is likely to become a serious issue. On Monday, thousands of factory owners and workers took to the streets to strongly protest this closure. They said that their livelihoods would be lost. They say that the fault lies with the municipal corporation because it continued to issue licenses for new factories to be set up in residential areas. They also say that there were no adequate relocation efforts. The owners and workers plan a one-day city bond to protest against this closure. Mr. Sharma, one of the factory owners, said, "The government says that it has done a lot to relocate us. But the areas they have sent us to have no facilities and have not been developed for the last 5 years. Closure of factories causes unrest." Daily News Service. News of India Report. India Daily Report. The fact is that if you had read either newspaper, you would only know one side of the story. If you had read the News of India, you would most likely think of the protesters as a nuisance. They're disrupting traffic and continually polluting the city with their factories leaves you with a bad impression about them. But on the other hand, if you had read the story in India Daily, you would know that the protests are because a lot of livelihoods will be lost if the factories close because the relocation efforts have not been adequate. Neither of these stories is a balanced report. A balanced report is one that discusses all points of view of a particular story and then leaves it to the readers to make up their minds. Writing a balanced report, however, depends on the media being independent. An independent media means that no one should control and influence its coverage of news. No one should tell the media what. Violent protests by owners and workers brought the city to a standstill today. People getting to work could not do so on time because of huge traffic jams. The owners and workers are protesting the government's decision to close down polluting factory units. Although the government did take this decision rather hastily, the protesters have known for quite some time that their units are not legal. Crackdown on polluting factories. Protesters block roads and disrupt traffic. Moreover, the levels of pollution in the city will be greatly reduced by this closure. Mr. Jain, a well-known figure in the city, said, "With our city gradually becoming India's new business hub, it is important that it be a clean and green city. Polluting factories should be moved. The factory owners and workers should accept the relocation being offered by the government instead of protesting." Radhika Malikainen. Rationalized 2023-24. 69 Chapter 6. Understanding Media. Rationalized 2023-24. In many of our homes, TV is on a lot of the time. In many ways, a lot of our impressions about the world around us are formed by what we see on TV. It is like a window on the world. How do you think it influences us? TV has different types of programs: soap operas like Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi, game shows like Kaun Banega Crorepati, reality TV Shows like Big Boss, news, sports, and cartoons. Before, in between, and after each program are advertisements. Since TV time costs so much money, only those programs that can attract the maximum number of viewers are shown. Can you think of what such programs might be? Think of what are the kinds of things that TV shows and what it does not. Does it show us more about the lives of the rich or the poor? We need to think about what TV does to us, how it shapes our views of the world, our beliefs, attitudes, and values. We need to realize that it gives us a partial view of the world. While we enjoy our favorite programs, we should always be aware of the large, exciting world beyond our TV screens. There is so much happening out there that TV ignores. A world beyond film stars, celebrities, and rich lifestyles, a world that all of us need to reach out to and respond to in various ways. We need to be active viewers who question whatever we see and hear while we may enjoy it too. What does TV do to us and what can we do with TV? Do you think it is important to know both sides of the story? Why? Pretend that you are a journalist for a newspaper and write a balanced story from the two news reports. Can be included and what should not be included in a news story. An independent media is important in a democracy. As you read above, it is on the basis of the information that the media provides that we take action as citizens, so it is important that this information is reliable and not biased. However, the reality is that media is far from independent. This is mainly because of two reasons. The first is the control that the government has on the media. When the government prevents either a news item or scenes from a movie or the lyrics of a song from being shared with the larger public, this is referred to as censorship. There have been periods in Indian history when the government censored the media. The worst of these was the emergency between 1975 to 1977. 70 social and political life. While the government does continue to censor films, it does not really censor the media's coverage of news. Despite the absence of censorship by the government, most newspapers nowadays still fail to provide a balanced story. The reasons for this are complicated. Persons who research the media have said that this happens because business houses control the media. At times, it is in the interest of these businesses to focus on only one side of the story. Media's continual need for money and its links to advertising means that it becomes difficult for media to be reporting against people who give them advertisements. Media is, thus, no longer considered independent because of its close links to business. Besides the above, the media also tends to focus on a particular aspect of a story because they believe this makes the story interesting. Also, if they want to increase public support for an issue, they often do this by focusing on one side of a story. Setting agendas. The media also plays an important role in deciding what stories to focus on and therefore decides on what is newsworthy. For example, the annual function at your school is unlikely to make the news. But if a famous actor is invited as the chief guest, then the media might be interested in covering it. By focusing on particular issues, the media influences our thoughts, feelings, and actions and brings those issues to our attention. Due to the significant influence it plays in our lives and in shaping our thoughts, it is commonly said that the media sets the agenda. Very recently, the media drew our attention to alarming levels of pesticides in cola drinks. They published reports that indicated the high level of pesticides and thus made us aware of the need to regularly monitor these colas according to international quality and safety standards. They did. Rationalize 2023-24. 71 Chapter 6, Understanding Media Rationalized 2023-24. Recognizing that the media will not be interested in covering small issues that involve ordinary people and their daily lives, several local groups have come forward to start their own media. Several people use community radio to tell farmers about the prices of different crops and advise them on the use of seeds and fertilizers. Others make documentary films with fairly cheap and easily available video cameras on real-life conditions faced by different poor communities and, at times, have even given the poor these video cameras to make films on their own lives. Another example is a newspaper called Khabar Lahariya, which is a fortnightly that is run by 8 Dalit women in Chitrakoot district in Uttar Pradesh. Written in the local language, Bundeli, this 8-page newspaper reports on Dalit issues and cases of violence against women and political corruption. The newspaper reaches farmers, shopkeepers, panchayat members, school teachers, and women who have recently learned to read and write. Local media? Fashion shows are very popular with the media. What is the consequence of the media setting the agenda by reporting on the Fashion Week rather than the slum demolitions? Can you think of an issue that does not seem important to you because it is never featured in the media? This despite the government's resistance by boldly declaring that colas were unsafe. In covering the story, the media positively helped us focus on an issue that affects our lives and one that we might not even have been aware of it had it not been for media reporting. There are several instances when the media fails to focus on issues that are significant in our lives. For example, drinking water is a major problem in the country. Every year, thousands of people suffer and die because they do not get safe drinking water. However, we seldom find the media discussing this issue. A well-known Indian journalist wrote of how the fashion week, in which clothes designers show their new creations to rich people, formed the front page headlines of all the newspapers while several slums were being demolished in Mumbai the very same week, and this was not even noticed. As citizens of a democracy, the media has a very important role to play in our lives because it is through the media that we hear about issues related. 72. Social and political life. To the working of the government. The media decides what to focus on, and in this way it sets the agenda. The government can, at times, prevent the media from publishing a story, and this is called censorship. Nowadays, media's close relationship with business often means that a balanced report is difficult to come by. Given this, it is important for us to be aware that the factual information that a news report provides is often not complete and can be one-sided. We, therefore, need to analyze the news by asking the following questions. What is the information I am learning from this report? What information is not being provided? From whose point of view is the article being written? Whose point of view is being left out and why? Social advertising. Social advertisements refer to advertisements made by the government or private agencies that have a larger message for society. The following is a social advertisement regarding crossing of manned/unmanned level crossings. Rationalized 2023-24. 73 Chapter 6, Understanding Media, Rationalized 2023-24. Exercises. 1. In what ways does the media play an important role in a democracy? 2. Can you give this diagram a title? What do you understand about the link between media and big business from this diagram? 3. You have read about the ways in which the media sets the agenda. What kind of effect does this have in a democracy? Provide 2 examples to support your point of view. 4. As a class project, decide to focus on a particular news topic and cut out stories from different newspapers on this. Also watch the coverage of this topic on TV news. Compare 2 newspapers and write down the similarity and differences in their reports. It might help to ask the following questions. A. What information is this article providing? B. What information is it leaving out? C. From whose point of view is the article being written? D. Whose point of view is being left out and why? Glossary. Publish. This refers to news reports, articles, interviews, stories, etc. that are printed in newspapers, magazines, and books for a wide audience to read. Censorship. This refers to the powers that government has to disallow media from publishing or showing certain stories. Broadcast. In this chapter, this word is used to refer to a TV or radio program that is widely transmitted. Public protest. When a large number of people come together and openly state their opposition to some issue. Organizing a rally, starting a signature campaign, blocking roads, etc. are some of the ways in which this is done. 5. Do projects, solo, pair, or group, about types of advertisements. Create commercial advertisements about some products and social advertisements about public health, road safety, and the need to save water and energy. Markets. Teacher's note. These 2 chapters focus on aspects of life and commercial cycles associated with markets. While some of these processes may be visible and, therefore, easily observable, there are also others that are relatively unfamiliar. Chapter 7 discusses markets around us. At one level, we study different market sites, a weekly market, neighborhood shops, a shopping complex, etc. At another level, we explore the intricate question, how do goods reach these markets? We examine how a chain of markets operates and the role of wholesale markets within this through the case study of a wholesale vegetable market. We usually associate market with marketplaces, but buying and selling takes place in diverse ways, and the chapter discusses how all of this falls within a larger understanding of markets. Chapter 8 looks at how markets offer people different opportunities. This is done through the story of a shirt and the chain of markets involved in the process. Together with understanding each step of the manufacture and circulation of a shirt, we realize that some people stand to gain in the market transaction whereas others do not gain as much or none at all. The opportunities are highly unequal. Ways do exist, such as those of cooperative marketing, which can provide a better return to the producers. However, we need to find many more viable avenues for equitable distribution. These chapters offer an opportunity of bringing in the experience of local markets for discussion in the classroom. A visit to a wholesale market would be of interest and would allow the learner to find out the profit margins and details of daily earnings so that those inequalities can be directly examined. The experiences of markets are varied and also quite rich. Hence, one should allocate time for some questions not addressed in the text which students may wish to discuss. 75. Rationalize 2023-24. Markets around us. We go to the market to buy many things: vegetables, soap, toothpaste, masala, bread, rice, dal, clothes, notebooks, biscuits, etc. If we make a list of the goods that we purchase, it would be really long. There are many kinds of markets that we may visit for our everyday needs. These can include shops, hawkers' stalls in our neighborhood, a weekly market, a large shopping complex, perhaps even a mall. In this chapter, we look at some of these markets and try to understand how the goods that are sold there reach buyers, who these buyers are, who these sellers are, and the sorts of problems they face. 78 Social and Political Life. Why do people go to a weekly market? Give 3 reasons. Who are the sellers in a weekly market? Why don't we find big business persons in these markets? Why are things cheap in the weekly market? Explain with an example how people bargain in the market. Can you think of a situation where the bargain would be unfair? Samir is a small trader in the weekly market. He buys clothes from a large trader in the town and sells them in 6 different markets in a week. He and other cloth sellers move in groups. They hire a minivan for this. His customers are from villages that are near the marketplace. At festival times, such as during Deepavali or Pongal, he does good business. Samir, seller of clothes. Weekly market. A weekly market is so called because it is held on a specific day of the week. Weekly markets do not have permanent shops. Traders set up shops for the day and then close them up in the evening. Then they may set up at a different place the next day. There are thousands of such markets in India. People come here for their everyday requirements. Many things in weekly markets are available at cheaper rates. This is because when shops are in permanent buildings, they incur a lot of expenditure. They have to pay rent, electricity, fees to the government. They also have to pay wages to their workers. In weekly markets, these shop owners store the things they sell at home. Most of them are helped by their family members and, hence, do not need to hire workers. Weekly markets also have a large number of shops selling the same goods, which means there is competition among them. If some trader were to charge a high price, people would move to another shop where the same thing may be available more cheaply or where the buyer can bargain and bring the price down. One of the advantages of weekly markets is that most things you need are available at one place. Whether you want vegetables, groceries, or cloth items, utensils, all of them can be found here. You do not have to go to different areas to buy different things. People also prefer going to a market where they have a choice and a variety of goods. Shops in the neighborhood. We have seen that the weekly markets offer a variety of goods. However, we also buy things from other kinds of markets. There are many shops that sell goods and services in our neighborhoods. We may buy milk from the dairy, groceries from departmental stores, stationery, eatables, or medicines from other. Rationalized 2023-24. 79. Sujata and Kavita were sent to buy groceries from their neighborhood shop. This was the shop they usually went to. It was crowded today. The shop owner managed the shop herself with 2 helpers. When they managed to get into the shop, Sujata dictated a list to her. She in turn began asking her helpers to weigh and pack the items. Meanwhile, Kavita looked around. On the top left shelf there were different brands of detergent cakes. Another shelf had toothpastes, talcum powder, shampoo, hair oil. The different brands and different colors looked so attractive. On the floor lay a few sacks. It took almost 20 minutes to weigh and pack all the groceries. Then Sujata showed her notebook. The woman noted the amount of 3,000 in the notebook and gave it back. She also noted the amount in her big register. Then Sujata took the heavy bags out of the shop. Her family will pay for the purchases in the first week of next month. Why did Sujata carry a notebook? Do you think the system is useful? Can there be problems? What are the different kinds of shops that you find in your neighborhood? What do you purchase from them? Why are goods sold in permanent shops costlier than those sold in the weekly markets or by roadside hawkers? Chapter 7. Markets around us. Shops. Many of these are permanent shops while others are roadside stalls such as that of the vegetable hawker, the fruit vendor, the mechanic, etc. Shops in the neighborhood are useful in many ways. They are near our home and we can go there on any day of the week. Usually, the buyer and seller know each other and these shops also provide goods on credit. This means that you can pay for the purchases later, as we saw in Sujata's case, for example. Rationalized 2023-24. 80 Social and Political Life. Why do you think the guard wanted to stop Kavita and Sujata from entering the shop? What would you say if someone stops you from entering a shop in a market? You might have noticed that there are different kinds of sellers even in the neighborhood markets. Some of them have permanent shops and others sell their goods on the roadside. Ansel Mall is a 5-floor shopping complex. Kavita and Sujata were enjoying going up and down in the lift. It seemed as if it was made of glass and they were able to see outside as they went up. It was fascinating to see so many different kinds of shops such as the ice cream, burger, pizza, and other food shops, shops full of home appliances, footwear, and leather items as well as bookshops. Then 3,000, almost 5 times the weekly market price. Sujata whispered to Kavita, "I'll take you to another shop which has good quality ready-made clothes at more reasonable prices." Shopping complexes and malls. So far we have seen 2 kinds of marketplaces, weekly markets and markets in our neighborhood. There are other markets in the urban area that have many shops, popularly called shopping complexes. These days, in many urban areas, you also have large multi-storied air-conditioned buildings with shops on different floors, known as malls. In these urban markets, you get both branded and non-branded goods. As you have read in the chapter on advertising. Rationalized 2023-24. 81 Chapter 7, Markets Around Us Rationalized 2023-24. How do you think your neighborhood shop gets its goods? Find out and explain with some examples. Why is a wholesale trader necessary? Branded goods are expensive, often promoted by advertising and claims of better quality. The companies producing these products sell them through shops in large urban markets and, at times, through special showrooms. As compared to non-branded goods, fewer people can afford to buy branded ones. Chain of markets. In the previous sections, you have read about different markets from where we buy goods. From where do you think shop owners procure their goods? Goods are produced in factories, on farms, and in homes. However, we don't buy directly from the factory or from the farm. Nor would the producers be interested in selling us small quantities such as 1 kilo of vegetables or 1 plastic mug. The people in between the producer and the final consumer are the traders. The wholesale trader first buys goods in large quantities. For example, the vegetable wholesale trader will not buy a few kilos of vegetables but will buy in large lots of 25 to 100 kilos. These will then be sold to other traders. In these markets, buying and selling takes place between traders. It is through these links of traders that goods reach faraway places. The trader who finally sells this to the consumer is the retailer. This could be a trader in a weekly market, a hawker in the neighborhood, or a shop in a shopping complex. We can understand this with the help of the following examples. Every city has areas for wholesale markets. This is where goods first reach and are then supplied to other traders. The roadside hawker whom you read about earlier would have purchased a large quantity of plastic items from a wholesale trader in the town. He, in turn, might have bought these from another, even bigger wholesale trader in the city. The city. Why do people not bargain in shops located in malls whereas they bargain in weekly markets? The above map of Delhi shows 4 of the 10 wholesale markets in the city. 82 Social and Political Life. Aftab is one of the wholesale traders who purchases in bulk. His business starts around 2 o'clock in the morning when vegetables reach the market. This is the time when the vegetable market or mandi starts buzzing with activity. The vegetables come in trucks, matadors, tractor trolleys from farms both near and far. Soon the process of auctions begins. Aftab participates in this auction and decides what he will buy. Today, for example, he bought 5 quintals of cauliflower, 10 quintals of onions. He has a shop in the market where he stores the vegetables that he has bought. From here he sells to hawkers and shopkeepers who start coming to the market around 6 in the morning. They have to organize their purchases so that they can start their shop for the day around 10 in the morning. Aftab, the wholesaler in the city. Wholesale trader would have bought a large quantity of plastic items from the factory and stored them in a godown. In this way, a chain of markets is set up. When we purchase, we may not be aware of the chain of markets through which these goods travel before they reach us. Markets everywhere. So far we have seen different marketplaces where people buy and sell a variety of goods and services. All these markets are in a specific locality and work in a particular manner and time. However, it is not always necessary that one has to go to the market to purchase goods. You can place orders for a variety of things through the phone and these days through the internet, and the goods are delivered at your home. In clinics and nursing homes, you may have noticed sales representatives waiting for doctors. Such persons are also engaged in the selling of goods. Thus, buying and selling takes place in different ways, not necessarily through shops in the market. The markets that we looked at above are the ones that we recognize easily. However, there are markets that we may not be so aware of. This is because A. Rationalized 2023-24. 83 Chapter 7, Markets Around Us Rationalized 2023-24. People in urban areas can enter markets without stepping out of their homes via the internet. They use their credit cards to make online purchases. Large number of goods are bought and sold that we don't use directly. For example, a farmer uses fertilizers to grow crops that he purchases from special shops in the city, and they, in turn, get them from factories. A car factory purchases engine, gears, petrol tanks, axles, wheels, etc. from various other factories. We don't usually see all the buying and selling, but only the final product, the car in the showroom. The story is similar for any other good. Markets and equality. In this chapter, we have looked at shop owners in a weekly market and those in a shopping complex. They are very different people. One is a small trader with little money to run the shop, whereas the other is able to spend a lot of money to set up the shop. They also earn unequal amounts. The weekly market trader earns little compared to the profit of a regular shop owner in a shopping complex. Similarly, buyers are differently placed. There are many who are not able to afford the cheapest of goods while others are busy shopping in malls. Thus, whether we can be buyers or sellers in these different markets depends, among other things, on the money that we have. We have also examined the chain of markets that is formed before goods can reach us. It is through a car being put together in a factory. 84 Social and Political Life. Malls, like the one above, sell expensive and branded goods. This chain that what is produced in one place reaches people everywhere. When things are sold, it encourages production and new opportunities are created for people to earn. However, do they offer equal opportunities? We will try to understand this through the story of a shirt in the next chapter. Sustainable Development Goal, SDG. Rationalized 2023 to 24. 85 Chapter 7. Markets Around Us Rationalized 2023 to 24. Exercises. 1. In what ways is a hawker different from a shop owner? 2. Compare and contrast a weekly market and a shopping complex on the following. Glossary. Weekly market. These markets are not daily markets but are to be found at a particular place on one or maybe 2 days of the week. These markets most often sell everything that a household needs, ranging from vegetables to clothes to utensils. Mall. This is an enclosed shopping space. This is usually a large building with many floors that has shops, restaurants, and, at times, even a cinema theater. These shops most often sell branded products. Wholesale. This refers to buying and selling in large quantities. Most products, including vegetables, fruits, and flowers, have special wholesale markets. Chain of markets. A series of markets that are connected like links in a chain because products pass from one market to another. 3. Explain how a chain of markets is formed. What purpose does it serve? 4. All persons have equal rights to visit any shop in a marketplace. Do you think this is true of shops with expensive products? Explain with examples. 5. Buying and selling can take place without going to a marketplace. Explain this statement with the help of examples. Markets around us. We go to the market to buy many things: vegetables, soap, toothpaste, masala, bread, rice, dal, clothes, notebooks, biscuits, etc. If we make a list of the goods that we purchase, it would be really long. There are many kinds of markets that we may visit for our everyday needs. These can include shops, hawkers' stalls in our neighborhood, a weekly market, a large shopping complex, perhaps even a mall. In this chapter, we look at some of these markets and try to understand how the goods that are sold there reach buyers, who these buyers are, who these sellers are, and the sorts of problems they face. 78 Social and Political Life. Why do people go to a weekly market? Give 3 reasons. Who are the sellers in a weekly market? Why don't we find big business persons in these markets? Why are things cheap in the weekly market? Explain with an example how people bargain in the market. Can you think of a situation where the bargain would be unfair? Samir is a small trader in the weekly market. He buys clothes from a large trader in the town and sells them in 6 different markets in a week. He and other cloth sellers move in groups. They hire a minivan for this. His customers are from villages that are near the marketplace. At festival times, such as during Deepavali or Pongal, he does good business. Samir, seller of clothes. Weekly market. A weekly market is so called because it is held on a specific day of the week. Weekly markets do not have permanent shops. Traders set up shops for the day and then close them up in the evening. Then they may set up at a different place the next day. There are thousands of such markets in India. People come here for their everyday requirements. Many things in weekly markets are available at cheaper rates. This is because when shops are in permanent buildings, they incur a lot of expenditure. They have to pay rent, electricity, fees to the government. They also have to pay wages to their workers. In weekly markets, these shop owners store the things they sell at home. Most of them are helped by their family members and, hence, do not need to hire workers. Weekly markets also have a large number of shops selling the same goods, which means there is competition among them. If some trader were to charge a high price, people would move to another shop where the same thing may be available more cheaply or where the buyer can bargain and bring the price down. One of the advantages of weekly markets is that most things you need are available at one place. Whether you want vegetables, groceries, or cloth items, utensils, all of them can be found here. You do not have to go to different areas to buy different things. People also prefer going to a market where they have a choice and a variety of goods. Shops in the neighborhood. We have seen that the weekly markets offer a variety of goods. However, we also buy things from other kinds of markets. There are many shops that sell goods and services in our neighborhoods. We may buy milk from the dairy, groceries from departmental stores, stationery, eatables, or medicines from other. Rationalized 2023 to 24. 79 Chapter 7. Markets Around Us Rationalized 2023 to 24. Sujata and Kavita were sent to buy groceries from their neighborhood shop. This was the shop they usually went to. It was crowded today. The shop owner managed the shop herself with 2 helpers. When they managed to get into the shop, Sujata dictated a list to her. She in turn began asking her helpers to weigh and pack the items. Meanwhile, Kavita looked around. On the top left shelf, there were different brands of detergent cakes. Another shelf had toothpaste, talcum powder, shampoo, hair oil. The different brands and different colors looked so attractive. On the floor lay a few sacks. It took almost 20 minutes to weigh and pack all the groceries. Then Sujata showed her notebook. The woman noted the amount of 3,000 in the notebook and gave it back. She also noted the amount in her big register. Then Sujata took the heavy bags out of the shop. Her family will pay for the purchases in the first week of next month. Why did Sujata carry a notebook? Do you think this system is useful? Can there be problems? What are the different kinds of shops that you find in your neighborhood? What do you purchase from them? Why are goods sold in permanent shops costlier than those sold in the weekly markets or by roadside hawkers? Shops. Many of these are permanent shops, while others are roadside stalls such as that of the vegetable hawker, the fruit vendor, the mechanic, etc. Shops in the neighborhood are useful in many ways. They are near our home and we can go there on any day of the week. Usually, the buyer and seller know each other and these shops also provide goods on credit. This means that you can pay for the purchases later, as we saw in Sujata's case, for example. 80 Social and political life. Why do you think the guard wanted to stop Kavita and Sujata from entering the shop? What would you say if someone stops you from entering a shop in a market? You might have noticed that there are different kinds of sellers even in the neighborhood markets. Some of them have permanent shops and others sell their goods on the roadside. Ansel Mall is a 5-floor shopping complex. Kavita and Sujata were enjoying going up and down in the lift. It seemed as if it was made of glass and they were able to see outside as they went up. It was fascinating to see so many different kinds of shops such as the ice cream, burger, pizza and other food shops. Shops full of home appliances, footwear and leather items as well as bookshops. Then 3,000, almost 5 times the weekly market price. Sujata whispered to Kavita, "I'll take you to another shop which has good quality ready-made clothes at more reasonable prices." Shopping complexes and malls. So far we have seen 2 kinds of marketplaces, weekly markets and markets in our neighborhood. There are other markets in the urban area that have many shops, popularly called shopping complexes. These days, in many urban areas, you also have large multi-storied air-conditioned buildings with shops on different floors, known as malls. In these urban markets, you get both branded and non-branded goods. As you have read in the chapter on advertising, rationalized 2023 to 24. 81 Chapter 7. Markets around us rationalized 2023 to 24. How do you think your neighborhood shop gets its goods? Find out and explain with some examples. Why is a wholesale trader necessary? Branded goods are expensive, often promoted by advertising and claims of better quality. The companies producing these products sell them through shops in large urban markets and, at times, through special showrooms. As compared to non-branded goods, fewer people can afford to buy branded ones. Chain of markets. In the previous sections, you have read about different markets from where we buy goods. From where do you think shop owners procure their goods? Goods are produced in factories, on farms, and in homes. However, we don't buy directly from the factory or from the farm. Nor would the producers be interested in selling us small quantities such as 1 kilo of vegetables or 1 plastic mug. The people in between the producer and the final consumer are the traders. The wholesale trader first buys goods in large quantities. For example, the vegetable wholesale trader will not buy a few kilos of vegetables, but will buy in large lots of 25 to 100 kilos. These will then be sold to other traders. In these markets, buying and selling takes place between traders. It is through these links of traders that goods reach faraway places. The trader who finally sells this to the consumer is the retailer. This could be a trader in a weekly market, a hawker in the neighborhood, or a shop in a shopping complex. We can understand this with the help of the following examples. Every city has areas for wholesale markets. This is where goods first reach and are then supplied to other traders. The roadside hawker whom you read about earlier would have purchased a large quantity of plastic items from a wholesale trader in the town. He, in turn, might have bought these from another, even bigger wholesale trader in the city. The city. Why do people not bargain in shops located in malls, whereas they bargain in weekly markets? The above map of Delhi shows 4 of the 10 wholesale markets in the city. 82 Social and political life. Aftab is one of the wholesale traders who purchases in bulk. His business starts around 2 o'clock in the morning when vegetables reach the market. This is the time when the vegetable market or mandi starts buzzing with activity. The vegetables come in trucks, matadors, tractor trolleys from farms both near and far. Soon the process of auctions begins. Aftab participates in this auction and decides what he will buy. Today, for example, he bought 5 quintals of cauliflower, 10 quintals of onions. He has a shop in the market where he stores the vegetables that he has bought. From here he sells to hawkers and shopkeepers who start coming to the market around 6 in the morning. They have to organize their purchases so that they can start their shop for the day around 10 in the morning. Aftab, the wholesaler in the city. Wholesale trader would have bought a large quantity of plastic items from the factory and stored them in a godown. In this way, a chain of markets is set up. When we purchase, we may not be aware of the chain of markets through which these goods travel before they reach us. Markets everywhere. So far we have seen different marketplaces where people buy and sell a variety of goods and services. All these markets are in a specific locality and work in a particular manner and time. However, it is not always necessary that one has to go to the market to purchase goods. You can place orders for a variety of things through the phone and these days through the internet, and the goods are delivered at your home. In clinics and nursing homes, you may have noticed sales representatives waiting for doctors. Such persons are also engaged in the selling of goods. Thus, buying and selling takes place in different ways, not necessarily through shops in the market. The markets that we looked at above are the ones that we recognize easily. However, there are markets that we may not be so aware of. This is because A. Rationalized 2023-24. 83 Chapter 7. Markets around us rationalized 2023-24. People in urban areas can enter markets without stepping out of their homes via the internet. They use their credit cards to make online purchases. Large number of goods are bought and sold that we don't use directly. For example, a farmer uses fertilizers to grow crops that he purchases from special shops in the city, and they, in turn, get them from factories. A car factory purchases engine, gears, petrol tanks, axles, wheels, etc. from various other factories. We don't usually see all the buying and selling, but only the final product, the car in the showroom. The story is similar for any other good. Markets and equality. In this chapter, we have looked at shop owners in a weekly market and those in a shopping complex. They are very different people. One is a small trader with little money to run the shop, whereas the other is able to spend a lot of money to set up the shop. They also earn unequal amounts. The weekly market trader earns little compared to the profit of a regular shop owner in a shopping complex. Similarly, buyers are differently placed. There are many who are not able to afford the cheapest of goods, while others are busy shopping in malls. Thus, whether we can be buyers or sellers in these different markets depends, among other things, on the money that we have. We have also examined the chain of markets that is formed before goods can reach us. It is through a car being put together in a factory. 84 Social and political life. Malls, like the one above, sell expensive and branded goods. This chain that what is produced in one place reaches people everywhere. When things are sold, it encourages production and new opportunities are created for people to earn. However, do they offer equal opportunities? We will try to understand this through the story of a shirt in the next chapter. Sustainable Development Goal, SDG. Rationalized 2023-24. 85 Chapter 7. Markets around us rationalized 2023-24. Exercises. 1. In what ways is a hawker different from a shop owner? 2. Compare and contrast a weekly market and a shopping complex on the following. Glossary. Weekly market. These markets are not daily markets but are to be found at a particular place on 1 or maybe 2 days of the week. These markets most often sell everything that a household needs, ranging from vegetables to clothes to utensils. Mall. This is an enclosed shopping space. This is usually a large building with many floors that has shops, restaurants, and, at times, even a cinema theater. These shops most often sell branded products. Wholesale. This refers to buying and selling in large quantities. Most products, including vegetables, fruits, and flowers, have special wholesale markets. Chain of markets. A series of markets that are connected like links in a chain because products pass from one market to another. 3. Explain how a chain of markets is formed. What purpose does it serve? 4. All persons have equal rights to visit any shop in a marketplace. Do you think this is true of shops with expensive products? Explain with examples. 5. Buying and selling can take place without going to a marketplace. Explain this statement with the help of examples. A shirt in the market. This chapter tells us the story of a shirt. It begins with the production of cotton and ends with the sale of the shirt. We shall see that a chain of markets links the producer of cotton to the buyer of the shirt in the supermarket. Buying and selling takes place at every step in the chain. Does everyone benefit equally from this? Or do some people benefit more than others? We shall find out. 8 Chapter. Rationalized 2023-24. 87 Chapter 8. A shirt in the market. 87 Rationalized 2023-24. Did Swapna get a fair price on the cotton? Why did the trader pay Swapna a low price? Where do you think large farmers would sell their cotton? How is their situation different from Swapna, a cotton farmer in Kurnool? Swapna, a small farmer in Kurnool, Andhra Pradesh, grows cotton on her small piece of land. The bolls of the cotton plant are ripe and some have already burst, so Swapna is busy picking cotton. The bolls which carry the cotton in them do not burst open all at once, so it takes several days to harvest the cotton. Once the cotton is collected, instead of selling it at Kurnool Cotton Market, Swapna and her husband take the harvest to the local trader. At the beginning of the cropping season, Swapna had borrowed 2,500 from the trader at a very high interest rate to buy seeds, fertilizers, pesticides for cultivation. At that time, the local trader made Swapna agree to another condition. He made her promise to sell all her cotton to him. Cultivation of cotton requires high levels of inputs such as fertilizers and pesticides, and the farmers have to incur heavy expenses on account of these. Most often, the small farmers need to borrow money to meet these expenses. At the trader's yard, 2 of his men weigh the bags of cotton. At a price of 1,500 per quintal, the cotton fetches 6,000. The trader deducts 3,000 for repayment of loan and interest and pays Swapna 3,000. Swapna, 3,000 only. Trader, cotton is selling cheap. There is a lot of cotton in the market. Swapna, I have toiled so hard for 4 months to grow this cotton. You can see how fine and clean the cotton is this time. I had hoped to get a much better price. 88 Social and Political Life. A shop in a road. Trader, Amma, I am giving you a good price. Other traders are not even paying this much. You can check at the Kurnool market if you do not believe me. Swapna, don't be angry. How can I doubt you? I had only hoped that we would earn enough from the cotton crop to last us a few months. Though Swapna knows that cotton will sell for at least 1,800 per quintal, she doesn't argue further. The trader is a powerful man in the village, and the farmers have to depend on him for loans, not only for cultivation but also to meet other exigencies such as illnesses, children's school fees. Also, there are times in the year when there is no work and no income for the farmers, so borrowing money is the only means of survival. Swapna's earning from cotton cultivation is barely more than what she might have earned as a wage laborer. The cloth market of Erode. Erode's bi-weekly cloth market in Tamil Nadu is one of the largest cloth markets in the world. A large variety of cloth is sold in this market. Cloth that is made by weavers in the villages around is also brought here for sale. Around the market are offices of cloth merchants who buy this cloth. Other traders from many South Indian towns also come and purchase cloth in this market. On market days, you would also find weavers bringing cloth that has been made on order from the merchant. These merchants supply cloth on order to garment manufacturers and exporters around the country. They purchase the yarn and give instructions to the weavers about the kind of cloth that is to be made. In the following example, we can see how this is done. Rationalized 2023-24. 89 Chapter 8. A shirt in the market rationalized 2023-24. 1. This is a merchant's shop in the bazaar. Over the years, these traders have developed extensive contacts with garment firms around the country from whom they get orders. These traders purchase the yarn thread from others. 2. The weavers live in villages around and take the yarn supplied by these traders to their homes, where the looms are located in sheds adjacent to their houses. This photograph shows a power loom in one such home. The weavers and their families spend long hours working on these looms. Most weaving units have about 2 to 8 power looms on which the yarn is woven into cloth. A variety of saris, towels, shirting, ladies' dress material, and bedsheets are produced in these looms. 3. They then bring back the finished cloth to the traders. Here, they can be seen getting ready to go to the merchant in the town. The trader keeps an account of the yarn given and pays them money for weaving this into cloth. What are the following people doing at the Erode cloth market? Merchants, weavers, exporters. In what ways are weavers dependent on cloth merchants? Putting out system, weavers producing cloth at home. The merchant distributes work among the weavers based on the orders he has received for cloth. The weavers get the yarn from the merchant and supply him the cloth. For the weavers, this arrangement seemingly has 2 advantages. The weavers do not have to spend their money on purchase of yarn. Also, the problem of selling the finished cloth is taken care of. Weavers know from the outset what cloth they should make and how much of it is to be woven. However, this dependence on the merchants both for raw materials and markets means that the merchants have a lot of power. They give orders for what is to be made and they pay a very low price for making the cloth. The weavers have no way of. 90 Social and Political Life. Weavers Cooperative. We have seen that the weavers are paid very little by the merchant under the putting out system. Weavers cooperatives are one way to reduce the dependence on the merchant and to earn a higher income for the weavers. In a cooperative, people with common interests come together and work for their mutual benefit. In a weavers cooperative, the weavers form a group and take up certain activities collectively. They procure yarn from the yarn dealer and distribute it among the weavers. The cooperative also does the marketing. So, the role of the merchant is reduced and weavers get a fair price on the cloth. At times, the government helps the cooperatives by buying cloth from them at a reasonable price. For instance, the Tamil Nadu government runs a free school uniform program in the state. The government procures the cloth for this program from the power loom weavers cooperatives. Similarly, the government buys cloth from the handloom weavers cooperatives and sells it through stores known as co-optex. You might have come across one of these stores in your town. If the weavers were to buy yarn on their own and sell cloth, they would probably earn 3 times more. Do you think this is possible? How? Discuss. Do you find similar putting out arrangements in making papads, masalas, beetas? Find out about this in your area and discuss in class. You might have heard of cooperatives in your area. It could be in milk, provisions, paddy, etc. Find out for whose benefit they were set up, knowing who they are making the cloth for or at what price it will be sold. At the cloth market, the merchants sell the cloth to the garment factories. In this way, the market works more in favor of the merchants. Weavers invest all their savings or borrow money at high interest rates to buy looms. Each loom costs 20,000, so a small weaver with 2 looms has to invest 40,000. The work on these looms cannot be done alone. The weaver and another adult member of his family work up to 12 hours a day to produce cloth. For all this work, they earn about 3,500 per month. The arrangement between the merchant and the weavers is an example of putting out system whereby the merchant supplies the raw material and receives the finished product. It is prevalent in the weaving industry in most regions of India. Rationalized 2023-24. 91 Chapter 8. A shirt in the market rationalized 2023-24. What are the demands foreign buyers make on the garment exporters? Why do the garment exporters agree to these demands? How do the garment exporters meet the conditions set by the foreign buyers? The garment exporting factory near Delhi. The Erode merchant supplies the cotton cloth produced by the weavers to a garment exporting factory near Delhi. The garment exporting factory will use the cloth to make shirts. The shirts will be exported to foreign buyers. Among the foreign buyers are businesspersons from the US and Europe who run a chain of stores. These large stores do business strictly on their own terms. They demand the lowest prices from the supplier. In addition, they set high standards for quality of production and timely delivery. Any defects or delay in delivery is dealt with strictly. So, the exporter tries his best to meet the conditions set by these powerful buyers. Faced with such pressures from the buyers, the garment exporting factories, in turn, try to cut costs. They get the maximum work out of the workers at the lowest possible wages. This way they can maximize their own profits and also supply the garments to foreign buyers at a cheap price. Women workers sewing buttons in a garment factory. 92 Social and political life. Payment to workers per month. Tailoring. 3,000 ironing. 1.50 per piece, checking. 2,000 thread cutting and buttoning. 1,500. Write a letter to the minister asking for what you think would be proper payment to the workers. The Impex garment factory has 70 workers. Most of them are women. Most of these workers are employed on a temporary basis. This means that whenever the employer feels that a worker is not needed, the worker can be asked to leave. Workers' wages are fixed according to their skills. The highest paid among the workers are the tailors who get about 3,000 per month. Women are employed as helpers for thread cutting, buttoning, ironing, and packaging. These jobs have the lowest wages. The shirt in the United States. A number of shirts are on display at a large clothes shop in the United States and are priced at $26. That is, each shirt sells for $26 or around $1,800. Use the diagram shown in the margin to fill in the blanks below. The businessperson purchased the shirts from the garment exporter in Delhi for per shirt. He then spent 4 advertising in the media and another per shirt on storage, display, and all other charges. Thus, the cost to this person is $900 while he sells the shirt for $1,800. Is his profit on one shirt? If he is able to sell a large number of shirts, his profit will be higher. The garment exporter sold the shirt at $300 per piece. The cloth and other raw materials cost him $100 per shirt. The worker's wages cost another. Why do you think more women are employed in the Impex garment factory? Discuss. The shirt below shows the profit made by the businessperson and the various costs that he had to pay. Find out from the diagram below what the cost price includes. Rationalized 2023-24. 93 Chapter 8. A shirt in the market rationalized 2023-24. Compare the earnings per shirt of the worker in the garment factory, the garment exporter, and the businessperson in the market abroad. What do you find? What are the reasons that the businessperson is able to make a huge profit in the market? You have read the chapter on advertising. Why does the businessperson spend 300 rupees per shirt on advertising? Discuss. 25 per shirt. The cost of running his office came to 25 per shirt. Can you calculate the profit per shirt for the garment exporter? Who are the gainers in the market? A chain of markets links the producer of cotton to the buyer at the supermarket. Buying and selling takes place at every step in the chain. Let us recall who were the people who were involved in this process of buying and selling. Did they all gain as much? There were people who made profits in the market and there were some who did not gain as much from this buying and selling. Despite their having toiled very hard, they earned little. Can you place them in the table shown here? Market and equality. The foreign businessperson made huge profits in the market. Compared to this, the garment exporter made only moderate profits. On the other hand, the earnings of the workers at the garment export factory are barely enough to cover their day-to-day needs. Similarly, we saw the small cotton farmer and the weaver at a road put in long hours of hard work. But they did not get a fair price in the market for what they produced. The merchants or traders are somewhere in between. Compared to the weavers, they have earned more, but it is still much less than the exporter. Thus, not everyone gains equally in the market. Democracy is also about getting a fair wage in the market. Whether it is Kanta or Swapna, if families don't earn enough, how would they think of themselves as equal to others? On one hand, the market offers people opportunities for work and to be able to sell things that they grow or produce. It could be the farmer selling cotton or the weaver producing cloth. On the other hand, it is usually the rich and the powerful. 94 Social and political life. Did you know that the ready-made clothes that you buy require the work of so many different persons that get the maximum earnings from the market? These are the people who have money and own the factories, the large shops, large land holdings, etc. The poor have to depend on the rich. These are the people who have money and own the factories, the large shops, large land holdings, etc. The poor have to depend on the rich and the powerful for various things. They have to depend for loans, as in the case of Swapna, the small farmer, for raw materials and marketing of their goods, weavers in the putting out system, and most often for employment, workers at the garment factory. Because of this dependence, the poor are exploited in the market. There are ways to overcome these, such as forming cooperatives of producers and ensuring that laws are followed strictly. Sustainable Development Goal, SDG. Rationalized 2023-24. Exercises. 1. What made Swapna sell the cotton to the trader instead of selling at the Kurnool cotton market? 2. Describe the conditions of employment as well as the wages of workers in the garment exporting factory. Do you think the workers get a fair deal? 3. Think of something common that we use. Could be sugar, tea, milk, pen, paper, pencil, etc. Discuss through what chain of markets this reaches you. Can you think of the people that help in the production or trade? 4. Arrange the statements given alongside in the correct order and then fill in the numbers in the cotton bowls accordingly. The first two have already been done for you. 1. Swapna sells the cotton to the trader. 2. Customers buy these shirts in a supermarket. 3. Trader sells cotton to the ginning mill. 4. Garment exporters buy the cloth from merchants for making shirts. 5. Yarn dealers or merchants give the yarn to the weavers. 6. The exporter sells shirts to the businessperson from the USA. 7. Spinning mill buys the cotton and sells yarn to the yarn dealers. 8. Weavers return with the cloth. 9. Ginning mill cleans the cotton and makes it into bales. Glossary. Ginning mill. A factory where seeds are removed from cotton bolls. The cotton is pressed into bales to be sent for spinning into thread. Exporter. A person who sells goods abroad. Profit. The amount that is left or gained from earnings after deducting all the costs. If the costs are more than the earnings, it would lead to a loss. 97. Government of India, Copyright 2006. 1. The responsibility for the correctness of internal details rests with the publisher. 2. The territorial waters of India extend into the sea to a distance of 12 nautical miles measured from the appropriate baseline. 3. The administrative headquarters of Chandigarh, Haryana and Punjab are at Chandigarh. 4. The interstate boundaries amongst Arunachal Pradesh, Assam and Meghalaya shown on this map are as interpreted from the Northeastern Areas Reorganization Act, 1971, but have yet to be verified. 5. The external boundaries and coastlines of India agree with the record/master copy certified by Survey of India. 6. The state boundaries between Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh, Bihar and Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh have not been verified by the governments concerned. 7. The spellings of names in this map have been taken from various sources. Rationalized 2023-24. Social science. Critically begin to understand and examine the world around you and participate in it as the Constitution prescribes. Social science. Textbook in Political Science for Class 9. Forward 3A letter for UV. How to use this book. 7. Chapter 1. What is democracy? 1. Why democracy? Chapter 2. Constitutional Design 18. Chapter 3. Electoral Politics. 34. Chapter 4. Working of Institutions. 56. Chapter 5. Democratic Rights 74. Overview. What is democracy? What are its features? This chapter builds on a simple definition of democracy. Step by step, we work out the meaning of the terms involved in this definition. The aim here is to understand clearly the bare minimum features of a democratic form of government. After going through this chapter, we should be able to distinguish a democratic form of government from a non-democratic government. Towards the end of this chapter, we step beyond this minimal objective and introduce a broader idea of democracy. Democracy is the most prevalent form of government in the world today, and it is expanding to more countries. But why is it so? What makes it better than other forms of government? That is the second big question that we take up in this chapter. Chapter 1. What is democracy? Why democracy? 2. Democratic P. I have heard a different version. Democracy is off the people, far from the people, and where they by the people. Why don't we accept that? 1.1 is democracy? But we don't know if this is the best way of defining unless we think about it ourselves. We must not accept something just because it is famous, just because everyone accepts it. Yolanda, ma'am, can I suggest something? We don't need to look for any definition. I read somewhere that the word democracy comes from a Greek word, demokratia. In Greek, demos means people and kratia means rule. So democracy is rule by the people. This is the correct meaning. Where is the need to debate? Linguto, madam. That is also a very helpful way of thinking about this matter. I would just say that this does not always work. A word does not remain tied to its origin. Just think of computers. Originally they were used for computing, that is to say calculating very difficult mathematical sums. These were very powerful calculators. But nowadays very few people use computers for computing sums. They use it for writing, for designing, for listening to music, and for watching films. Words remain the same, but their meaning can change with time. In that case, it is not very useful to look at the origins of a word. Mary, ma'am, so basically what you are saying is that there is no shortcut to our thinking about the matter ourselves. We have to think about its meaning and evolve a definition. Linguto, madam. You got me right. Let us get on with it now. A CTIVITY. Let us take linguto, madam, seriously and try to write down the exact definition of some of the simple words that we use all the time. Pen, rain, and love. For example, is there a way of defining a pen that distinguishes it clearly from a pencil, a brush, a chalk, or crayon? What have you learnt from this attempt? What does it teach us about understanding the meaning of democracy? A simple definition, a simple definition, a simple definition, a simple definition, a simple definition. Let us get back to our discussion on similarities and differences among governments that are called. You have already read about different forms of government. On the basis of your understanding of democracy so far, mentioning a few examples, write down some common features of democratic governments, non-democratic governments. Why define democracy? 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 Before we proceed further, let us first take note of an objection by Mary. She does not like this way of defining democracy and wants to ask some basic questions. Her teacher Matilda Linguto responds to her questions, as other classmates join the discussion. Mary, ma'am, I don't like this idea. First we spend time discussing democracy and then we want to find out the meaning of democracy. I mean, logically, shouldn't we have approached it the other way round? Shouldn't the meaning have come first and then the example? Linguto, madam. I can see your point. But that is not how we reason in everyday life. We use words like pen, rain, or love. Do we wait to have a definition of these words before we use them? Come to think of it, do we have clear definition of these words? It is only by using a word that we understand its meaning. Mary, but then why do we need definitions at all? Linguto, madam. We need a definition only when we come across a difficulty in the use of a word. We need a definition of rain only when we wish to distinguish it from, say, drizzle or cloudburst. The same is true for democracy. We need a clear definition only because people use it for different purposes, because very different kinds of governments call themselves democracy. Ribiang. But why do we need to work on a definition? The other day you quoted Abraham Lincoln to us. Democracy is government of the people, by the people and for the people. We in Meghalaya always ruled ourselves. That is accepted by everyone. Why do we need to change that? Linguto, madam. I am not saying we need to change it. I too find this definition very beautiful. 3. W hat is D. W democracy. Check your progress. Ribiang went back home and collected some more famous quotations on democracy. This time she did not mention the names of the people who said or wrote these. She wants you to read these and comment on how good or useful these thoughts are. Democracy gives every man the right to be his own oppressor. Democracy consists of choosing your dictators after they've told you what you think it is you want to hear. Man's capacity for justice makes democracy possible, but man's inclination to injustice makes democracy necessary. Democracy is a device that ensures we shall be governed no better than we deserve. All the ills of democracy can be cured by more democracy. Democracies. One simple factor common to all democracies is the government is chosen by the people. We could thus start with a simple definition. Democracy is a form of government in which the rulers are elected by the people. This is a useful starting point. This definition allows us to separate democracy from forms of government that are clearly not democratic. The army rulers of Myanmar were not elected by the people. Those who happened to be in control of the army became the rulers of the country. People had no say in this decision. Dictators like Pinochet Chile are not elected by the people. This also applies to monarchies. The kings of Saudi Arabia rule not because the people have chosen them to do so but because they happen to be born into the royal family. This simple definition is not adequate. It reminds us that democracy is people's rule. But if we use this definition in an unthinking manner, we would end up calling almost every government that holds an election a democracy. That would be very misleading. As we shall find out in Chapter 3, every government in contemporary world wants to be called a democracy even if it is not so. That is why we need to carefully distinguish between a government that is a democracy and one that pretends to be one. We can do so by understanding each word in this definition carefully and spelling out the features of a democratic government. This cartoon was drawn when elections were held in Iraq with the presence of US and other foreign powers. What do you think this cartoon is saying? Why is democracy written the way it is? Four. Democratic P. Want a democracy? Or must a democratic government function with some limits? Is it necessary for a democracy to respect some rights of the citizens? Let us consider each of these questions with the help of some examples. Major decisions by elected, 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 LEADERS, 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 LEADERS. In Pakistan, General Pervez Musharraf led a military coup in October 1999. He overthrew a democratically elected government and declared himself the chief executive of the country. Later, he changed his designation to president and in 2002 held a referendum in the country that granted him a 5-year extension. Pakistani media, human rights organizations, and democracy activists said that the referendum was based on 1.2 features of democracy. Syria is a small West Asian country. The ruling Ba'ath Party and some of its small allies are the only parties allowed in that country. Do you think this cartoon could apply to China or Mexico? What does the crown of leaves on democracy signify? We have started with a simple definition that democracy is a form of government in which the rulers are elected by the people. This raises many questions. Who are the rulers in this definition? Which officials must be elected for any government to be called a democracy? Which decisions may be taken by non-elected officials in a democracy? What kind of election constitutes a democratic election? What conditions must be fulfilled for an election to be considered democratic? Who are the people who can elect the rulers or get elected as rulers? Should this include every citizen on an equal basis? Can a democracy deny some citizens this right? Finally, what kind of a form of government is democracy? Can elected rulers do whatever they? 5. Malpractices and fraud. In August 2002, he issued a legal framework order that amended the Constitution of Pakistan. According to this order, the president can dismiss the national and provincial assemblies. The work of the civilian cabinet is supervised by a National Security Council which is dominated by military officers. After passing this law, elections were held to the national and provincial assemblies. So Pakistan has had elections, elected representatives have some powers. But the final power rested with military officers and General Musharraf himself. Clearly, there are many reasons why Pakistan under General Musharraf should not be called a democracy. But let us focus on one of these. Can we say that the rulers are elected by the people in Pakistan? Not quite. People may have elected their representatives to the national and provincial assemblies, but those elected representatives were not really the rulers. They cannot take the final decisions. The power to take final decision rested with army officials and with General Musharraf, and none of them were elected by the people. This happens in many dictatorships and monarchies. They formally have an elected parliament and government, but the real power is with those who are not elected. In a few countries, the real power was with some external powers and not with locally elected representatives. This cannot be called people's rule. This gives us the first feature. In a democracy, the final decision-making power must rest with those elected by the people. Free and fair electoral 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 competition competition. In China, elections are regularly held after every 5 years for electing the country's parliament, called Quanwo Remin Daibyo Dahue, National People's Congress. The National People's Congress has the power to appoint the president of the country. It has nearly 3,000 members elected from all over China. Some members are elected by the army. Before contesting elections, a candidate needs the approval of the Chinese Communist Party. Only those who were members of the Chinese Communist Party or 8 smaller parties allied to it were allowed to contest elections held in 2002 to 2003. The government is always formed by the Communist Party. Since its independence in 1930, Mexico holds elections after every 6 years to elect its president. The country has never been under a military or dictator's rule. But until 2000, every election was won by a. This cartoon was drawn in the context of Latin America. Do you think it applies to the Pakistani situation as well? Think of other countries where this could apply? Does this happen sometimes in our country as well? W hat is D? W democracy? All this is so remote for me. Is democracy all about rulers and governments? Can we talk about a democratic classroom? Or a democratic family? 6. Democratic Party called PRI Institutional Revolutionary Party. Opposition parties did contest elections but never managed to win. The PRI was known to use many dirty tricks to win elections. All those who were employed in government offices had to attend its party meetings. Teachers of government schools used to force parents to vote for the PRI. Media largely ignored the activities of opposition political parties except to criticize them. Sometimes the polling booths were shifted from one place to another in the last minute, which made it difficult for people to cast their votes. The PRI spent a large sum of money in the campaign for its candidates. Should we consider the elections described above as examples of people electing their rulers? Reading these examples, we get a sense that we cannot. There are many problems here. In China, the elections do not offer the people any serious choice. They have to choose the ruling party and the candidates approved by it. Can we call this a choice? In the Mexican example, people seemed to really have a choice, but in practice they had no choice. There was no way the ruling party could be defeated even if people were against it. These are not fair elections. We can thus add a second feature to our understanding of democracy. Holding elections of any kind is not sufficient. The elections must offer a real choice between political alternatives. And it should be possible for people to use this choice to remove the existing rulers if they wish so. So, a democracy must be based on a free and fair election where those currently in power have a fair chance of losing. We shall find out more about a democratic election in Chapter 3. One person, one person, one person, one person, one person, 1v1 v1 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 vot ot 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 e one value, one value, one value, one value, one value. Earlier, we read about how the struggle for democracy was linked to the demand for universal adult franchise. This principle has now come to be accepted almost all over the world. Yet there are many instances of denial of equal right to vote. Until 2015, in Saudi Arabia, women did not have the right to vote. Estonia has made its citizenship rules in such a way that people belonging to Russian minority find it difficult to get the right to vote. In Fiji, the electoral system is such that the vote of an indigenous Fiji has more value than that of an Indian Fijian. Democracy is based on a fundamental principle of political equality. That gives us the third feature of democracy. In a democracy, each adult citizen must have one vote and each vote must have one value. We shall read more about it in Chapter 3. 7. W hat is D? W democracy? This cartoon is about the Iraqi election held after Saddam Hussein's regime was overthrown. He is shown behind the bars. What is the cartoonist saying here? Compare the message of this cartoon with the first cartoon in this chapter. Rule of law, Yule of law, Yule of law, Yule of law, Yule of law, NRW, 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 and resp spec CCCCTTTTT for rights, for rights, for rights, for rights, for rights. Zimbabwe attained independence from white minority rule in 1980. Since then, the country has been ruled by ZANU-PF, the party that led the freedom struggle. Its leader, Robert Mugabe, ruled the country since independence. Elections were held regularly and always won by ZANU-PF. President Mugabe was popular but also used unfair practices in elections. Over the years his government changed the constitution several times to increase the powers of the president and make him less accountable. Opposition party workers were harassed and their meeting disrupted. Public protests and demonstrations against the government were declared illegal. There was a law that limited the right to criticize the president. Television and radio were controlled by the government and gave only the ruling party's version. There were independent newspapers, but the government harassed those journalists who went against it. The government ignored some court judgments that went against it and pressurized judges. He was forced out of office in 2017. The example of Zimbabwe shows that popular approval of the rulers is necessary in a democracy, but it is not sufficient. Popular governments can be undemocratic. Popular leaders can be autocratic. If we wish to assess a democracy, it is important to look at the elections. But it is equally important to look before and after the elections. There should be sufficient room for normal political activity, including political opposition, in the period before elections. This requires that the state should respect some basic rights of the citizen. They should be free to think, to have opinions, to express these in public, to form associations, to protest and take other political actions. Everyone should be equal in the eyes of law. These rights must be protected by an independent. Why talk about Zimbabwe? I read similar reports from many parts of our own country. Why don't we discuss that? 8. Democratic P. Judiciary whose orders are obeyed by everyone. We shall read more about these rights in Chapter 5. Similarly, there are some conditions that apply to the way a government is run after the elections. A democratic government cannot do whatever it likes simply because it has won an election. It has to respect some basic rules. In particular, it has to respect some guarantees to the minorities. Every major decision has to go through a series of consultations. Every office bearer has certain rights and responsibilities assigned by the Constitution and the law. Each of these is accountable not only to the people but also to other independent officials. We shall read more about this in Chapter 4. Both these aspects give us the fourth and final feature of democracy: a democratic government rules within limits set by constitutional law and citizens' rights. SSSS summer YYYY. Def definition in it ion. Let us sum up the discussion so far. We started with a simple definition that democracy is a form of government in which the rulers are elected by the people. We found that this definition was not adequate unless we explained some of the key words used in it. Through a series of examples, we worked out 4 features of democracy as a form of government. Accordingly, democracy is a form of government in which rulers elected by the people take all the major decisions. Elections offer a choice and fair opportunity to the people to change the current rulers. This choice and opportunity is available to all the people on an equal basis. And the exercise of this choice leads to a government limited by basic rules of the Constitution and citizens' rights. Chinese government blocked free flow of information on the internet by placing restrictions on popular websites like Google and Yahoo. The image of tanks and an unarmed student reminds the reader of another major event in recent Chinese history. Find out about that event. 9. Check your progress. W hat is D? W democracy? Read these 5 examples of working or denial of democracy. Match each of these with the relevant feature of democracy discussed above. 1.3 Why democracy? An argument broke out in Madame Lingaro's class. She had finished teaching the previous section on what is democracy and asked the students if they thought democracy was the best form of government. Everyone had something to say. Debating merits of 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 DEMOC or DEMOC or DEMOC or DEMOC or DEMOC or ACACACACACYYYYYY. Yolanda, we live in a democratic country. All over the world people want democracy. Countries that were not democratic earlier are becoming democratic now. All great people have said nice things about democracy. Isn't it obvious that democracy is the best? Do we need to debate this? Tankini, but Lingaro Madam had said we should not accept something just because it is famous, just because everyone else accepts it. Isn't it possible that everyone is following a wrong path? Jenny, yes, it actually is a wrong path. What has democracy brought to our country? 7 decades of democracy and there is so much poverty in the country. Ribiang, but what has democracy got to do with it? Do we have poverty because we are democratic, or do we have poverty despite being a democracy? Jenny, whatever, how does it make a difference? The point is that this can't be the best form of government. Democracy is all about chaos, instability, corruption, and hypocrisy. Politicians fight among themselves. Who cares for the country? Poyman, so what should we have instead? Go back to the British rule? Invite some kings to rule this country? Rose, I don't know. I think what this country needs is a strong leader, someone who does not have to bother about elections and parliament. One leader should have all the powers. He should be able to do whatever is needed in country's interest. That alone can remove corruption and poverty from this country. Someone shouted, "That is called dictatorship." Hoy, what if the person starts using all these powers for himself and his family? What if he is corrupt himself? Rose, I am speaking only of the honest, sincere, and strong leader. Hoy, but that is not fair. You are comparing a real democracy with an ideal dictatorship. We should compare an ideal with an ideal, the real with the real. Go and check the record of dictators in real life. They are most corrupt, selfish, and brutal. It is just that we don't get to know about this. And what is worse, you can't even get rid of them. I want to be in Lingoto Madam's class. That sounds like a democratic classroom. Doesn't it? 10. Democratic P. Madam Lingoto was listening to this discussion with interest. Now she stepped in. I was delighted to see you all arguing so passionately. I don't know who is right and who is wrong. That is for you to settle. But I did feel that you all wanted to speak your mind. You may have felt very bad if someone tried to stop you or if someone punished you for saying what you felt. Would you be able to do that in a country that is not democratic? Is that a good argument for democracy? Arguments against democracy, arguments against democracy, arguments against democracy, arguments against democracy, arguments against democracy. This conversation has most of the arguments that we routinely hear against democracy. Let us go over some of these arguments. Leaders keep changing in a democracy. This leads to instability. Democracy is all about political competition and power play. There is no scope for morality. So many people have to be consulted in a democracy that it leads to delays. Elected leaders do not know the best interest of the people. It leads to bad decisions. Democracy leads to corruption, for it is based on electoral competition. Ordinary people don't know what is good for them, they should not decide anything. Are there some other arguments against democracy that you can think of? Which of these arguments applies mainly to democracy? Which of these can apply to misuse of any form of government? Which of these do you agree with? Clearly, democracy is not a magical solution for all the problems. It has not ended poverty in our country and in other parts of the world. Democracy as a form of government only ensures that people take their own decisions. This does not guarantee that their decisions will be good. People can make mistakes. Involving the people in these decisions does lead to delays in decision-making. It is also true that democracy leads to frequent changes in leadership. Sometimes this can set back big decisions and affect the government's efficiency. These arguments show that democracy of the kind we see may not be the ideal form of government. But that is not a question we face in real life. The real question we face is different. Is democracy better than other forms of government that are there for us to choose from? Arguments for democracy, arguments for democracy, arguments for democracy, arguments for democracy, arguments for democracy. China's famine of 1958 to 1961 was the worst recorded famine in world history. Nearly 3 crore people died in this famine. During those days, India's economic condition was not much better than China. Yet India did not have a famine of the kind China had. Economists think. This cartoon is from Brazil, a country that has long experience of dictatorship. It is entitled The Hidden Side of Dictatorship. Which hidden sides does this cartoon depict? Is it necessary for every dictatorship to have a hidden side? If possible, find this out about the dictators including Pinochet in Chile, Jaruzelski in Poland, Sani Abacha in Nigeria, and Ferdinand Marcos in the Philippines. 11. That this was a result of different government policies in the two countries. The existence of democracy in India made the Indian government respond to food scarcity in a way that the Chinese government did not. They point out that no large-scale famine has ever taken place in an independent and democratic country. If China too had multi-party elections, an opposition party, and a press free to criticize the government, then so many people may not have died in the famine. This example brings out one of the reasons why democracy is considered the best form of government. Democracy is better than any other form of government in responding to the needs of the people. A non-democratic government may and can respond to the people's needs, but it all depends on the wishes of the people who rule. If the rulers don't want to, they don't have to act according to the wishes of the people. A democracy requires that the rulers have to attend to the needs of the people. A democratic government is a better government because it is a more accountable form of government. There is another reason why democracy should lead to better decisions than any non-democratic government. Democracy is based on consultation and discussion. A democratic decision always involves many persons, discussions, and meetings. When a number of people put their heads together, they are able to point out possible mistakes in any decision. This takes time. But there is a big advantage in taking time over important decisions. This reduces the chances of rash or irresponsible decisions. Thus, democracy improves the quality of decision-making. This is related to the third argument. Democracy provides a method to deal with differences and conflicts. In any society, people are bound to have differences of opinions and interests. These differences are particularly sharp in a country like ours, which has an amazing social diversity. People belong to different regions, speak different languages, practice different religions, and have different castes. They look at the world very differently and have different preferences. The preferences of one group can clash with those of other groups. How do we resolve such a conflict? The conflict can be solved by brutal power. Whichever group is more powerful will dictate its terms and others will have to accept that. But that would lead to resentment and unhappiness. Different groups may not be able to live together for long in such a way. Democracy provides the only peaceful solution to this problem. In democracy, no one is a permanent winner. No one is a permanent loser. Different groups can live with one another peacefully. In a diverse country like India, democracy keeps our country together. These three arguments were about the effects of democracy on the quality of government and social life. But the strongest argument for democracy is not about what democracy does to the government. It is about what democracy does to the citizens. Even if democracy does not bring about better decisions and accountable government, it is still better than other forms of government. Democracy enhances the dignity of citizens. As we discussed above, democracy is based on the principle of political equality, on recognizing that what would have happened if India was not a democracy? Could we have stayed together as a single nation? W hat is D? W democracy? 12. Democratic P. Check your progress. Poorest and the least educated has the same status as the rich and the educated. People are not subjects of a ruler, they are the rulers themselves. Even when they make mistakes, they are responsible for their conduct. Finally, democracy is better than other forms of government because it allows us to correct its own mistakes. As we saw above, there is no guarantee that mistakes cannot be made in democracy. No form of government can guarantee that. The advantage in a democracy is that such mistakes cannot be hidden for long. There is a space for public discussion on these mistakes. And there is a room for correction. Either the rulers have to change their decisions or the rulers can be changed. This cannot happen in a non-democratic government. Let us sum it up. Democracy cannot get us everything and is not the solution to all problems. But it is clearly better than any other alternative that we know. It offers better chances of a good decision, it is likely to respect people's own wishes and allows different kinds of people to live together. Even when it fails to do some of these things, it allows a way of correcting its mistakes and offers more dignity to all citizens. That is why democracy is considered the best form of government. This cartoon was published in Canada just before its parliamentary elections of 2004. Everyone, including the cartoonist, expected the Liberal Party to win once again. When the results came, the Liberal Party lost the elections. Is this cartoon an argument against democracy or for democracy? Rajesh and Muzaffar read an article. It showed that no democracy has ever gone to war with another democracy. Wars take place only when one of the two governments is non-democratic. The article said that this was a great merit of democracy. After reading the essay, Rajesh and Muzaffar had different reactions. Rajesh said that this was not a good argument for democracy. It was just a matter of chance. It is possible that in future democracies may have wars. Muzaffar said that it could not be a matter of chance. Democracies take decisions in such a way that it reduces the chances of war. Which of the two positions do you agree with and why? 13. 1.4 Broader meanings of democracy. In this chapter, we have considered the meaning of democracy in a limited and descriptive sense. We have understood democracy as a form of government. This way of defining democracy helps us to identify a clear set of minimal features that a democracy must have. The most common form that democracy takes in our times is that of a representative democracy. You have already read about this in the previous classes. In the countries we call democracy, all the people do not rule. A majority is allowed to take decisions on behalf of all the people. Even the majority does not rule directly. The majority of people rule through their elected representatives. This becomes necessary because modern democracies involve such a large number of people that it is physically impossible for them to sit together and take a collective decision. Even if they could, the citizen does not have the time, the desire, or the skills to take part in all the decisions. This gives us a clear but minimal understanding of democracy. This clarity helps us to distinguish democracies from non-democracies. But it does not allow us to distinguish between a democracy and a good democracy. It does not. W hat is D? W democracy? This famous cartoon by R.K. Laxman comments on the celebrations of the 50 years of independence. How many images on the wall do you recognize? Do many common people feel the way the common man in this cartoon does? Copyright R.K. Laxman, The Times of India. 14. Democratic P. Allow us to see the operation of democracy beyond government. For this we need to turn to broader meanings of democracy. Sometimes we use democracy for organizations other than the government. Just read these statements. We are a very democratic family. Whenever a decision has to be taken, we all sit down and arrive at a consensus. My opinion matters as much as my father's. I don't like teachers who do not allow students to speak and ask questions in the class. I would like to have teachers with democratic temperament. One leader and his family members decide everything in this party. How can they talk of democracy? These ways of using the word democracy go back to its basic sense of a method of taking decisions. A democratic decision involves consultation with and consent of all those who are affected by that decision. Those who are not powerful have the same say in taking the decision as those who are powerful. This can apply to a government or a family or any other organization. Thus, democracy is also a principle that can be applied to any sphere of life. Sometimes we use the word democracy not to describe any existing government but to set up an ideal standard that all democracies must aim to become. True democracy will come to this country only when no one goes hungry to bed. In a democracy, every citizen must be able to play equal role in decision-making. For this, you don't need just an equal right to vote. Every citizen needs to have equal information, basic education, equal resources, and a lot of commitment. If we take these ideals seriously, then no country in the world is a democracy. Yet, an understanding of democracy as an ideal reminds us of why we value democracy. It enables us to judge an existing democracy and identify its weaknesses. It helps us to distinguish between a minimal democracy and a good democracy. In this book, we do not deal much with this expanded notion of democracy. Our focus here is with some core institutional features of democracy as a form of government. Next year, you will read more about a democratic society and ways of evaluating our democracy. At this stage, we just need to note that democracy can apply to many spheres of life and that democracy can take many forms. There can be various ways of taking decisions in a democratic manner, as long as the basic principle of consultation on an equal basis is accepted. The most common form of democracy in today's world is rule through people's elected representatives. We shall read more about that in Chapter 3. But if the community is small, there can be other ways of taking democratic decisions. All the people can sit together and take decisions directly. This is how Gram Sabha should work in a village. Can you think of some other democratic ways of decision-making? A CTIVITY. Find out the total number of eligible voters in your assembly constituency and your parliamentary constituency. Find out how many people can fit into the largest stadium in your area. Is it possible for all the voters in your parliamentary or assembly constituency to sit together and have a meaningful discussion? In my village, the Gram Sabha never meets. Is that democratic? 15. W hat is D. W democracy. 1 exercises. Here is some information about 4 countries. Based on this information, how would you classify each of these countries? Write democratic, undemocratic, or not sure against each of these. A country A. People who do not accept the country's official religion do not have a right to vote. B. Country B. The same party has been winning elections for the last 20 years. C. Country C. Ruling party has lost in the last 3 elections. D. Country D. There is no independent election commission. 2. Here is some information about 4 countries. Based on this information, how would you classify each of these countries? Write democratic, undemocratic, or not sure against each of these. A country P. The parliament cannot pass a law about the army without the consent of the chief of army. B. Country question. The parliament cannot pass a law reducing the powers of the judiciary. C. Country R. The country's leaders cannot sign any treaty with another country without taking permission from its neighboring country. D. Country S. All the major economic decisions about the country are taken by officials of the central bank, which the ministers cannot change. 3. Which of these is not a good argument in favor of democracy? Why? The people feel free and equal in a democracy. B. Democracies resolve conflict in a better way than others. C. Democratic government is more accountable to the people. D. Democracies are more prosperous than others. This also means that no country is a perfect democracy. The features of democracy that we discussed in this chapter provide only the minimum conditions of a democracy. That does not make it an ideal democracy. Every democracy has to try to realize the ideals of a democratic decision-making. This cannot be achieved once and for all. This requires a constant effort to save and strengthen democratic forms of decision-making. What we do as citizens can make a difference to making our country more or less democratic. This is the strength and the weakness of democracy. The fate of the country depends not just on what the rulers do, but mainly on what we as citizens do. This is what distinguishes democracy from other governments. Other forms of government like monarchy, dictatorship, or one-party rule do not require all citizens to take part in politics. In fact, most non-democratic governments would like citizens not to take part in politics. But democracy depends on active political participation by all the citizens. That is why a study of democracy must focus on democratic politics. 16. Democratic P. For each of these statements contains a democratic and an undemocratic element. Write out the two separately for each statement. A minister said that some laws have to be passed by the parliament in order to conform to the regulations decided by the World Trade Organization, WTO. B. The election commission ordered repolling in a constituency where large-scale rigging was reported. C. Women's representation in the parliament has barely reached 10%. This led women's organizations to demand 1/3 seats for women. 5. Which of these is not a valid reason for arguing that there is a lesser possibility of famine in a democratic country? A. Opposition parties can draw attention to hunger and starvation. B. Free press can report suffering from famine in different parts of the country. C. Government fears its defeat in the next elections. D. People are free to believe in and practice any religion. 6. There are 40 villages in a district where the government has made no provision for drinking water. These villagers met and considered many methods of forcing the government to respond to their need. Which of these is not a democratic method? A. Filing a case in the courts claiming that water is part of right to life. B. Boycotting the next elections to give a message to all parties. C. Organizing public meetings against government's policies. D. Paying money to government officials to get water. 7. Write a response to the following arguments against democracy. A. Army is the most disciplined and corruption-free organization in the country. Therefore, Army should rule the country. B. Rule of the majority means the rule of ignorant people. What we need is the rule of the wise, even if they are in small numbers. C. If we want religious leaders to guide us in spiritual matters, why not invite them to guide us in politics as well? The country should be ruled by religious leaders. 8. Are the following statements in keeping with democracy as a value? Why? A father to daughter, I don't want to hear your opinion about your marriage. In our family, children marry where the parents tell them to. B. Teacher to student, don't disturb my concentration by asking me questions in the classroom. C. Employee to the officer, our working hours must be reduced according to the law. 9. Consider the following facts about a country and decide if you would call it a democracy. Give reasons to support your decision. Exercises. 17. Exercises. All the citizens of the country have right to vote. Elections are held regularly. B. The country took loan from international agencies. One of the conditions for giving loan was that the government would reduce its expenses on education and health. C. People speak more than 7 languages, but education is available only in one language, the language spoken by 52% people of that country. D. Several organizations have given a call for peaceful demonstrations and nationwide strikes in the country to oppose these policies. Government has arrested these leaders. E. The government owns the radio and television in the country. All the newspapers have to get permission from the government to publish any news about government's policies and protests. 10. In 2004, a report published in USA pointed to the increasing inequalities in that country. Inequalities in income reflected in the participation of people in democracy. It also shaped their abilities to influence the decisions taken by the government. The report highlighted that if an average black family earns $100, then the income of average white family is $162. A white family has 12 times more wealth than the average black family. In a president's election, nearly 9 out of 10 individuals in families with income over $75,000 have voted. These people are the top 20% of the population in terms of their income. On the other hand, only 5 people out of 10 from families with income less than $15,000 have voted. They are the bottom 20% of the population in terms of their income. About 95% contribution to the political parties comes from the rich. This gives them opportunity to express their opinions and concerns, which is not available to most citizens. As poor sections participate less in politics, the government does not listen to their concerns, coming out of poverty, getting job, education, healthcare, and housing for them. Politicians hear most regularly about the concerns of businesspersons and the rich. Write an essay on democracy and poverty, using the information given in this report but using examples from India. Most newspapers have an editorial page. On that page, the newspaper publishes its own opinions about current affairs. The paper also publishes the views of other writers and intellectuals and letters written by the readers. Follow any one newspaper for 1 month and collect editorials, articles, and letters on that page that have anything to do with democracy. Classify these into the following categories: constitutional and legal aspects of democracy, citizens' rights, electoral and party politics, criticism of democracy. W. Hat is D. W. Democracy. Chapter 2. Constitutional Design. Overview. We noted in the previous chapter that in a democracy the rulers are not free to do what they like. There are certain basic rules that the citizens and the government have to follow. All such rules together are called constitution. As the supreme law of the country, the constitution determines the rights of citizens, the powers of the government, and how the government should function. In this chapter we ask some basic questions about the constitutional design of a democracy. Why do we need a constitution? How are the constitutions drawn up? Who designs them and in what way? What are the values that shape the constitutions in democratic states? Once a constitution is accepted, can we make changes later as required by the changing conditions? One recent instance of designing constitution for a democratic state is that of South Africa. We begin this chapter by looking at what happened there and how the South Africans went about this task of designing their constitution. Then we turn to how the Indian constitution was made, what its foundational values are, and how it provides a good framework for the conduct of citizens' life and that of the government. 19. 2.1 Democratic Constitution in South Africa. I have fought against white domination and I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die. This was Nelson Mandela being tried for treason by the white South African government. He and 7 other leaders were sentenced to life imprisonment in 1964 for daring to oppose the apartheid regime in his country. He spent the next 28 years in South Africa's most dreaded prison, Robben Island. SSSSSTRTRTRTR Struggle against Apartheid against Apartheid against Apartheid against Apartheid against Apartheid Thade. Apartheid was the name of a system of racial discrimination unique to South Africa. The white Europeans imposed this system on South Africa. During the 17th and 18th centuries, the trading companies from Europe occupied it with arms and force in the way they occupied India. But unlike India, a large number of whites had settled in South Africa and became the local rulers. The system of apartheid divided the people and labeled them on the basis of their skin color. The native people of South Africa are black in color. They made up about 3/4 of the population and were called blacks. Besides these two groups, there were people of mixed races who were called colored and people who migrated from India. The white rulers treated all non-whites as inferiors. The non-whites did not have voting rights. The apartheid system was particularly oppressive for the blacks. They were forbidden from living in white areas. They could work in white areas only if they had a permit. Trains, buses, taxis, hotels, hospitals, schools and colleges, libraries, cinema halls, theaters, beaches, swimming pools. CD. Sign on Durban Beach in English, Afrikaans and Zulu. In English it reads, City of Durban, under Section 37 of the Durban Beach Bylaws, this bathing area is reserved for the sole use of members of the white race group. 1. 2. A signboard emblematic of the tense relations of the apartheid era, 1953. Nelson Mandela. South Africa History Online. 20. Democratic P. Public toilets were all separate for the whites and blacks. This was called segregation. They could not even visit the churches where the whites worshipped. Blacks could not form associations or protest against the terrible treatment. Since 1950, the blacks, colored and Indians fought against the apartheid system. They launched protest marches and strikes. The African National Congress, ANC, was the umbrella organization that led the struggle against the policies of segregation. This included many workers' unions and the Communist Party. Many sensitive whites also joined the ANC to oppose apartheid and played a leading role in the struggle. Several countries denounced apartheid as unjust and racist. But the white racist government continued to rule by detaining, torturing and killing thousands of black and colored people. ACTIVITY. Make a poster on the life and struggle of Nelson Mandela. If available, read some portions of his autobiography, The Long Walk to Freedom, in the classroom. TTTT to OOO out WWW War ARS NEDS a new CWCW Constitution. As protests and struggles against apartheid had increased, the government realized that they could no longer keep the blacks under their rule through repression. The white regime changed its policies. Discriminatory laws were repealed. Ban on political parties and restrictions on the media were lifted. After 28 years of imprisonment, Nelson Mandela walked out of the jail as a free man. Finally, at the midnight of April 26, 1994, the new national flag of the Republic of South Africa was unfurled, marking the newly born democracy in the world. The apartheid government came to an end, paving way for the formation of a multiracial government. How did this come about? Let us hear Mandela, the first president of this new South Africa, on this extraordinary transition. Historical enemies succeeded in negotiating a peaceful transition from apartheid to democracy exactly because we were prepared to accept the inherent capacity for goodness in the other. My wish is that South Africans never give up on the belief in goodness, that they cherish that faith in human beings is the cornerstone of our democracy. After the emergence of the new democratic South Africa, black leaders appealed to fellow blacks to forgive the whites for the atrocities they had committed while in power. They said, "Let us build a new South Africa based on equality of all races and men and women, on democratic values, social justice and human rights." The party that ruled through oppression and brutal killings and the party that led the freedom struggle sat together to draw up a common constitution. After 2 years of discussion and debate, they came out with one of the finest constitutions the world has ever had. This constitution gave to its citizens the most extensive rights available in any country. Together, they decided that in the search for a solution to the problems, nobody should be excluded, no one should be treated as a demon. They agreed that everybody should become part of the solution, whatever they might have done or represented in the past. The preamble to the South African Constitution, see page 28, sums up this spirit. What would have happened in South Africa if the black majority had decided to take revenge on the whites for all their oppression and exploitation? 21. The South African Constitution inspires Democrats all over the world. A state denounced by the entire world till 1994 as the most undemocratic one is now seen as a model of democracy. What made this change possible was the determination of the people of South Africa to work together to transform bitter experiences into the binding glue of a rainbow nation. Speaking on the South African Constitution, Mandela said, "The Constitution of South Africa speaks of both the past and the future. On the one hand, it is a solemn pact in which we, as South Africans, declare to one another that we shall never permit a repetition of our racist, brutal, and repressive past. But it is more than that. It is also a charter for the transformation of our country into one which is truly shared by all its people, a country which..." The Constitution of South Africa speaks of both the past and the future. On the one hand, it is a solemn pact in which we, as South Africans, declare to one another that we shall never permit a repetition of our racist, brutal, and repressive past. But it is more than that. It is also a charter for the transformation of our country into one which is truly shared by all its people, a country which in the fullest sense belongs to all of us, black and white, women and men. This image captures the spirit of South Africa today. South Africans call themselves a rainbow nation. Can you guess why? Does the story of South African struggle for freedom remind you of the Indian national movement? Make a list of similarities and dissimilarities between the two on the following points. Nature of colonialism, relationship between different communities, leadership. Gandhi/Mandela party that led the struggle. African National Congress/Indian National Congress method of struggle. 2.2 Why do we need a constitution? Check your progress. The South African example is a good way to understand why we need a constitution and what do constitutions do. The oppressor and the oppressed in this new democracy were planning to live together as equals. It was not going to be easy for them to trust each other. They had their fears. They wanted to safeguard their interests. The black majority was keen to ensure that the democratic principle of majority rule was not compromised. They wanted substantial social and economic rights. The white minority was keen to protect its privileges and property. CD. For more details about South Africa, visit 22. Democratic P. After long negotiations, both parties agreed to a compromise. The whites agreed to the principle of majority rule and that of one person, one vote. They also agreed to accept some basic rights for the poor and the workers. The blacks agreed that majority rule would not be absolute. They agreed that the majority would not take away the property of the white minority. This compromise was not easy. How was this compromise going to be implemented? Even if they managed to trust each other, what was the guarantee that this trust will not be broken in future? The only way to build and maintain trust in such a situation is to write down some rules of the game that everyone would abide by. These rules lay down how the rulers are to be chosen in future. These rules also determine what the elected governments are empowered to do and what they cannot do. Finally, these rules decide the rights of the citizen. These rules will work only if the winner cannot change them very easily. This is what the South Africans did. They agreed on some basic rules. They also agreed that these rules will be supreme, that no government will be able to ignore these. This set of basic rules is called a constitution. Constitution making is not unique to South Africa. Every country has diverse groups of people. Their relationship may not have been as bad as that between the whites and the blacks in South Africa. But all over the world, people have differences of opinion and interests. Whether democratic or not, most countries in the world need to have these basic rules. This applies not just to governments. Any association needs to have its constitution. Could be a club in your area, a cooperative society, or a political party, they all need a constitution. A CTIVITY. Approach a club, or cooperative society or union or political party in your locality. Get a copy of their rule book, it is often called Rules of Association, and read it. Are these rules in accordance with principles of democracy? Do they give membership to any person without discrimination? Thus, the constitution of a country is a set of written rules that are accepted by all people living together in a country. Constitution is the supreme law that determines the relationship among people living in a territory called citizens, and also the relationship between the people and government. A constitution does many things. First, it generates a degree of trust and coordination that is necessary for different kind of people to live together. Second, it specifies how the government will be constituted, who will have power to take which decisions. Third, it lays down limits on the powers of the government and tells us what the rights of the citizens are. And fourth, it expresses the aspirations of the people about creating a good society. All countries that have constitutions are not necessarily democratic. But all countries that are democratic will have constitutions. After the War of Independence against Great Britain, the Americans gave themselves a constitution. After the Revolution, the French people approved a democratic constitution. Since then, it has become a practice in all democracies to have a written constitution. This is not fair. What was the point in having a constituent assembly in India if all the basics were already decided? 23. CD. 2.3 Making of the Indian Constitution. Much of this consensus had evolved during the freedom struggle. Our national movement was not merely a struggle against a foreign rule. It was also a struggle to rejuvenate our country and to transform our society and politics. There were sharp differences of opinion within the freedom struggle about the path India should take after independence. Such differences exist even today. Yet some basic ideas had come to be accepted by almost everyone. As far back as in 1928, Motilal Nehru and 8 other Congress leaders drafted a constitution for India. In 1931, the resolution at the Karachi session of the Indian National Congress dwelt on how independent India's constitution should look like. Both these documents were committed to the inclusion of universal adult franchise, right to freedom and equality, and to protecting the rights of minorities in the Constitution of Independent India. Thus, some basic values were accepted by all leaders much before the Constituent Assembly met to deliberate on the Constitution. The familiarity with political institutions of colonial rule also helped develop an agreement over the institutional design. The British rule had given voting rights only to a few. On that basis, the British had introduced very weak legislatures. Elections were held in 1937 to provincial legislatures and ministries all over British India. These were not fully democratic governments. But the experience gained by Indians in the working of the legislative institutions proved to be very useful for the country in setting up its own institutions and, like South Africa, India's constitution was also drawn up under very difficult circumstances. The making of the constitution for a huge and diverse country like India was not an easy affair. At that time, the people of India were emerging from the status of subjects to that of citizens. The country was born through a partition on the basis of religious differences. This was a traumatic experience for the people of India and Pakistan. At least 10 lakh people were killed on both sides of the border in partition-related violence. There was another problem. The British had left it to the rulers of the princely states to decide whether they wanted to merge with India or with Pakistan or remain independent. The merger of these princely states was a difficult and uncertain task. When the constitution was being written, the future of the country did not look as secure as it does today. The makers of the constitution had anxieties about the present and the future of the country. A CTIVITY. Speak to your grandparents or some other elders in your locality. Ask them if they have any memory of partition or independence or the making of the Constitution. What were their fears and hopes about the country at that time? Discuss these in the classroom. TTTT the pahi 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 pa. He path tidich the co Constitution. Despite all these difficulties, there was one big advantage for the makers of the Indian Constitution. Unlike South Africa, they did not have to create a consensus about what a democratic India should look. Unlike South Africa, they did not have to create a consensus about what a democratic India should look. Vallabhai Javerbai Patel Adil 1875 to 1950. Born, Gujarat. Minister of Home, Information and Broadcasting in the interim government. lawyer and leader of Bardoli Peasant Satyagraha. Played a decisive role in the integration of the Indian princely states. Later, Deputy Prime Minister. Abul Kalam Azad, Abul Kalam Azad, Abul Kalam Azad, Abul Kalam Azad, Abul Kalam Azad. 1888 to 1958. Born, Saudi Arabia. Educationist, author and theologian. Scholar of Arabic. Congress leader, active in the national movement. Opposed Muslim separatist politics. Later, Education Minister in the First Union Cabinet. T. Krishnamchari. 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 Krishnamchari, 1899 to 1974. Born, Tamil Nadu. Member, Drafting Committee. Entrepreneur and Congress leader. Later, Finance Minister in the Union Cabinet. Working in them. That is why the Indian Constitution adopted many called the Constituent Assembly. Elections to the from colonial laws like the Government of India Act, 1935. Years of thinking and deliberation on the framework of the Constitution had another benefit. Our leaders gained confidence to learn from other countries, but on our own terms. Many of our leaders were inspired by the ideals of French Revolution, the practice of parliamentary democracy in Britain and the Bill of Rights in the US. The Socialist Revolution in Russia had inspired many Indians to think of 1946. Soon after, the country was divided into India and Pakistan. The Constituent Assembly was also divided into the Constituent Assembly of India and that of Pakistan. The Constituent Assembly that wrote the Indian Constitution had 299 members. The Assembly adopted the Constitution on November 26, 1949, but it came into effect on January 26, 1950. To mark this day, we celebrate January 26 as Republic Day every year. And economic equality. Yet they were not simply imitating what others had done. At each step, they were questioning whether these things suited our country. All these factors contributed to the making of our Constitution. The C, he constituent, assembly, who, then, were the makers of the Indian Constitution? You will find here very brief sketch of some of the leaders who played an important role in making the Constitution. The CTIVIT, why more than 6 decades ago? We have already noted one reason above. The Constitution does not reflect the views of its members, expresses a broad consensus of its time. Many countries of the world have had to rewrite Constitution afresh because the basic rules were not acceptable to all major social groups or political parties. In some other countries, the Constitution exists as a mere piece of paper. No one actually follows it. The experience of our Constitution is different. Over the last half a century, several groups find out more about any member of the Constituent Assembly from your state or region question some provisions of the Constitution. But no large social group or political party has ever, who is not mentioned here, collect a photograph or make a sketch of that leader. Write a short questioned the legitimacy of the Constitution itself. This is an unusual. 25. Check your progress. Elected mainly by the members of the existing provincial legislatures that we mentioned above. This ensured a fair geographical share of members from all the regions of the country. The Assembly was dominated by the Indian National Congress, the party that led India's freedom struggle. But the Congress itself included a variety of political groups and opinions. The Assembly had many members who did not agree with the Congress. In social terms too, the Assembly represented members from different language groups, castes, classes, religions, and occupations. Even if the Constituent Assembly was elected by universal adult franchise, its composition would not have been very different. Finally, the manner in which the Constituent Assembly worked gives sanctity to the Constitution. The Constituent Assembly worked in a systematic, open, and consensual manner. First, some basic principles were decided and agreed upon. Then, a drafting committee chaired by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar prepared a draft constitution for discussion. Several rounds of thorough discussion took place on the draft constitution, clause by clause. More than 2,000 amendments were considered. The members deliberated for 114 days spread over 3 years. Every document presented and every word spoken in the Constituent Assembly has been recorded and preserved. These are called Constituent Assembly debates. When printed, these debates are 12 bulky volumes. These debates provide the rationale behind every provision of the Constitution. These are used to interpret the meaning of the Constitution. Read the information about all the makers of the Indian Constitution given in the side columns here. You don't need to memorize this information. Just give examples from these to support the following statements. 1. The Assembly had many members who were not with the Congress. 2. The Assembly represented members from different social groups. 3. Members of the Assembly believed in different ideologies. 2.4g Whiting Values of the Indian Constitution. In this book, we shall study the exact provisions of the Constitution on different subjects. At this stage, let us begin by understanding the overall philosophy of what our Constitution is all about. We can do this in two ways. We can understand it by reading the views of some of our major leaders on our Constitution. But it is equally important to read what the Constitution says about its own philosophy. This is what the preamble to the Constitution does. Let us turn to these one by one. The dream and the promise, 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 the dream and the promise. Some of you may have noticed a name missing from the sketches of the makers of the Constitution: Mahatma Gandhi. He was not a member of the Constituent Assembly. Yet there were many members who followed his vision. Years ago, writing in his magazine Young India in 1931, he had spelt out what he wanted the Constitution to do. Baldev Singh, Baldev Singh, Baldev Singh, Baldev Singh, Baldev Singh, 1901 to 1961, born, Haryana. A successful entrepreneur and leader of the Panthik Akali Party in the Punjab Assembly. A nominee of the Congress in the Constituent Assembly. Later, Defense Minister in the Union Cabinet. Durji, 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 Durji. Durgabai Deshmukh, Gabai Deshmukh, Gabai Deshmukh, Gabai Deshmukh, Gabai Deshmukh, 1909 to 1981. Born, Andhra Pradesh. Advocate and public activist for women's emancipation. Founder of Andhra Mahila Sabha. Congress leader. Later, founder chairperson of Central Social Welfare Board. CD. 26. Democratic P. Bhimrao Ramji Bhimrao Ramji Bhimrao Ramji Bhimrao Ramji Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar 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 Ambedkar. 1891 to 1956. Born, Madhya. 1891 to 1956. Born, Madhya Pradesh. Chairman of the Drafting Committee. Social revolutionary thinker and agitator against caste divisions and caste-based inequalities. Later, law minister in the first cabinet of post-independence India. Founder of Republican Party of India. I shall strive for a constitution which will release India from all thraldom and patronage. I shall work for an India in which the poorest shall feel that it is their country in whose making they have an effective voice. An India in which there shall be no high class and low class of people. An India in which all communities shall live in perfect harmony. There can be no room in such an India for the curse of untouchability or the curse of the intoxicating drinks and drugs. Women will enjoy the same rights as men. I shall be satisfied with nothing else. This dream of an India that has eliminated inequality was shared by Dr. Ambedkar, who played a key role in the making of the Constitution, but he had a different understanding of how inequalities could be removed. He often bitterly criticized Mahatma Gandhi and his vision. In his concluding speech to the Constituent Assembly, he stated his anxiety very clearly. On the 26th of January 1950, we are going to enter a life of contradictions. In politics, we will have equality, and in social and economic life, we will have inequality. In politics, we will be recognizing the principle of one man, one vote, and one vote, one value. In our social and economic life, we shall, by reason of our social and economic structure, continue to deny the principle of one man, one value. How long shall we continue to live this life of contradictions? How long shall we continue to deny equality in our social and economic life? If we continue to deny it for long, we will do so only by putting our political democracy in peril. Finally, let us turn to Jawaharlal Nehru giving his famous speech to the Constituent Assembly at the stroke of midnight on August 15, 1947. Shama Prasad Shama Prasad Shama Prasad Shama Prasad Shama Prasad Mukherjee 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 Mukherjee. 1901 to 1953. Born, West Bengal. Minister for Industry and Supply in the interim government. Educationist and lawyer. Active in Hindu Mahasabha. Later, founder-president of Bharatiya Jansang. Kanhayalal Maniklal Kanhayalal Maniklal Kanhayalal Maniklal Kanhayalal Maniklal Kanhayalal Maniklal Munshi 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 Munshi. 1887 to 1971. Born, Gujarat. Advocate, historian and linguist. Congress leader and Gandhian. Later, minister in the Union Cabinet. Founder of the Svatantra Party. 27. Check your progress. Long years ago we made a tryst with destiny, tryst with destiny, tryst with destiny, tryst with destiny, tryst with destiny. And now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measure but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom. A moment comes, which comes but rarely in history, when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends, and when the soul of a nation, long suppressed, finds utterance. It is fitting that at this solemn moment we take the pledge of dedication to the service of India and her people and to the still larger cause of humanity. Freedom and power bring responsibility. The responsibility rests upon this assembly, a sovereign body representing the sovereign people of India. Before the birth of freedom, we have endured all the pains of labor, and our hearts are heavy with the memory of this sorrow. Some of those pains continue even now. Nevertheless, the past is over and it is the future that beckons to us now. That future is not one of ease or resting but of incessant striving so that we may fulfill the pledges we have so often taken and the one we shall take today. The service of India means the service of the millions who suffer. It means the ending of poverty and ignorance and disease and inequality of opportunity. The ambition of the greatest man of our generation has been to wipe every tear from every eye. That may be beyond us, but as long as there are tears and suffering, so long our work will not be over. Read the 3 quotations above carefully. Can you identify one idea that is common to all these 3? What are the differences in their ways of expressing that common idea? Jawaharlal Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, 1889 to 1964. Born, Uttar Pradesh. Prime Minister of the interim government. Lawyer and Congress leader. Advocate of socialism, democracy and anti-imperialism. Later, First Prime Minister of India. Sar Sarojini Naidu Ojini Naidu Ojini Naidu Ojini Naidu Ojini Naidu. 1879 to 1949. Born, Andhra Pradesh. Poet, writer and political activist. Among the foremost women leaders in the Congress. Later, Governor of Uttar Pradesh. Somnath Lahiri Ahiri. 1901 to 1984. Born, West Bengal. Writer and editor. Leader of the Communist Party of India. Later member of West Bengal Legislative Assembly. CD. 2828. Democratic P. In order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past. Honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land. Respect those who have worked to build and develop our country. And believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. We therefore, through our freely elected representatives, adopt this Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic so as to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice and fundamental human rights. Lay the foundations for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people and every citizen is equally protected by law. Improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person. And build a united and democratic South Africa able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. May God protect our people. Kosi Cycle I Africa. Morina Baloka Sajaba Sa Hizo. God Seen Suid Africa. God bless South Africa. Mudzamu Fatitshedza Afurica. Hosi Katakisa Africa. Philosophy of the 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 CCCC Constitution. Values that inspired and guided the freedom struggle and were in turn nurtured by it, formed the foundation for India's democracy. These values are embedded in the preamble of the Indian Constitution. They guide all the articles of the Indian Constitution. The Constitution begins with a short statement of its basic values. This is called the preamble to the Constitution. Taking inspiration from American model, most countries in the contemporary world have chosen to begin their constitutions with a preamble. 29. Asterisk. CD. Republic. The head of the state is an elected person and not a hereditary position. Justice. Citizens cannot be discriminated on the grounds of caste, religion, and gender. Social inequalities have to be reduced. Government should work for the welfare of all, especially of the disadvantaged groups. Liberty. There are no unreasonable restrictions on the citizens in what they think, how they wish to express their thoughts, and the way they wish to follow up their thoughts in action. Equality, 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 equality. All are equal before the law. The traditional social inequalities have to be ended. The government should ensure equal opportunity for all. Fraternity, eternity, 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 eternity. All of us should behave as if we are members of the same family. No one should treat a fellow citizen as inferior. The Constitution has been drawn up and enacted by the people through their representatives and not handed down to them by a king or any outside powers. Sovereign, 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 sovereign. People have supreme right to make decisions on internal as well as external matters. No external power can dictate the government of India. Socialist, 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 socialist. Wealth is generated socially and should be shared equally by society. Government should regulate the ownership of land and industry to reduce socio-economic inequalities. Secular, 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 secular. Citizens have complete freedom to follow any religion. But there is no official religion. Government treats all religious beliefs and practices with equal respect. Democratic tick 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 tick. A form of government where people enjoy equal political rights, elect their rulers, and hold them accountable. The government is run according to some basic rules. Let us read the preamble of our Constitution very carefully and understand the meaning of each of its keywords. The preamble of the Constitution reads like a poem on democracy. It contains the philosophy on which the entire Constitution has been built. It provides a standard to examine and evaluate any law and action of government to find out whether it is good or bad. It is the soul of the Indian Constitution. Note, the terms socialist and secular were added in preamble through the 42 Constitutional Amendment in 1976. 30. Democratic p. Glossary. Compare the preambles to the constitutions of the United States of America, India, and South Africa. Make a list of ideas that are common to all these three. Note down at least one of the major differences among these. Which of the three makes a reference to the past? Which of these does not invoke God? Institutional design, institutional design, institutional design, institutional design, institutional design. A constitution is not merely a statement of values and philosophy. As we noted above, a constitution is mainly about embodying these values into institutional arrangements. Much of the document called Constitution of India is about these arrangements. It is a very long and detailed document. Therefore, it needs to be amended quite regularly to keep it updated. Those who crafted the Indian Constitution felt that it has to be in accordance with people's aspirations and changes in society. They did not see it as a sacred, static, and unalterable law. So, they made provisions to incorporate changes from time to time. These changes are called constitutional amendments. The Constitution describes the institutional arrangements in a very legal language. If you read the Constitution for the first time, it can be quite difficult to understand. Yet the basic institutional design is not very difficult to understand. Like any constitution, the Indian Constitution lays down a procedure for choosing persons to govern the country. It defines who will have how much power to take which decisions. And it puts limits to what the government can do by providing some rights to the citizen that cannot be violated. The remaining 3 chapters in this book are about these 3 aspects of the working of Indian Constitution. We shall look at some key constitutional provisions in each chapter and understand how they work in democratic politics. But this textbook will not cover all the salient features of the institutional design in the Indian Constitution. Some other aspects will be covered in your textbook next year. Apartheid, the official policy of racial separation and ill-treatment of blacks followed by the government of South Africa between 1948 and 1989. Clause, a distinct section of a document. Constituent Assembly, an assembly of people's representatives that writes a constitution for a country. Constitution, supreme law of a country containing fundamental rules governing the politics and society in a country. Constitutional amendment, a change in the constitution made by the supreme legislative body in a country. Draft, a preliminary version of a legal document. Philosophy, the most fundamental principles underlying one's thoughts and actions. Preamble, an introductory statement in a constitution which states the reasons and guiding values of the constitution. Treason, the offense of attempting to overthrow the government of the state to which the offender owes allegiance. Tryst, a meeting or meeting place that has been agreed upon. Check your progress. 31. Exercises. 1. Here are some false statements. Identify the mistake in each case and rewrite these correctly based on what you have read in this chapter. Leaders of the freedom movement had an open mind about whether the country should be democratic or not after independence. B. Members of the Constituent Assembly of India held the same views on all provisions of the Constitution. C. A country that has a constitution must be a democracy. D. Constitution cannot be amended because it is the supreme law of a country. 2. Which of these was the most salient underlying conflict in the making of a democratic constitution in South Africa? A between South Africa and its neighbors. B between men and women. C between the white majority and the black minority. D between the colored minority and the black majority. 3. Which of these is a provision that a democratic constitution does not have? A. Powers of the head of the state. B. Name of the head of the state. C. Powers of the legislature. D. Name of the country. For match the following leaders with their roles in the making of the Constitution. A. Motilal Nehru. I. President of the Constituent Assembly. B. B.R. Ambedkar. 2. Member of the Constituent Assembly. C. Rajendra Prasad. 3. Chairman of the Drafting Committee. D. Sarojini Naidu. 4. Prepared a constitution for India in 1928. 5. Read again the extracts from Nehru's speech Tryst with Destiny and answer the following. A. Why did Nehru use the expression, not wholly or in full measure, in the first sentence? B. What pledge did he want the makers of the Indian Constitution to take? C. The ambition of the greatest man of our generation has been to wipe every tear from every eye. Who is he referring to? 6. Here are some of the guiding values of the Constitution and their meaning. Rewrite them by matching them correctly. A sovereign government will not favor any religion. B. Republic. 2. People have the supreme right to make decisions. C. Fraternity. 3. Head of the state is an elected person. D. Secular. 4. People should live like brothers and sisters. C. D. 32. Democratic. P. Exercises. 7. How did your school celebrate the Constitution Day on November 26th? Prepare a brief report. 8. Here are different opinions about what made India a democracy. How much importance would you give to each of these factors? A democracy in India is a gift of the British rulers. We receive training to work with representative legislative institutions under the British rule. The freedom struggle challenged the colonial exploitation and denial of different freedoms to Indians. Free India could not be anything but democratic. C. We were lucky to have leaders who had democratic convictions. The denial of democracy in several other newly independent countries shows the important role of these leaders. 9. Read the following extract from a conduct book for Married Women published in 1912. God has made the female species delicate and fragile both physically and emotionally, pitiably incapable of self-defense. They are destined thus by God to remain in male protection of father, husband, and son all their lives. Women should, therefore, not despair, but feel obliged that they can dedicate themselves to the service of men. Do you think the values expressed in this para reflected the values underlying our Constitution? Or does this go against the constitutional values? 10. Read the following statements about a constitution. Give reasons why each of these is true or not true. A. The authority of the rules of the Constitution is the same as that of any other law. B. Constitution lays down how different organs of the government will be formed. C. Rights of citizens and limits on the power of the government are laid down in the Constitution. D. A constitution is about institutions, not about values. Follow the newspapers for any report on a discussion on any constitutional amendment or demand for any constitutional amendment. You could, for example, focus on the demand for constitutional amendment for reservation for women in legislatures. Was there a public debate? What reasons were put forward in favor of the amendment? How did different parties react to the constitutional amendment? Did the amendment take place? Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, New Delhi. Overview. In Chapter 1 we have seen that in a democracy it is neither possible nor necessary for people to govern directly. The most common form of democracy in our times is for the people to govern through their representatives. In this chapter we will look at how these representatives are elected. We begin by understanding why elections are necessary and useful in a democracy. We try to understand how electoral competition among parties serves the people. We then go on to ask what makes an election democratic. The basic idea here is to distinguish democratic elections from non-democratic elections. The rest of the chapter tries to assess elections in India in the light of this yardstick. We take a look at each stage of elections, from the drawing of boundaries of different constituencies to the declaration of results. At each stage we ask what should happen and what does happen in elections. Towards the end of the chapter, we turn to an assessment of whether elections in India are free and fair. Here we also examine the role of the Election Commission in ensuring free and fair elections. Chapter 3. Electoral Politics. 35. 3.1 Why elections? Assembly election in 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 HHHH har ar airy why yana ana. Government would waive the loans of farmers and small businessmen. He promised that this would be the first action of his government. The people were unhappy with the existing government. They were also attracted by Devilal's promise. So, when elections were held, they voted overwhelmingly in favor of Lokdal and its allies. Lokdal and its partners won 76 out of 90 seats in the state assembly. Lokdal alone won 60 seats and thus had a clear majority in the assembly. The Congress could win only 5 seats. Once the election results were announced, the sitting chief minister resigned. The newly elected members of Legislative Assembly, MLAs, of Lakdal chose Devi Lal as their leader. The governor invited Devi Lal to be the new chief minister. 3 days after the election results were declared, he became the chief minister. As soon as he became the chief minister, his government issued a government order waiving the outstanding loans of small farmers, agricultural laborers, and small businessmen. His party ruled the state for 4 years. The next elections were held in 1991. But this time his party did not win popular support. The Congress won the election and formed the government. Do most leaders fulfill their election promises? Jagdeep and Navpreet read the story and drew the following conclusions. Can you say which of these are right or wrong, or if the information given in the story is inadequate to call them right or wrong? Elections can lead to changes in the policy of the government. The governor invited Devi Lal to become the chief minister because he was impressed with his speeches. People are unhappy with every ruling party and vote against it in the next election. The party that wins the election forms the government. This election led to a lot of economic development in Haryana. The Congress chief minister need not have resigned after his party lost elections. Check your progress. This newspaper report is about the state assembly election in Haryana in 1987. The state had been ruled by a Congress party-led government since 1982. Chaudhry Devi Lal, then an opposition leader, led a movement called Nyaya Yudh, Struggle for Justice, and formed a new party, Lakdal. His party joined other opposition parties to form a front against the Congress in the elections. In the election campaign, Devi Lal said that if his party won the elections, the time is after midnight. An expectant crowd sitting for the past 5 hours in a chowk of the town is waiting for its leader to come. The organizers assure and reassure the crowd that he would be here any moment. The crowd stands up whenever a passing vehicle comes that way. It arouses hopes that he has come. The leader is Mr. Devi Lal, chief of the Haryana Sangharsh Samiti, who was to address a meeting in Kurnool on Thursday night. The 76-year-old leader is a very busy man these days. His day starts at 8 a.m. and ends after 11 p.m. He had already addressed 9 election meetings since morning. Been constantly addressing public meetings for the past 23 months and preparing for this election. P. 36. Democratic P. A CTIVITY. Do you know when the last assembly election was held in your state? Which other elections have taken place in your locality in the last 5 years? Write down the level of elections, national, assembly, panchayat, etc. When were they held and the name and designation, MP, MLA, etc., of the persons who got elected from your area. www.hhhhi-do-w, why-do-w, 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 why, do-we nay, e-nay, 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 e-need, ELED, 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 LXCCC, Tyans? 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 Elections take place regularly in any democracy. There are more than 100 countries in the world in which elections take place to choose people's representatives. We also read that elections are held in many countries that are not democratic. But why do we need elections? Let us try to imagine a democracy without elections. A rule of the people is possible without any elections if all the people can sit together every day and take all the decisions. But as we have already seen in Chapter 1, this is not possible in any large community. Nor is it possible for everyone to have the time and knowledge to take decisions on all matters. Therefore, in most democracies, PEOPLERULETHROUGHTHEI are representatives. Is there a democratic way of selecting representatives without elections? Let us think of a place where representatives are selected on the basis of age and experience, or a place where they are chosen on the basis of education or knowledge. There could be some difficulty in deciding on who is more experienced or knowledgeable. But let us say the people can resolve these difficulties. Clearly, such a place does not require elections. But can we call this place a democracy? How do we find out if the people like their representatives or not? How do we ensure that these representatives rule as per the wishes of the people? How to make sure that those who the people don't like do not remain their representatives? This requires a mechanism by which people can choose their representatives at regular intervals and change them if they wish to do so. This mechanism is called election. Therefore, elections are considered essential in our times for any representative democracy. In an election, the voters make many choices. They can choose who will make laws for them. They can choose who will form the government and take major decisions. They can choose the party whose policies will guide the government and lawmaking. www wahahaha hat mac t mac t mac t mac t makes an ELES, an ELES, an ELES, an ELES, an LXCCC tie-in democrat a tick, 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 tick. Elections can be held in many ways. All democratic countries hold elections. But most non-democratic countries also hold some kind of elections. How do we distinguish democratic elections from any other election? We have discussed this question briefly in Chapter 1. We discussed many examples of countries where elections are held, but they can't really be called democratic elections. Let us recall what we learned there and start with a simple list of the minimum conditions of a democratic election. First, everyone should be able to choose. This means that everyone should have one vote and every vote should have equal value. We have seen why democracies need to have elections. But why do rulers in non-democratic countries need to hold elections? 37. Second, there should be something to choose from. Parties and candidates should be free to contest elections and should offer some real choice to the voters. Third, the choice should be offered at regular intervals. Elections must be held regularly after every few years. Fourth, the candidate preferred by the people should get elected. Fifth, elections should be conducted in a free and fair manner where people can choose as they really wish. These might look like very simple and easy conditions, but there are many countries where these are not fulfilled. In this chapter, we will apply these conditions to the elections held in our own country to see if we can call these democratic elections. I two sit good t good 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 to have v political c competition competition. Elections are thus all about political competition. This competition takes various forms. The most obvious form is the competition among political parties. At the constituency level, it takes the form of competition among several candidates. If there is no competition, elections will become pointless. But is it good to have political competition? Clearly, an electoral competition has many demerits. It creates a sense of disunity and factionalism in every locality. You would have heard of people complaining of party politics in your locality. Different political parties and leaders often level allegations against one another. Parties and candidates often use dirty tricks to win elections. Some people say that this pressure to win electoral fights does not allow sensible long-term policies to be formulated. Some good people who may wish to serve the country do not enter this arena. They do not like the idea of being dragged into unhealthy competition. Our constitution makers were aware of these problems. Yet they opted for free competition in elections as the way to select our future leaders. They did so because the system works better in the long run. In an ideal world, all political leaders know what is good for the people and are motivated only by a desire to serve them. Political competition is not necessary in such an ideal world. But that is not what happens in real life. Political leaders all over the world, like all other professionals, are motivated by a desire to advance their political careers. They want to remain in power or get power and positions for themselves. They may wish to serve the people as well, but it is risky to depend entirely on their sense of duty. Besides, even when they wish to serve the people, they may not know what is required to do so, or their ideas may not match what the people really want. How do we deal with this real-life situation? One way is to try and improve the knowledge and character of political leaders. The other and more realistic way is to set up a system where political leaders are rewarded for serving the people and punished for not doing so. Who decides this reward or punishment? The simple answer is the people. This is what electoral competition does. Regular electoral competition provides incentives to political parties and leaders. They know that if they raise issues that people want to be raised, their popularity and chances of victory will increase in the next elections. But if they fail to satisfy the voters with their work, they will not be able to win again. So elections are like exams where politicians and parties know if they have passed or failed. But who are the examiners? EP. 38. Democratic P. Can we say that Indian elections are democratic? To answer this question, let us take a look at how elections are held in India. Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha Assembly elections are held regularly after every 5 years. After 5 years, the term of all the elected representatives comes to an end. The Lok Sabha or Vidhan Sabha stands dissolved. Elections are held in all constituencies at the same time, either on the same day or within a few days. This is called a general election. Sometimes election is held only for one constituency to fill the vacancy caused by death or resignation of a member. This is called a by-election. In this chapter, we will focus on general elections. ELECCCCCTTTT TOR or oral CL constituencies on constituencies. You read about the people of Haryana electing 90 MLAs. You may have wondered how they did that. Did every person in Haryana vote for all the 90 MLAs? You perhaps know that this is not the case. In our country, we follow an area-based system of representation. The country is divided into different areas for purposes of elections. These areas are called electoral constituencies. The voters who live in an area elect one representative. So if a political party is motivated only by desire to be in power, even then it will be forced to serve the people. This is a bit like the way market works. Even if a shopkeeper is interested only in his profit, he is forced to give good service to the customers. If he does not, the customer will go to some other shop. Similarly, political competition may cause divisions and some ugliness, but it finally helps to force political parties and leaders to serve the people. 3.2 What is OUR system of elections? Read these two cartoons carefully. Write the message of each of them in your own words. Have a discussion in class on which of the two is closer to the reality in your own locality. Draw a cartoon to depict what elections do to the relationship between voters and political leaders. The tune 39. Gulbarga Lok Sabha constituency. For Lok Sabha elections, the country is divided into 543 constituencies. The representative elected from each constituency is called a member of parliament or an MP. One of the features of a democratic election is that every vote should have equal value. That is why our constitution requires that each constituency should have a roughly equal population living within it. Similarly, each state is divided into a specific number of assembly constituencies. In this case, the elected representative is called the member of legislative assembly or an MLA. Each parliamentary constituency has within it several assembly constituencies. The same principle applies for panchayat and municipal elections. Each village or town is divided into several wards that are like constituencies. Each ward elects one member of the village or the urban local body. Sometimes these constituencies are counted as seats, for each constituency represents one seat in the assembly. When we say that Lok Dal won 60 seats in Haryana, it means that candidates of Lok Dal won in 60 assembly constituencies in the state, and thus Lok Dal had 60 MLAs in the state assembly. EP. Why is the boundary of the Gulbarga Lok Sabha constituency not the same as the district boundary of Gulbarga Kalaburaji? Draw a similar map for your own Lok Sabha constituency. How many assembly constituencies are there in the Gulbarga Lok Sabha constituency? Is it the same in your own Lok Sabha constituency? 40. Democratic P. Reser SAR Reserve VVVVEE ed CD constituencies Our Constitution entitles every citizen to elect her/his representative and to be elected as a representative. The Constitution makers, however, were worried that in an open electoral competition, certain weaker sections may not stand a good chance to get elected to the Lok Sabha and the state legislative assemblies. They may not have the required resources, education, and contacts to contest and win elections against others. Those who are influential and resourceful may prevent them from winning elections. If that happens, our parliament and assemblies would be deprived of the voice of a significant section of our population. That would make our democracy less representative and less democratic. So, the makers of our Constitution thought of a special system of reserved constituencies for the weaker sections. Some constituencies are reserved for people who belong to the scheduled castes, SC, and scheduled tribes, ST. In a SC reserved constituency, only someone who belongs to the scheduled castes can stand for election. Similarly, only those belonging to the scheduled tribes can contest an election from a constituency reserved for ST. Currently, in the Lok Sabha, 84 seats are reserved for the scheduled castes and 47 for the scheduled tribes as on January 26, 2019. This number is in proportion to their share in the total population. Thus, the reserved seats for SC and ST do not take away the legitimate share of any other social group. This system of reservation was extended later to other weaker sections at the district and local level. In many states, seats in rural, panchayat, and urban municipalities and corporations. Local bodies are now reserved for other backward classes, OBC, as well. However, the proportion of seats reserved varies from state to state. Similarly, 1/3 of the seats are reserved in rural and urban local bodies for women candidates. List. Once the constituencies are decided, the next step is to decide who can and who cannot vote. This decision cannot be left to anyone till the last day. In a democratic election, the list of those who are eligible to vote is prepared much before the election and given to everyone. This list is officially called the electoral roll and is commonly known as the voters' list. This is an important step, for it is linked to the first condition of a democratic election. Everyone should get an equal opportunity to choose representatives. Earlier, we read about the principle of universal adult franchise. In practice, it means that everyone should have one vote and each vote should have equal value. No one should be denied the right to vote without a good reason. Different citizens differ from one another in many ways. Some are rich, some are poor. Some are highly educated, some are not so educated or not educated at all. Some are kind, others are not so kind. But all of them are human beings with their own needs and views. That is why all of them deserve to have an equal say in decisions that affect them. In our country, all the citizens aged 18 years and above can vote in an election. Every citizen has the right to vote, regardless of his or her caste, religion, or gender. Some criminals and persons with unsound mind can. Like in panchayats, should we not have at least 1/3 seats in the parliament and assemblies reserved for women? 41. Lok Sabha constituencies. Electoral politics. States constituencies. Andhra Pradesh 2-5, Arunachal Pradesh 2, Assam 1-4, Bihar 4-0, Chhattisgarh 1-1, Goa 2, Gujarat 2-6, Haryana 1-0, Himachal Pradesh 4, Jharkhand 1-4, Karnataka 2-8, Kerala 2-0, Madhya Pradesh 2-9, Maharashtra 4-8, Manipur 2, Meghalaya 2, Mizoram 1, Nagaland 1, Odisha 2-1, Punjab 1-3, Rajasthan 2-5, Sikkim 1, Tamil Nadu 3-9, Telangana 1-7, Tripura 2, Uttar Pradesh 8-0, Uttarakhand 5, West Bengal 4-2. See the map above and answer the following questions. What is the number of Lok Sabha constituencies in your state and the neighboring 2 states? Which states have more than 30 Lok Sabha constituencies? Why do some states have such a large number of constituencies? Why are some constituencies small in area while others are very big? Are the constituencies reserved for the SCs and STs evenly spread all over the entire country, or are there more in some areas? 42. Democratic P. Be denied the right to vote, but only in rare situations. It is the responsibility of the government to get the names of all the eligible voters put on the voters list. As new persons attain voting age, names are added to the voters list. Names of those who move out of a place or those who are dead are deleted. A complete revision of the list takes place every 5 years. This is done to ensure that it remains up to date. In the last few years, a new system of election photo identity card EPIC has been introduced. The government has tried to give this card to every person on the voters list. The voters are required to carry this card when they go out to vote, so that no one can vote for someone else. But the card is not yet compulsory for voting. For voting, the voters can show many other proofs of identity like the ration card or the driving license. Nomina Nomination of Candidatayan of Candidatayan of Candidatayan of Candidatayan of Candidat TTTTES ES. We noted above that, in a democratic election, people should have a real choice. This happens only when there are almost no restrictions on anyone to contest an election. This is what our system provides. Anyone who can be a voter can also become a candidate in elections. The only difference is that in order to be a candidate, the minimum age is 25 years, while it is only 18 years for being a voter. There are some other restrictions on criminals, etc., but these apply in very extreme cases. Political parties nominate their candidates who get the party symbol and support. Party's nomination is often called party ticket. Every person who wishes to contest an election has to fill a nomination form and give some money as security deposit. Recently, a new system of declaration has been introduced on direction from the Supreme Court. Every candidate has to make a legal declaration, giving full details of serious criminal cases pending against the candidate, details of the assets and liabilities of the candidate and his or her family, and educational qualifications of the candidate. This information has to be made public. This provides an opportunity to the voters to make their decision on the basis of the information provided by the candidates. Why are the candidates required to give a detailed statement of their property? Educational qualifications for candidates. Why is there no educational qualification for holding such an important position when some kind of educational qualification is needed for any other job in the country? Educational qualifications are not relevant to all kinds of jobs. The relevant qualification for selection to the Indian cricket team, for example, is not the attainment of educational degrees but the ability to play cricket well. Similarly, the relevant qualification for being an MLA or an MP is the ability to understand people's concerns, problems, and to represent their interests. Whether they can do so or not is examined by lakhs of examiners, their voters, after every 5 years. Even if education was relevant, it should be left to the people to decide how much importance they give to educational qualifications. In our country, why putting an educational qualification would go against the spirit of democracy for yet another reason. It would mean depriving a majority of the country's citizens the right to contest elections. If, for example, a graduate degree like BA, B.Com or B.Sc was made compulsory for candidates, more than 90% of the citizens will become ineligible to contest elections. 43. Electoral politics. 44. Democratic P. Election campaign election campaign election campaign election campaign election campaign. The main purpose of election is to give people a chance to choose the representatives, the government and the policies they prefer. Therefore, it is necessary to have a free and open discussion about who is a better representative, which party will make a better government or what is a good policy. This is what happens during election campaigns. In our country, such campaigns take place for a 2-week period between the announcement of the final list of candidates and the date of polling. During this period, the candidates contact their voters, political leaders address election meetings, and political parties mobilize their supporters. This is also the period when newspapers and television news are full of election-related stories and debates. But election campaign is not limited to these 2 weeks only. Political parties start preparing for elections months before they actually take place. Civic. How was the election campaign in your constituency in the last Lok Sabha elections? Prepare a list of what the candidates and parties said and did. In election campaigns, political parties try to focus public attention on some big issues. They want to attract the public to that issue and get them to vote for their party on that basis. Let us look at some of the successful slogans given by different political parties in various elections. The Congress Party, led by Indira Gandhi, gave the slogan of Garibi Hatao, remove poverty, in the Lok Sabha elections of 1971. The party promised to reorient all the policies of the government to remove poverty from the country. Save Democracy was the slogan given by Janata Party under the leadership of Jayaprakash Narayan. In the Lok Sabha election held in 1977, the party promised to undo the excesses committed during emergency and restore civil liberties. The Left Front used the slogan of land to the tiller in the West Bengal Assembly elections held in 1977. Protect the self-respect of the Telugus was the slogan used by N.T. Rama Rao, the leader of the Telugu Desam Party in Andhra Pradesh Assembly elections in 1983. In a democracy, it is best to leave political parties and candidates free to conduct their election campaigns the way they want to. But it is sometimes necessary to regulate. Match the following features of our electoral system with the principles they reflect. Check your progress. 45. Campaigns to ensure that every political party and candidate gets a fair and equal chance to compete. According to our election law, no party or candidate can bribe or threaten voters, appeal to them in the name of caste or religion, use government resources for election campaign, and spend more than 25 lakh in a constituency for a Lok Sabha election or 10 lakh in a constituency in an assembly election. If they do so, their election can be rejected by the court even after they have been declared elected. In addition to the laws, all the political parties in our country have agreed to a model code of conduct for election campaigns. According to this, no party or candidate can use any place of worship for election propaganda, use government vehicles, aircrafts, and officials for elections, and once elections are announced, ministers shall not lay foundation stones of any projects, take any big policy decisions, or make any promises of providing public facilities. PPPP polling and C-alling and C-alling and C-alling and C-alling and counting of VTing of VTing of VTing of VTing of VOT OT 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 OTS ES. The final stage of an election is the day when the voters cast or poll their vote. That day is usually called the election day. Every person whose name is on the voters list can go to a nearby polling booth, situated usually in a local school or a government office. Once the voter goes inside the booth, the election officials identify her, put a mark on her finger, and allow her to cast her vote. An agent of each candidate is allowed to sit inside the polling booth and ensure that the voting takes place in a fair way. EP. Are the elections too expensive for our country? A large amount of money is spent in conducting elections in India. For instance, the government spent about 500 crores in conducting Lok Sabha elections in 2014. That works out to about 40 per person on the voters list. The amount spent by parties and candidates was more than what the government spent. Roughly speaking, the expenditure made by government, parties, and candidates was around 30,000 crores or 500 per voter. Some people say that elections are a burden on our people, that our poor country cannot afford to hold elections once every 5 years. Let us compare this expenditure with some other figures. In 2005, our government decided to buy 6 nuclear submarines from France. Each submarine cost about 3,000 crores. Delhi hosted the Commonwealth Games in 2010. The estimate for its cost is around 20,000 crores. Are the elections too expensive? You decide. Draw a cartoon here about the model code of conduct for the guidance of political parties and candidates during elections. 46. Democratic P. Earlier the voters used to indicate who they wanted to vote for by putting a stamp on the ballot paper. A ballot paper is a sheet of paper on which the names of the contesting candidates along with party name and symbols are listed. Nowadays electronic voting machines (EVM) are used to record votes. The machine shows the names of the candidates and the party symbols. Independent candidates too have their own symbols allotted by Election Commission. All that the voter has to do is to press the button against the name of the candidate she wants to give her vote. Once the polling is over, all the EVMs are sealed and taken to A. Why are party agents present in the polling booth and the counting center? Election result in Gulbarga. Let us go back to our example of Gulbarga. In 2014, a total of 8 candidates contested elections in that constituency. The total eligible voters were 17.21 lakhs. Of these, 9.98 lakh voters had cast their votes. The candidate of the Congress Party, Mallikarjun Kharge, secured about 5.07 lakh votes. This was 50.82% of the total votes polled. But since he had secured more votes than anyone else, he was declared elected a member of parliament from Gulbarga Lok Sabha constituency. Election result of Gulbarga constituency, G election LS 2014. Check your progress. Identify the fair and the unfair electoral practices among the following. A minister flags off a new train in his constituency a week before polling day. A candidate promises that she will get a new train for her constituency if she is elected. Supporters of a candidate take the voters to a temple and make them take an oath that they will vote for him. The supporters of a candidate distribute blankets in slums in return for a promise for vote. Secure place. A few days later, on a fixed date, all the EVMs from a constituency are opened and the votes secured by each candidate are counted. The agents of all candidates are present there to ensure that the counting is done properly. The candidate who secures the highest number of votes from a constituency is declared elected. In a general election, usually the counting of votes in all the constituencies takes place at the same time on the same day. Television channels, radio, and newspapers report this event. Within a few hours of counting, all the results are declared and it becomes clear as to who will form the next government. 47. 3.3 What makes elections in India democratic? Election Commissioner (CEC) is appointed by the President of India. But once appointed, the Chief Election Commissioner is not answerable to the President or the government. Even if the ruling party or the government does not like what the commission does, it is virtually impossible for it to remove the CEC. Very few election commissions in the world have such wide-ranging powers as the Election Commission of India. EC takes decisions on every aspect of conduct and control of elections from the announcement of elections to the declaration of results. It implements the code of conduct and punishes any candidate or party that violates it. During the election period, the EC can order the government to follow some guidelines to prevent use and misuse of governmental power to enhance its chances to win elections or to transfer some government officials. When on election duty, government officers work under the control of the EC and not the government. In the last 25 years or so, the Election Commission has begun to exercise all its powers and even expand them. It is very common now for the Election Commission to reprimand the government and administration for their lapses. When election officials come to the opinion that polling was not fair in some booths or even an entire constituency, they order a repoll. The ruling parties often do not like what the EC does, but they have to obey. This would not have happened if the EC was not independent and powerful. EP. We get to read a lot about unfair practices in elections. Newspapers and television reports often refer to such allegations. Most of these reports are about the following: inclusion of false names and exclusion of genuine names in the voters' list, misuse of government facilities and officials by the ruling party, excessive use of money by rich candidates and big parties, and intimidation of voters and rigging on the polling day. Many of these reports are correct. We feel unhappy when we read or see such reports. But fortunately, they are not on such a scale so as to defeat the very purpose of elections. This becomes clear if we ask a basic question: can a party win an election and come to power not because it has popular support but through electoral malpractices? This is a vital question. Let us carefully examine various aspects of this question. Independent, 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 ELET, 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 ELEC, CCC, tie-in, 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 CCCC, commission, emission, 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 emission. One simple way of checking whether elections are fair or not is to look at who conducts the elections. Are they independent of the government? Or can the government or the ruling party influence or pressurize them? Do they have enough powers to be able to conduct free and fair elections? Do they actually use these powers? The answer to all these questions is quite positive for our country. In our country, elections are conducted by an independent and very powerful election commission, EC. It enjoys the same kind of independence that the judiciary enjoys. The chief. Why does the election commission have so much powers? Is this good for democracy? For more details about the Election Commission of India, visit 48. Democratic P. Read these headlines carefully and identify which powers are used by the Election Commission in each instance to ensure free and fair elections. PPPP popular participation tie-in. Another way to check the quality of the election process is to see whether people participate in it with enthusiasm. If the election process is not free or fair, people will not continue to participate in the exercise. Now read these charts and draw some conclusions about participation in India. Check your progress. 1 voter turnout in India and the UK. 1 people's participation in election is usually measured by voter turnout figures. Turnout indicates the percent of eligible voters who actually cast their vote. Over the last 50 years, the turnout in Europe and North America has declined. In India, the turnout has either remained stable or actually gone up. 49. 2. In India, the poor, illiterate, and underprivileged people vote in larger proportion as compared to the rich and privileged sections. This is in contrast to Western democracies. For example, in the United States of America, poor people, African Americans, and Hispanics vote much less than the rich and the white people. 3. Common people in India attach a lot of importance to elections. They feel that through elections they can bring pressure on political parties to adopt policies and programs favorable to them. They also feel that their vote matters in the way things are run in the country. 2. Voter turnout in India and US by social groups, 2004. Source: Figures for India from National Election Study 2004, CSDS. Figures for US from National Election Study 2004, University of Michigan. A CTIVITY. Ask the eligible voters in your family whether they voted in the last election to the Lok Sabha or to the State Assembly. If they did not, ask them why did they not vote. If they did, ask them which party and candidate they voted for and why. Also ask them whether they had participated in any other election-related activity like attending an election meeting or rally, etc. Acceptance of election, acceptance of election, acceptance of election, acceptance of election, acceptance of election. OUTCOME, 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 OUTCOME. One final test of the free and fairness of election has in the outcome itself. If elections are not free or fair, the outcome always favors the powerful. In such a situation, the ruling parties do not lose elections. Usually the P. 3. Do you think your vote makes a difference? For those who participated in any election-related activity in India. Source: National Election Study, 1996 to 2004, CSDS. For the interest of voters in election-related activities has been increasing over the years. During the 2004 elections, more than 1/3 voters took part in campaign-related activities. More than half of the people identified themselves as being close to one or the other political party. 1 out of every 7 voters is a member of a political party. 50. Democratic P. Losing party does not accept the outcome of a rigged election. The outcome of India's elections speaks for itself. The ruling parties routinely lose elections in India both at the national and state level. In fact, in every 2 out of the 3 elections held in the last 25 years, the ruling party lost. In the US, an incumbent or sitting elected representative rarely loses an election. In India, about half of the sitting MPs or MLAs lose elections. Candidates who are known to have spent a lot of money on buying votes and those with known criminal connections often lose elections. Barring very few disputed elections, the electoral outcomes are usually accepted as people's verdict by the defeated party. CCCC challenges to FRO free and fair EE and fair EE and fair EE and fair EE and fair ELELELELELXCCC tie-ins. All this leads to a simple conclusion: elections in India are basically free and fair. The party that wins an election and forms government does so because people have chosen it over its rivals. This may not be true for every constituency. A few candidates may win purely on the basis of money power and unfair means. But the overall verdict of a general election still reflects popular preference. There are very few exceptions to this rule in the last 60 years in our country. This is what makes Indian elections democratic. Yet the picture looks different if we ask deeper questions. Are people's preferences based on real knowledge? Are the voters getting a real choice? Is election really level playing field for everyone? Can an ordinary citizen hope to win elections? Questions of this kind bring the many limitations and challenges of Indian elections to our attention. These include: the leader is coming out of a press conference. What was the need to say that we have distributed tickets only amongst suitable and winnable family relations? Do you think that family politics is confined to only a few states or parties? Titled Electoral Campaigns, this cartoon was drawn in the Latin American context. Does this apply to India? 51. Candidates and parties with a lot of money may not be sure of their victory, but they do enjoy a big and unfair advantage over smaller parties and independents. In some parts of the country, candidates with criminal connection have been able to push others out of the electoral race and to secure a ticket from major parties. Some families tend to dominate political parties. Tickets are distributed to relatives from these families. Very often elections offer little choice to ordinary citizens, for both the major parties are quite similar to each other both in policies and practice. Smaller parties and independent candidates suffer a huge disadvantage compared to bigger parties. These challenges exist not just in India but also in many established democracies. These deeper issues are a matter of concern for those who believe in democracy. That is why citizens, social activists and organizations have been demanding reforms in our electoral system. Can you think of some reforms? What can an ordinary citizen do to face these challenges? RRREEEEAAAADDDDTTTT, the he CCCCCAAAAR, RRRTTTT tune uan the Times of India. Is this an accurate picture of what happens to the voter before and after elections? Must this always happen in a democracy? Can you think of examples when this did not happen? Check your progress. Here are some facts on Indian elections. Comment on each of these to say whether they reflect the strength or the weakness of our electoral system. The 16th Lok Sabha has 12% women members. The Election Commission often refuses to accept the government's advice about when the elections should be held. The 16th Lok Sabha has more than 440 members whose assets are more than 1 rupee crore. After losing an election, the Chief Minister said, "I respect the people's verdict." 52. Democratic P. Glossary. Code of Conduct. A set of norms and guidelines to be followed by political parties and contesting candidates during election time. Constituency. Voters in a geographical area who elect a representative to the legislative bodies. Incumbent. The current holder of a political office. Usually the choice for the voters in elections is between the incumbent party or candidate and those who oppose them. Level playing field. Condition in which all parties and candidates contesting in an election have equal opportunities to appeal for votes and to carry out election campaign. Rigging. Fraud and malpractices indulged by a party or candidate to increase its votes. It includes stuffing ballot boxes by a few persons using the votes of others, recording multiple votes by the same person, and bribing or coercing polling officers to favor a candidate. Turnout. The percentage of eligible voters who cast their votes in an election. 1. Which of the following statements about the reasons for conducting elections are false? A. Elections enable people to judge the performance of the government. B. People select the representative of their choice in an election. C. Elections enable people to evaluate the performance of the judiciary. D. People can indicate which policies they prefer. 2. Which of these is not a good reason to say that Indian elections are democratic? A. India has the largest number of voters in the world. B. India's election commission is very powerful. C. In India, everyone above the age of 18 has a right to vote. D. In India, the losing parties accept the electoral verdict. 3. Match the following. Exercises. 53. For list all the different election-related activities mentioned in the chapter and arrange them in a time sequence, beginning with the first activity and ending with the last. Some of these activities are given below: releasing election manifestos, counting of votes, making a voters list, election campaign, declaration of election results, casting of votes, ordering of repoll, announcing election schedule, filing nomination. 5. Sureka is an officer in charge of ensuring free and fair elections in an assembly constituency in a state. Describe what should she focus on for each of the following stages of election. Election campaign. B. Polling day. C. Counting day. 6. The table below gives the proportion of different communities among the candidates who won elections to the U.S. Congress. Compare these to the proportion of these communities in the population of the U.S. Based on this, would you suggest a system of reservations in the U.S. Congress? If yes, why and for which communities? If no, why not? 7. Can we draw the following conclusions from the information given in this chapter? Give 2 facts to support your position for each of these. Election Commission of India does not have enough powers to conduct free and fair elections in the country. B. There is a high level of popular participation in the elections in our country. C. It is very easy for the party in power to win an election. D. Many reforms are needed to make our elections completely free and fair. H. Chinapa was convicted for torturing his wife for dowry. Saber was held guilty of practicing untouchability. The court did not allow either of them to contest elections. Does this decision go against the principles of democratic elections? 9. Here are some reports of electoral malpractices from different parts of the world. Is there anything that these countries can learn from India to improve their elections? What would you suggest in each case? During an election in Nigeria, the officer in charge of counting votes deliberately increased the votes of one candidate and declared EP. Exercises. 54. Democratic P. Exercises. Him elected. The court later found out that more than 5 lakh votes cast for one candidate were counted in favor of another. Just before elections in Fiji, a pamphlet was distributed warning voters that a vote for former Prime Minister Mahendra Chaudhry will lead to bloodshed. This was a threat to voters of Indian origin. See, in the US, each state has its own method of voting, its own procedure of counting, and its own authority for conducting elections. Authorities in the state of Florida took many controversial decisions that favored Mr. Bush in the presidential elections in 2000. But no one could change those decisions. 10. Here are some reports of malpractices in Indian elections. Identify what the problem in each case is. What should be done to correct the situation? Following the announcement of elections, the minister promised to provide financial aid to reopen the closed sugar mill. The opposition parties alleged that their statements and campaign was not given due attention in Doordarshan and All India Radio. See, an inquiry by the Election Commission showed that electoral rolls of a state contained name of 20 lakh fake voters. D. The hoodlums of a political party were moving with guns, physically preventing supporters of other political parties to meet the voters and attacking meetings of other parties. 11. Ramesh was not in class when this chapter was being taught. He came the next day and repeated what he had heard from his father. Can you tell Ramesh what is wrong with these statements? Women always vote the way men tell them to. So what is the point of giving them the right to vote? B. Party politics creates tension in society. Elections should be decided by consensus, not by competition. C. Only graduates should be allowed to stand as candidates for elections. Assembly elections are usually held every year in a few states of the country. You can collect information about the elections that take place during this session. While collecting news items, divide these into 3 parts. Important events that took place before the election, main agenda discussed by political parties, information about people's demand, role of the Election Commission. Important events on the day of the election and counting, turnout in elections, reports of malpractice, repolls, the types of predictions made, and the final outcome. Post-elections, reasons offered by political parties for winning or losing elections, analysis of the election verdict by the media, selection of the chief minister. 55. Is Electoral Literacy Club, ELC, functioning in your school? For details about systematic voters' education and electoral participation, SVEP program of the Election Commission of India, visit. How did your school celebrate the National Voters' Day on January 25th? Did you take the NVD pledge? National Voters' Day NVD pledge. We, the citizens of India, having abiding faith in democracy, hereby pledge to uphold the democratic traditions of our country and the dignity of free, fair, and peaceful elections, and to vote in every election fearlessly and without being influenced by considerations of religion, race, caste, community, language, or any inducement. The tableau of the Election Commission of India passes through the Rajpath, New Delhi on the occasion of the 67th Republic Day Parade in 2016. Overview. Democracy is not just about people electing their rulers. In a democracy, the rulers have to follow some rules and procedures. They have to work with and within institutions. This chapter is about the working of such institutions in a democracy. We try to understand this by looking at the manner in which major decisions are taken and implemented in our country. We also look at how disputes regarding these decisions are resolved. In this process, we come across 3 institutions that play a key role in major decisions: legislature, executive, and judiciary. You have already read something about these institutions in earlier classes. Here we shall quickly summarize those and move on to asking larger questions. In the case of each institution, we ask, what does this institution do? How is this institution connected to other institutions? What makes its functioning more or less democratic? The basic objective here is to understand how all these institutions together carry on the work of government. Sometimes we compare these with similar institutions in other democracies. In this chapter, we take our examples from the working of the national level government called central government, union government, or just government of India. While reading this chapter, you can think of and discuss examples from the working of the government in your state. Chapter 4. Working of institutions. 57. For point 1, how is a major policy decision taken? Pensions, signed the order. It was quite short, barely 1 page. It looked like any ordinary circular or notice that you may have seen in school. The government issues hundreds of orders every day on different matters. But this one was very important and became a source of controversy for several years. Let us see how the decision was taken and what happened later. A government order, a government order, a government order, a government order, a government order. On August 13, 1990, the government of India issued an order. It was called an office memorandum. Like all government orders, it had a number and is known by that. O.M. number 36012/31/90, Est, SCT, dated August 13, 1990. The Joint Secretary and Officer in the Department of Personnel and Training in the Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and W. Orking of I. 58. Democratic P. This order announced a major policy decision. It said that 27% of the vacancies in civil posts and services under the Government of India are reserved for the socially and educationally backward classes, SBC. SCBC is another name for all those people who belong to castes that are considered backward by the government. The benefit of job reservation was till then available only to scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. Now a new third category called SBC was introduced. Only persons who belonged to backward classes were eligible for this quota of 27% jobs. Others could not compete for these jobs. The D he da E Ascision M Scion Mac AK Acres heirs. Who decided to issue this memorandum? Clearly, such a big decision could not have been taken by the person who signed that document. The officer was merely implementing the instructions given by the Minister of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, of which the department was a part. We can guess that such a major decision would have involved other major functionaries in our country. You have already read in the previous class about some of them. Let us go over some of the main points that you covered then. President is the head of the state and is the highest formal authority in the country. Prime Minister is the head of the government and actually exercises all governmental powers. He takes most of the decisions in the cabinet meetings. Parliament consists of the President and two houses, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. The Prime Minister must have the support of a majority of Lok Sabha members. So, were all these people involved in this decision regarding the office memorandum? Let us find out. ACTIVITY. Which points, other than the ones mentioned above, do you recall about these institutions from the previous class? Discussing class. Discussing class. Can you think of a major decision made by your state government? How were the governor, the council of ministers, the state assembly and the courts involved in that decision? This office memorandum was the culmination of a long chain of events. The government of India had appointed the Second Backward Classes Commission in 1979. It was headed by B.P. Mundal. Hence it was popularly called the Mundal Commission. It was asked to determine the criteria to identify the socially and educationally backward classes in India and recommend steps to be taken for their advancement. The commission gave its report in 1980 and made many recommendations. One of these was that 27% of government jobs be reserved for the socially and educationally backward classes. The report and recommendations were discussed in the parliament. For several years, many parliamentarians and parties kept demanding the implementation of the commission's recommendations. Then came the Lok Sabha election of 1989. In its election manifesto, the Janata Dal promised that if voted to power, it would implement the Mundal Commission report. The Janata Dal did form the government after this election. Its leader V.P. Singh became the prime minister. Several developments took place after that. Now I can see clearly. That is why they talk of mandalization of politics. Don't they? Is every office memorandum a major political decision? If not, what made this one different? 59. Were full of different views and opinions on this issue. It led to widespread protests and counter-protests, some of which were violent. People reacted strongly because this decision affected thousands of job opportunities. Some felt that existence of inequalities among people of different castes in India necessitated job reservations. They felt this would give a fair opportunity to those communities who so far had not adequately been represented in government employment. Others felt that this was unfair as it would deny equality of opportunity to those who did not belong to backward communities. They would be denied jobs even though they could be more qualified. Some felt that this would perpetuate caste feelings among people and hamper national unity. In this chapter, we won't discuss whether the decision was good or not. We only take this example to understand how major decisions are taken and implemented in the country. Who resolved this dispute? You know that the Supreme Court and the High Courts in India settle disputes arising out of governmental decisions. Some persons and associations opposed to this order filed a number of cases in the courts. They appealed to the courts to declare the order invalid and stop its implementation. The Supreme Court of India bunched all these cases together. This case was known as the Indira Soni and Others versus Union of India case. 11 judges of the Supreme Court heard arguments of both sides. By a majority, the Supreme Court judges in 1992 declared that this order of the Government of India was valid. At the same time, the Supreme Court asked the government to modify its working of I. The President of India in his address to the Parliament announced the intention of the government to implement the recommendations of the Mundal Commission. On August 6, 1990, the Union Cabinet took a formal decision to implement the recommendations. Next day, Prime Minister VP Singh informed the Parliament about this decision through a statement in both the Houses of Parliament. The decision of the Cabinet was sent to the Department of Personnel and Training. The senior officers of the department drafted an order in line with the Cabinet decision and took the minister's approval. An officer signed the order on behalf of the Union government. This was how OM number 36012/3190 was born on August 13, 1990. For the next few months, this was the most hotly debated issue in the country. Newspapers and magazines. Reservation debate was such an important issue during 1990 to 91 that advertisers used this theme to sell their products. Can you spot some references to political events and debates in these Amul butter hoardings? Copyright GC MMF India. RRRE DDDDTTTT the he IMA image G. 60. Democratic P. Who did what in this case of reservations for backward classes? Check your progress. Original order. It said that well-to-do persons among the backward classes should be excluded from getting the benefit of reservation. Accordingly, the Department of which institutions are at work in the running of your school? Would it be better if one person alone took all the decisions regarding management of your school? Personnel and Training issued another office memorandum on September 8, 1993. The dispute thus came to an end and this policy has been followed since then. NNNNAEEEEDFDFDFDFD for P or political institutions political institutions political institutions political institutions political institutions. We have seen one example of how the government works. Governing a country involves various such activities. For example, the government is responsible for ensuring security to the citizens and providing facilities for education and health to all. It collects taxes and spends the money thus raised on administration, defense, and development programs. It formulates and implements several welfare schemes. Some persons have to take decisions on how to go about these activities. Others have to implement these decisions. If disputes arise on these decisions or in their implementation, there should be someone to determine what is right and what is wrong. It is important that everyone should know who is responsible for doing what. It is also important that these activities keep taking place even if the persons in key positions change. So, to attend to all these tasks, several arrangements are made in all modern democracies. Such arrangements are called institutions. A democracy works well when these institutions perform functions assigned to them. The constitution of any country lays down basic rules on the powers and functions of each institution. In the example above, we saw several such institutions at work. The Prime Minister and the Cabinet are institutions that take all important policy decisions. The civil servants, working together, are responsible for taking steps to implement the minister's decisions. Supreme Court is an institution where disputes between citizens and the government are finally settled. Can you think of some other institutions in this example? What is their role? Working with institutions is not easy. Institutions involve rules and regulations. This can bind the hands of leaders. Institutions involve meetings, committees, and routines. This often leads to delays and complications. Therefore, dealing with institutions can be frustrating. One might feel that it is much better to have one person take all decisions without any rules, procedures, and meetings. But that is not the spirit of democracy. Some of the delays and complications introduced by institutions are very useful. They provide an opportunity for a wider set of people to be consulted in any decision. Institutions make it 61. Difficult to have a good decision taken very quickly. But they also make it equally difficult to rush. Class and try to imagine what Parliament could have done if it did not approve of the Cabinet's decision. WWWWHHHH Hi do W Why do W Why do W Why do W Why do we nay E need AD PPPP par AR Arliaman Liaman T. In all democracies, an assembly of elected representatives exercises supreme political authority on behalf of the people. In India, such a national assembly of elected representatives is called parliament. At the state level, this is called legislature or legislative assembly. The name may vary in different countries, but such an assembly exists in every democracy. It exercises political authority on behalf of the people in many ways. One parliament is the final authority for making laws in any country. This task of lawmaking or legislation is so crucial that these assemblies are called legislatures. Parliaments all over the world can make new laws, change existing laws, or abolish existing laws and make new ones in their place. Two parliaments all over the world exercise some control over those who run the government. In some countries like India, this control is direct and full. Those who run the government can take decisions only so long as they enjoy support of parliament. Three parliaments control all the money that governments have. In most countries, the public money can be spent only when parliament sanctions it, through a bad decision. That is why democratic governments insist on institutions. 4.2 Parliament. In the example of the office memorandum, do you remember the role of parliament? Perhaps not. Since this decision was not taken by parliament, you might think that parliament had no role in it. But let us go back to the story and see whether parliament figures in it. Let us recall the points made earlier by completing the following sentences. The report of the Mundell Commission. Let us recall the points made earlier by completing the following sentences. The report of the Mundell Commission was discussed. The President of India mentioned this in his. The Prime Minister made a. The decision was not directly taken in Parliament, but parliamentary discussions on the report influenced and shaped the decision of the government. They brought pressure on the government to act on the Mundell recommendation. If Parliament was not in favor of this decision, the government could not have gone ahead with it. Can you guess why? Recall what you read about Parliament in the earlier. W. Working of I. 62. Democratic P. For Parliament is the highest forum of discussion and debate on public issues and national policy in any country. Parliament can seek information about any matter. TTTTTWWWW what HOHOHOHO houses of P uses of P uses of P uses of P uses of par AR Arliaman Liaman TTTT. Since Parliament plays a central role in modern democracies, most large countries divide the role and powers of Parliament in two parts. They are called chambers or houses. One house is usually directly elected by the people and exercises the real power on behalf of the people. The second house is usually elected indirectly and performs some special functions. The most common work for the second house is to look after the interests of various states, regions, or federal units. In our country, Parliament consists of two houses. The two houses are known as the Council of States Rajya Sabha and the House of the People Lok Sabha. The President of India is a part of Parliament, although she is not a member of either house. That is why all laws made in the houses come into force only after they receive the assent of the President. You have read about the Indian Parliament in earlier classes. From the Chapter 3 you know how Lok Sabha elections take place. Let us recall some key differences between the composition of these two houses of Parliament. Answer the following for the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. What is the total number of members? Who elects the members? What is the length of the term in years? Can the House be dissolved or is it permanent? What is the point in having so much debate and discussion in the Parliament when we know that the view of the ruling party is going to prevail? Which of the two houses is more powerful? It might appear that the Rajya Sabha is more powerful, for sometimes it is called the upper chamber and the Lok Sabha the lower chamber. But this does not mean that Rajya Sabha is more powerful than Lok Sabha. This is just an old style of speaking and not the language used in our Constitution. Our Constitution does give the Rajya Sabha some special powers over the states. But on most matters, the Lok Sabha exercises supreme power. Let us see how. 1. Any ordinary law needs to be passed by both the houses. But if there is a difference between the two houses, the final decision is taken in a joint session in which members of both the houses sit together. Because of the larger number of members, the view of the Lok Sabha is likely to prevail in such a meeting. 2. Lok Sabha exercises more powers in money matters. Once the Lok Sabha passes the budget of the government or any other money-related law, the Rajya Sabha cannot reject it. The Rajya Sabha can only delay it by 14 days or suggest changes in it. The Lok Sabha may or may not accept these changes. ACTIVITY. When Parliament is in session, there is a special program every day on Doordarshan about the proceedings in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Watch the proceedings or read about it in the newspapers and note the following. Powers of the two houses of Parliament. Role of the Speaker. Role of the Opposition. 63. W. Working of I. A day in the life of the Lok Sabha. Railways. In addition to that sanctioned in the railway budget, the Minister of Human Resource Development introduced the National Commission for Minority Educational Institutions Bill 2004. He also gave a statement explaining why the government had to bring an ordinance for this. 1214. Several members highlighted some issues including the vindictiveness of the Central Bureau of Investigation (CBI) in registering cases against some leaders in the Tehelka case. Need to include Rajasthani as an official language in the Constitution. Need to renew the insurance policies of farmers and agricultural workers of Andhra Pradesh. 226. Two bills proposed by the government were considered and passed. These were the Securities Laws Amendment Bill the Enforcement of Security Interest and Recovery of Debts Laws, Amendment, Bill. For a clock finally, there was a long discussion regarding the foreign policy of the government and the need to continue an independent foreign policy in the context of the situation in Iraq. 7:17 discussion concluded. House adjourned for next day. 3. Most importantly, the Lok Sabha controls the Council of Ministers. Only a person who enjoys the support of the majority of the members in the Lok Sabha is appointed the Prime Minister. If the majority of the Lok Sabha members say they have no confidence in the Council of Ministers, all ministers, including the Prime Minister, have to quit. The Rajya Sabha does not have this power. December 7, 2004 was an ordinary day in the life of the 14th Lok Sabha. Let us take a look at what happened in the course of that day. Identify the role and powers of the Parliament on the basis of the proceedings for the day as given below. You can also enact this day in your classroom. 11 o'clock. Various ministries gave written answers to about 250 questions that were asked by members. These included: what is the government's policy on talking to militant groups in Kashmir? What are the figures of atrocities against scheduled tribes, including those inflicted by the police? What is the government doing about overpricing of medicines by big companies? 12 a.m. Large number of official documents were presented and were available for discussion. These included: recruitment rules for the Indo-Tibetan Border Police Force, annual report of the Indian Institute of Technology, Kudgapur report, and accounts of Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited, Visakhapatnam. 12:02 The Minister of Development of Northeastern Region made a statement regarding revitalization of the Northeastern Council. The Minister of State for Railways presented a statement showing the grant needed by the 64 Democratic P. 4.3 Political Executive. Do you remember the story of the office memorandum with which we started this chapter? We found out that the person who signed the document did not take this decision. He was only executing the policy decision taken by someone else. We noted the role of the Prime Minister in taking that decision. But we also know that he could not have taken that decision if he did not have support from the Lok Sabha. In that sense, he was only executing the wishes of the Parliament. Thus, at different levels of any government, we find functionaries who take day-to-day decisions but do not exercise supreme power on behalf of the people. All those functionaries are collectively known as the executive. They are called executive because they are in charge of the execution of the policies of the government. Thus, when we talk about the government, we usually mean the executive. PPPP political and political and political and political and political and ermanen manen monen TTTTEEXXXXXCEEECCCC cutive. In a democratic country, two categories make up the executive. One that is elected by the people for a specific period is called the political executive. Political leaders who take the big decisions fall in this category. In the second category, people are appointed on a long-term basis. This is called the permanent executive or civil services. Persons working in civil services are called civil servants. They remain in office even when the ruling party changes. These officers work under political executive and assist them in carrying out the day-to-day administration. Can you recall the role of political and non-political executive in the case of the office memorandum? You might ask, why does the political executive have more power than the non-political executive? Why is the minister more powerful than the civil servant? The civil servant is usually more educated and has more expert knowledge of the subject. The advisors working in the finance ministry know more about economics than the finance minister. Sometimes the ministers may know very little about the technical matters that come under their ministry. This could easily happen in ministries like defense, industry, health, science and technology, mines, etc. Why should the minister have the final say on these matters? The reason is very simple. In a democracy, the will of the people is supreme. The minister is an elected representative of the people and thus empowered to exercise the will of the people on their behalf. She is finally answerable to the people for all the consequences of her decision. That is why the minister takes all the final decisions. The minister decides the overall framework and objectives in which decisions on policy should be made. The minister is not and is not expected to be an expert in the matters of her ministry. The minister takes the advice of experts on all technical matters. But very often experts hold different opinions or place before her more than one option. Depending on what the overall objective is, the minister decides. Actually, this happens in any large organization. Those who understand the overall picture take the most 65 important decisions, not the experts. The experts can tell the route, but someone with a larger view decides the destination. In a democracy, elected ministers perform this role. PPPPPRR rhyme MIME minister NC and council of M of ministers heirs. Prime Minister is the most important political institution in the country. Yet there is no direct election to the post of the Prime Minister. The President appoints the Prime Minister. But the President cannot appoint anyone she likes. The President appoints the leader of the majority party or the coalition of parties that commands a majority in the Lok Sabha as Prime Minister. In case no single party or alliance gets a majority, the President appoints the person most likely to secure a majority support. The Prime Minister does not have a fixed tenure. He continues in power so long as he remains the leader of the majority party or coalition. After the appointment of the Prime Minister, the President appoints other ministers on the advice of the Prime Minister. The ministers are usually from the party or the coalition that has the majority in the Lok Sabha. The Prime Minister is free to choose ministers as long as they are members of Parliament. Sometimes a person who is not a member of Parliament can also become a minister. But such a person has to get elected to one of the Houses of Parliament within 6 months of appointment as minister. Council of Ministers is the official name for the body that includes all the ministers. It usually has 60 to 80 ministers of different ranks. Cabinet ministers are usually top-level leaders of the ruling party or parties who are in charge of the major ministries. Usually the cabinet ministers meet to take decisions in the name of the Council of Ministers. Cabinet is thus the inner ring of the Council of Ministers. It comprises about 25 ministers. Ministers of state with independent charge are usually in charge of smaller ministries. They participate in the cabinet meetings only when specially invited. Ministers of state are attached to and required to assist cabinet ministers. Since it is not practical for all ministers to meet regularly and discuss everything, the decisions are taken in cabinet meetings. That is why parliamentary democracy in most countries is often known as the cabinet form of government. The cabinet works as a team. The ministers may have different views and opinions, but everyone has to own up to every decision of the cabinet. W. Orking of I. The race to become minister is not new. Here is a cartoon depicting ministerial aspirants waiting to get a berth in Nehru's cabinet after the 1962 elections. Why do you think political leaders are so keen to become ministers? Copyright Shankar. Don't spare me. 66. Democratic P. No minister can openly criticize any decision of the government even if it is about another ministry or department. Every ministry has secretaries who are civil servants. The secretaries provide the necessary background information to the ministers to take decisions. The cabinet as a team is assisted by the cabinet secretariat. This includes many senior civil servants who try to coordinate the working of different ministries. ACTIVITY. List the names of 5 cabinet ministers and their ministries each at the union level and in your state. Meet the mayor or municipal chairperson of your town or the president of Zilla Paris head of your district and ask him or her about how the city, town or district is administered. PPPPOOOWWW Where's of the heirs of the heirs of the heirs of the heirs of the PPPPPRRR rhyme MIME minist inist. The Constitution does not say very much about the powers of the Prime Minister or the ministers or their relationship with each other. But as head of the government, the Prime Minister has wide-ranging powers. He chairs cabinet meetings. He coordinates the work of different departments. His decisions are final in case disagreements arise between departments. He exercises general supervision of different ministries. All ministers work under his leadership. The Prime Minister distributes and redistributes work to the ministers. He also has the power to dismiss ministers. When the Prime Minister quits, the entire ministry quits. Thus, if the cabinet is the most powerful institution in India, within the cabinet it is the Prime Minister. Who is the most powerful? The powers of the Prime Minister in all parliamentary democracies of the world have increased so much in recent decades that parliamentary democracies are sometimes seen as prime ministerial form of government. As political parties have come to play a major role in politics, the Prime Minister controls the cabinet and parliament through the party. The media also contributes to this trend by making politics and elections as a competition between top leaders of parties. In India too, we have seen such a tendency towards the concentration of powers in the hands of the Prime Minister. Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India, exercised enormous authority because he had great influence over the public. Indira Gandhi was also a very powerful leader compared to her colleagues in the cabinet. Of course, the extent of power wielded by a Prime Minister also depends on the personality of the person holding that position. However, in recent years the rise of coalition politics has imposed certain constraints on the power of the Prime Minister. The Prime. This cartoon depicts a cabinet meeting chaired by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in early 1970s at the peak of her popularity. Do you think similar cartoons could be drawn about other prime ministers who followed her? Copyright R. K. Laxman, The Times of India. 67. Minister of a coalition government cannot take decisions as he likes. He has to accommodate different groups and factions in his party as well as among alliance partners. He also has to heed to the views and positions of the coalition partners and other parties on whose support the survival of the government depends. The President, the President, the President, the President, the President. While the Prime Minister is the head of the government, the President is the head of the state. In our political system, the head of the state exercises only nominal powers. The President of India is like the Queen of Britain, whose functions are to a large extent ceremonial. The President supervises the overall functioning of all the political institutions in the country so that they operate in harmony to achieve the objectives of the state. The President is not elected directly by the people. The elected members of Parliament, MPs, and the elected members of the Legislative Assemblies, MLAs, elect her. A candidate standing for President's post has to get a majority of votes to win the election. This ensures that the President can be seen to represent the entire nation. At the same time, the President can never claim the kind of direct popular mandate that the Prime Minister can. This ensures that she remains only a nominal executive. The same is true of the powers of the President. If you casually read the Constitution, you would think that there is nothing that she cannot do. All governmental activities take place in the name of the President. All laws and major policy decisions of the government are issued in her name. All major appointments are made in the name of the President. These include the appointment of. Why does this book refer to the President as she? Have we ever had a woman president in our country? Did you protest when the book referred to the Prime Minister as he? Have we not had a woman Prime Minister? Why should we assume that all the important positions are held by men? W. Orking of I. The President, Shri Ram Nath Kovind, administering the oath of office of the Prime Minister to Shri Narendra Modi at a swearing-in ceremony at Rashtrapati Bhavan on May 30, 2019. 68. Democratic P. Check your progress. The Chief Justice of India, the judges of the Supreme Court and the High Courts of the states, the governors of the states, the election commissioners, ambassadors to other countries, etc. All international treaties and agreements are made in the name of the President. The President is the Supreme Commander of the Defense Forces of India. But we should remember that the President exercises all these powers only on the advice of the Council of Ministers. The President can ask the Council of Ministers to reconsider its advice. But if the same advice is given again, she is bound to act according to it. Similarly, a bill passed by the Parliament becomes a law only after the President gives assent to it. If the President wants, she can delay this for some time and send the bill back to Parliament for reconsideration. But if Parliament passes the bill again, she has to sign it. So you may wonder, what does the President really do? Can she do anything on her own at all? There is one very important thing she should do on her own: appoint the Prime Minister. When a party or coalition of parties secures a clear majority in the elections, the President has to appoint the leader of the majority party or the coalition that enjoys majority support in the Lok Sabha. When no party or coalition gets a majority in the Lok Sabha, the President exercises her discretion. The President appoints a leader who, in her opinion, can muster majority support in the Lok Sabha. In such a case, the President can ask the newly appointed Prime Minister to prove majority support in the Lok Sabha within a specified time. The presidential system. Presidents all over the world are not always nominal executives like the President of India. In many countries of the world, the President is both the head of the state and the head of the government. The President of the United States of America is the most well-known example of this kind of president. The U.S. President is directly elected by the people. He personally chooses and appoints all ministers. The lawmaking is still done by the legislature, called the Congress in the U.S., but the President can veto any law. Most importantly, the President does not need the support of the majority of members in the Congress, and neither is he answerable to them. He has a fixed tenure of 4 years and completes it even if his party does not have a majority in the Congress. This model is followed in most of the countries of Latin America and many of the ex-Soviet Union countries. Given the centrality of the President, this system of government is called the presidential form of government. In countries like ours that follow the British model, the Parliament is supreme. Therefore, our system is called the parliamentary system of government. Ilyama, Anakudi, and Marimal read the section on the President. Each of them had a question. Can you help them in answering these questions? Ilyama: what happens if the President and the Prime Minister disagree about some policy? Does the view of the Prime Minister always prevail? Anakudi: I find it funny that the President is the supreme commander of armed forces. I doubt if the President can even lift a heavy gun. What is the point in making the President the commander? Marimal: I would say, what is the point in having a President at all if all the real powers are with the Prime Minister? At DDDDTTTT. The he IMA image GE. What is better for a democracy? A Prime Minister who can do whatever he wishes, or a Prime Minister who needs to consult other leaders and parties? 69. 4.4 The Judiciary. A CTIVITY. Follow the news about any major court case in a high court or the Supreme Court. What was the original verdict? Did the High Court or the Supreme Court change it? What was the reason? This is why an independent and powerful judiciary is considered essential for democracies. All the courts at different levels in a country put together are called the judiciary. The Indian judiciary consists of a Supreme Court for the entire nation, high courts in the states, district courts, and the courts at local level. India has an integrated judiciary. It means the Supreme Court controls the judicial administration in the country. Its decisions are binding on all other courts of the country. Can take up any dispute between citizens of the country, between citizens and government, between two or more state governments, and between governments at the union and state level. It is the highest court of appeal in civil and criminal cases. It can hear appeals against the decisions of the high courts. Independence of the judiciary means that it is not under the control of the legislature or the executive. The judges do not act on the direction of the government or according to the wishes of the party in power. That is why all modern democracies have courts that are independent of the legislature and the executive. India has achieved this. The judges of the Supreme Court and the High Courts are appointed by the President on the advice of the Prime Minister and in working of I. Let us return one final time to the story of office memorandum that we started with. This time let us not recall the story, but imagine how different the story could have been. Remember, the story came to a satisfactory end because the Supreme Court gave a verdict that was accepted by everyone. Imagine what would have happened in the following situations. If there was nothing like a Supreme Court in the country. Even if there was a Supreme Court, if it had no power to judge actions of the government. Even if it had the power, if no one trusted the Supreme Court to give a fair verdict. Even if it gave a fair judgment, if those who appealed against the government order did not accept the judgment. It is quite common in the U.S. for judges to be nominated on the basis of well-known political opinions and affiliations. This advertisement appeared in the U.S. in 2005 when President Bush was considering various candidates for nomination to the U.S. Supreme Court. What does this cartoon say about the independence of the judiciary? Why do such cartoons not appear in our country? Does this demonstrate the independence of our judiciary? 70. Democratic P. Consultation with the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. In practice, it now means that the senior judges of the Supreme Court select the new judges of the Supreme Court and the High Courts. There is very little scope for interference by the political executive. The senior-most judge of the Supreme Court is usually appointed the Chief Justice. Once a person is appointed as judge of the Supreme Court or the High Court, it is nearly impossible to remove him or her from that position. It is as difficult as removing the President of India. A judge can be removed only by an impeachment motion passed separately by 2/3 members of the two houses of the Parliament. It has never happened in the history of Indian democracy. The judiciary in India is also one of the most powerful in the world. The Supreme Court and the High Courts have the power to interpret the constitution of the country. They can declare invalid any law of the legislature or the actions of the executive, whether at the union level or at the state level, if they find such a law or action is against the Constitution. Thus, they can determine the constitutional validity of any legislation or action of the executive in the country, when it is challenged before them. This is known as the judicial review. The Supreme Court of India has also ruled that the core or basic principles of the Constitution cannot be changed by the Parliament. The powers and the independence of the Indian judiciary allow it to act as the guardian of the fundamental rights. We shall see in the next chapter that the citizens have a right to approach the courts to seek remedy in case of any violation of their rights. In recent years, the courts have given several judgments and directives to protect public interest and human rights. Anyone can approach the courts if public interest is hurt by the actions of government. This is called public interest litigation. The courts intervene to prevent the misuse of the government's power to make decisions. They check malpractices on the part of public officials. That is why the judiciary enjoys a high level of confidence among the people. Give one reason each to argue that Indian judiciary is independent with respect to appointment of judges, removal of judges, powers of the judiciary. Check your progress. Why are people allowed to go to courts against the government's decisions? The Chief Justice of India, Shri Justice J.S. Kehar, administering the oath of the office of the President of India to Shri Ram Nath Kovind, at a swearing-in ceremony in the Central Hall of Parliament in New Delhi on July 25, 2017. 71. Glossary. Coalition government. A government formed by an alliance of two or more political parties, usually when no single party enjoys majority support of the members in a legislature. Executive. A body of persons having authority to initiate major policies, make decisions and implement them on the basis of the Constitution and laws of the country. Government. Government, a set of institutions that have the power to make, implement, and interpret laws so as to ensure an orderly life. In its broad sense, government administers and supervises over citizens and resources of a country. Judiciary, an institution empowered to administer justice and provide a mechanism for the resolution of legal disputes. All the courts in the country are collectively referred to as judiciary. Legislature, an assembly of people's representatives with the power to enact laws for a country. In addition to enacting laws, legislatures have authority to raise taxes and adopt the budget and other money bills. Office memorandum, a communication issued by an appropriate authority stating the policy or decision of the government. Political institution, a set of procedures for regulating the conduct of government and political life in the country. Reservations, a policy that declares some positions in government employment and educational institutions reserved for people and communities who have been discriminated against, are disadvantaged and backward. State, political association occupying a definite territory, having an organized government and possessing power to make domestic and foreign policies. Governments may change, but the state continues. In common speech, the terms country, nation, and state are used as synonyms. 1. If you are elected as the President of India, which of the following decision can you take on your own? Exercises. A. Select the person you like as Prime Minister. B. Dismiss a Prime Minister who has a majority in Lok Sabha. C. Ask for reconsideration of a bill passed by both the houses. D. Nominate the leaders of your choice to the Council of Ministers. 2. Who among the following is a part of the political executive? A district collector. B. Secretary of the Ministry of Home Affairs. C. Home Minister. D. Director General of Police. 3. Which of the following statements about the judiciary is false? A. Every law passed by the Parliament needs approval of the Supreme Court. B. Judiciary can strike down a law if it goes against the spirit of the Constitution. C. Judiciary is independent of the executive. D. Any citizen can approach the courts if her rights are violated. W. Orking of I. 72. Democratic. P. For which of the following institutions can make changes to an existing law of the country? A. The Supreme Court. B. The President. C. The Prime Minister. D. The Parliament. 5. Match the ministry with the news that the ministry may have released. Exercises. 6. Of all the institutions that we have studied in this chapter, name the one that exercises the powers on each of the following matters. A. Decision on allocation of money for developing infrastructure like roads, irrigation, etc., and different welfare activities for the citizens. B. Considers the recommendation of a committee on a law to regulate the stock exchange. C. Decides on a legal dispute between two state governments. D. Implements the decision to provide relief for the victims of an earthquake. 7. Why is the Prime Minister in India not directly elected by the people? Choose the most appropriate answer and give reasons for your choice. A. In a parliamentary democracy, only the leader of the majority party in the Lok Sabha can become the Prime Minister. B. Lok Sabha can remove the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers even before the expiry of their term. C. Since the Prime Minister is appointed by the President, there is no need for it. D. Direct election of the Prime Minister will involve lot of expenditure on election. 8. 3 friends went to watch a film that showed the hero becoming Chief Minister for a day and making big changes in the state. Imran said this is what the country needs. Rizwan said this kind of a personal. 73. Exercises. Rule without institutions is dangerous. Shankar said all this is a fantasy. No minister can do anything in one day. What would be your reaction to such a film? 9. A teacher was making preparations for a mock parliament. She called 2 students to act as leaders of 2 political parties. She gave them an option. Each one could choose to have a majority either in the mock Lok Sabha or in the mock Rajya Sabha. If this choice was given to you, which one would you choose and why? 10. After reading the example of the reservation order, 3 students had different reactions about the role of the judiciary. Which view, according to you, is a correct reading of the role of judiciary? A. Srinivas argues that since the Supreme Court agreed with the government, it is not independent. B. Anjiya says that judiciary is independent because it could have given a verdict against the government order. The Supreme Court did direct the government to modify it. C. Vijaya thinks that the judiciary is neither independent nor conformist, but acts as a mediator between opposing parties. The court struck a good balance between those who supported and those who opposed the order. Collect newspapers for the last 1 week and classify the news related to the working of any of the institutions discussed in this chapter into 4 groups. Working of the legislatures, working of the political executive, working of the civil services, working of the judiciary. W. Working of I. Overview. In the previous 2 chapters we have looked at 2 major elements of a democratic government. In Chapter 3 we saw how a democratic government has to be periodically elected by the people in a free and fair manner. In Chapter 4 we learned that a democracy must be based on institutions that follow certain rules and procedures. These elements are necessary but not sufficient for a democracy. Elections and institutions need to be combined with a third element, enjoyment of rights, to make a government democratic. Even the most properly elected rulers working through the established institutional process must learn not to cross some limits. Citizens' democratic rights set those limits in a democracy. This is what we take up in this final chapter of the book. We begin by discussing some real-life cases to imagine what it means to live without rights. This leads to a discussion on what we mean by rights and why do we need them. As in the previous chapters, the general discussion is followed by a focus on India. We discuss one by one the fundamental rights in the Indian Constitution. Then we turn to how these rights can be used by ordinary citizens. Who will protect and enforce them? Finally, we take a look at how the scope of rights has been expanding. Chapter 5. Democratic Rights. 75. Dear Mr. Tony Blair, firstly, how are you? I sent a letter 2 years ago, why didn't you reply? I was waiting for a long time but you did not reply. Please can you give me an answer to my question? Why is my dad in prison? Why is he far away in that Guantanamo Bay? I miss my dad so much. I have not seen my dad for 3 years. I know my dad has not done anything because he is a good man. I hear everybody speak about my dad in a nice way. Your children spend Christmas with you, but me and my brothers and sisters have spent Eid alone without our dad for 3 years. What do you think about that? I hope you will answer me this time. Thank you, from Honest Jamil Elbana, 9 years old. July 12, 2005. 5.1 L-Ife without our rights. We're quite central to the Constitution because Chapter 3, every adult citizen of India has the right to and to be. Chapter 4, if a law is against the Constitution, every citizen has the right to approach. Let us now begin with 3 examples of what it means to live in the absence of rights. PPPPPRR recent in G ison in G ison in G ison in G ison in Guan Yuan Uantanamo Bitanamo 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 Ba AAAIYYYY. About 600 people were secretly picked up by the U.S. forces from all over the world and put in a prison in Guantanamo Bay, an area near Cuba controlled by a Mercian Navy. Honest's father, Jamil Elbana, was among them. The American government said that they were enemies of the U.S. and linked to the attack on New York on September 11, 2001. In most cases, the governments of their countries were not asked or even informed about their imprisonment. Like other prisoners, Elbana's family got to know that he was in that prison only through the media. Families of prisoners, media, or even UN representatives were not allowed to meet them. The U.S. Army arrested them, interrogated them, and decided whether to keep them there or not. There was no trial before any magistrate in the U.S. Nor could these prisoners approach courts in their own country. Amnesty International, an international human rights organization, collected information on the condition of the prisoners in Guantanamo Bay and reported that the prisoners were being tortured in ways that violated the U.S. laws. In this book, we have mentioned rights again and again. If you remember, we have discussed rights in each of the 4 preceding chapters. Can you fill in the blanks by recalling the rights to mention in each chapter? Chapter 1, a comprehensive definition of democracy includes. Chapter 2, our constitution makers believed that fundamental rights. D. Rights. 76. Democratic P. Were being denied the treatment that even prisoners of war must get as per international treaties. Many prisoners had tried protesting against these conditions by going on a hunger strike. Prisoners were not released even after they were officially declared not guilty. An independent inquiry by the UN supported these findings. The UN Secretary General said the prison in Guantanamo Bay should be closed down. The US government refused to accept these pleas. CCCC cities itisons ens. RRRRI in TS in SSSS Saudi Audi AR Rabia Abia. The case of Guantanamo Bay looks like an exception, for it involves the government of one country denying rights to citizens of another country. Let us therefore look at the case of Saudi Arabia and the position of the citizens with regard to their government. Consider these facts. The country is ruled by a hereditary king, and the people have no role in electing or changing their rulers. The king selects the legislature as well as the executive. He appoints the judges and can change any of their decisions. Citizens cannot form political parties or any political organizations. Media cannot report anything that the monarch does not like. There is no freedom of religion. Every citizen is required to be Muslim. Non-Muslim residents can follow their religion in private, but not in public. Women are subjected to many public restrictions. The testimony of one man is considered equal to that of 2 women. This is true not just of Saudi Arabia. There are many countries in the world where several of these conditions exist. Ethnic massacre, ethnic massacre, ethnic massacre, ethnic massacre, ethnic massacre in KE in KE in KE in KE in Kaso Osa VVVVOOOO. You might think that this is possible in an absolute monarchy but not in countries which choose their rulers. Just consider this story from Kosovo. This was a province of Yugoslavia before it split. In this province, the population was overwhelmingly ethnic Albanian. But in the entire country, Serbs were in majority. A narrow-minded Serb nationalist Milosevic, pronounced Milošević, had won the election. His government was very hostile to the Kosovo Albanians. He wanted the Serbs to dominate the country. Many Serb leaders thought that ethnic minorities like Albanians should either leave the country or accept the dominance of the Serbs. This is what happened to an Albanian family in a town in Kosovo in April 1999. 74-year-old Batisha Hoxha was sitting in her kitchen with her 77-year-old husband, Izzet, staying warm by the stove. They had heard explosions but did not realize that Serbian troops had already entered the town. The next thing she knew, 5 or 6 soldiers had burst through the front door and were demanding, "Where are your children?" They shot Izzet 3 times in the chest, recalled Batisha. With her husband dying before her, the soldiers pulled the wedding ring off her finger and told her to get out. "I was not even outside the gate when they burned the house." She was standing on the street in the rain with no house, no husband, no possessions but the clothes she was wearing. This news report was typical of what happened to thousands of Albanians in that period. If you were a Serb, would you support what Milosevic did in Kosovo? Do you think his project of establishing Serb dominance was good for the Serbs? 77. Remember that this massacre was being carried out by the army of their own country, working under the direction of a leader who came to power through democratic elections. This was one of the worst instances of killings based on ethnic prejudices in recent times. Finally, several other countries intervened to stop this massacre. Milosevic lost power and was tried by the International Court of Justice for crimes against humanity. For each of the 3 cases of life without rights, mention an example from India. These could include the following: newspaper reports on custodial violence, newspaper reports on force-feeding of prisoners who go on hunger strike, ethnic massacre in any part of our country, reports regarding unequal treatment of women. List the similarities and differences between the earlier case and the Indian example. It is not necessary that for each of these cases you must find an exact Indian parallel. Check your progress. D writes, a CTIVITY. Write a letter to Honest Jamil in UK, describing your reactions after reading his letter to Tony Blair. Write a letter from Batisha in Kosovo to a woman who faced a similar situation in India. Write a memorandum on behalf of women in Saudi Arabia to the Secretary General of the United Nations. Think of all the examples that we have discussed so far. Think of the victims in each example: the prisoners in Guantanamo Bay, women in Saudi Arabia, Albanians in Kosovo. If you were in their position, what would you have wished? If you could, what would you do to ensure that such things do not happen to anyone? You would perhaps desire a system where security, dignity, and fair play are assured to everyone. You might want, for example, that no one should be arrested without proper reason and information. And if someone is arrested, he or she should have a fair chance to defend themselves. You might agree that such assurance cannot apply to everything. One has to be reasonable in what one expects and demands of everyone else, for one has to grant the same to everyone. But you might insist that the assurance does not remain on paper, that there is someone to enforce these assurances, that those who violate these are punished. In other words, you might want a system where at least a minimum is guaranteed to everyone, powerful or weak, rich or poor, majority or minority. This is the spirit behind thinking about rights. What are rights? 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 Rights are claims of a person over other fellow beings, over the society and over the government. All of us. 5.2 Rights in a democracy. 78. Democratic p. Want to live happily, without fear and without being subjected to degraded treatment. For this we expect others to behave in such a way that does not harm us or hurt us. Equally, our actions should not also harm or hurt others. So a right is possible when you make a claim that is equally possible for others. You cannot have a right that harms or hurts others. You cannot have a right to play a game in such a way that it breaks the neighbor's window. The Serbs in Yugoslavia could not have claimed the whole country for themselves. The claims we make should be reasonable. They should be such that can be made available to others in an equal measure. Thus, a right comes with an obligation to respect other rights. Just because we claim something, it does not become our right. It has to be recognized by the society we live in. Rights acquire meaning only in society. Every society makes certain rules to regulate our conduct. They tell us what is right and what is wrong. What is recognized by the society as rightful becomes the basis of rights. That is why the notion of rights changes from time to time and society to society. 200 years ago, anyone who said that women should have right to vote would have sounded strange. Today, not granting them vote in Saudi Arabia appears strange. When the socially recognized claims are written into law, they acquire real force. Otherwise, they remain merely as natural or moral rights. The prisoners in Guantanamo Bay had a moral claim not to be tortured or humiliated. But they could not go to anyone to enforce this claim. When law recognizes some claims, they become enforceable. We can then demand their application. When fellow citizens or the government do not respect these rights, we call it violation or infringement of our rights. In such circumstances, citizens can approach courts to protect their rights. So, if we want to call any claim a right, it has to have these three qualities. Rights are reasonable claims of persons recognized by society and sanctioned by law. Why do w why do we need rights in a ts in a democratic ac. Why? Rights are necessary for the very sustenance of a democracy. In a democracy, every citizen has to have the right to vote and the right to be elected to government. For democratic elections to take place, it is necessary that citizens should have the right to express their opinion, form political parties, and take part in political activities. Rights also perform a very special role in a democracy. Rights protect minorities from the oppression of majority. They ensure that the majority cannot do whatever it likes. Rights are guarantees which can be used when things go wrong. Things may go wrong when some citizens may wish to take away the rights of others. This usually happens when those in majority want to dominate those in minority. The government should protect the citizens' rights in such a situation. But sometimes elected governments may not protect or may even attack the rights of their own citizens. That is why some rights need to be placed higher than the government so that the government cannot violate them. In most democracies, the basic rights of the citizen are written down in the Constitution. What are the examples of elected governments not protecting or even attacking the rights of their own citizens? Why do they do that? 79. 5.3 Rights in the Indian Constitution. Equal equality. Why? The Constitution says that the government shall not deny to any person in India equality before the law or the equal protection of the laws. It means that the laws apply in the same manner to all, regardless of a person's status. This is called the rule of law. Rule of law is the foundation of any democracy. It means that no person is above the law. There cannot be any distinction between a political leader, government official, and an ordinary citizen. Every citizen, from the prime minister to a small farmer in a remote village, is subjected to the same laws. No person can legally claim any special treatment or privilege just because he or she happens to be an important person. For example, a few years ago, a former prime minister of the country faced a court case on charges of cheating. The court finally declared that he was not guilty. But as long as the case continued, he had to go to the court, give evidence, and file papers, just like any other citizen. This basic position is further clarified in the Constitution by spelling out some implications of the right to equality. The government shall not discriminate against any citizen on grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth. Every citizen shall have access to public places like shops, restaurants, hotels, and cinema halls. Similarly, there shall be no restriction with regard to the use of wells, tanks, bathing ghats, roads, playgrounds, and places of public resorts maintained by government or dedicated to the use of general public. This might appear very obvious, but it was necessary to. D. Rights. In India, like most other democracies in the world, these rights are mentioned in the Constitution. Some rights which are fundamental to our life are given a special status. They are called fundamental rights. We have already read in Chapter 2 the preamble to our Constitution. It talks about securing for all its citizens equality, liberty, and justice. Fundamental rights put this promise into effect. They are an important basic feature of India's Constitution. You already know our Constitution provides for 6 fundamental rights. Can you recall these? What exactly do these rights mean for an ordinary citizen? Let us look at these one by one. Everyone knows that the rich can have better lawyers in the courts. What is the point in talking about equality before law? 80. Democratic p. Incorporate these rights in the constitution of our country where the traditional caste system did not allow people from some communities to access all public places. The same principle applies to public jobs. All citizens have equality of opportunity in matters relating to employment or appointment to any position in the government. No citizen shall be discriminated against or made ineligible for employment on the grounds mentioned above. You have read in Chapter 4 that the Government of India has provided reservations for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and other backward classes. Various governments have different schemes for giving preference to women, poor, or physically handicapped in some kinds of jobs. Are these reservations against the right to equality? They are not. For equality does not mean giving everyone the same treatment no matter what they need. Equality means giving everyone an equal opportunity to achieve whatever one is capable of. Sometimes it is necessary to give special treatment to someone in order to ensure equal opportunity. This is what job reservations do. Just to clarify this, the Constitution says that reservations of this kind are not a violation of the right to equality. The principle of non-discrimination extends to social life as well. The Constitution mentions one extreme form of social discrimination, the practice of untouchability, and clearly directs the government to put an end to it. The practice of untouchability has been forbidden in any form. Untouchability here does not only mean refusal to touch people belonging to certain castes. It refers to any belief or social activity. Go to the playground of the school or any stadium and watch a 400-meter race on any track. Why are the competitors in the outer lane placed ahead of those in the inner lane at the starting point of the race? What would happen if all the competitors start the race from the same line? Which of these two would be an equal and fair race? Apply this example to a competition for jobs. Observe any big public building. Is there a ramp for physically handicapped? Are there any other facilities that make it possible for physically handicapped to use the building in the same way as anyone else? Should these special facilities be provided if it leads to extra expenditure on the building? Do these special provisions go against the principle of equality? Practice which looks down upon people on account of their birth with certain caste labels. Such practice denies them interaction with others or access to public places as equal citizens. So the Constitution made untouchability a punishable offense. 81. Freedom means absence of constraints. In practical life it means absence of interference in our affairs by others, be it other individuals or the government. We want to live in society, but we want to be free. We want to do things in the way we want to do them. Others should not dictate us what we should do. So, under the Indian Constitution, all citizens have the right to freedom of speech and expression, assembly in a peaceful manner, form associations and unions, move freely throughout the country, reside in any part of the country, and practice any profession or to carry on any occupation, trade, or business. You should remember that every citizen has the right to all these freedoms. That means you cannot exercise your freedom in such a manner that violates others' right to freedom. Your freedoms should not cause public nuisance or disorder. You are free to do everything which injures no one else. Freedom is not unlimited license to do what one wants. Accordingly, the government can impose certain reasonable restrictions on our freedoms in the larger interests of the society. Freedom of speech and expression is one of the essential features of any democracy. Our ideas and personality develop only when we are able to freely communicate with others. You may think differently from others. Even if 100 people think in one way, you should have the freedom to think differently and express your views accordingly. You may disagree with a policy of government or activities of an association. You are free to criticize the government or the activities of the association in your conversations with parents, friends, and relatives. You may publicize your views through a pamphlet, magazine, or newspaper. You can do it through paintings, poetry, or songs. However, you cannot use this freedom to instigate violence against others. You cannot use it to incite people to rebel against government. Many forms of untouchability. In 1999, P. Sinath wrote a series of news reports in The Hindu describing untouchability and caste discrimination that was still being practiced against Dalits or persons belonging to scheduled castes. He traveled to various parts of the country and found that in many places, tea stalls kept two kinds of cups, one for Dalits, one for others. Barbers refused to serve Dalit clients. Dalit students were made to sit separately in the classroom or drink water from separate pitcher. Dalit grooms were not allowed to ride a horse in the wedding procession, and Dalits were not allowed to use common hand pump, or if they did, the hand pump was. Tea stalls kept two kinds of cups, one for Dalits, one for others. Barbers refused to serve Dalit clients. Dalit students were made to sit separately in the classroom or drink water from separate pitcher. Dalit grooms were not allowed to ride a horse in the wedding procession, and Dalits were not allowed to use common hand pump, or if they did, the hand pump was washed to purify it. All these fall under the definition of untouchability. Can you think of some examples from your own area? D writes, Should the freedom of expression be extended to those who are spreading wrong and narrow-minded ideas? Should they be allowed to confuse the public? 82. Democratic P. Neither can you use it to defame others by saying false and mean things that cause damage to a person's reputation. Citizens have the freedom to hold meetings, processions, rallies, and demonstrations on any issue. They may want to discuss a problem, exchange ideas, mobilize public support to a cause, or seek votes for a candidate or party in an election. But such meetings have to be peaceful. They should not lead to public disorder or breach of peace in society. Those who participate in these activities and meetings should not carry weapons with them. Citizens also can form associations. For example, workers in a factory can form a workers' union to promote their interests. Some people in a town may come together to form an association to campaign against corruption or pollution. As citizens, we have the freedom to travel to any part of the country. We are free to reside and settle in any part of the territory of India. Let us say a person who belongs to the state of Assam wants to start a business in Hyderabad. He may not have any connection with that city, he may not have even seen it ever. Yet as a citizen of India, he has the right to set up base there. This right allows lakhs of people to migrate from villages to towns and from poorer regions of the countries to prosperous regions and big cities. The same freedom extends to choice of occupations. No one can force you to do or not to do a certain job. Women cannot be told that some kinds of occupations are not for them. People from deprived castes cannot be kept to their traditional occupations. The Constitution says that no person can be deprived of his life or personal liberty except according to procedure established by law. It means that no person can be killed unless the court has ordered a death sentence. It also means that a government or police officer cannot arrest or detain any citizen unless he has proper legal justification. Even when they do, they have to follow some procedures. A person who is arrested and detained in custody will have to be informed of the reasons for such arrest and detention. A person who is arrested and detained shall be produced before the nearest magistrate within a period of 24 hours of arrest. Such a person has the right to consult a lawyer or engage a lawyer for his defense. 83. Check your progress. Check your progress. Let us recall the cases of Guantanamo Bay and Kosovo. The victims in both these cases faced a threat to the most basic of all liberties, the protection of individual life and personal liberty. Are these cases instances of violation of right to freedom? If yes, which constitutional provision does each of these violate? The government of India banned Salman Rushdie's book Satanic Verses on the ground that it was disrespectful to Prophet Muhammad and was likely to hurt the feelings of Muslim community. Every film has to be approved by the censor board of the government before it can be shown to the public. But there is no such restriction if the same story is published in a book or a magazine. The government is considering a proposal that there will be industrial zones or sectors of economy where workers will not be allowed to form unions or go on strike. City administration has imposed a ban on use of public microphones after 10 p.m. in view of the approaching secondary school examinations. RRRI against ET against ET against ET against ET against exploitation tie-in. Once the right to liberty and equality is granted, it follows that every citizen has a right not to be exploited. Yet the Constitution makers thought it was necessary to write down certain clear provisions to prevent exploitation of the weaker sections of the society. The Constitution mentions 3 specific evils and declares these illegal. First, the Constitution prohibits traffic in human beings. Traffic here means selling and buying of human beings, usually women, for immoral purposes. Second, our Constitution also prohibits forced labor or bigar in any form. Bigar is a practice where the worker is forced to render service to the master free of charge or at a nominal remuneration. When this practice takes place on a lifelong basis, it is called the practice of bonded labor. Finally, the Constitution also prohibits child labor. No one can employ a child below the age of 14 to work in any factory or mine or in any other hazardous work, such as railways and ports. Using this as a basis, many laws have been made to prohibit children from working in industries such as beedi making, firecrackers and matches, printing and dyeing. D writes, on the basis of these news reports, write a letter to the editor or a petition to a court highlighting the violation of right against exploitation. A petition was filed in the Madras High Court. The petitioner said a large number of children aged between 7 and 12 were taken from villages in Salem district and sold at auctions at Ullarnagar in Kerala's Thrissur district. The petitioner requested the courts to order the government to check these facts. March 2005. Children from the age of 5 were employed in the iron ore mines in the Hospet, Sandar and the Aikal areas in Karnataka. Children were forced to carry out digging, breaking stones, loading, dumping, transporting and processing of iron ore with no safety equipment, fixed wages and working hours. They handled a high level of toxic wastes and were exposed to mine dust, which was above the permissible level. The school dropout rate in the region was very high. May 2005. The latest annual survey conducted by the National Sample Survey Organization found that the number of female child laborers was growing both in rural and urban areas. The survey revealed there were 41 female child laborers per 1,000 worker population in rural areas as against the previous figure of 34 per 1,000. The figure for male child had remained at 31. April 2005. 84. Democratic P. ACTIVITY. Do you know what the minimum wages in your state are? If not, can you find out? Speak to 5 people doing different types of work in your neighborhood and find out if they are earning the minimum wages or not. Ask them if they know what the minimum wages are. Ask them if men and women are getting the same wages. RRRIIIITTTTTTTT to FOFOFOFOFRRREEEEEDom of our dom of our dom of our dom of our dom of religion. Right to freedom includes right to freedom of religion as well. In this case too, the constitution makers were very particular to state it clearly. You have already read in Chapter 2 that India is a secular state. Most people in India, like anywhere else in the world, follow different religions. Some may not believe in any religion. Secularism is based on the idea that the state is concerned only with relations among human beings and not with the relation between human beings and God. A secular state is one that does not establish any one religion as official religion. Indian secularism practices an attitude of a principled and equal distance from all religions. The state has to be neutral and impartial in dealing with all religions. Every person has a right to profess, practice, and propagate the religion he or she believes in. Every religious group or sect is free to manage its religious affairs. A right to propagate one's religion, however, does not mean that a person has right to compel another person to convert into his religion by means of force, fraud, inducement, or allurement. Of course, a person is free to change religion on his or her own will. Freedom to practice religion does not mean that a person can do whatever he wants in the name of religion. For example, one cannot sacrifice animals or human beings as offerings to supernatural forces or gods. Religious practices which treat women as inferior or those that infringe women's freedom are not allowed. For example, one cannot force a widow to shave head or wear white clothes. A secular state is one that does not confer any privilege or favor on any particular religion. Nor does it punish or discriminate against people on the basis of religion they follow. Thus, the government cannot compel any person to pay any taxes for the promotion or maintenance of any particular religion or religious institution. There shall be no religious instruction in the government educational institutions. In educational institutions managed by private bodies, no person shall be compelled to take part in any religious instruction or to attend any religious worship. CCCC culture alteral and EL educa educational tianal RRRIIIIITS. You might wonder why the constitution makers were so particular in providing written guarantees of the rights of the minorities. Why are there no special guarantees for the majority? Well, for the simple reason that the working of democracy gives power to the majority. It is the language, culture, and religion of minorities that needs special protection. Otherwise, they may get neglected or undermined under the impact of the language, religion, and culture of the majority. That is why the Constitution specifies the cultural and educational rights of the minorities. Any section of citizens with a distinct language or culture have a right to conserve it. The Constitution does not give people their religion. Then how can it give people the right to practice their religion? 85. Check your progress. Admission to any educational institution maintained by government or receiving government aid cannot be denied to any citizen on the ground of religion or language. All minorities have the right to establish and administer educational institutions of their choice. Here, minority does not mean only religious minority at the national level. In some places, people speaking a particular language are in majority. People speaking a different language are in a minority. For example, Telugu-speaking people form a majority in Andhra Pradesh. But they are a minority in the neighboring state of Karnataka. Sikhs constitute a majority in Punjab. But they are a minority in Rajasthan, Haryana, and Delhi. Read these news reports and identify the right that is being debated in each of these cases. An emergency session of the Shromni Gurdwara Parbandhak Committee, SGPC, rejected the proposal to form a separate body to manage the affairs of Sikh shrines in Haryana. It warned the government that the Sikh community would not tolerate any interference in their religious affairs. June 2005. The Allahabad High Court quashed the central law, which gave Aligarh Muslim University its minority status, and held illegal the reservation of seats for Muslims in its postgraduate medical courses. January 2006. The Rajasthan government has decided to enact an anti-conversion law. Christian leaders have said that the bill would aggravate the sense of insecurity and fear in the minds of minorities. March 2005. D writes, how can we secure these rights? These rights. If rights are like guarantees, they are of no use if there is no one to honor them. The fundamental rights in the Constitution are important because they are enforceable. We have a right to seek the enforcement of the above-mentioned rights. This is called the right to constitutional remedies. This itself is a fundamental right. This right makes other rights effective. It is possible that sometimes our rights may be violated by fellow citizens, private bodies, or by the government. When any of our rights are violated, we can seek remedy through courts. If it is a fundamental right, we can directly approach the Supreme Court or the High Court of a state. That is why Dr. Ambedkar called the right to constitutional remedies the heart and soul of our Constitution. Can the President of India stop you from approaching the Supreme Court to secure your fundamental rights? Fundamental rights are guaranteed against the actions of the legislatures, the executive, and any other authorities instituted by the government. There can be no law or action that violates the fundamental rights. If any act of the legislature or the executive takes away or limits any of the fundamental rights, it will be invalid. We can challenge such laws of the central and state governments, the policies and actions of the government or the governmental organizations like the nationalized banks or electricity boards. Courts also enforce the fundamental rights against private individuals and bodies. The Supreme Court and High Courts have the power to issue directions, orders, or writs for the enforcement of the fundamental rights. They can also award compensation to the 86. Democratic P. National Human Rights Commission. The NHRC cannot by itself punish the guilty. That is the responsibility of courts. The NHRC is there to make independent and credible inquiry into any case of violation of human rights. It also inquires into any case of abetment of such violation or negligence in controlling it by any government officer and takes other general steps to promote human rights in the country. The Commission presents its findings and recommendations to the government or intervene in the court on behalf of the victims. It has wide-ranging powers to carry out its inquiry. Like any court, it can summon witnesses, question any government official, demand any official paper, visit any prison for inspection, or send its own team for on-the-spot inquiry. Any citizen of India can write a letter to this address to complain against the violation of human rights. National Human Rights Commission, GP. O. Complex, INA, New Delhi 110023. There is no fee or any formal procedure to approach the NHRC. Like NHRC, there are state human rights commissions in 26 states of the country, as on December 10, 2018. For more details, visit. Do you notice references to the National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, in the news collage on this page? These references reflect the growing awareness of human rights and struggles for human dignity. Many cases of human rights violations in diverse fields, for instance Gujarat riots, are being brought to the public notice from across India. Human rights organizations and the media often criticize government agencies for not seriously pursuing these cases or catching the culprits. Someone had to intervene on behalf of the victims. This is where the National Human Rights Commission stepped in. This is an independent commission set up by law in 1993. Like Judiciary, the commission is independent of the government. The commission is appointed by the president and includes retired judges, officers, and eminent citizens. Yet it does not have the burden of deciding court cases. So it can focus on helping the victims secure their human rights. These include all the rights granted to the citizens by the Constitution. For NHRC, human rights also include the rights mentioned in the UN-sponsored international treaties that India has signed. 87. Victims and punishment to the violators. We have already seen in Chapter 4 that the judiciary in our country is independent of the government and the parliament. We also noted that our judiciary is very powerful and can do whatever is needed to protect the rights of the citizens. In case of any violation of a fundamental right, the aggrieved person can go to a court for remedy. But now, any person can go to court against the violation of the fundamental right, if it is of social or public interest. It is called public interest litigation, PIL. Under the PIL, any citizen or group of citizens can approach the Supreme Court or a high court for the protection of public interest against a particular law or action of the government. One can write to the judges even on a postcard. The court will take up the matter if the judges find it in public interest. A CTIVITY. Is there a state human rights commission in your state? Find out about its activities. Write a petition to the NHRC if you know any instances of human rights violation in your area. 5.4 Expanding scope of rights. We began this chapter by discussing the significance of rights. In much of the chapter, we have focused only on fundamental rights in the Constitution. You might think that fundamental rights granted by the Constitution are the only rights citizens have. This is not true. While fundamental rights are the source of all rights, our Constitution and law offers a wider range of rights. Over the years, the scope of rights has expanded. Sometimes it leads to expansion in the legal rights that the citizen can enjoy. From time to time, the courts gave judgments to expand the scope of rights. Certain rights like right to freedom of press, right to information, and right to education are derived from the fundamental rights. Now school education has become a right for Indian citizens. The governments are responsible for providing free and compulsory education to all children up to the age of 14 years. Parliament has enacted a law giving the right to information to the citizens. This act was made under the fundamental right to freedom of thought and expression. We have a right to seek information from government offices. Recently, the Supreme Court has expanded the meaning of the right to life to include the right to food. Also, rights are not limited only to fundamental rights as enumerated in the Constitution. Constitution provides many more rights which may not be fundamental rights. For example, the right to property is not a fundamental right, but it is a constitutional right. Right to vote in elections is an important constitutional right. Sometimes the expansion takes place in what is called human rights. These are universal moral claims that may or may not have been recognized by law. In that sense, these claims are not rights going by the definition that we presented earlier. With the expansion of democracy all over the world, there is greater pressure on governments to accept these claims. D. Rights. Are these rights only for adults? Which of these rights are available to children? 88. Democratic P. Glossary. Some international covenants have also contributed to the expansion of rights. Thus, the scope of rights has been expanding and new rights are evolving over time. They are a result of struggle of the people. New rights emerge as societies develop or as new constitutions are made. The Constitution of South Africa guarantees its citizens several kinds of new rights. Right to privacy so that citizens or their home cannot be searched, their phones cannot be tapped, their communication cannot be opened. Right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being. Right to have access to adequate housing. Right to have access to health care services, sufficient food and water. No one may be refused emergency medical treatment. Many people think that the right to work, right to health, right to minimum livelihood, and right to privacy should be made fundamental rights in India as well. What do you think? International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. This international covenant recognizes many rights that are not directly a party of the fundamental rights in the Indian Constitution. This has not yet become an international treaty. But human rights activists all over the world see this as a standard of human rights. These include right to work, opportunity to everyone to earn livelihood by working, right to safe and healthy working conditions, fair wages that can provide decent standard of living for the workers and their families, right to adequate standard of living including adequate food, clothing and housing, right to social security and insurance, right to health, medical care during illness, special care for women during childbirth and prevention of epidemics, right to education, free and compulsory primary education, equal access to higher education. Amnesty International, an international organization of volunteers who campaign for human rights. This organization brings out independent reports on the violation of human rights all over the world. Claim, demand for legal or moral entitlements a person makes on fellow citizens, society, or the government. Covenant, promise made by individuals, groups, or countries to uphold a rule or principle. It is legally binding on the signatories to the agreement or statement. Dalit, a person who belongs to the castes which were considered low and not touchable by others. Dalits are also known by other names such as the scheduled castes, depressed classes, etc. Ethnic group. An ethnic group is a human population whose members usually identify with each other on the basis of a common ancestry. People of an ethnic group are united by cultural practices, religious beliefs, and historical memories. Traffic, selling and buying of men, women, or children for immoral purposes. Summon, an order issued by a court asking a person to appear before it. Writ, a formal document containing an order of the court to the government issued only by High Court or the Supreme Court. 89. Exercises. One which of the following is not an instance of an exercise of a fundamental right? A workers from Bihar go to the Punjab to work on the farms. B. Christian missions set up a chain of missionary schools. C. Men and women government employees get the same salary. D. Parents' property is inherited by their children. Which of the following freedoms is not available to an Indian citizen? A. Freedom to criticize the government. B. Freedom to participate in armed revolution. C. Freedom to start a movement to change the government. D. Freedom to oppose the central values of the Constitution. 3. Which of the following rights is available under the Indian Constitution? A right to work. B. Right to adequate livelihood. C. Right to protect one's culture. D. Right to privacy. For name the fundamental right under which each of the following rights falls. A. Freedom to propagate one's religion. B. Right to life. C. Abolition of untouchability. D. Ban on bonded labor. 5. Which of these statements about the relationship between democracy and rights is more valid? Give reasons for your preference. A. Every country that is a democracy gives rights to its citizens. B. Every country that gives rights to its citizens is a democracy. C. Giving rights is good, but it is not necessary for a democracy. 6. Are these restrictions on the right to freedom justified? Give reasons for your answer. A. Indian citizens need permission to visit some border areas of the country for reasons of security. B. Outsiders are not allowed to buy property in some areas to protect the interest of the local population. C. The government bans the publication of a book that can go against the ruling party in the next elections. 7. Manoj went to a college to apply for admission into an MBA course. The clerk refused to take his application and said, "You, the son of a sweeper, wish to be a manager. Has anyone done this job in your community? Go to the municipality office and apply for a sweeper's position." Which of Manoj's fundamental rights are being violated in this instance? Spell these out in a letter from Manoj to the district collector. D. Rights. 90. Democratic. P. Exercises. 8. When Madhurima went to the property registration office, the registrar told her, "You can't write your name as Madhurima Banerjee D/OA/K Banerjee. You are married, so you must give your husband's name. Your husband's surname is Rao, so your name should be changed to Madhurima Rao." She did not agree. She said, "If my husband's name has not changed after marriage, why should mine? In your opinion, who is right in this dispute? And why?" 9. Thousands of tribals and other forest dwellers gathered at Piparia in Hoshangabad district in Madhya Pradesh to protest against their proposed displacement from the Satpura National Park, Bori Wildlife Sanctuary and Panchmari Wildlife Sanctuary. They argue that such a displacement is an attack on their livelihood and beliefs. Government claims that their displacement is essential for the development of the area and for protection of wildlife. Write a petition on behalf of the forest dwellers to the NHRC, a response from the government and a report of the NHRC on this matter. 10. Draw a web interconnecting different rights discussed in this chapter. For example, right to freedom of movement is connected to the freedom of occupation. One reason for this is that freedom of movement enables a person to go to place of work within one's village or city or to another village, city, or state. Similarly, this right can be used for pilgrimage connected with freedom to follow one's religion. Draw a circle for each right and mark arrows that show connection between or among different rights. For each arrow, give an example that shows the linkage. In every chapter, we have done an exercise on reading the newspaper. Let us now try to write for the newspaper. Take any example from the reports discussed in this chapter or any other local example that you are familiar with and write the following. Letter to the editor highlighting a case of human rights violation. Press release by a human rights organization. A headline and a news item concerning a Supreme Court order related to fundamental rights. Editorial on growing incidents of custodial violence. Put these together and make a newspaper for your school notice board. Sport. Social science. Textbook in political science for Class X. Democratic politics 2. Contents. Forward 3. Rationalization of content in the textbooks v. A letter for you 7. How to use this book 9. Power sharing 1. Federalism 13. Unit 2 Chapter 3 Gender, Religion and Caste 29. Unit 3 Chapter 4. Political Parties 46. Outcomes of Democracy 63. POWERSHARING 1. Chapter 1. Power Sharing. Overview. With this chapter, we resume the tour of democracy that we started last year. We noted last year that in a democracy all power does not rest with any one organ of the government. An intelligent sharing of power among legislature, executive and judiciary is very important to the design of a democracy. In this and the next 2 chapters, we carry this idea of power sharing forward. We start with 2 stories from Belgium and Sri Lanka. Both these stories are about how democracies handle demands for power sharing. The stories yield some general conclusions about the need for power sharing in democracy. This allows us to discuss various forms of power sharing that will be taken up in the following 2 chapters. 2 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. Belgium and Sri Lanka. I have a simple equation in mind. Sharing power equals dividing power equals weakening the country. Why do we start by talking of this? Ethnic. A social division based on shared culture. People belonging to the same ethnic group believe in their common descent because of similarities of physical type or of culture or both. They need not always have the same religion or nationality. Belgium is a small country in Europe, smaller in area than the state of Haryana. It has borders with France, the Netherlands, Germany, and Luxembourg. It has a population of a little over 1 crore, about half the population of Haryana. The composition of this small country is very complex. Of the country's total population, 59% lives in the Flemish region and speaks Dutch language. Another 40% people live in the Wallonia region and speak French. Remaining 1% of the Belgians speak German. In the capital city Brussels, 80% people speak French while 20% are Dutch-speaking. The minority French-speaking community was relatively rich and powerful. This was resented by the Dutch-speaking community who got the benefit of economic development and education much later. This led to tensions between the Dutch-speaking and French-speaking communities during the 1950s and 1960s. The tension between the two communities was more acute in Brussels. Brussels presented a special problem. The Dutch-speaking people constituted a majority in the country, but a minority in the capital. Let us compare this to the situation in another country. Sri Lanka is an island nation, just a few kilometers off the southern coast of Tamil Nadu. It has about 2 crore people, about the same as in Haryana. Like other nations in the South Asia region, Sri Lanka has a diverse population. The major social groups are the Sinhala speakers, 74%, and the Tamil speakers, 18%. Among Tamils there are 2 subgroups. Tamil natives of the country are called Sri Lankan. For more details, visit POWERSHARING3. Tamils, 13%. The rest, whose forefathers came from India as plantation workers during colonial period, are called Indian Tamils. As you can see from the map, Sri Lankan Tamils are concentrated in the north and east of the country. Most of the Sinhala-speaking people are Buddhists, while most of the Tamils are Hindus or Muslims. There are about 7% Christians who are both Tamil and Sinhala. Just imagine what could happen in situations like this. In Belgium, the Dutch community could take advantage of its numeric majority and force its will on the French and German-speaking population. This would push the conflict among communities further. This could lead to a very messy partition of the country. Both the sides would claim control over Brussels. In Sri Lanka, the Sinhala community enjoyed an even bigger majority and could impose its will on the entire country. Now, let us look at what happened in both these countries. Majoritarianism in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka emerged as an independent country in 1948. The leaders of the Sinhala community sought to secure dominance over government by virtue of their majority. As a result, the democratically elected government adopted a series of measures to establish Sinhala supremacy. In 1956, an act was passed to recognize Sinhala as the only official language, thus disregarding Tamil. The governments followed preferential policies that favored Sinhala applicants for university positions and government jobs. A new constitution stipulated that the state shall protect and foster Buddhism. All these government measures, coming one after the other, gradually increased the feeling of alienation among the Sri Lankan Tamils. They felt that none of the major political parties led by the Buddhist Sinhala leaders was sensitive to their language and culture. They felt that the constitution and government policies denied them equal political rights, discriminated against them in getting jobs and other opportunities, and ignored their interests. As majoritarianism, a belief that the majority community should be able to rule a country in whichever way it wants, by disregarding the wishes and needs of the minority. 4DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. What kind of a solution is this? I am glad our constitution does not say which minister will come from which community. The Belgian leaders took a different path. They recognized the existence of regional differences and cultural diversities. Between 1970 and 1993, they amended their constitution 4 times so as to work out an arrangement that would enable everyone to live together within the same country. The arrangement they worked out is different from any other country and is very innovative. Here are some of the elements of the Belgian model. Constitution prescribes that the number of Dutch and French-speaking ministers shall be equal in the central government. Some special laws require the support of majority of members from each linguistic. What's wrong if the majority community rules? If Sinhalis don't rule in Sri Lanka, where else will they rule? Group. Thus, no single community can make decisions unilaterally. Many powers of the central government have been given to state governments of the 2 regions of the country. The state governments are not subordinate to the central government. Brussels has a separate government in which both the communities have equal representation. The French-speaking people accepted equal representation in Brussels because the Dutch-speaking community has. Accommodation in Belgium. Civil war. a violent conflict between opposing groups within a country that becomes so intense that it appears like a war. Result, the relations between the Sinhala and Tamil communities strained over time. The Sri Lankan Tamils launched parties and struggles for the recognition of Tamil as an official language, for regional autonomy and equality of opportunity in securing education and jobs. But their demand for more autonomy to provinces populated by the Tamils was repeatedly denied. By 1980s, several political organizations were formed demanding an independent Tamil Elam state in northern and eastern parts of Sri Lanka. The distrust between the two communities turned into widespread conflict. It soon turned into As a result, thousands of people of both the communities have been killed. Many families were forced to leave the country as refugees and many more lost their livelihoods. You have read Chapter 1 of Economics textbook, Class X, about Sri Lanka's excellent record of economic development, education, and health. But the civil war has caused a terrible setback to the social, cultural, and economic life of the country. It ended in 2009. The photograph here is of a street address in Belgium. You will notice that place names and directions in two languages, French and Dutch. POWERSHARING 5. So you are saying that sharing of power makes us more powerful. Sounds odd. Let me think. What do we learn from these two stories of Belgium and Sri Lanka? Both are democracies. Yet, they dealt with the question of power sharing differently. In Belgium, the leaders have realized that the unity of the country is possible only by respecting the feelings and interests of different communities and regions. Such a realization resulted in mutually acceptable arrangements for sharing power. Sri Lanka shows us a contrasting example. It shows us that if a majority community wants to force its dominance over others and refuses to share power, it can undermine the unity of the country. Read any newspaper for 1 week and make clippings of news related to ongoing conflicts or wars. A group of 5 students could pool their clippings together and do the following. Classify these conflicts by their location, your state, India, outside India. Find out the cause of each of these conflicts. How many of these are related to power-sharing disputes? Which of these conflicts could be resolved by working out power-sharing arrangements? European Parliament in Brussels, Belgium. Accepted equal representation in the central government. Apart from the central and the state government, there is a third kind of government. This community government is elected by people belonging to one language community, Dutch, French, and German-speaking, no matter where they live. This government has the power regarding cultural, educational, and language-related issues. You might find the Belgian model very complicated. It indeed is very complicated, even for people living in Belgium. But these arrangements have worked well so far. They help to avoid civic strife between the two major communities and a possible division of the country on linguistic lines. When many countries of Europe came together to form the European Union, Brussels was chosen as its headquarters. 6DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. Annette studies in a Dutch medium school in the northern region of Belgium. Many French-speaking students in her school want the medium of instruction to be French. Selvi studies in a school in the northern region of Sri Lanka. All the students in her school are Tamil-speaking and they want the medium of instruction to be Tamil. If the parents of Annette and Selvi were to approach respective governments to realize the desire of the child, who is more likely to succeed? And why? Why power sharing is desirable. Thus, 2 different sets of reasons can be given in favor of power sharing. Firstly, power sharing is good because it helps to reduce the possibility of conflict between social groups. Since social conflict often leads to violence and political instability, power sharing is a good way to ensure the stability of political order. Imposing the will of majority community over others may look like an attractive option in the short run, but in the long run it undermines the unity of the nation. Tyranny of the majority is not just oppressive for the minority, it often brings ruin to the majority as well. There is a second, deeper reason why power sharing is good for democracies. Power sharing is the very spirit of democracy. A democratic rule involves sharing power with those affected by its exercise, and who have to live with its effects. People have a right to be consulted on how they are to be governed. A legitimate government is one where citizens, through participation, acquire a stake in the system. Let us call the first set of reasons and the second moral. While prudential reasons stress that power sharing will bring out better outcomes, moral reasons emphasize the very act of power sharing as valuable. Prudential. Based on prudence, or on careful calculation of gains and losses. Prudential decisions are usually contrasted with decisions based purely on moral considerations. The cartoon at the left refers to the problems of running the Germany's grand coalition government that includes the two major parties of the country, namely the Christian Democratic Union and the Social Democratic Party. The two parties are historically rivals to each other. They had to form a coalition government because neither of them got clear majority of seats on their own in the 2005 elections. They take divergent positions on several policy matters, but still jointly run the government. For details about the German parliament, visit POWERSHARING7. As usual, Vikram was driving the motorbike under a vow of silence and Vettel was the pillion rider. As usual, Vettel started telling Vikram a story to keep him awake while driving. This time the story went as follows. In the city of Beirut, there lived a man called Khalil. His parents came from different communities. His father was an Orthodox Christian and mother a Sunni Muslim. This was not so uncommon in this modern, cosmopolitan city. People from various communities that lived in Lebanon came to live in its capital, Beirut. They lived together, intermingled, yet fought a bitter civil war among themselves. One of Khalil's uncles was killed in that war. At the end of the civil war, Lebanon's leaders came together and agreed to some basic rules for power sharing among different communities. As per these rules, the country's president must belong to the Maronite sect of Catholic Christians. The prime minister must be from the Sunni Muslim community. The post of deputy prime minister is fixed for Orthodox Christian sect and that of the speaker for Shiite Muslims. Under this pact, the Christians agreed not to seek French protection and the Muslims agreed not to seek unification with the neighboring state of Syria. When the Christians and Muslims came to this agreement, they were nearly equal in population. Both sides have continued to respect this agreement, though now the Muslims are in clear majority. Khalil does not like this system one bit. He is a popular man with political ambition. But under the present system, the top position is out of his reach. He does not practice either his father's or his mother's religion and does not wish to be known by either. He cannot understand why Lebanon can't be like any other normal democracy. Just hold an election, allow everyone to contest, and whoever wins maximum votes becomes the president, no matter which community he comes from. Why can't we do that like in other democracies of the world? He asks. His elders, who have seen the bloodshed of the civil war, tell him that the present system is the best guarantee for peace. The story was not finished, but they had reached the TV tower where they stopped every day. Vettel wrapped up quickly and posed his customary question to Vikram. If you had the power to rewrite the rules in Lebanon, what would you do? Would you adopt the regular rules followed everywhere, as Khalil suggests, or stick to the old rules, or do something else? Vettel did not forget to remind Vikram of their basic pact. If you have an answer in mind and yet do not speak up, your motorbike will freeze and so will you. Can you help poor Vikram in answering Vettel? Khalil's dilemma. 8DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. Power should be distributed among as many citizens as possible. In modern democracies, power-sharing arrangements can take many forms. Let us look at some of the most common arrangements that we have or will come across. One power is shared among different organs of government, such as the legislature, executive, and judiciary. Let us call this horizontal distribution of power because it allows different organs of government placed at the same level to exercise different powers. Such a separation ensures that none of the organs can exercise unlimited power. Each organ checks the others. This results in a balance of power among various institutions. Last year, we studied that in a democracy, even though ministers and government officials exercise power, they are responsible to the parliament or state assemblies. Similarly, although judges are appointed by the executive, they can check the functioning of executive or laws made by the legislatures. This arrangement is called a system of checks and balances. Power can be shared among governments at different levels, a general government for the entire country and governments at the provincial or regional level. Such a general government for the entire country is usually called federal government. In India, we refer to it as the central or union government. The governments at the provincial or regional level are called by different names in different countries. The idea of power sharing has emerged in opposition to the notions of undivided political power. For a long time, it was believed that all power of a government must reside in one person or group of persons located at one place. It was felt that if the power to decide is dispersed, it would not be possible to take quick decisions and to enforce them. But these notions have changed with the emergence of democracy. One basic principle of democracy is that people are the source of all political power. In a democracy, people rule themselves through institutions of self-government. In a good democratic government, due respect is given to diverse groups and views that exist in a society. Everyone has a voice in the shaping of public policies. Therefore, it follows that in a democracy, political forms of power sharing, reigning the reins. In 2005, some new laws were made in Russia giving more powers to its president. During the same time, the US president visited Russia. What, according to this cartoon, is the relationship between democracy and concentration of power? Can you think of some other examples to illustrate the point being made here? POWERSHARING 9. In India, we call them state governments. This system is not followed in all countries. There are many countries where there are no provincial or state governments. But in those countries like ours, where there are different levels of government, the constitution clearly lays down the powers of different levels of government. This is what they did in Belgium but was refused in Sri Lanka. This is called federal division of power. The same principle can be extended to levels of government lower than the state government, such as the municipality and panchayat. Let us call division of powers involving higher and lower levels of government vertical division of power. We shall study these at some length in the next chapter. 3. Power may also be shared among different social groups, such as the religious and linguistic groups. Community government in Belgium is a good example of this arrangement. In some countries, there are constitutional and legal arrangements whereby socially weaker sections and women are represented in the legislatures and administration. Last year, we studied the system of reserved constituencies in assemblies and the parliament of our country. This type of arrangement is meant to give space in the government and administration to diverse social. In my school, the class monitor changes every month. Is that what you call a power-sharing arrangement? Groups who otherwise would feel alienated from the government. This method is used to give minority communities a fair share in power. In Unit 2, we shall look at various ways of accommodating social diversities. For power-sharing arrangements can also be seen in the way political parties, pressure groups, and movements control or influence those in power. In a democracy, the citizens must have freedom to choose among various contenders for power. In contemporary democracies, this takes the form of competition among different parties. Such competition ensures that power does not remain in one hand. In the long run, power is shared among different political parties that represent different ideologies and social groups. Sometimes this kind of sharing can be direct when two or more parties form an alliance to contest elections. If their alliance is elected, they form a coalition government and thus share power. In a democracy, we find interest groups such as those of traders, businessmen, industrialists, farmers, and industrial workers. They also will have a share in governmental power either through participation in governmental committees or bringing influence on the decision-making process. In Unit 3, we shall study the working of political parties. 10 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. Here are some examples of power sharing. Which of the 4 types of power sharing do these represent? Who is sharing power with whom? The Bombay High Court ordered the Maharashtra state government to immediately take action and improve living conditions for the 2,000-odd children at 7 children's homes in Mumbai. The government of Ontario State in Canada has agreed to a land claims settlement with the Aboriginal community. The minister responsible for Native Affairs announced that the government will work with Aboriginal people in a spirit of mutual respect and cooperation. Russia's 2 influential political parties, the Union of Right Forces and the Liberal Yabloko movement, agreed to unite their organizations into a strong right-wing coalition. They propose to have a common list of candidates in the next parliamentary elections. The finance ministers of various states in Nigeria got together and demanded that the federal government declare its sources of income. They also wanted to know the formula by which the revenue is distributed to various state governments. 1. What are the different forms of power sharing in modern democracies? Give an example of each of these. 2. State 1 prudential reason and 1 moral reason for power sharing with an example from the Indian context. 3. After reading this chapter, 3 students drew different conclusions. Which of these do you agree with and why? Give your reasons in about 50 words. Tom Mann, power sharing is necessary only in societies which have religious, linguistic, or ethnic divisions. Mathei, power sharing is suitable only for big countries that have regional divisions. Ausef, every society needs some form of power sharing even if it is small or does not have social divisions. 4. The mayor of Merchtem, a town near Brussels in Belgium, has defended a ban on speaking French in the town schools. He said that the ban would help all non-Dutch speakers integrate in this Flemish town. Do you think that this measure is in keeping with the spirit of Belgium's power-sharing arrangements? Give your reasons in about 50 words. Exercises. POWERSHARING 11. 7. Consider the following statements about power-sharing arrangements in Belgium and Sri Lanka. A. In Belgium, the Dutch-speaking majority people tried to impose their domination on the minority French-speaking community. B. In Sri Lanka, the policies of the government sought to ensure the dominance of the Sinhala-speaking majority. C. The Tamils in Sri Lanka demanded a federal arrangement of power sharing to protect their culture, language, and equality of opportunity in education and jobs. D. The transformation of Belgium from unitary government to a federal one prevented a possible division of the country on linguistic lines. Which of the statements given above are correct? A, B, C, and D, B, A, B, and D, C, and D, D, B, C, and D. 5. Read the following passage and pick out any one of the prudential reasons for power sharing offered in this. We need to give more power to the Panchayats to realize the dream of Mahatma Gandhi and the hopes of the makers of our constitution. Panchayati Raj establishes true democracy. It restores power to the only place where power belongs in a democracy, in the hands of the people. Giving power to Panchayats is also a way to reduce corruption and increase administrative efficiency. When people participate in the planning and implementation of developmental schemes, they would naturally exercise greater control over these schemes. This would eliminate the corrupt middlemen. Thus, Panchayati Raj will strengthen the foundations of our democracy. 6. Different arguments are usually put forth in favor of and against power sharing. Identify those which are in favor of power sharing and select the answer using the codes given below. Power sharing. A. Reduces conflict among different communities. B. Decreases the possibility of arbitrariness. C. Delays decision-making process. D. Accommodates diversities. E. Increases instability and divisiveness. F. Promotes people's participation in government. G. Undermines the unity of a country. 12 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. 9. Consider the following two statements on power sharing and select the answer using the codes given below. A. Power sharing is good for democracy. B. It helps to reduce the possibility of conflict between social groups. Which of these statements are true and false? 8. Match list I forms of power sharing with list 2 forms of government and select the correct answer using the codes given below in the lists. Exercises. FEDERALISM 13. Chapter 2. Federalism. Overview. In the previous chapter, we noted that vertical division of power among different levels of government is one of the major forms of power sharing in modern democracies. In this chapter, we focus on this form of power sharing. It is most commonly referred to as federalism. We begin by describing federalism in general terms. The rest of the chapter tries to understand the theory and practice of federalism in India. A discussion of the federal constitutional provisions is followed by an analysis of the policies and politics that has strengthened federalism in practice. Towards the end of the chapter, we turn to the local government, a new and third tier of Indian federalism. 14 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. What is federalism? I am confused. What do we call the Indian government? Is it union, federal, or central? Though only 25 of the world's 193 countries have federal political systems, their citizens make up 40% of the world's population. Most of the large countries of the world are federations. Can you notice an exception to this rule in this map? Let us get back to the contrast between Belgium and Sri Lanka that we saw in the last chapter. You would recall that one of the key changes made in the Constitution of Belgium was to reduce the power of the central government and to give these powers to the regional governments. Regional governments existed in Belgium even earlier. They had their roles and powers. But all these powers were given to these governments and could be withdrawn by the central government. The change that took place in 1993 was that the regional governments were given constitutional powers that were no longer dependent on the central government. Thus, Belgium shifted from a unitary to a federal form of government. Sri Lanka continues to be, for all practical purposes, a unitary system where the national government has all the powers. Tamil leaders want Sri Lanka to become a federal system. Federalism is a system of government in which the power is divided between a central authority and various constituent units of the country. Usually, a federation has two levels of government. One is the government for the entire country that is usually responsible for a few subjects of common national interest. The others are governments at the level of provinces or states that look after much of the day-to-day administering of their state. Both these levels of governments enjoy their power independent of the other. FEDERALISM 15. 7. The federal system thus has dual objectives: to safeguard and promote unity of the country, while at the same time accommodate regional diversity. Therefore, two aspects are crucial for the institutions and practice of federalism. Governments at different levels should agree to some rules of power sharing. They should also trust that each would abide by its part of the agreement. An ideal federal system has both aspects: mutual trust and agreement to live together. The exact balance of power between the central and the state government varies from one federation to another. This balance depends mainly on the historical context in which the federation was formed. There are two kinds of routes through which federations have been formed. The first route involves independent states coming together on their own to form a bigger unit, so that by pooling sovereignty and retaining identity, they can increase their security. This type of coming together federations include the USA, Switzerland, and Australia. In this first category of federations, all the constituent states usually have equal power and are strong vis-a-vis the federal government. The second route is where a large country decides to divide its power between the constituent states and the national government. India, Spain, and Belgium are examples of this kind of holding together federations. In this second category, the central government tends to be more powerful vis-a-vis the states. Very often different constituent units of the federation have unequal powers. Some units are granted special powers. If federalism works only in big countries, why did Belgium adopt it? Jurisdiction. The area over which someone has legal authority. The area may be defined in terms of geographical boundaries or in terms of certain kinds of subjects. In this sense, federations are contrasted with unitary governments. Under the unitary system, either there is only one level of government or the subunits are subordinate to the central government. The central government can pass on orders to the provincial or the local government. But in a federal system, the central government cannot order the state government to do something. State government has powers of its own for which it is not answerable to the central government. Both these governments are separately answerable to the people. Let us look at some of the key features of federalism. 1. There are two or more levels, or tiers, of government. Two different tiers of government govern the same citizens, but each tier has its own in specific matters of legislation, taxation, and administration. 3. The jurisdictions of the respective levels or tiers of government are specified in the Constitution. So the existence and authority of each tier of government is constitutionally guaranteed. For the fundamental provisions of the Constitution cannot be unilaterally changed by one level of government. Such changes require the consent of both the levels of government. 5. Courts have the power to interpret the Constitution and the powers of different levels of government. The highest court acts as an umpire if disputes arise between different levels of government in the exercise of their respective powers. 6. Sources of revenue for each level of government are clearly specified to ensure its financial autonomy. 16. DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. Isn't that strange? Did our constitution makers not know about federalism? Or did they wish to avoid talking about it? Some Nepalese citizens were discussing the proposals on the adoption of federalism in their new constitution. This is what some of them said. Kagraj, I don't like federalism. It would lead to reservation of seats for different caste groups as in India. Sarita, ours is not a very big country. We don't need federalism. Babu Lal. I am hopeful that the Terai areas will get more autonomy if they get their own state government. Ram Ganesh. I like federalism because it will mean that powers that were earlier enjoyed by the king will now be exercised by our elected representatives. If you were participating in this conversation, what would be your response to each of these? Which of these reflect a wrong understanding of what federalism is? What makes India a federal country? We have earlier seen how small countries like Belgium and Sri Lanka face so many problems of managing diversity. What about a vast country like India, with so many languages, religions, and regions? What are the power-sharing arrangements in our country? Let us begin with the Constitution. India had emerged as an independent nation after a painful and bloody partition. Soon after independence, several princely states became a part of the country. The Constitution declared India as a union of states. Although it did not use the word federation, the Indian Union is based on the principles of federalism. Let us go back to the 7 features of federalism mentioned above. We can see that all these features apply to the provisions of the Indian Constitution. The Constitution originally provided for a 2-tier system of government, the union government or what we call the central government, representing the Union of India and the state governments. Later, a 3rd tier of federalism was added, in the form of panchayats and municipalities. As in any federation, these different tiers enjoy separate jurisdiction. The Constitution clearly provided a 3-fold distribution of legislative powers between the union government and the state governments. Thus, it contains 3 lists. Union list includes subjects of national importance, such as defense of the country, foreign affairs, banking, communications, and currency. They are included in this list because we need a uniform policy on these matters throughout the country. The union government alone can make laws relating to the subjects mentioned in the union list. State list contains subjects of state and local importance such as police, trade, commerce, agriculture, and irrigation. The state governments alone can make laws relating to the subjects mentioned in the state list. Concurrent list includes subjects of common interest to both the union government as well as the state governments, such What makes India a federal country? Federalism 17. As education, forest, trade unions, marriage, adoption, and succession. Both the union as well as the state governments can make laws on the subjects mentioned in this list. If their laws conflict with each other, the law made by the union government will prevail. What about subjects that do not fall in any of the three lists? Or subjects like computer software that came up after the Constitution was made? According to our Constitution, the union government has the power to legislate on these residuary subjects. We noted above that most federations that are formed by holding together do not give equal power to its constituent units. Thus, all states in the Indian Union do not have identical powers. Some states enjoy a special status. States such as Assam, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh and Mizoram enjoy special powers under certain provisions of the Constitution of India, Article 371, due to their peculiar social and historical circumstances. These special powers are especially enjoyed in relation to the protection of land rights of indigenous peoples, their culture, and also preferential employment in government services. Indians who are not permanent residents of the state cannot buy land or house here. Similar special provisions exist for some other states of India as well. Listen to one national and one regional news bulletin broadcast by All India Radio daily for 1 week. Make a list of news items related to government policies or decisions by classifying these into the following categories. News items that relate only to the central government, news items that relate only to your or any other state government, news items about the relationship between the central and state governments. There are some units of the Indian Union which enjoy very little power. These are areas which are too small to become an independent state but which could not be merged with any of the existing states. These areas, like Chandigarh or Lakshadweep or the capital city of Delhi, are called union territories. These territories do not have the powers of a state. The central government has special powers in running these areas. This sharing of power between the union government and the state governments is basic to the structure of the Constitution. It is not easy to make changes to this power-sharing arrangement. The Parliament cannot on its own change this arrangement. Any change to it has to be first passed by both the Houses of Parliament with at least 2/3 majority. Then it has to be ratified by the legislatures of at least half of the total states. The judiciary plays an important role in overseeing the implementation of constitutional provisions and procedures. In case of any dispute about the division of powers, the High Courts and the Supreme Court make a decision. The union and state governments have the power to raise resources by levying taxes in order to carry on the government and the responsibilities assigned to each of them. If agriculture and commerce are state subjects, why do we have ministers of agriculture and commerce in the union cabinet? 18 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. Pokhran, the place where India conducted its nuclear tests, lies in Rajasthan. Suppose the government of Rajasthan was opposed to the central government's nuclear policy, could it prevent the government of India from conducting the nuclear tests? Suppose the government of Sikkim plans to introduce new textbooks in its schools. But the union government does not like the style and content of the new textbooks. In that case, does the state government need to take permission from the union government before these textbooks can be launched? Suppose the chief ministers of Andhra Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and Orissa have different policies on how their state police should respond to the Naxalites. Can the Prime Minister of India intervene and pass an order that all the chief ministers will have to obey? Federalism 19. Constitutional provisions are necessary for the success of federalism, but these are not sufficient. If the federal experiment has succeeded in India, it is not merely because of the clearly laid out constitutional provisions. The real success of federalism in India can be attributed to the nature of democratic politics in our country. This ensured that the spirit of federalism, respect for diversity, and desire for living together became shared ideals in our country. Let us look at some of the major ways in which this happened. Linguistic states. The creation of linguistic states was the first and a major test for democratic politics in our country. If you look at the political map of India when it began its journey as a democracy in 1947 and that of 2019, you will be surprised by the extent of the changes. Many old states have vanished and many new states have been created. Areas, boundaries, and names of the states have been changed. In 1947, the boundaries of several old states of India were changed in order to create new states. This was done to ensure that people who spoke the same language lived in the same state. Some states were created not on the basis of language but to recognize differences based on culture, ethnicity, or geography. These include states like Nagaland, Uttarakhand, and Jharkhand. Has your village/town/city remained under the same state since independence? If not, what was the name of the earlier state? Can you identify names of 3 states in 1947 that have been changed later? Identify any 3 states which have been carved out of bigger states. How is federalism practiced? 20 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. When the demand for the formation of states on the basis of language was raised, some national leaders feared that it would lead to the disintegration of the country. The central government resisted linguistic states for some time. But the experience has shown that the formation of linguistic states has actually made the country more united. It has also made administration easier. Language policy. A second test for Indian Federation is the language policy. Our constitution did not give the status of national language to any one language. Hindi was identified as the official language. But Hindi is the mother tongue of only about 40% of Indians. Therefore, there were many safeguards to protect other languages. Besides Hindi, there are 21 other languages recognized as scheduled languages by the Constitution. A candidate in an examination conducted for the central government positions may opt to take the examination in any of these languages. States too have their own official languages. Much of the government work takes place in the official language of the concerned state. Unlike Sri Lanka, the leaders of our country adopted a very cautious attitude in spreading the use of Hindi. According to the Constitution, the use of English for official purposes was to stop in 1965. However, many non-Hindi-speaking states demanded that the use of English continue. In Tamil Nadu, this movement took a violent form. The central government responded by agreeing to continue the use of English along with Hindi for official purposes. Many critics think that this solution favored the English-speaking elite. Promotion of Hindi continues to be the official policy of the Government of India. Promotion does not mean that the central government can impose Hindi on states where people speak a different language. The flexibility shown by Indian political leaders helped our country avoid the kind of situation that Sri Lanka finds itself in. Center-state relations. Restructuring the center-state relations is one more way in which federalism has been strengthened in practice. How the constitutional arrangements for sharing power work in reality depends to a large extent on how the ruling parties and leaders follow these arrangements. For a long time, the same party ruled both at the center and in most of the states. This meant that the state governments did not exercise their rights as autonomous federal units. As and when the ruling party at the state level was different, the parties that ruled at the center tried to undermine the power of the states. In those days, the central government would often misuse the constitution to dismiss the state governments that were controlled by rival parties. This undermined the spirit of federalism. All this changed significantly after 1990. This period saw the rise of regional political parties in many states of the country. This was also the beginning of the era of coalition governments at the center. Since no single party got a clear majority in the Lok Sabha, the major national parties had to enter into an alliance with many parties, including several regional parties, to form a government at the center. Coalition government, a government formed by the coming together of at least two political parties. Usually partners in a coalition form a political alliance and adopt a common program. FEDERALISM 21. Here are two cartoons showing the relationship between center and states. Should the state go to the center with a begging bowl? How can the leader of a coalition keep the partners of government satisfied? Are you suggesting that regionalism is good for our democracy? Are you serious? The states plead for more powers. This led to a new culture of power sharing and respect. for the autonomy of state governments. This trend was supported by a major judgment of the Supreme Court that made it difficult for the central government to dismiss state governments in an arbitrary manner. Thus, federal power sharing is more effective today than it was in the early years after the Constitution came into force. 22DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. Linguistic diversity of India. How many languages do we have in India? The answer depends on how one counts it. The latest information that we have is from the Census of India held in 2011. This census recorded more than 1,300 distinct languages which people mentioned as their mother tongues. These languages were grouped together under some major languages. For example, languages like Bhojpuri, Magadhi, Bundelkhandi, Chhattisgarhi, Rajasthani, and many others were grouped together under Hindi. Even after this grouping, the census found 121 major languages. Of these, 22 languages are now included in the 8th schedule of the Indian Constitution and are therefore called scheduled languages. Others are called non-scheduled languages. In terms of languages, India is perhaps the most diverse country in the world. A look at the enclosed table makes it clear that no one language is the mother tongue of the majority of our population. The largest language, Hindi, is the mother tongue of only about 44% Indians. If we add to that all those who knew Hindi as their second or third language, the total number was still less than 50% in 2011. As for English, only 0.02% Indians recorded it as their mother tongue. Another 11% knew it as a second or third language. Read this table carefully, but you need not memorize it. Just do the following. Make a bar or pie chart on the basis of this information. Prepare a map of linguistic diversity of India by shading the region where each of these languages is spoken on the map of India. Find out about any 3 languages that are spoken in India but are not included in this table. Scheduled languages of India. N stands for negligible. Source. Read the following excerpts from an article by noted historian Ramachandra Guha that appeared in the Times of India on November 1, 2006. Take the example of your own state or any other state that was affected by linguistic reorganization. Write a short note for or against the argument given by the author here on the basis of that example. 24 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. We noted above that federal governments have 2 or more tiers of governments. We have so far discussed the 2 tiers of government in our country. But a vast country like India cannot be ERUNONLYTHROUGHTHESE 2 tiers. States in India are as large as independent countries of Europe. In terms of population, Uttar Pradesh is bigger than Russia. Maharashtra is about as big as Germany. Many of these states are internally very diverse. There is thus a need for power sharing within these states. Federal power sharing in India needs another tier of government below that of the state governments. This is the rationale for decentralization of power. Thus resulted a 3rd tier of government called local government. When power is taken away from central and state governments and given to local government, it is called decentralization. The basic idea behind decentralization is that there are a large number of problems and issues which are best settled at the local level. People have better knowledge of problems in their localities. They also have better ideas on where to spend money and how to manage things more efficiently. Besides, at the local level it is possible for the people to directly participate in decision-making. This helps to inculcate a habit of democratic participation. Local government is the best way to realize one important principle of democracy, namely local self-government. The need for decentralization was recognized in our Constitution. SINCERTHEREHAVEBEE and several attempts to decentralize power to the level of villages and towns. Panchayats in villages and municipalities in urban areas were set up in all the states. But these were directly under the control of state governments. Elections to these local governments were not held regularly. Local governments did not have any powers or resources of their own. Thus, there was very little decentralization in effective terms. A major step towards decentralization was taken in 1992. The Constitution was amended to make the 3rd tier of democracy more powerful and effective. Now it is constitutionally mandatory to hold regular elections to local government bodies. Seats are reserved in the elected bodies and the executive heads of these institutions for the scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and other backward classes. At least 1/3 of all positions are reserved for women. An independent institution called the State Election Commission has been created in each state to conduct panchayat and municipal elections. The state governments are required to share some powers and revenue with local government bodies. The nature of sharing varies from state to state. Rural local government is popularly known by the name Panchayati Raj. Each village or a group of villages in some states has a Gram Panchayat. This is a council consisting of several ward members, often called Panch, and a president or Sarpanch. They are directly. Decentralization in India. FEDERALISM 25. Elected by all the adult population living in that ward or village. It is the decision-making body for the entire village. The Panchayat works under the overall supervision of the Gram Sabha. All the voters in the village are its members. It has to meet at least twice or thrice in a year to approve the annual budget of the Gram Panchayat and to review the performance of the Gram Panchayat. The local government structure goes right up to the district level. A few Gram Panchayats are grouped together to form what is usually called a Panchayat Samiti or block or mandal. The members of this representative body are elected by all the Panchayat members in that area. All the Panchayat Samitis or mandals in a district together constitute the Zilla District Parishad. Most members of the Zilla Parishad are elected. Members of the Lok Sabha and MLAs of that district and some other officials of other district-level bodies are also its members. Zilla Parishad chairperson is the political head of the Zilla Parishad. Similarly, local government bodies exist for urban areas as well. Municipalities are set up in towns. Big cities are constituted into municipal corporations. Both municipalities and municipal corporationsarecontrolled by elected bodies consisting of people's representatives. Municipal chairperson is the political head of the municipality. In a municipal corporation, such an officer is called the mayor. Prime Minister runs the country. Chief Minister runs the state. Logically, then, the chairperson of Zilla Parishad should run the district. Why does the DM or collector administer the district? What do these newspaper clippings have to say about efforts of decentralization in India? 26 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. This new system of local government is the largest experiment in democracy conducted anywhere in the world. There are now about 36 lakh elected representatives in the panchayats and municipalities, etc., all over the country. This number is bigger than the population of many countries in the world. Constitutional status for local government has helped to deepen democracy in our country. It has also increased women's representation and voice in our democracy. At the same time, there are many difficulties. While elections are held regularly and enthusiastically, Gram Sabhas are not held regularly. Most state governments have not transferred significant powers to the local governments, nor have they given adequate resources. We are still a long way from realizing the ideal of self-government. Find out about the local government in the village or town you live in. If you live in a village, find out the names of the following: your panch or ward member, your sarpanch, your panchayat samiti, the chairperson of your Zilla Parishad. Also find out when did the last meeting of the Gram Sabha take place and how many people took part in that. If you live in urban areas, find out the name of your municipal councillor and the municipal chairperson or mayor. Also find out about the budget of your municipal corporation, municipality, and the major items on which money was spent. An experiment in Brazil. A city called Porto Alegre in Brazil has carried out an extraordinary experiment in combining decentralization with participative democracy. The city has set up a parallel organization operating alongside the municipal council, enabling local inhabitants to take real decisions for their city. The nearly 13 lakh people in the city get to participate in making the budget for their own city. The city is divided into many sectors, or what we call wards. Each sector has a meeting, like that of the Gram Sabha, in which anyone living in that area can participate. There are some meetings to discuss issues that affect the entire city. Any citizen of the city can participate in those meetings. The budget of the city is discussed in these meetings. The proposals are put to the municipality that takes a final decision about it. About 20,000 people participate in this decision-making exercise every year. This method has ensured that the money cannot be spent only for the benefit of the colonies where rich people live. Buses now run to the poor colonies, and builders cannot evict slum dwellers without resettling them. In our own country, a similar experiment has taken place in some areas in Kerala. Ordinary people have participated in making a plan for the development of their locality. Federalism 27. Exercises. 1. Locate the following states on a blank outline political map of India: Manipur, Sikkim, Chhattisgarh, and Goa. 2. Identify and shade 3 federal countries other than India on a blank outline political map of the world. 3. Point out one feature in the practice of federalism in India that is similar to and one feature that is different from that of Belgium. 4. What is the main difference between a federal form of government and a unitary one? Explain with an example. 5. State any 2 differences between the local government before and after the constitutional amendment in 1992. 6. Fill in the blanks. Since the United States is a type of federation, all the constituent states have equal powers and states are vis-a-vis the federal government. But India is a type of federation and some states have more power than others. In India, the government has more powers. 7. Here are 3 reactions to the language policy followed in India. Give an argument and an example to support any of these positions. Sangeeta, the policy of accommodation has strengthened national unity. Arman, language-based states have divided us by making everyone conscious of their language. Harish, this policy has only helped to consolidate the dominance of English over all other languages. 8. The distinguishing feature of a federal government is: A. National government gives some powers to the provincial governments. B. Power is distributed among the legislature, executive, and judiciary. C. Elected officials exercise supreme power in the government. D. Governmental power is divided between different levels of government. 9. A few subjects in various lists of the Indian Constitution are given here. Group them under the Union, State, and concurrent lists as provided in the table below. A. Defense. B. Police. C. Agriculture. D. Education. E. Banking. F. Forests. G. Communications. H. Trade. I. Marriages. 28 DEMOCRAT ICPOLITICS. Exercises. 10. Examine the following pairs that give the level of government in India and the powers of the government at that level to make laws on the subjects mentioned against each. Which of the following pairs is not correctly matched? 11. Match list I with list 2 and select the correct answer using the codes given below the lists. 12. Consider the following 2 statements. A. In a federation, the powers of the federal and provincial governments are clearly demarcated. B. India is a federation because the powers of the union and state governments are specified in the constitution and they have exclusive jurisdiction on their respective subjects. C. Sri Lanka is a federation because the country is divided into provinces. D. India is no longer a federation because some powers of the states have been devolved to the local government bodies. Which of the statements given above are correct? A, B, and C. B, A, C, and D. C, A, and B only. D, B, and C only. GENDERRELIGIONANDCASTE 29. Chapter 3. Gender, Religion, and Caste. Overview. The existence of social diversity does not threaten democracy. Political expression of social differences is possible and sometimes quite desirable in a democratic system. In this chapter, we apply these ideas to the practice of democracy in India. We look at 3 kinds of social differences that can take the form of social divisions and inequalities. These are social differences based on gender, religion, and caste. In each case, we look at the nature of this division in India and how it gets expressed in politics. We also ask whether different expressions based on these differences are healthy or otherwise in a democracy. 30DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. Gender and politics. Let us begin with gender division. This is a form of hierarchical social division seen everywhere but is rarely recognized in the study of politics. The gender division tends to be understood as natural and unchangeable. However, it is not based on biology but on social expectations and stereotypes. Public/private division. Boys and girls are brought up to believe that the main responsibility of women is housework and bringing up children. This is reflected in a sexual division of labor in most families. Women do all work inside the home such as cooking, cleaning, washing clothes, tailoring, looking after children, etc., and men do all the work outside the home. It is not that men cannot do housework, they simply think that it is for women to attend to these things. When these jobs are paid for, men are ready to take up these works. Most tailors or cooks in hotels are men. Similarly, it is not that women do not work outside their home. In villages, women fetch water, collect fuel, and work in the fields. In urban areas, poor women work as domestic helper in middle-class homes, while middle-class women work in offices. In fact, the majority of women do some sort of paid work in addition to domestic labor. But their work is not valued and does not get recognition. The result of this division of labor is that although women constitute half of the humanity, their role in public life, especially politics, is minimal in most societies. Earlier, only men were allowed to participate in public affairs, vote, and contest for public offices. Gradually, the gender issue was raised in politics. Women in different parts of the world organized and agitated for equal rights. There were agitations in different countries for the extension of voting rights to women. A poster from Bengal affirming women's strength. Sexual division of labor, a system in which all work inside the home is either done by the women of the family or organized by them through the domestic helpers. GENDERRELIGIONANDCASTE 31. THESEAGITATIONSDEMANDED enhancing the political and legal status of women and improving their educational and career opportunities. More radical women's movements aimed at equality in personal and family life as well. These movements are called movements. Political expression of gender division and political mobilization. Discuss all these perceptions of an ideal woman that prevail in our society. Do you agree with any of these? If not, what is your image of an ideal woman? Feminist, a woman or a man who believes in equal rights and opportunities for women and men. On this question help to improve women's role in public life. We now find women working as scientists, doctors, engineers, lawyers, managers, and college and university teachers, which were earlier not considered suitable for women. In some parts of the world, for example in Scandinavian countries such as Sweden, Norway, and Finland, the 32DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. Patriarchy, literally, rule by father, this concept is used to refer to a system that values men more and gives them power over women. Daily time use, hours, minutes. Source, Government of India Time Use Survey, 1998-99. Plus. A time use survey was conducted in 6 states of our country. It shows that an average woman works every day for a little over 7.5 hours while an average man works for 6.5 hours. Yet the work done by men is more visible because most of their work leads to generation of income. Women also do a lot of direct income generating work, but the bulk of their work is household related. This work remains unpaid and invisible. Participation of women in public life is very high. In our country, women still lag much behind men despite some improvements since independence. Ours is still a male-dominated, patriarchal society. Women face disadvantage, discrimination, and oppression in various ways. The literacy rate among women is only 54% compared with 76% among men. Similarly, a smaller proportion of girl students go for higher studies. When we You can conduct a similar time use survey in your own household. Observe all the adult male and female members of your family for 1 week. Every day note down the number of hours each of them spends on the following activities: income-generating activity, working at the office or shop or factory or field, etc., household-related activity, cooking, cleaning, washing. Every day note down the number of hours each of them spends on the following activities: income-generating activity, working at the office or shop or factory or field, etc., household-related activity, cooking, cleaning, washing, fetching water, looking after children or elders, etc., reading and recreation, talking/gossiping, self-care, taking rest or sleeping. If necessary, make new categories. Add up the time taken on each activity for a week and calculate the daily average for each activity for each member. Do women work more in your family as well? GENDER RELIGIONANDCASTE 33. Mummy always says to outsiders, "I don't work, I am a housewife, but I see her working nonstop all the time." If what she does is not work, what else is work? Look at school results. Girls perform as well as boys, if not better in some places. But they drop out because parents prefer to spend their resources for their boys' education rather than spending equally on their sons and daughters. No wonder the proportion of women among the highly paid and valued jobs is still very small. On an average, an Indian woman works 1 hour more than an average man every day. Yet much of her work is not paid and therefore, often not valued. The Equal Remuneration Act, 1976, provides that equal wages should be paid to equal work. However, in almost all areas of work, from sports and cinema to factories and fields, women are paid less than men, even when both do exactly the same work. In many parts of India, parents prefer to have sons and find ways to have the girl child aborted before she is born. Such sex-selective abortion led to a decline in child-sex ratio, number of girl children per 1,000 boys, in the country to merely 919. As the map shows this, can you identify your state on this map? What is the child-sex ratio in it? How is it different from others with a different color? Identify the states which have child-sex ratio below 900. Compare this map with the poster on the next page. How do the two of them tell us about the same issue? 34 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. Ratio has fallen below 850 or even 800 in some states. There are reports of various kinds of harassment, exploitation, and violence against women. Urban areas have become particularly unsafe for women. They are not safe, even within their own home, from beating, harassment, and other forms of domestic violence. Women's political representation. All this is well known. Yet issues related to women's well-being or otherwise are not given adequate attention. This has led many feminists and women's movements to the conclusion that unless women control power, their problems will not get adequate attention. One way to ensure this is to have more women as elected representatives. In India, the proportion of women in legislature has been very low. For example, the percentage of elected women members in Lok Sabha has touched 14.36% of its total strength for the first time in 2019. Their share in the state assemblies is less than 5%. In this respect, India is among the. Could you think of some reasons why women's representation is so low in India? Do you think Americas and Europe have achieved a satisfactory level of women's representation? Women in national parliaments in different regions of the world in percent. Note, figures are for the percent of women in the directly elected houses of parliament as on October 1, 2018. Source: GENDER RELIGIONANDCASTE 35. This cartoon offers an understanding of why the Women's Reservation Bill has not been passed in the parliament. Do you agree with this reading? If casteism and communalism are bad, what makes feminism a good thing? Why don't we oppose all those who divide the society on any lines? Caste, religion, or gender? Bottom group of nations in the world. See the graph below. India is behind the averages for several developing countries of Africa and Latin America. In the government, cabinets are largely all male even when a woman becomes the chief minister or the prime minister. One way to solve this problem is to make it legally binding to have a fair proportion of women in the elected bodies. This is what the Panchayati Raj has done in India. 1/3 of seats in local government bodies, in panchayats and municipalities, are now reserved for women. Now there are more than 10 lakh elected women representatives in rural and urban local bodies. Women's organizations and activists have been demanding a similar reservation of at least 1/3 of seats in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies for women. A bill with this proposal has been pending before the parliament for more than a decade. But there is no consensus over this among all the political parties. The bill has not been passed. Gender division is an example that some form of social division needs to be expressed in politics. This also shows that disadvantaged groups do benefit when social divisions become a political issue. Do you think that women could have made the gains we noted above if their unequal treatment was not raised in the political domain? 36 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. Religion, communalism, and politics. Let us now turn to a very different kind of social division, the division based on religious differences. This division is not as universal as gender, but religious diversity is fairly widespread in the world today. Many countries, including India, have in their population followers of different religions. As we noticed in the case of Northern Ireland, even when most of the people belong to the same religion, there can be serious differences about the way people practice that religion. Unlike gender differences, the religious differences are often expressed in the field of politics. Consider the following. Gandhiji used to say that religion can never be separated from politics. What he meant by religion was not any particular religion like Hinduism or Islam, but moral values that inform all religions. He believed that politics must be guided by ethics drawn from religion. Human rights groups in our country have argued that most of the victims of communal riots in our country are people from religious minorities. They have demanded that the government take special steps to protect religious minorities. Women's movement has argued that family laws of all religions discriminate against women. So they have demanded that government should change these laws to make them more equitable. I am not religious. Why should I bother about communalism and secularism? All these instances involve a relationship between religion and politics. But they do not seem very wrong or dangerous. Ideas, ideals, and values drawn from different religions can and perhaps should play a role in politics. People should be able to express in politics their needs, interests, and demands as a member of a religious community. Those who hold political power should sometimes be able to regulate the practice of religion so as to prevent discrimination and oppression. These political acts are not wrong as long as they treat every religion equally. Communalism. The problem begins when religion is seen as the basis of the nation. The example of Northern Ireland in Chapter 3 shows the dangers of such an approach to nationalism. The problem becomes more acute when religion is expressed in politics in exclusive and partisan terms, when one religion and its followers are pitted against another. This happens when beliefs of one religion are presented as superior to those of other religions, when the demands of one religious group are formed in opposition to another, and when state power is used to establish domination of one religious group over the rest. This manner of using religion in politics is communal politics. Communal politics is based on the idea that religion is the principal basis of social community. Communalism involves thinking. GENDERRELIGIONANDCASTE 37. Along the following lines. The followers of a particular religion must belong to one community. Their fundamental interests are the same. Any difference that they may have is irrelevant or trivial for community life. It also follows that people who follow different religions cannot belong to the same social community. If the followers of different religions have some commonalities, these are superficial and immaterial, their interests are bound to be different and involve a conflict. In its extreme form, communalism leads to the belief that people belonging to different religions cannot live as equal citizens within one nation. Either one of them has to dominate the rest or they have to form different nations. This belief is fundamentally flawed. People of one religion do not have the same interests and aspirations in every context. Everyone has several other roles, positions, and identities. There are many voices inside every community. All these voices have a right to be heard. Therefore, any attempt to bring all followers of one religion together in context other than religion is bound to suppress many voices within that community. Communalism can take various forms in politics. The most common expression of communalism is in everyday beliefs. These routinely involve religious prejudices, stereotypes of religious communities, and belief in the superiority of one's religion over other religions. This is so common. Family laws, those laws that deal with family-related matters such as marriage, divorce, adoption, inheritance, etc. in our country, different family laws apply to followers of different religions. That we often fail to notice it even when we believe in it. A communal mind often leads to a quest for political dominance of one's own religious community. For those belonging to majority community, this takes the form of majoritarian dominance. For those belonging to the minority community, it can take the form of a desire to form a separate political unit. POLITICALMOBILISATIONON religious lines is another frequent form of communalism. This involves the use of sacred symbols, religious leaders, emotional appeal, and plain fear in order to bring the followers of one religion together in the political arena. In electoral politics, this often involves special appeal to the interests or emotions of voters of one religion in preference to others. Sometimes communalism takes its most ugly form of communal violence, riots, and massacre. India and Pakistan suffered some of the worst communal riots at the time of the partition. The post-independence period has also seen large-scale communal violence. Secular state. Communalism was and continues to be one of the major challenges to democracy in our country. The makers of our Constitution were aware of this challenge. That is why they chose the model of a secular state. This choice was reflected in several constitutional provisions that we studied last year. There is no official religion for the Indian state. Unlike the status of Buddhism in Sri Lanka, that of Islam. I often crack jokes about people from one religion. Does that make me communal? 38 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. In Pakistan and that of Christianity in England, our constitution does not give a special status to any religion. The Constitution provides to all individuals and communities freedom to profess, practice, and propagate any religion or not to follow any. The Constitution prohibits discrimination on grounds of religion. At the same time, the Constitution allows the state to intervene in the matters of religion in order to ensure equality within religious communities. For example, it bans untouchability. Understood in this sense, secularism is not just an ideology of some parties or persons. This idea constitutes one of the foundations of our country. Communalism should not be seen as a threat to some people in India. It threatens the very idea of India. That is why communalism needs to be combated. A secular constitution like ours is necessary but not sufficient to combat communalism. Communal prejudices and propaganda need to be countered in everyday life, and religion-based mobilization needs to be countered in the arena of politics. Caste and politics. We have seen two instances of the expression of social divisions in the arena of politics, one largely positive and the other largely negative. Let us turn to our final case, that of caste and politics, that has both positive and the negative aspects. Caste inequalities. Unlike gender and religion, caste division is special to India. All societies have some kind of social inequality and some form of division of labor. In most societies, occupations are passed on from one generation to another. Caste system is an extreme form of this. What makes it different from other societies is that in this system, hereditary occupational division was sanctioned by rituals. Members of the same caste group were supposed to form a social community that practiced the same or similar occupation, married within the caste group, and did not eat with members from other caste groups. Caste system was based on exclusion of and discrimination against the outcast groups. They were subjected to the inhuman practice of untouchability, about which you have studied in Class 9. That is why political leaders and social reformers like Jyotiba Phule, Gandhiji, B.R. Ambedkar, and Periyar Ramaswamy Naicker advocated and worked to establish a society in which caste inequalities are absent. Partly due to their efforts and partly due to other socio-economic changes, castes and caste system in modern India have undergone great changes. With economic developmental growth of literacy and education, occupational mobility, and the weakening of the position of landlords in the villages, the old notions of caste hierarchy are breaking down. Now most of the GENDERRELIGIONANDCASTE 39. Social and religious diversity of India. The Census of India records the religion of each and every Indian after every 10 years. The person who fills the census form visits every household and records the religion of each member of that household exactly the way each person describes it. If someone says she has no religion or that he is an atheist, this is exactly how it is recorded. Thus we have reliable information on the proportion of different religious communities in the country and how it has changed over the years. The pie chart below presents the population proportion of 6 major religious communities in the country. Since independence, the total population of each community has increased substantially, but their proportion in the country's population has not changed much. In percentage terms, the population of the Hindus, Jains, and Christians has declined marginally since 1961. The proportion of Muslim, Sikh, and Buddhist population has increased slightly. There is a common but mistaken impression that the proportion of the Muslims in the country's population is going to overtake other religious communities. Expert estimates done for the Prime Minister's High-Level Committee, popularly known as SACHER Committee, show that the proportion of the Muslims is expected to go up a little, by about 3 to 4%, in the next 50 years. It proves that in overall terms, the population balance of different religious communities is not likely to change in a big way. The same is true of the major caste groups. The Census of India counts 2 social groups, the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes. Both these broad groups include hundreds of castes or tribes whose names are listed in an official schedule. Hence the prefix scheduled in their name. The scheduled castes, commonly known as Dalits, include those that were previously regarded as outcaste in the Hindu social order and were subjected to exclusion and untouchability. The scheduled tribes, often referred to as Adivasis, include those communities that led a secluded life, usually in hills and forests, and did not interact much with the rest of society. In 2011, the scheduled castes were 16.6% and the scheduled tribes were 8.6% of the country's population. The census does not yet count the other backward classes, the group we discussed in Class 9. Hence there are some differences about their proportion in the country's population. The National Sample Survey of 2004-05 estimates their population to be around 41%. Thus the SC, ST, and the OBC together account for about 2/3 of the country's population and about 3/4 of the Hindu population. Population of different religious communities in India 2011. 40 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. Times, in urban areas it does not matter much who is walking along next to us on a street or eating at the next table in a restaurant. The Constitution of India prohibited any caste-based discrimination and laid the foundations of policies to reverse the injustices of the caste system. If a person who lived a century ago were to return to India, she would be greatly surprised at the change that has come about in the country. Yet caste has not disappeared from contemporary India. Some of the older aspects of caste have persisted. Even now most people marry within their own caste or tribe. Untouchability has not ended completely despite constitutional prohibition. Effects of centuries of advantages and disadvantages continue to be felt today. The caste groups that had access to education under the old system have done very well in acquiring modern education as well. Those groups that did not have access to education or were prohibited from acquiring it have naturally lagged behind. That is why there is a disproportionately large presence of upper caste among the urban middle classes in our country. Caste continues to be closely linked to economic status. See plus box on page 41. Caste in politics. As in the case of communalism, casteism is rooted in the belief that caste is the sole basis of social community. According to this way of thinking, people belonging to the same caste belong to a natural social community and have the same interests which they do not share with anyone from another caste. As we saw in the case of communalism, such a belief is not borne out by our experience. Caste is one aspect of our experience, but it is not the only relevant or the most important aspect. Caste can take various forms in politics. When parties choose candidates in elections, they keep in mind the caste composition of the electorate and nominate candidates from different castes so as to muster necessary support to win elections. When governments are formed, political parties usually take care that representatives of different castes and tribes find a place in it. Political parties and candidates in elections make appeals to caste sentiment to muster support. Some political parties are known to favor some castes and are seen as their representatives. Universal adult franchise and the principle of one person, one vote. Urbanization, shift of population from rural areas to urban areas. Occupational mobility, shift from one occupation to another, usually when a new generation takes up occupations other than those practiced by their ancestors. Caste hierarchy, a ladder-like formation in which all the caste groups are placed from the highest to the lowest castes. I don't care what my caste is. Why are we discussing all this in the textbook? Are we not promoting casteism by talking about caste? Now you don't like it. Didn't you tell me that wherever there is domination, we should discuss it in political science? Will caste disappear if we keep mum about it? GENDERRELIGIONANDCASTE 41. Caste inequality today. Caste is an important source of economic inequality because it regulates access to resources of various kinds. For example, in the past, the so-called untouchable castes were denied the right to own land, while only the so-called twice-born castes had the right to education. Although this kind of explicit and formalized inequality based on caste is now outlawed, the effects of centuries of accumulated advantages and disadvantages continue to be felt. Moreover, new kinds of inequalities have also developed. The relationship between caste and economic status has certainly changed a lot. Today, it is possible to find very rich and very poor people in every caste, whether low or high. This was not true even 20 or 30 years ago. It was very rare indeed to find rich people among the lowest castes. However, as this evidence from the National Sample Survey shows, caste continues to be very strongly linked to economic status in many important ways. The average economic status, measured by criteria like monthly consumption expenditure of caste groups, still follows the old hierarchy. The upper castes are best off, the Dalits and Adivasis are worst off, and the backward classes are in between. Although every caste has some poor members, the proportion living in extreme poverty below the official poverty line is much higher for the lowest castes and much lower for the upper castes, with the backward classes once again in between. Although every caste has some members who are rich, the upper castes are heavily overrepresented among the rich while the lower castes are severely underrepresented. Percentage of population living below the poverty line, 1999-2000. Note, upper caste here means those who are not from SC, ST, or OBC. Below the poverty line means those who spent $327 or less per person per month in rural and $454 or less per person per month in urban areas. Source, National Sample Survey Organization, NSSO, Government of India, 55th round, 1999-2000. 42 DEMOCRAT ICPOLITICS. Compelled political leaders to gear up to the task of mobilizing and securing political support. It also brought new consciousness among the people of castes that were hitherto treated as inferior and low. The focus on caste in politics can sometimes give an impression that elections are all about caste and nothing else. That is far from true. Just consider these. No parliamentary constituency in the country has a clear majority of one single caste. So, every candidate and party needs to win the confidence of more than one caste and community to win elections. No party wins the votes of all the voters of a caste or community. When people say that a caste is a vote bank of one party, it usually means that a large proportion of the voters from that caste vote for that party. Many political parties may put up candidates from the same caste if that caste is believed to dominate the electorate in a particular constituency. Some voters have more than one candidate from their caste, while many voters have no candidate from their caste. The ruling party and the sitting MP or MLA frequently lose elections in our country. That could not have happened if all castes and communities were frozen in their political preferences. Clearly, while caste matters in electoral politics, so do many other factors. The voters have strong attachment to political parties, which is often stronger than their attachment to their caste or community. People within the same caste or community have different interests depending on their economic condition. Rich and poor, or men and women from the same caste, often vote very differently. People's assessment of the performance of the government and the popularity rating of the leaders matter and are often decisive in elections. Politics and caste. We have so far looked at what caste does to politics. But it does not mean that there is only a one-way relation between caste and politics. Politics too influences the caste system and caste identities by bringing them into the political arena. Thus, it is not politics that gets caste-ridden. Do you think that political leaders are right to treat people belonging to a caste as vote banks? GENDERRELIGIONANDCASTE 43. Is the caste that gets politicized. This takes several forms. Each caste group tries to become bigger by incorporating within it neighboring castes or subcastes which were earlier excluded from it. Various caste groups are required to enter into a coalition with other castes or communities and thus enter into a dialogue and negotiation. New kinds of caste groups have come up in the political arena, like backward and forward caste groups. Thus, caste plays different kinds of roles in politics. In some situations, expression of caste differences in politics gives many disadvantaged communities the space to demand their share of power. In this sense, caste politics has helped people from Dalits and OBC castes to gain better access to decision-making. Several political and non-political organizations have been demanding and agitating for an end to discrimination against particular castes, for more dignity and more access to land, resources, and opportunities. At the same time, exclusive attention to caste can produce negative results as well. As in the case of religion, politics based on caste identity alone is not very healthy in a democracy. It can divert attention from other pressing issues like poverty, development, and corruption. In some cases, caste division leads to tensions, conflict, and even violence. 44 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. 1. Mention different aspects of life in which women are discriminated or disadvantaged in India. 2. State different forms of communal politics with one example each. 3. State how caste inequalities are still continuing in India. 4. State 2 reasons to say that caste alone cannot determine election results in India. 5. What is the status of women's representation in India's legislative bodies? 6. Mention any 2 constitutional provisions that make India a secular state. 7. When we speak of gender divisions, we usually refer to A. Biological difference between men and women. B. Unequal roles assigned by the society to men and women. C. Unequal child-sex ratio. D. Absence of voting rights for women in democracies. 8. In India, seats are reserved for women in A. Lok Sabha. B. State legislative assemblies. C. Cabinets. D. Panchayati Raj bodies. 9. Consider the following statements on the meaning of communal politics. Communal politics is based on the belief that A. One religion is superior to that of others. B. People belonging to different religions can live together happily as equal citizens. C. Followers of a particular religion constitute one community. D. State power cannot be used to establish the domination of one religious group over others. Which of the statements are correct? A, B, C, and D, B, A, B, and D, C, A, and C, D, B, and D. 10. Which among the following statements about India's constitution is wrong? A. Prohibits discrimination on grounds of religion. B. Gives official status to one religion. C. Provides to all individuals freedom to profess any religion. D. Ensures equality of citizens within religious communities. 11. Social divisions based on are peculiar to India. Exercises. GENDER. RELIGIONANDCASTE 45. 12. Match list I with list 2 and select the correct answer using the codes given below the lists. 46 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. Chapter 4. Overview. In this tour of democracy, we have come across political parties several times. In Class 9, we noticed the role of political parties in the rise of democracies, in the formation of constitutional designs, in electoral politics, and in the making and working of governments. In this textbook, we have glanced at political parties as vehicles of federal sharing of political power and as negotiators of social divisions in the arena of democratic politics. Before concluding this tour, let us take a close look at the nature and working of political parties, especially in our country. We begin by asking two common questions. Why do we need parties? How many parties are good for a democracy? In the light of these, we introduce the national and regional political parties in today's India, and then look at what is wrong with political parties and what can be done about it. Political parties. POLITICALPARTIES 47. Why do we need political parties? Political parties are easily one of the most visible institutions in a democracy. For most ordinary citizens, democracy is equal to political parties. If you travel to remote parts of our country and speak to the less educated citizens, you could come across people who may not know anything about our constitution or about the nature of our government. But chances are that they would know something about our political parties. At the same time, this visibility does not mean popularity. Most people tend to be very critical of political parties. They tend to blame parties for all that is wrong with our democracy and our political life. Parties have become identified with social and political divisions. Therefore, it is natural to ask, do we need political parties at all? About 100 years ago, there were few countries of the world that had any political party. Now there are few that do not have parties. Why did political parties become so omnipresent in democracies all over the world? Let us first answer what political parties are and what they do, before we say why we need them. Meaning. A political party is a group of people who come together to contest elections and hold power in the government. They agree on some policies and programs for the society with a view to promote the collective good. Since there can be different views on what is good for. So, you agree with me, parties are partial, partisan, and lead to partitions. Parties do nothing but divide people. That is their real function. Election Commission has officially banned wall writing by parties during election times. Most political parties argue that was the cheapest way for their campaign. These election times used to create amazing graffiti on the walls. Here are some examples from Tamil Nadu. 2. 4. 1. M. Gavarthan. 2. A. Muralidharan. 3. M. Morty. 4. T. Singaravalu, The Hindu. 48 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. Partisan. A person who is strongly committed to a party, group, or faction. Partisanship is marked by a tendency to take a side and inability to take a balanced view on an issue. All parties try to persuade people why their policies are better than others. They seek to implement these policies by winning popular support through elections. Thus, parties reflect fundamental political divisions in a society. Parties are about a part of the society and thus involve. Thus, a party is known by which part it stands for, which policies it supports, and whose interests it upholds. Political party has three components: the leaders, the active members, and the followers. Functions. What does a political party do? Basically, political parties fill political offices and exercise political power. Parties do so by performing a series of functions. 1. Parties contest elections. In most democracies, elections are fought, mainly among the candidates put up by political parties. Parties select their candidates in different ways. In some countries, such as the USA, members and supporters of a party choose its candidates. Now more and more countries are following this method. In other countries like India, top party leaders choose candidates for contesting elections. Two parties put forward different policies and programs and the voters choose from them. Each of US may have different opinions and views on what policies are suitable for the society. But no government can handle such a large variety of views. In a democracy, a large number of similar opinions have to be grouped together to provide a direction in which policies can be formulated by the governments. This is what the parties do. A party reduces a vast multitude of opinions into a few basic positions which it POLITICALPARTIES 49. Okay, granted that we can't live without political parties. But tell me, on what grounds do people support a political party? Supports. A government is expected to base its policies on the line taken by the ruling party. Three parties play a decisive role in making laws for a country. Formally, laws are debated and passed in the legislature. But since most of the members belong to a party, they go by the direction of the party leadership, irrespective of their personal opinions. For parties form and run governments. As we noted last year, the big policy decisions are taken by political executive that comes from the political parties. Parties recruit leaders, train them, and then make them ministers to run the government in the way they want. Those parties that lose in the elections play the role of opposition to the parties in power by voicing different views and criticizing government for its failures or wrong policies. Opposition parties also mobilize opposition to the government. 6 parties shape public opinion. They raise and highlight issues. Parties have lakhs of members and activists spread all over the country. Many of the pressure groups are the extensions of political parties among different sections of society. Parties sometimes also launch movements for the resolution of problems faced by people. Often opinions in the society crystallize on the lines parties take. 7 parties provide people access to government machinery and welfare schemes implemented by governments. For an ordinary citizen, it is easy to approach a local party leader than a government officer. That is why they feel close to parties even when they do not fully trust them. Parties have to be responsive to people's needs and demands. Otherwise, people can reject those parties in the next elections. Necessity. This list of functions in a sense answers the question asked above. We need political parties because they perform all these functions. But we still need to ask why modern democracies cannot exist without political parties. We can understand the necessity of political parties by imagining a situation without parties. Every candidate in the elections will be independent. So no one will be able to make any promises to the people about any major policy changes. The government may be formed, but its utility will remain ever uncertain. Elected representatives will be accountable to their constituency for what they do in the locality. But no one will be responsible for how the country will be run. We can also think about it by looking at the non-party-based elections to the panchayat in many states. Although the parties do not contest formally, it is generally noticed that the village gets split into more than one faction, each of which puts up a panel of its candidates. This is exactly what the party does. That is the reason we find political parties in almost all countries of the world, whether these countries are big or small, old or new, developed or developing. The rise of political parties is directly linked to the emergence of representative democracies. Ruling party. Political party that runs government. 50 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. As we have seen, large societies need representative democracy. As societies became large and complex, they also needed some agency to gather different views on various issues and to present these to the government. They needed some ways to bring various representatives together so that categorize these photographs by the functions of political parties they illustrate. Find one photograph or news clipping from your own area for each of the functions listed above. Responsible government could be formed. They needed a mechanism to support or restrain the government, make policies, justify or oppose them. Political parties fulfill these needs that every representative government has. We can say that parties are a necessary condition for a democracy. How many parties should we have? In a democracy, any group of citizens is free to form a political party. In this formal sense, there are a large number of political parties in each country. More than 750 parties are registered with the Election Commission of India. But not all these parties are serious contenders in the elections. Usually only a handful of parties are effectively in the race to win elections and form the government. So the question is, how many major or effective parties are good for a democracy? In some countries, only one party is allowed to control and run the government. These are called one-party systems. In Class 9, we noted that in China, only the Communist Party is allowed to 1. Activists of BJP Mahila Morcha demonstrate against hike in prices of onions and LPG in Visakhapatnam. 2. Minister distributes 1 lakh check to the families of Hooch victims at their houses. 3. Activists of CPI, M, CPI, OGP and JDS take out a rally in Bhubaneswar to protest against POSCO, the Korean steel company, for being permitted by the state government to export iron ore from Orissa to feed steel plants in China and Korea. POLITICALPARTIES 51. Rule. Although, legally speaking, people are free to form political parties, it does not happen because the electoral system does not permit free competition for power. We cannot consider one-party system as a good option because this is not a democratic option. Any democratic system must allow at least 2 parties to compete in elections and provide a fair chance for the competing parties to come to power. In some countries, power usually changes between 2 main parties. Several other parties may exist, contest elections, and win a few seats in the national legislatures. But only the 2 main parties have a serious chance of winning majority of seats to form government. Such a party system is called two-party system. The United States of America and the United Kingdom are examples of two-party system. If several parties compete for power, and more than 2 parties have a reasonable chance of coming to power either on their own strength or in alliance with others, we call it a multi-party system. Thus in India we have a multi-party system. In this system, the government is formed by various parties coming together in a coalition. When several parties in a multi-party system join hands for the purpose of contesting elections and winning power, it is called an alliance or a front. For example, in India there were 3 such major alliances in 2004 parliamentary elections: the National Democratic Alliance, the United Progressive Alliance, and the Left Front. The multi-party system often appears very messy and leads to political instability. At the same time, this system allows a variety of interests and opinions to enjoy political representation. So, which of these is better? Perhaps the best answer to this very common question is that this is not a very good question. Party system is not something any country can choose. It evolves over a long time depending on the nature of society, its social and regional divisions, its history of politics, and its system of elections. These cannot be changed very quickly. Each country develops a party system that is conditioned by its special circumstances. For example, if India has evolved a multi-party system, it is because the social and geographical diversity in such a large country is not easily absorbed by 2 or even 3 parties. No system is ideal for all countries and all situations. I wonder how politicians manage these coalitions. I can't even remember the names of all the parties. Let us apply what we have learnt about party systems to the various states within India. Here are 3 major types of party systems that exist at the state level. Can you find the names of at least 2 states for each of these types? Two-party system, multi-party system with 2 alliances, multi-party system. 52 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. Popular in political parties' participation. It is often said that political parties are facing a crisis because they are very unpopular and the citizens are indifferent to political parties. The available evidence shows that this belief is only partly true for India. The evidence, based on a series of large sample surveys conducted over several decades, shows that political parties do not enjoy much trust among the people in South Asia. The proportion of those who say their trust in political parties is not much or not at all is more than those who have some or great trust. The same is true of most other democracies as well. Political parties are one of the least trusted institutions all over the world. Yet the level of participation in the activities of political parties was fairly high. The proportion of those who said they were members of some political party was higher in India than many advanced countries like Canada, Japan, Spain, and South Korea. Over the last 3 decades, the proportion of those who report to be members of political parties in India has gone up steadily. The proportion of those who say they feel close to a political party has also gone up in India in this period. Source: SDSA Team, State of Democracy in South Asia, Delhi, Oxford University Press, 2007. POLITICALPARTIES 53. National parties. Democracies that follow a federal system all over the world tend to have 2 kinds of political parties. Parties that are present in only one of the federal units and parties that are present in several or all units of the federation. This is the case in India as well. There are some countrywide parties which are called national parties. These parties have their units in various states. But by and large, all these units follow the same policies, programs, and strategy that is decided at the national level. Every party in the country has to register with the Election Commission. While the Commission treats all parties equally, it offers some special facilities to large and established parties. These parties are given a unique symbol. Only the official candidates of that party can use that election symbol. Parties that get this privilege and some other special facilities are recognized by the Election Commission for this purpose. That is why these parties are called recognized political parties. The Election Commission has laid down detailed criteria of the proportion of votes and seats that a party must get in order to be a recognized party. A party that secures at least 6% of the total votes in an election to the Legislative Assembly of a state and wins at least 2 seats is recognized as a state party. A party that secures at least 6% of the total votes in Lok Sabha elections or assembly elections in 4 states and wins at least 4 seats in the Lok Sabha is recognized as a national party. According to this classification, there were 7 recognized national parties in the country in 2019. Let us learn something about each of these parties. Does the cartoon reflect the data graphics shown on the previous page? For more details about registration and recognition of political parties by the Election Commission of India, visit https://54DEMOCRATICPOLITICS ALLINDIATRINAMOOL Congress AATC launched on January 1, 1998 under the leadership of Mamata Banerjee. Recognized as a national party in 2016. The party's symbol is flowers and grass. Committed to secularism and federalism. Has been in power in West Bengal since 2011. Also has a presence in Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur and Tripura. In the general elections held in 2019, it got 4.07% votes and won 22 seats, making it the 4th largest party in the Lok Sabha. Bahujan Samaj Party, BSP, formed in 1984 under the leadership of Kanshi Ram Sikhs. To represent and secure power for the Bahujan Samaj, which includes Dalits, Adivasis, OBCs and religious minorities. Draws inspiration from the ideas and teachings of Sahu Maharaj, Mahatma Phule, Periyar Ramaswamy Naikar and Baba Saheb Ambedkar. Stands for the cause of securing the interests and welfare of the Dalits and oppressed people. It has its main base in the state of Uttar Pradesh and substantial presence in neighboring states like Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Uttarakhand, Delhi and Punjab. Formed government in Uttar Pradesh several times by taking the support of different parties at different times. In the Lok Sabha elections held in 2019, it polled about 3.63% votes and secured 10 seats in the Lok Sabha. Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, founded in 1980 by reviving the erstwhile Bharatiya Jana Sangh. Formed by Syama Prasad Mukherjee in 1951. Wants to build a strong and modern India by drawing inspiration from India's ancient culture and values and Deen Dayal Upadhyay's ideas of integral humanism and Antyodaya. Cultural nationalism, or Hindutva, is an important element in its conception of Indian nationhood and politics. Wants full territorial and political integration of Jammu and Kashmir with India, a uniform civil code for all people living in the country irrespective of religion, and ban on religious conversions. Its support base increased substantially in the 1990s. Earlier limited to north and west and to urban areas, the party expanded its support in the south, east, the northeast and to rural areas. Came to power in 1998 as the leader of the National Democratic Alliance, NDA, including several regional parties. Emerged as the largest party with 303 members in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. Currently leads the ruling NDA government at the center. Communist Party of India, CPI, formed in 1925. Believes in Marxism, Leninism, secularism and democracy. Opposed to the forces of secessionism and communalism. Accepts parliamentary democracy as a means of promoting the interests of the working class, farmers and the poor. Became weak after the split in the party in 1964 that led to the formation of the CPI-M. Significant presence in the states of Kerala, West Bengal, Punjab, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. Its support base had gradually declined over the years. It secured less than 1% votes and 2 seats in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. Advocates the coming together of all left parties to build a strong left front. Communist Party of India, Marxist, CPM, founded in 1964. Believes in Marxism-Leninism. Supports socialism, secularism and democracy and opposes imperialism. POLITICALPARTIES 55. And communalism. Accepts democratic elections as a useful and helpful means for securing the objective of socio-economic justice in India. Enjoys strong support in West Bengal, Kerala and Tripura, especially among the poor, factory workers, farmers, agricultural laborers and the intelligentsia. Critical of the new economic policies that allow free flow of foreign capital and goods into the country. Was in power in West Bengal without a break for 34 years. In the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, it won about 1.75% of votes and 3 seats. Indian National Congress, Inc., popularly known as the Congress Party, one of the oldest parties of the world, founded in 1885 and has experienced many splits, played a dominant role in Indian politics at the national and state level for several decades after India's independence. Under the leadership of Jawaharlal Nehru, the party sought to build a modern secular democratic republic in India. Ruling party at the center till 1977 and then from 1980 to 1989. After 1989, its support declined, but it continues to be present throughout the country, cutting across social divisions. A centrist party, neither rightist nor leftist, in its ideological orientation, the party espouses secularism and welfare of weaker sections and minorities. The Inc. supports new economic reforms but with a human face. Leader of the United Progressive Alliance, UPA, government from 2004 to 2019. In the 2019 Lok Sabha election, it won 19.5% votes and 52 seats. Nationalist Congress Party, NCP, formed in 1999 following a split in the Congress Party. Espouses democracy, Gandhian secularism, equity, social justice, and federalism. Wants that high offices in government be confined to natural-born citizens of the country. A major party in Maharashtra and has a significant presence in Meghalaya, Manipur, and Assam. A coalition partner in the state of Maharashtra in alliance with the Congress. Since 2004, a member of the United Progressive Alliance. In 2019 Lok Sabha election, it won 1.4% votes and 5 seats. State parties. Other than these 7 parties, most of the major parties of the country are classified by the Election Commission as state parties. These are commonly referred to as regional parties. Yet these parties need not be regional in their ideology or outlook. Some of these parties are all India parties that happen to have succeeded only in some states. Parties like the Samajwadi Party and Rashtriya Janata Dal have national-level political organization with units in several states. Some of these parties like Biju Janata Dal, Sikkim Democratic Front, Mizo National Front, and Telangana Rashtra Samiti are conscious about their state identity. Over the last 3 decades, the number and strength of these parties has expanded. This made the Parliament of India politically more and more diverse. No one national party is able to secure on its own a majority in the Lok Sabha until 2014. As a result, the national parties are compelled to form alliances with state parties. Since 1996, nearly every one of the state parties has got an opportunity to be a part of one or the other national-level coalition government. This has contributed to the strengthening of federalism and democracy in our country. See the map on the next page for details of these parties. 56D EMOCRATIC POLITICS POLITICALPARTIES 57. Challenges to political parties. We have seen how crucial political parties are for the working of democracy. Since parties are the most visible face of democracy, it is natural that people blame parties for whatever is wrong with the working of democracy. All over the world, people express strong dissatisfaction with the failure of political parties to perform their functions well. This is the case in our country too. Popular dissatisfaction and criticism has focused on 4 problem areas. In the working of political parties. Political parties need to face and overcome these challenges in order to remain effective instruments of democracy. The first challenge is lack of internal democracy within parties. All over the world, there is a tendency in political parties towards the concentration of power in one or few leaders at the top. Parties do not keep membership registers, do not hold organizational meetings, and do not conduct internal elections regularly. Ordinary members of the party do not get sufficient information on what happens inside the party. They do not have the means or the connections needed to influence the decisions. As a result, the leaders ASSUMEGREATERPOWERTOMAKE decisions in the name of the party. Since one or few LEADERSEXERCISE paramount power in the party, those who disagree with the leadership find. Why don't parties give enough tickets to women? Is that also due to lack of internal democracy? Berlusconi was the Prime Minister of Italy. He is also one of the top businessmen in Italy. He is the leader of the Forza Italia, founded in 1993. His company owns TV channels, the most important publishing company, a football club, AC Milan, and a bank. This cartoon was made during the last elections. Berlusconi Puppet Theater. 58D EMOCRATICPOLITICS. It's difficult to continue in the party. More than loyalty to party principles and policies, personal loyalty to the leader becomes more important. The second challenge of dynastic succession is related to the first one. Since most political parties do not practice open and transparent procedures for their functioning, there are very few ways for an ordinary worker to rise to the top in a party. Those who happen to be the leaders are in a position of unfair advantage to favor people close to them or even their family members. In many parties, the top positions are always controlled by members of one family. This is unfair to other members of that party. This is also bad for democracy since people who do not have adequate experience or popular support come to occupy positions of power. This tendency is present in some measure all over the world, including in some of the older democracies. The third challenge is about the growing role of money and muscle power in parties, especially during elections. Since parties are focused only on winning elections, they tend to use shortcuts to win elections. They tend to nominate those candidates who have or can raise lots of money. Rich people and companies who give funds to the parties tend to have influence on the policies and decisions of the party. In some cases, parties support criminals who can win elections. Democrats all over the world are worried about the increasing role of rich people and big companies in democratic politics. The fourth challenge is that very often parties do not seem to offer a meaningful choice to the voters. In order to offer meaningful choice, parties must be significantly different. In recent years, there has been a decline in the ideological differences among parties in most parts of the world. For example, the difference between the Labour Party and the Conservative Party in Britain is very little. They agree on more fundamental aspects but differ only in details on how policies are to be framed and implemented. In our country too, the differences among all the major parties on the economic policies have reduced. Those who want really different policies have no option available to them. Sometimes people cannot even elect very different leaders either because the same set of leaders keep shifting from one party to another. This cartoon was drawn during the presidency of George Bush of the Republican Party in the USA. The party's symbol is elephant. The cartoon seems to suggest that the corporate America controls all major institutions of the country. POLITICALPARTIES 59. How can parties be reformed? In order to face these challenges, political parties need to be reformed. The question is, are political parties willing to reform? If they are willing, what has prevented them from reforming so far? If they are not willing, is it possible to force them to reform? Citizens all over the world face this question. This is not a simple question to answer. In a democracy, the final decision is made by leaders who represent political parties. People can replace them, but only by another set of party leaders. If all of them do not wish to reform, how can anyone force them to change? Let us look at some of the recent efforts and suggestions in our country to reform political parties and its leaders. The Constitution was amended to prevent elected MLAs and MPs from changing parties. This was done because many elected representatives were indulging in order to become ministers or for cash rewards. Now the law says that if defection, changing party allegiance from the party on which a person got elected to a legislative body to a different party. Can you identify which of the challenges described in this section are being highlighted in these cartoons on pages 57 to 59? What are the ways to curb the misuse of money and muscle power in politics? Does this suggest that in democracies people contest elections only to make money? But isn't it true that there are politicians committed to the well-being of the people? 60 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. Any MLA or MP changes parties, he or she will lose the seat in the legislature. This new law has helped bring defection down. At the same time, this has made any dissent even more difficult. MPs and MLAs have to accept whatever the party leaders decide. The Supreme Court passed an order to reduce the influence of money and criminals. Now, it is mandatory for every candidate who contests elections to file in giving details of his property and criminal cases pending against him. The new system has made a lot of information available to the public. But there is no system to check if the information given by the candidates is true. As yet we do not know if it has led to decline in influence of the rich and the criminals. The Election Commission passed an order making it necessary for political parties to hold their organizational elections and file their income tax returns. The parties have started doing so, but sometimes it is mere formality. It is not clear if the step has led to greater internal democracy in political parties. Besides these, many suggestions are often made to reform political parties. A law should be made to regulate the internal affairs of political parties. It should be made compulsory for political parties to maintain a register of its members, to follow its own constitution, to have an independent authority, to act as a judge in case of party disputes, to hold open elections to the highest posts. It should be made mandatory for political parties to give a minimum number of tickets, about 1/3, to women candidates. Similarly, there should be a quota for women in the decision-making bodies of the party. There should be state funding of elections. The government should give parties money to support their election expenses. This support could be given in kind, petrol, paper, telephone, etc., or it could be given in cash on the basis of the votes secured by the party in the last election. These suggestions have not yet been accepted by political parties. If and when these are accepted, these could lead to some improvement. But we must be very careful about legal solutions to political problems. Overregulation of political parties can be counterproductive. This would force all parties to find ways to cheat the law. Besides, political parties will not agree to pass a law that they do not like. There are two other ways in which political parties can be reformed. 1. People can put affidavit, a signed document submitted to an officer where a person makes a sworn statement regarding her personal information. Do you agree that this form of reforming political parties will be acceptable to them? POLITICALPARTIES 61. Exercises. Pressure on political parties. This can be done through petitions, publicity, and agitations. Ordinary citizens, pressure groups, and movements and the media can play an important role in this. If political parties feel that they would lose public support by not taking up reforms, they would become more serious about reforms. 2. Political parties can improve if those who want this join political parties. The quality of democracy depends on the degree of public participation. It is difficult to reform politics if ordinary citizens do not take part in it and simply criticize it from the outside. The problem of bad politics can be solved by more and better politics. We shall return to this theme in the final chapter. 1. State the various functions political parties perform in a democracy. 2. What are the various challenges faced by political parties? 3. Suggest some reforms to strengthen parties so that they perform their functions well. 4. What is a political party? 5. What are the characteristics of a political party? 6. A group of people who come together to contest elections and hold power. A group of people who come together to contest elections and hold power in the government is called a 7. Match list I, organizations and struggles, with list 2, and select the correct answer using the codes given below the lists. Who among the following is the founder of the Bahujan Samaj Party? Kangshi Ram. B. Sahu Maharaj. C. B.R. Ambedkar. D. Jyotiba Phule. 9. What is the guiding philosophy of the Bharatiya Janata Party? Bahujan Samaj. B. Revolutionary democracy. C. Integral humanism. D. Modernity. 62 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. 10. Consider the following statements on parties. A. Political parties do not enjoy much trust among the people. B. Parties are often rocked by scandals involving top party leaders. C. Parties are not necessary to run governments. Which of the statements given above are correct? A, B, and C, B, A and B, C, B and C, D, A and C. 11. Read the following passage and answer the questions given below. Muhammad Yunus is a famous economist of Bangladesh. He received several international honors for his efforts to promote economic and social development for the benefit of the poor. He and the Grameen Bank that he started jointly received the Nobel Peace Prize for the year 2006. In February 2007, he decided to launch a political party and contest in the parliamentary elections. His objective was to foster proper leadership, good governance, and build a new Bangladesh. He felt that only a political party different from the traditional ones would bring about new political culture. His party would be democratic from the grassroots level. The launching of the new party, called Nagrik Shakti, Citizens' Power, has caused a stir among the Bangladeshis. While many welcomed his decision, some did not like it. Now I think Bangladesh will have a chance to choose between good and bad and eventually have a good government, said Shahidul Islam, a government official. That government, we hope, would not only keep itself away from corruption, but also make fighting corruption and black money a top priority. But leaders of traditional political parties who dominated the country's politics for decades were apprehensive. There was no debate over him winning the Nobel, but politics is different, very challenging and often controversial, said a senior leader of the Bangladesh Nationalist Party. Some others were highly critical. They asked why he was rushing into politics. Is he being planted in politics by mentors from outside the country? Asked one political observer. Do you think Yunus made a right decision to float a new political party? Do you agree with the statements and fears expressed by various people? How do you want this new party organized to make it different from other parties? If you were the one to begin this political party, how would you defend it? OUTCOMESOFDEMOCRACY 63. Chapter 5. Outcomes of Democracy. Overview. As we begin to wind up our tour of democracy, it is time to move beyond our discussion of specific themes and ask a general set of questions. What does democracy do? Or what outcomes can we reasonably expect of democracy? Also, does democracy fulfill these expectations in real life? We begin by thinking about how to assess the outcomes of democracy. After some clarity on how to think on this subject, we proceed to look at the expected and actual outcomes of democracy in various respects: quality of government, economic well-being, inequality, social differences and conflict, and finally freedom and dignity. 64 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. How do we assess democracy's outcomes? Do you remember how students in Madame Linguetto's class argued about democracy? This was in Chapter 2 of Class 9 textbook. It emerged from that conversation that democracy is a better form of government when compared with dictatorship or any other alternative. We felt that democracy was better because it promotes equality among citizens, enhances the dignity of the individual, improves the quality of decision-making, provides a method to resolve conflicts, and allows room to correct mistakes. Are these expectations realized under democracies? When we talk to people around us, most of them support democracy against other alternatives, such as rule by a monarch or military or religious leaders. But not so many of them would be satisfied with the democracy in practice. So we face a dilemma. Democracy is seen to be good in principle but felt to be not so good in its practice. This dilemma invites us to think hard about the outcomes of democracy. Do we prefer democracy only for moral reasons? Or are there some prudential reasons to support democracy too? Over 100 countries of the world today claim and practice some kind of democratic politics. They have formal constitutions, they hold elections, they have parties, and they guarantee rights of citizens. While these features are common to most of them, these democracies are very much different from each other in terms of their social situations, their economic achievements, and their cultures. Clearly, what may be achieved or not achieved under each of these democracies will be very different. But is there something that we can expect from every democracy, just because it is democracy? Our interest in and fascination for democracy often pushes us into taking a position that democracy can address all socioeconomic and political problems. If some of our expectations are not met, we start blaming the idea of democracy. Or we start doubting if we are living in a democracy. The first step towards thinking carefully about the outcomes of democracy is to recognize that democracy is just a form of government. It can only create conditions for achieving something. The citizens have to take advantage of those conditions and achieve those goals. Let us examine some of the things we can reasonably expect from democracy and examine the record of democracy. Did we reach these conclusions in Madame Linguetto's class? I loved that class because students were not being dictated any conclusions. Is democracy all about coping with multiple pressures and accommodating diverse demands? OUTCOMESOFDEMOCRACY 65. Accountable, responsive, and legitimate government. There are some things that democracy must provide. In a democracy, we are most concerned with ensuring that people will have the right to choose their rulers and people will have control over the rulers. Whenever possible and necessary, citizens should be able to participate in decision-making that affects them all. Therefore, the most basic outcome of democracy should be that it produces a government that is accountable to the citizens and responsive to the needs and expectations of the citizens. Before we go into this question, we face another common question. Is the democratic government efficient? Is it effective? Some people think that democracy produces less effective government. It is, of course, true that non-democratic rulers do not have to bother about deliberation in assemblies or worry about majorities and public opinion. So, they can be very quick and efficient in decision-making and implementation. Democracy is based on the idea of deliberation and negotiation. So, some delay is bound to take place. Does that make democratic government inefficient? Let us think in terms of costs. Imagine a government that may take decisions very fast. But it may take decisions that are not accepted by the people and may therefore face problems. In contrast, the democratic government will take more time to follow procedures before arriving at a decision. But because it has followed procedures, its decisions may be both more acceptable to the people and more effective. So, the cost of time that democracy pays is perhaps worth it. Now look at the other side. Democracy ensures that decision-making will be based on norms and procedures. So, a citizen who wants to know if a decision was taken through the correct procedures can find this out. She has the right and the means to examine the process of decision-making. This is known as transparency. This factor is often missing from ANONDEMOCRATICGOVERNMENT. Therefore, when we are trying to find out the outcomes of democracy, it is right to expect democracy to produce a government that follows procedures and is accountable to the people. We can also expect that the democratic government develops mechanisms for citizens to hold the government accountable and mechanisms for citizens to take part in decision-making whenever they think fit. If you wanted to measure democracies on the basis of this expected outcome, you would look for the following practices and institutions: regular, free, and fair elections, open public debate on. Can you think of what and how the government knows about you and your family? For example, ration cards and voter identity cards. What are the sources of information for you about the government? Governmental secrecy. 66 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. So, the best outcome of democracy is that it is a democracy. That is what we have discovered after all this mental gymnastics. Major policies and legislations, and citizens' right to information about the government and its functioning. The actual performance of democracies shows a mixed record on this. Democracies have had greater success in setting up regular and free elections and in setting up conditions for open public debate. But most democracies fall short of elections that provide a fair chance to everyone and in subjecting every decision to public debate. Democratic governments do not have a very good record when it comes to sharing information with citizens. All one can say in favor of democratic regimes is that they are much better than any non-democratic in these respects. In substantive terms, it may be reasonable to expect from democracy a government that is attentive to the needs and demands of the people and is largely free of corruption. The record of democracies is not impressive on these two counts. Democracies often frustrate the needs of the people and often ignore the demands of a majority of its population. The routine tales of corruption are enough to convince us that democracy is not free of this evil. At the same time, there is nothing to show that non-democracies are less corrupt or more sensitive to the people. There is one respect in which democratic government is certainly better than its alternatives. Democratic government is legitimate government. It may be slow, less efficient, not always very responsive or clean. But a democratic government is people's own government. That is why there is an overwhelming support for the idea of democracy all over the world. As the accompanying evidence from South Asia shows, the support exists in countries with democratic regimes as well as countries without democratic regimes. People wish to be ruled by representatives elected by them. They also believe that democracy is suitable for their country. Democracy's ability to generate its own support is itself an outcome that cannot be ignored. Source: SDSA Team, State of Democracy in South Asia, Delhi, Oxford University Press, 2007. OUTCOMESOFDEMOCRACY 67. Economic growth and development. If democracies are expected to produce good governments, then is it not fair to expect that they would also produce development? Evidence shows that, in practice, many democracies did not fulfill this expectation. If you consider all democracies and all dictatorships for the 50 years between 1950 and 2000, dictatorships have slightly higher rate of economic growth. The inability of democracy to achieve higher economic development worries us. But this alone cannot be reason to reject democracy. As you have already studied in economics, economic development depends on several factors: country's population, size, global situation, cooperation from other countries, economic priorities adopted by the country, etc. However, the difference in the rates of economic development between less developed countries with dictatorships and democracies is negligible. Overall, we cannot say that democracy is a guarantee of economic development. But we can expect democracy not to lag behind dictatorships in this respect. When we find such significant difference in the rates of economic growth between countries under dictatorship and democracy, it is better to prefer democracy as it has several other positive outcomes. Cartoon on this page and next 3 pages tell us about the disparities between the rich and poor. Should the gains of economic growth be evenly distributed? How can the poor get a voice for a better share in a nation? What can? 68 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. Arguments about democracy tend to be very passionate. This is how it should be, for democracy appeals to some of our deep values. These debates cannot be resolved in a simple manner. But some debates about democracy can and should be resolved by referring to some facts and figures. The debate about the economic outcomes of democracy is one such debate. Over the years, many students of democracy have gathered careful evidence to see what the relationship of democracy with economic growth and economic inequalities is. The tables and the cartoon here present some of the evidences. Table 1 shows that, on an average, dictatorial regimes have had a slightly better record of economic growth. But when we compare their record only in poor countries, there is virtually no difference. Table 2 shows that within democracies there can be very high degree of inequalities. In democratic countries like South Africa and Brazil, the top 20% people take away more than 60% of the national income, leaving less than 3% for the bottom 20% population. Countries like Denmark and Hungary are much better in this respect. You can see in the cartoon, there is often inequality of opportunities available to the poorer sections. What would be your verdict on democracy if you had to base it purely on economic performance of democratic regimes in terms of growth and equal distribution? Table 1 Rates of economic growth for different countries, 1950 to 2000. Table 2 Inequality of income in selected countries. Source: A. Przeworski, M. E. Alvarez, J. A. Chibub and F. Lamongi, Democracy and Development. Political Institutions and Well-Being in the World, 1950 to 1990. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2000. Poor Kids. Democracy Economic Outcomes of OUTCOMESOFDEMOCRACY 69. Reduction of inequality and poverty. Perhaps more than development, it is reasonable to expect democracies to reduce economic disparities. Even when a country achieves economic growth, will wealth be distributed in such a way that all citizens of the country will have a share and lead a better life? Is economic growth in democracies accompanied by increased inequalities among the people? Or do democracies lead to a just distribution of goods and opportunities? Democracies are based on political equality. All individuals have equal weight in electing representatives. Parallel to the process of bringing individuals into the political arena on an equal footing, we find growing economic inequalities. A small number of ultra-rich enjoy a highly disproportionate share of wealth and incomes. Not only that, their share in the total income of the country has been increasing. Those at the bottom of the society have very little to depend upon. Their incomes have been declining. Sometimes they find it difficult to meet their basic needs of life, such as food, clothing, house, education, and health. In actual life, democracies do not appear to be very successful in reducing economic inequalities. In Class 9 economics textbook, you have already studied about poverty in India. The poor constitute a large proportion of our voters, and no party will like to lose their votes. Yet democratically elected governments do not appear to be as keen to address the question of poverty as you would expect them to. The situation is much worse in some other countries. In Bangladesh, more than half of its population lives in poverty. People in several poor countries are now dependent on the rich countries even for food supplies. Democracy is a rule of the majority. The poor are in majority. So democracy must be a rule of the poor. How can this not be the case? 70 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. World's wealth owned by a few. Accommodation of social diversity. All you are saying is that democracy ensures that people do not break each other's head. This is not harmony. Should we be happy about it? Do democracies lead to peaceful and harmonious life among citizens? It will be a fair expectation that democracy should produce a harmonious social life. We have seen in the earlier chapters how democracies accommodate various social divisions. We saw in the first chapter how Belgium has successfully negotiated differences among ethnic populations. Democracies usually develop a procedure to conduct their competition. This reduces the possibility of these tensions becoming explosive or violent. NOSOCIED can FLLYND permanently resolve conflicts among different groups. But we can certainly learn to respect these differences, and we can also evolve mechanisms to negotiate the differences. Democracy is best suited to produce this outcome. Non-democratic regimes often turn a blind eye to or suppress internal social differences. Ability to handle social differences, divisions, and conflicts is thus a definite plus point of democratic regimes. But the example of Sri Lanka reminds us that a democracy must fulfill two conditions in order to achieve this outcome. It is necessary to understand that democracy is not simply ruled by majority opinion. The majority always needs to work with the minority so that governments function to represent the general view. Majority and minority opinions are not permanent. It is also necessary that rule by majority does not become rule by majority community in terms of religion or race or linguistic group, etc. Rule by majority means that in case of every decision or in case of OUTCOMESOFDEMOCRACY 71. Every election, different persons and groups may and can form a majority. Democracy remains democracy only as long as every citizen has a chance of being in majority at some point. The two images depict two different kinds of effects democratic politics can have on social divisions. Take one example for each image and write a paragraph each on the outcome of democratic politics in both situations. Of time. If someone is barred from being in majority on the basis of birth, then the democratic rule ceases to be accommodative for that person or group. Dignity and freedom of the citizens. Democracy stands much superior to any other form of government in promoting dignity and freedom of the individual. Every individual wants to receive respect from fellow beings. Often conflicts arise among individuals because some feel that they are not treated with due respect. The passion for respect and freedom are the basis of democracy. Democracies throughout the world have recognized this, at least in principle. This has been achieved in various degrees in various democracies. For societies which have been built for long on the basis of subordination and domination, it is not a simple matter to recognize that all individuals are equal. Take the case of dignity of women. Most societies across the world were historically male-dominated societies. Long struggles by women have created some sensitivity today that respect to and equal treatment of women are. Aries, Best of Latin America, Kegel Cartoons Inc. 72DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. Necessary ingredients of a democratic society. That does not mean that women are actually always treated with respect. But once the principle is recognized, it becomes easier for women to wage a struggle against what is now unacceptable legally and morally. In a non-democratic setup, this unacceptability would not have legal basis because the principle of individual freedom and dignity would not have the legal and moral force there. The same is true of caste inequalities. Democracy in India has strengthened the claims of the disadvantaged and discriminated castes for equal status and equal opportunity. There are instances still of caste-based inequalities and atrocities, but these lack the moral and legal foundations. Perhaps it is the recognition that makes ordinary citizens value their democratic rights. Expectations from democracy also function as the criteria for judging any democratic country. What is most distinctive about democracy is that its examination never gets over. As democracy passes one test, it produces another test. As people get some benefits of democracy, they ask for more and want to make democracy even better. That is why, when we ask people about the way democracy functions, they will always come up with more expectations and many complaints. The fact that people are complaining is itself a testimony to the success of democracy. It shows that people have developed awareness and the ability to expect and to look critically at power holders and the high and the mighty. A public expression of dissatisfaction with democracy shows the success of the democratic project. It transforms people from the status of a subject into that of a citizen. Most individuals today believe that their vote makes a difference to the way the government is run and to their own self-interest. The above cartoon and graph illustrate a point made in this section, dignity and freedom of the citizens. Underline the sentences from this section which connect to the cartoon or graph. I am anxious about my board exams. But democracy has so many exams. And millions of examiners. Source, SDSA Team, State of Democracy in South Asia, Delhi, Oxford University Press, 2007. Rosa Parks still inspires. Belief in the efficacy of vote is placed above the calculus of utility. Those who say that their vote makes a difference. OUTCOMESOFDEMOCRACY 73. Exercises. 1. How does democracy produce an accountable, responsive, and legitimate government? 2. What are the conditions under which democracies accommodate social diversities? 3. Give arguments to support or oppose the following assertions. Industrialized countries can afford democracy, but the poor need dictatorship to become rich. Democracy can't reduce inequality of incomes between different citizens. Government in poor countries should spend less on poverty reduction, health, education, and spend more on industries and infrastructure. In democracy, all citizens have one vote, which means that there is absence of any domination and conflict. 4. Identify the challenges to democracy in the following descriptions. Also suggest policy/institutional mechanism to deepen democracy in the given situations. Following a high court directive, a temple in Orissa that had separate entry doors for Dalits and non-Dalits allowed entry for all from the same door. A large number of farmers are committing suicide in different states of India. Following an allegation of killing of 3 civilians in Gandwara in a fake encounter by Jammu and Kashmir police, an inquiry has been ordered. 5. In the context of democracies, which of the following ideas is correct? Democracies have successfully eliminated A. Conflicts among people. B. Economic inequalities among people. C. Differences of opinion about how marginalized sections are to be treated. D. The idea of political inequality. 6. In the context of assessing democracy, which among the following is the odd one out? Democracies need to ensure A. Free and fair elections. B. Dignity of the individual. C. Majority rule. D. Equal treatment before law. 7. Studies on political and social inequalities in democracy show that A. Democracy and development go together. B. Inequalities exist in democracies. C. Inequalities do not exist under dictatorship. D. Dictatorship is better than democracy. 74 DEMOCRATICPOLITICS. 8. Read the passage below. Nanu is a daily wage earner. He lives in Welcome Mazdoor Colony, a slum habitation in East Delhi. He lost his ration card and applied for a duplicate one in January 2004. He made several rounds to the local food and civil supplies office for the next 3 months. But the clerks and officials would not even look at him, leave alone do his job or bother to tell him the status of his application. Ultimately, he filed an application under the Right to Information Act asking for the daily progress made on his application, names of the officials who were supposed to act on his application and what action would be taken against these officials for their inaction. Within a week of filing application under the Right to Information Act, he was visited by an inspector from the food department, who informed him that the card had been made and he could collect it from the office. When Nanu went to collect his card next day, he was given a very warm treatment by the Food and Supply Officer, FSO, who was the head of a circle. The FSO offered him tea and requested him to withdraw his application under the Right to Information, since his work had already been done. What does Nanu's example show? What impact did Nanu's action have on officials? Ask your parents their experiences when they approach government officials to attend to their problems. Textbook for Class 11. Political Theory. Contents. Rationalization of content in the textbook v. Chapter 1 Political Theory, an Introduction 1 to 16. Chapter 2 Freedom 17 to 30. Chapter 3 Equality 31 to 52. Chapter 4 Social Justice 53 to 66. Chapter 5 Rights. Chapter 6 Citizenship. Chapter 8 Secularism. 111 to 128. Political Theory. 2. Political Theory. Human beings are unique in 2 respects. They possess reason and the ability to reflect on their actions. They also have the capacity to use language and communicate with each other. Unlike other species, they can express their innermost thoughts and desires. They can share their ideas and discuss what they consider to be good and desirable. Political theory has its roots in the twin aspects of the human self. It analyzes certain basic questions such as how should society be organized? Why do we need government? What is the best form of government? Does law limit our freedom? What does the state owe its citizens? What do we owe each other as citizens? Political theory examines questions of this kind and systematically thinks about the values that inform political life, values such as freedom, equality, and justice. It explains the meaning and significance of these and other related concepts. It clarifies the existing definitions of these concepts by focusing on some major political thinkers of the past and present. It also examines the extent to which freedom or equality are actually present in the institutions that we participate in everyday life, such as schools, shops, buses, or trains, or government offices. At an advanced level, it looks at whether existing definitions are adequate and how existing institutions, government, bureaucracy, and policy practices must be modified to become more democratic. The objective of political theory is to train citizens to think rationally about political questions and assess the political events of our time. In this chapter, we will examine what is meant by politics and political theory and why we should study it. 1.1 What is politics? You would have noticed that people have different ideas about what politics is. Political leaders and persons who contest elections and hold political office may argue that it is a kind of public service. Some others associate politics with manipulation and intrigue undertaken to pursue ambitions and satisfy wants. A few think of politics as what politicians do. If they see politicians defecting from parties, making false promises and let us debate. What is politics? Political theory. Political theory. 3. Claims, manipulating different sections, pursuing personal or group interests ruthlessly, and in worst cases stooping to crime. They link politics with scams. So prevalent is this way of thinking that when we see people in different walks of life trying to promote their interests by any means possible, we say they are playing politics. If we see a cricketer manipulating to stay in the team, or a fellow student trying to use his father's position, or a colleague in office mindlessly agreeing with the boss, we say he or she is playing dirty politics. Disillusioned by such pursuits of selfishness, we despair of politics. We say, I am not interested in politics, or I am going to stay away from politics. It is not only ordinary people who despair of politics. Even businessmen and entrepreneurs routinely blame politics for their woes even as they benefit from and fund various political parties. Cinema stars also complain of politics, though they seem to be adept at the game once they join it. We are thus confronted with conflicting images of politics. Is politics an undesirable activity that we should stay away from and get rid of? Or is it a worthwhile activity which we must engage with in order to make a better world? It is unfortunate that politics has come to be associated with the pursuit of self-interest by any and every method. We need to realize that politics is an important and integral part of any society. Mahatma Gandhi once observed that politics envelopes us like the coils of a snake, and there is no other way out but to wrestle with it. No society can exist without some form of political organization and collective decision-making. A society that wants to sustain itself needs to take into account the multiple needs and interests of its members. A number of social institutions such as the family, tribes, and economic institutions have emerged to help people fulfill their needs and aspirations. Such institutions help us find ways of living together, acknowledging our obligations to each other. Among such institutions, governments play an important part. How governments? You must retire from politics at once. Your activities are having a bad influence on him. He thinks he can get away with lying and cheating. R.K. Laxman in the Times of India. Political theory. For political theory are formed, and how they function is thus an important focus of politics. But politics is not confined to the affairs of government. In fact, what governments do is relevant because it affects the lives of the people in many different ways. We see that governments determine our economic policy and foreign policy and educational policy. These policies can help to improve the lives of people, but an inefficient or corrupt government can also endanger people's lives and security. If the government in power allows any conflicts to become violent, markets close down and schools are shut. These disrupt our lives. We cannot buy things that we may need urgently. Those who are sick cannot reach the hospital. Even the school schedule gets affected, syllabi cannot be completed, and we may have to take extra coaching for the exams and pay tuition fees. If, on the other hand, the government makes policies to increase literacy and employment, we may get an opportunity to go to a good school and get a decent job. Since the actions of the government affect us deeply, we take a lively interest in what governments do. We form associations and organize campaigns to articulate our demands. We negotiate with others and try to shape the goals that governments pursue. When we disagree with the policies of the government, we protest and organize demonstrations to persuade the government to change the existing laws. We passionately debate the actions of our representatives and discuss whether corruption has increased or decreased. We ask whether corruption can be rooted out, whether reservations for specific groups are just or not. We try to understand why some parties and leaders win elections. In this way, we look for the rationale underlying the prevalent chaos and decay, and aspire to create a better world. To sum up, politics arises from the fact that we have different visions of what is just and desirable for us and our. How does politics influence our daily life? Analyze a day's events in your life. Let's do it. Read the newspaper. What are the issues dominating the headlines? Do you think they have any relevance for you? Political theory. 5. Society. It involves the multiple negotiations that go on in society through which collective decisions are made. At one level, it involves what governments do and how they relate to the aspirations of the people. At another level, it involves how people struggle and influence decision-making. People may be said to engage in political activity whenever they negotiate with each other and take part in collective activities which are designed to promote social development and help to resolve common problems. 1.2 What do we study in political theory? If we look around us, what we see would be movement, development, and change. But if we look deeper, we would also see certain values and principles that have inspired people and guided policies. Ideals like democracy, freedom, or equality, for instance. Different countries may try to protect such values by enshrining them in their constitutions, as is the case with the American and Indian constitutions. These documents did not just emerge overnight. They are built upon the ideas and principles debated almost since the time of Kautilya, Aristotle to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Karl Marx, Mahatma Gandhi, and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. As far back as the 5th century BC, Plato and Aristotle discussed with their students whether monarchy or democracy was better. In modern times, Rousseau first argued for freedom as a fundamental right of humankind. Karl Marx argued that equality was as crucial as freedom. Closer home, Mahatma Gandhi discussed the meaning of genuine freedom or Swaraj in his book Hind Swaraj. Dr. Ambedkar vigorously argued that the scheduled castes must be considered a minority, and as such must receive special protection. These ideas find their place in the Indian Constitution. Our preamble enshrines freedom and equality. The chapter on rights in the Indian Constitution abolishes untouchability in any form. Gandhian principles find a place in directive principles. Let's debate. Should students participate in politics? Write a short note on any of the political thinkers mentioned in the chapter. 50 words. Political theory. 6. Political theory. Political theory deals with the ideas and principles that shape constitutions, governments, and social life in a systematic manner. It clarifies the meaning of concepts such as freedom, equality, justice, democracy, secularism, and so on. It probes the significance of principles such as rule of law, separation of powers, judicial review, etc. This is done by examining the arguments advanced by different thinkers in defense of these concepts. Though Rousseau or Marx or Gandhi did not become politicians, their ideas influenced generations of politicians everywhere. There are also contemporary thinkers who draw upon them to defend freedom or democracy in our own time. Besides examining arguments, political theorists also reflect upon our current political experiences and point out trends and possibilities for the future. But is all this relevant for us now? Have we not already achieved freedom and democracy? While India is free and independent, questions regarding freedom and equality have not ceased to crop up. This is because issues concerning freedom, equality, democracy arise in many areas of social life, and they are being implemented in different sectors at different paces. For instance, although equality may exist in the political sphere in the form of equal rights, it may not exist to the same extent in the economic or social spheres. People may enjoy equal political rights but still be discriminated. Can you identify the political principle/value which is in application in each of the following statements/situations? I should be able to decide which subjects I want to study in school. B. The practice of untouchability has been abolished. C. All Indians are equal before law. D. Minorities can have their own schools and colleges. E. Foreigners who are visiting India cannot vote in Indian elections. F. There should be no censorship of media or films. G. Students should be consulted while planning the annual day functions. H. Everyone must join the Republic Day celebrations. Political theory. Political theory. 7. Against socially because of their caste or poverty. Some people may have a privileged place in society while others are deprived even of basic necessities. Some are able to achieve whatever goals they set for themselves, while many are unable even to go to schools so that they can have decent jobs in the future. For them, freedom is still a distant dream. Secondly, though freedom is guaranteed in our Constitution, we encounter new interpretations all the time. This is a bit like playing a game. As we play chess or cricket, we learn how to interpret the rules. In the process, we discover new and broader meanings of the game itself. Similarly, the fundamental rights guaranteed by our Constitution are continually being reinterpreted in response to new circumstances. For instance, the right to life has been interpreted by the courts to include the right to livelihood. The right to information has been granted through a new law. Societies frequently encounter new challenges which generate new interpretations. The fundamental rights guaranteed by our Constitution have been amended and expanded over time through judicial interpretations and government policies which are designed to address new problems. Thirdly, as our world changes, we may discover new dimensions of freedom as well as new threats to freedom. For instance, global communications technology is making it easier for activists to network with one another across the world for protecting tribal cultures or forests. But it also enables terrorists and criminals to network. Moreover, internet commerce is all set to increase in the future. This means that the information we give about ourselves online to buy goods or services must be protected. So even though netizens, citizens of the internet, do not like government control, they recognize that some form of regulation is necessary to safeguard individual security and privacy. As a result, questions are raised regarding how much freedom should be given to people using the net. For instance, should they be allowed to send unsolicited emails to strangers? Can you advertise your products in Let SDO it? Collect cartoons from various newspapers and magazines. What are the various issues that they are concerned with? Which political concept do they highlight? Political theory. Political theory. Chat rooms? Should governments be allowed to read private emails to track down terrorists? How much regulation is justified and who should regulate, governments or some private regulators? Political theory has a lot to teach us about possible answers to these questions and is therefore very relevant. 1.3 Putting political theory to practice. In this textbook, we confine ourselves to one aspect of political theory, that which deals with the origins, meaning, and significance of political ideas that we are familiar with, such as freedom, equality, citizenship, justice, development, nationalism, secularism, and so on. When we begin a debate or argument on any topic, we usually ask, what does it mean and how does it matter? Political theorists have asked what is freedom or equality and provided diverse definitions. Unlike in mathematics where there can be one definition of a triangle or square, we encounter many definitions of equality or freedom or justice. In ancient Greece, in the city of Athens, Socrates was described as the wisest man. He was known for questioning and challenging popularly held beliefs about society, religion, and politics. For this he was condemned to death by the rulers of Athens. His student Plato wrote extensively about the life and ideas of Socrates. In his book, The Republic, he created the character Socrates and through him examined the question, what is justice? The book opens with a dialogue between Socrates and Cephalus. In the course of this dialogue, Cephalus and his friends come to recognize that their understanding of justice is inadequate and unacceptable. The important thing in this is that Socrates uses reason to reveal the limitations and inconsistencies in a given point of view. His adversaries eventually admit that the views they had held and lived by could not be sustained. Political theory. Political theory. 9. This is because terms like equality concern our relationships with other human beings rather than with things. Human beings, unlike things, have opinions on issues like equality. And many opinions need to be understood and harmonized. How do we go about doing this? Let us begin with our common experience of equality in different places. You may have noticed that people often jump the queue in shops or doctors' waiting rooms or government offices. Sometimes those who do so are told to get back in line and we feel glad. Sometimes they get ahead and we feel cheated. We resent this because we all want equal opportunity to get goods and services for which we are paying. So when we reflect on our experience, we understand that equality means equal opportunity for all. At the same time, if there are separate counters for the old and disabled, we understand that such special treatment may be justified. But we also notice every day that many poor people cannot go to the shop or to a doctor because they have no money to pay. Read and see how Socrates achieved this. Well said, Cephalus, I replied, but as concerning justice, what is it? To speak the truth and to pay your debts, no more than this? And even to this are there not exceptions? Suppose that a friend when in his right mind has deposited alms with me and he asks for them when he is not in his right mind, ought I to give them back to him? You are quite right, he replied. But then I said, speaking the truth and paying your debts is not a correct definition of justice. And instead of saying simply as we did at first, that it is just to do good to our friends and harm to our enemies, we should further say, it is just to do good to our friends when they are good and harm to our enemies when they are evil? Yes, that appears to me to be the truth. Political theory. 10. Political theory. For goods and services. Some of these people could be day laborers who are cutting stones or lugging bricks for long hours. If we are sensitive, we feel that it is not fair that in a society some members cannot even have their basic needs satisfied. We come to realize that equality must involve some kind of fairness so that people are not unduly exploited and disadvantaged by economic factors. Consider the fact that there are many children who cannot go to school because they have to work to feed themselves. And most girl students in poor households are pulled out of school to care for their younger siblings while parents go to work. Even though the Indian Constitution guarantees the right to primary education for all, this right remains formal. Again, we may feel that the government should do more for such children and their parents so that they are enabled to go to school. Thus you may see that our idea of equality is quite complex. When we are in a queue or playground, we want equal opportunity. But ought to just to injure anyone at all? Undoubtedly he ought to injure those who are both wicked and his enemies. When horses are injured, are they improved or deteriorated? The latter. Deteriorated, that is to say, in the good qualities of horses, not of dogs? Yes, of horses. And dogs are deteriorated in the good qualities of dogs and not of horses? Of course. And will not men who are injured be deteriorated in that which is the proper virtue of man? Certainly. And that human virtue is justice? To be sure. Political theory. Political theory. 11. If we suffer from some disability, we want special provisions made. When we cannot even afford basic needs, equal opportunity is not enough. We must be enabled to go to school or get help through proactive measures such as fair distribution of resources, jobs, decent wages, subsidized hospitals, etc. This requires that some agency be made responsible to ensure fairness. So the reason we have many definitions is because the meaning of equality is dependent on the context. We started with what it meant for ourselves and then proceeded to consider others, the poor, disadvantaged, senior citizens, etc. We discovered many layers of meaning. We have been doing political theory without realizing it. Political theorists clarify the meaning of political concepts by looking at how they are understood and used in ordinary language. They also debate and examine the diverse meanings and opinions in a systematic manner. When is equality of opportunity enough? When do people need special treatment? How far and how long should such special treatment be given? Should poor children be? Then men who are injured are of necessity made unjust? That is the result. But can the musician by his art make men unmusical? Certainly not. Or the horseman by his art make them bad horsemen? Impossible. And can the just by justice make men unjust, or speaking general, can the good by virtue make them bad? Assuredly not. Nor can the good harm anyone? Impossible. And the just is the good? Certainly. Political theory. 12. Political theory. Given midday meals to encourage them to stay in schools? These are some questions which they address. As you can see, these issues are eminently practical. They provide guidelines for framing public policies on education and employment. As in the case of equality, so also in the case of other concepts, political theorists engage with everyday opinions, debate possible meanings, and thrash out policy options. Freedom, citizenship, rights, development, justice, equality, nationalism, and secularism are some of the concepts that we will discuss in the following chapters. 1.4 Why should we study political theory? We may have political ideas, but do we need to study political theory? Is it not more suited for politicians who practice politics? Or for bureaucrats who make policies? Or for those who teach political theory? Or for lawyers and judges who interpret the Constitution and laws? Or for activists and journalists who expose exploitation? Then to injure a friend or anyone else is not the act of a just man, but of the opposite, who is the unjust. I think that what you say is quite true, Socrates. And he who is most skillful in preventing or escaping from a disease is best able to create one. True. And he is the best guard of a camp who is best able to steal a march upon the enemy? Certainly. Then he who is a good keeper of anything is also a good thief? That, I suppose, is to be inferred. Then if the just man is good at keeping money, he is good at stealing it. That is implied in the argument. Political theory. Political theory. 13. And demand new rights? What do we high school students gain by knowing the meaning of freedom or equality? First of all, political theory is relevant for all the above target groups. As high school students, we may choose one of the above professions in the future, and so indirectly it is relevant for us even now. Do we not learn mathematics, although not all of us will become mathematicians or engineers? Is it not because basic arithmetic is useful to life in general? Secondly, we are all going to be citizens entitled to vote and decide other issues. To act responsibly, it is helpful to have a basic knowledge of the political ideas and institutions that shape the world we live in. In the information society, it is crucial that we learn to be reasonable and informed if we are to participate in gram savas or offer our views on websites and polls. If we simply express arbitrary preferences, we will not be very effective. But if we are thoughtful and mature, we can use the new media to discuss and express our common interests. Then after all, the just man has turned out to be a thief. You would argue that the good are our friends and the bad our enemies? Yes. And instead of saying simply as we did at first, that it is just to do good to our friends and harm to our enemies, we should further say, it is just to do good to our friends when they are good and harm to our enemies when they are evil? Yes, that appears to me to be the truth. But ought the just to injure anyone at all? Undoubtedly he ought to injure those who are both wicked and his enemies. When horses are injured, are they improved or deteriorated? The latter. Deteriorated, that is to say, in the good qualities of horses, not of dogs? Yes, of horses. And dogs are deteriorated in the good qualities of dogs and not of horses? Of course. 14. Political theory. As citizens, we are a bit like the audience in a music concert. We are not the main performers interpreting the song and melody. But we set the agenda and appreciate the output and put in new requests. Have you noticed that musicians perform better when they know the audience is knowledgeable and appreciative? So also an educated and vigilant citizenry makes those who play politics more public-spirited. Thirdly, freedom, equality, and secularism are not abstract issues in our lives. We daily encounter discrimination of various sorts in families, schools, colleges, shopping malls, and so on. We ourselves have prejudices against people who are different from us, be they of a different caste or religion or gender or class. If we feel oppressed, we want it redressed, and if that is delayed, we feel violent revolution is justified. If we are privileged, we deny that there is any oppression even as our maids and servants struggle for dignity. Sometimes we even feel that our servants deserve the treatment they get. What political theory encourages us to do is examine our ideas and feelings. And will not men who are injured be deteriorated in that which is the proper virtue of man? Certainly. And that human virtue is justice? To be sure. Then men who are injured are of necessity made unjust? That is the result. But can the musician by his art make men unmusical? Certainly not. Or the horseman by his art make them bad horsemen? Impossible. And can the just by justice make men unjust, or speaking general, can the good by virtue make them bad? Assuredly not. Political theory. Political theory. 15. About political things. Just by looking at them more carefully, we become moderate in our ideas and feelings. Finally, as students we enjoy debates and elocution competitions. We have opinions about what is right or wrong, just or unjust, but do not know whether they are reasonable or not. Only when we argue with others, we realize the need to defend them and seek out reasons and arguments. Political theory exposes us to systematic thinking on justice or equality so that we can polish our opinions and argue in an informed manner and for the sake of common interests. Such skills of debating rationally and communicating effectively are likely to be great assets in the global informational order. Nor can the good harm anyone? Impossible. And the just is the good? Certainly. Then to injure a friend or anyone else is not the act of a just man, but of the opposite, who is the unjust. I think that what you say is quite true, Socrates. Then if a man says that justice consists in the repayment of debts, and that good is the debt which a man owes to his friends, and evil the debt which he owes to his enemies, to say this is not wise, for it is not true if, as has been clearly shown, the injuring of another can be in no case just. I agree with you, said Polemarch. 16. Political theory. Which of the following statements are true/false about political theory? A. It discusses ideas that form the basis of political institutions. B. It explains the relationship between different religions. C. It explains the meanings of concepts like equality and freedom. D. It predicts the performance of political parties. 2. Politics is more than what politicians do. Do you agree with this statement? Give examples. 3. Vigilant citizens are a must for the successful working of a democracy. Comment. 4. In what ways is the study of political theory useful for us? Identify 4 ways in which political theory can be useful to us. 5. Do you think that a good/convincing argument can compel others to listen to you? 6. Do you think studying political theory is like studying mathematics? Give reasons for your answer. Exercises. Human history provides many examples of people and communities which have been dominated, or enslaved, or exploited by more powerful groups. But it also provides us with inspiring examples of heroic struggles against such domination. What is this freedom for which people have been willing to sacrifice and die? In its essence, the struggle for freedom represents the desire of people to be in control of their own lives and destinies and to have the opportunity to express themselves freely through their choices and activities. Not just individuals but societies also value their independence and wish to protect their culture and future. However, given the diverse interests and ambitions of people, any form of social living requires some rules and regulation. These rules may require some constraints to be imposed on the freedom of individuals, but it is recognized that such constraints may also free us from insecurity and provide us with the conditions in which we can develop ourselves. In political theory, much of the discussion regarding freedom has therefore focused on trying to evolve principles by which we can distinguish between socially necessary constraints and other restrictions. There has also been debate about possible limitations on freedom which may result from the social and economic structures of a society. In this chapter, we will look at some of these debates. After studying this chapter, you should be able to understand the importance of freedom for individuals and societies. Explain the difference between the negative and positive dimensions of freedom. Explain what is meant by the term harm principle. Freedom. Political theory. 18. 2.1 The ideal of freedom. Before we set out to answer these questions, let us stop for a moment and consider this. The autobiography of one of the greatest persons of the 20th century, Nelson Mandela, is titled Long Walk to Freedom. In this book, he talks about his personal struggle against the apartheid regime in South Africa, about the resistance of his people to the segregationist policies of the white regime, about the humiliations, hardships, and police brutalities suffered by the black people of South Africa. These ranged from being bundled into townships and being denied easy movement about the country to being denied a free choice of whom to marry. Collectively, such measures constituted a body of constraints imposed by the apartheid regime that discriminated between citizens based on their race. For Mandela and his colleagues, it was the struggle against such unjust constraints, the struggle to remove the obstacles to the freedom of all the people of South Africa, not just the black or the colored but also the white people, that was the long walk to freedom. For this freedom, Mandela spent 28 years of his life in jail, often in solitary confinement. Imagine what it meant to give up one's youth for an ideal. To voluntarily give up the pleasure of talking with one's friends, of playing one's favorite game. Mandela loved boxing, of wearing one's favorite clothes, of listening to one's favorite music, of enjoying the many festivals that are part of one's life. Imagine giving all these up and choosing instead to be locked up alone in a room, not knowing when one would be released, only because one campaigned for the freedom of one's people. For freedom, Mandela paid a very high personal price. Do only great men and women fight for great principles like freedom? What does this principle mean to me? Freedom. Political theory. 19. Now take another case. Gandhiji's thoughts on nonviolence have been a source of inspiration for Aung San Suu Kyi as she remained under house arrest in Myanmar, separated from her children, unable to visit her husband when he was dying of cancer, because she feared that if she left Myanmar to visit him in England, she would not be able to return. Aung San Suu Kyi saw her freedom as connected to the freedom of her people. Her book of essays bears the title Freedom from Fear. She says, "For me, real freedom is freedom from fear, and unless you can live free from fear, you cannot live a dignified human life." These are deep thoughts that lead us to pause and consider their implications. We must not, her words suggest, be afraid of the opinions of other people or of the attitude of authority or of the reactions of the members of our community to the things we want to do, of the ridicule of our peers or of speaking our mind. Yet we find that we often exhibit such fear. For Aung San Suu Kyi, living a dignified human life requires us to be able to overcome such fear. From these two books of Nelson Mandela and Aung San Suu Kyi, we can see the power of the ideal of freedom, an ideal that was at the center of our national struggle and the struggles of the peoples of Asia and Africa against British, French and Portuguese colonialism. 2.2 What is freedom? A simple answer to the question, what is freedom, is absence of constraints. Freedom is said to exist when external constraints on the individual are absent. In terms of this definition, an individual could be considered free if she is not subject to external controls or coercion and is able to make independent decisions and act in an autonomous way. However, absence of constraints is only one dimension of freedom. Freedom is also about expanding the ability. Can you think of someone in your village, town, or district who has struggled for her own freedom or the freedom of others? Write a short note about that person and the particular aspect of freedom which she struggled to protect. Let SDO it. Freedom. Political theory. 2020. Of people to freely express themselves and develop their potential. Freedom in this sense is the condition in which people can develop their creativity and capabilities. Both these aspects of freedom, the absence of external constraints as well as the existence of conditions in which people can develop their talents, are important. A free society would be one which enables all its members to develop their potential with the minimum of social constraints. No individual living in society can hope to enjoy total absence of any kind of constraints or restrictions. It becomes necessary then to determine which social constraints are justified and which are not, which are acceptable and which should be removed. To understand which social constraints are necessary, discussions on freedom need to look at the core relationship between the individual and the society, or group, community, or state, within which he is placed. That is, we need to examine the relationship between individual and society. We would need to see which features of the society allow the individual the freedom to choose, decide, or act, and which do not. We would need to determine which features are desirable and which are not, which should be removed and which should not. Further, we need to see if the Swaraj, a concept analogous to freedom in Indian political thought, is Swaraj. The term Swaraj incorporates within it two words, SWA, self, and Raj, rule. It can be understood to mean both the rule of the self and rule over self. Swaraj, in the context of the freedom struggle in India, referred to freedom as a constitutional and political demand and as a value at the social collective level. That is why Swaraj was such an important rallying cry in the freedom movement, inspiring Tilak's famous statement, "Swaraj is my birthright and I shall have it." It is the understanding of Swaraj as rule over the self that was highlighted by Mahatma Gandhi in his work Hind Swaraj, where he states, "It is Swaraj when we learn to rule ourselves." Swaraj is not just freedom but liberation in redeeming one's self-respect, self-responsibility, and capacities for self-realization from institutions of dehumanization. Understanding the real self and its relation to communities and society is critical to the project of attaining Swaraj. Gandhiji believed the development that follows would liberate both individual and collective potentialities guided by the principle of justice. Needless to say, such an understanding is as relevant to the 21st century as it was when Gandhiji wrote the Hind Swaraj in 1909. Freedom. Political theory. 21. Principles which we use to differentiate necessary from unnecessary constraints also apply to the relationships between individuals and groups and nations. Thus far we have defined freedom as the absence of constraint. To be free means to reduce or minimize social constraints that limit our ability to make choices freely. However, this is only one aspect of freedom. To put it in another way, freedom also has a positive dimension. To be free, a society must widen the area in which individuals, groups, communities, or nations will be able to charter their own destiny and be what they wish to be. Freedom, in this sense, allows the full development of the individual's creativity, sensibilities, and capabilities, be it in sports, science, art, music, or exploration. A free society is one that enables one to pursue one's interests with a minimum of constraints. Freedom is considered valuable because it allows us to make choices and to exercise our judgment. It permits the exercise of the individual's powers of reason and judgment. Let's D. The sources of constraints. Restrictions on the freedom of individuals may come from domination and external controls. Such restrictions may be imposed by force, or they may be imposed by a government through laws which embody the power of the rulers over the people and which may have the backing of force. This was the form of constraint represented by colonial rulers over their subjects or by the system of apartheid in South Africa. Some form of government may be inevitable, but if the government is a democratic one, the members of a state could retain some control over their rulers. That is why democratic government is considered to be an important means of protecting the freedom of people. But constraints on freedom can also result from social inequality of the kind implicit in the caste system, or which result from extreme economic inequality in a society. The quotation from Subhas Chandra Bose on freedom draws attention to the need for the country to work to remove such constraints. Girls and boys should be free to decide whom they wish to marry. Parents should have no say in this matter. Debate. Freedom. Political theory. 22. 2.3 Why do we need constraints? We cannot live in a world where there are no constraints. We need some constraints or else society would descend into chaos. Differences may exist between people regarding their ideas and opinions, they may have conflicting ambitions, they may compete to control scarce resources. There are numerous reasons why disagreements may develop in a society which may express themselves through open conflict. We see people around us ready to fight for all kinds of reasons ranging from the serious to the trivial. Rage while driving on the roads, fighting over parking spaces, quarrels over housing or land, disagreements regarding whether a particular film should be screened, all these and many other issues can lead to conflict and violence, perhaps even loss of life. Therefore, every society needs some mechanisms to control violence and settle disputes. So long as we are able to respect each other's views and do not attempt to impose our views on others, we may be able to live freely and with minimum constraints. Ideally, in a free society, we should be able to hold our views, develop our own rules of living, and pursue our choices. But the creation of such a society too requires some constraints. At the very least, it requires that we be willing to respect differences of views, opinions, and beliefs. However, sometimes we think that Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose on freedom. If we are to bring about a revolution of ideas, we have first to hold up before us an ideal which will galvanize our whole life. That ideal is freedom. But freedom is a word which has varied connotations, and even in our country, the conception of freedom has undergone a process of evolution. By freedom, I mean all-round freedom, i.e., freedom for the individual as well as for society, freedom for the rich as well as for the poor, freedom for men as well as for women, freedom for all individuals and for all classes. This freedom implies not only emancipation from political bondage but also equal distribution of wealth, abolition of caste barriers and social iniquities, and destruction of communalism and religious intolerance. This is an ideal which may appear utopian to hard-headed men and women, but this ideal alone can appease the hunger in the soul. Presidential Address to the Students' Conference held at Lahore on October 19, 1929. Freedom. Political theory. 23. Strong commitment to our beliefs requires that we must oppose all those who differ from or reject our views. We see their views or ways of living as unacceptable or even undesirable. Under such circumstances, we need some legal and political restraints to ensure that differences may be discussed and debated without one group coercively imposing its views on the other. Worse still, we may be confronted with attempts to bully or harass us so that we conform to their wishes. If so, we may want stronger support from law to ensure that my freedom is protected. The important question, however, is to identify which constraints on freedom are necessary and justifiable and which are not. What sort of authority external to the individual may justifiably say what can be done and what cannot? Further, are there any areas of our life and action that should be left free of all external constraints? 2.4 Harm principle. To answer these questions satisfactorily, we have to address the issue of the limits, competence, and consequences of the imposition. We also have to engage with another issue that John Stuart Mill stated so eloquently in his essay on liberty. In the discussions in Liberalism, when we say that someone's parents are very liberal, we usually mean that they are very tolerant. As a political ideology, liberalism has been identified with tolerance as a value. Liberals have often defended the right of a person to hold and express his/her opinions and beliefs even when they disagree with them. But that is not all that there is to liberalism. And liberalism is not the only modern ideology that supports tolerance. What is more distinctive about modern liberalism is its focus on the individual. For liberals, entities like family, society, community have no value in themselves, but only if these are valued by individuals. They would say, for example, that the decision to marry someone should be taken by the individual rather than by the family, caste, or the community. Liberals tend to give priority to individual liberty over values like equality. They also tend to be suspicious of political authority. Historically, liberalism favored free market and minimal role to the state. However, present-day liberalism acknowledges a role for welfare state and accepts the need for measures to reduce both social and economic inequalities. Freedom. Political theory. 24. Political theory, it is called the harm principle. Let us quote his statement and then try to explain it. The sole end for which mankind are warranted, individually or collectively, in interfering with the liberty of action of any of their number is self-protection. That the only purpose for which power can be rightfully exercised over any member of a civilized community, against his will, is to prevent harm to others. Mill introduces here an important distinction. He distinguishes between self-regarding actions, i.e., those actions that have consequences only for the individual actor and nobody else, and other regarding actions, i.e., those actions that also have consequences for others. He argues that with respect to actions or choices that affect only oneself, self-regarding actions, the state or any other external authority has no business to interfere. Or put in simple language, it would be, "That's my business, I'll do what I like," or "How does it concern you if it does not affect you?" In contrast, with respect to actions that have consequences for others, actions which may cause harm to them, there is some case for external interference. After all, if your actions cause me harm, then surely I must be saved from such harm by some external authority? In this case, it is the state which can constrain a person from acting in a way that causes harm to someone else. However, as freedom is at the core of human society, is so crucial for a dignified human life, it should only be constrained in special circumstances. The harm caused must be serious. For minor harm, Mill recommends only social disapproval and not the force of law. For example, the playing of loud music in an apartment building should bring only social disapproval from the other residents of the building. They should not involve the police. They should indicate their disapproval of the inconvenience that playing loud music has caused them, by perhaps refusing to greet the person who plays the music, disregarding the harm it is causing others. The harm that playing loud music causes is that of preventing those in other apartments from talking or sleeping or listening to their own music. Why does he talk about mankind? What about women? Freedom. Political theory. 25. This is minor harm and should only provoke social disapproval. It is not a fit case for legal punishment. Constraining actions by the force of law should only happen when the other regarding actions cause serious harm to definite individuals. Otherwise, society must bear the inconvenience in the spirit of protecting freedom. People should be ready to tolerate different ways of life, different points of view, and the different interests so long as they do not cause harm to others. But such tolerance need not be extended to views and actions which may put people in danger or foment hatred. Let's think. The issue of dress code. If choosing what to wear is an expression of one's freedom, then how should we look at the following situations where there are restrictions on dress? In China during Mao's regime, all the people had to wear Mao suits based on the argument that it was an expression of equality. A fatwa was issued against Sania Mirza for her style of dress that was considered, by one cleric, to be against the dress code prescribed for women. The rules of a test match in cricket require every cricketer to wear white dress. Students are required to wear school uniforms. Let us debate some questions. Is the restriction on what to wear justified in all cases or only in some? When does it constitute a constraint on freedom? Who has the authority to impose these constraints? Should religious leaders be given the authority to issue decrees on dress? Can the state decide what one should wear? Should the ICC set down rules of what to wear when playing cricket? Is the imposition excessive? Does it diminish the many ways people have of expressing themselves? What are the consequences of accepting the impositions? Will the society become equal if everyone dresses the same way as in Maoist China? Or are women being denied the participation in sports if they cannot wear clothes that would help them to compete effectively? Will the game be affected if cricketers wear colored clothes? Freedom. Political theory. 26. Against them. Hate campaigns cause serious harm to the freedom of others, and actions that cause serious harm are actions on which constraints can be imposed. But we must make sure that the constraints imposed are not so severe that they destroy freedom itself. For example, we must not ask for life imprisonment for those who only conduct hate campaign. Maybe some restriction on their movement, or some curtailment of their right to hold public meetings can be considered, especially if they continue to carry on this campaign in spite of warnings by the state to desist from conducting such campaigns. In the constitutional discussions in India, the term used for such justifiable constraints is reasonable restrictions. The restrictions may be there, but they must be reasonable, i.e., capable of being defended by reason, not excessive, not out of proportion to the action being restricted, since then it would impinge on the general condition of freedom in society. We must not develop a habit of imposing restrictions, since such a habit is detrimental to freedom. 2.5 Negative and positive liberty. Earlier in the chapter, we had mentioned two dimensions of freedom school. Freedom as the absence of external constraints, and freedom as the expansion of opportunities to express oneself. In political theory, these have been called negative and positive liberty. Negative liberty seeks to define and defend an area in which the individual would be inviolable, in which he or she could do, be, or become whatever he or she wished to do, be, or become. This is an area in which no external authority can interfere. It is a minimum area that is sacred and in which whatever the individual does is not to be interfered with. The existence of the minimum area of non-interference is the recognition that human nature and human dignity need an area where the person can act unobstructed by others. How big should this area be or what should it contain are matters of discussion, and will continue to be matters of debate since the bigger the area of non-interference, the more the freedom. All we need to recognize is that the negative liberty tradition argues for an inviolable area of non-interference in which the individual can express himself or herself. If the area is too small. Freedom. Political theory. 27. Then human dignity gets compromised. We may here ask the obvious question. Is the choice of what clothes to wear in different situations, school, playing field, office, a choice that belongs to the minimum area and therefore one that cannot be interfered with by external authority, or is it a choice that can be interfered with by state, religious authority, ICC or CBSE? Negative liberty arguments are in response to the question, over what area am I the master? It is concerned with explaining the idea of freedom from. In contrast, the arguments of positive liberty are concerned with explaining the idea of freedom to. They are in response to the answer, who governs me? To which the ideal answer is, I govern myself. Positive liberty discussions have a long tradition that can be traced to Rousseau, Hegel, Marx, Gandhi, or Aurobindo, and also to those who draw their inspiration from these thinkers. It is concerned with looking at the conditions and nature of the relationship between the individual and society, and of improving these conditions such that there are fewer constraints to the development of the individual personality. The individual is like a flower that blossoms when the soil is fertile, and the sun is gentle, and the water is adequate, and the care is regular. The individual to develop his or her capability must get the benefit of enabling positive conditions in material, political, and social domains. That is, the person must not be constrained by poverty or unemployment. They must have adequate material resources to pursue their wants and needs. They must also have the opportunity to participate in the decision-making process so that the laws made reflect their choices, or at least take those preferences into account. Above all, to develop their mind and intellect, individuals must have access to education and other associated opportunities necessary to lead a reasonably good life. Positive liberty recognizes that one can be free only in society, not outside it, and hence tries to make that society such that it enables the development of the individual, whereas negative liberty is only concerned with the environment. Positive liberty recognizes that one can be free only in society, not outside it, and hence tries to make that society such that it enables the development of the individual, whereas negative liberty is only concerned with the inviolable area of non-interference and not with the conditions in society outside this area as such. Of course, negative liberty would like to expand this minimum area as, do we have the freedom to destroy our environment? Freedom. Political theory. 28. Much as is possible, keeping in mind, however, the stability of society. Generally, they both go together and support each other, but it can happen that tyrants justify their rule by invoking arguments of positive liberty. Freedom of expression. One of the issues that is considered to belong to the minimum area of non-interference is the freedom of expression. J.S. Mill set out good reasons why freedom of expression should not be restricted. This is a good case for discussion. At various times there have been demands to ban books, plays, films, or academic articles in research journals. Let us think about this demand to ban books in the light of our discussion so far, which sees freedom as the making of choices, where a distinction is made between negative and positive liberty, where we recognize the need for justifiable constraints, but these have to be supported by proper procedures and important moral arguments. Freedom of expression is a fundamental value, and for that society must be willing to bear some inconvenience to protect it from people who want to restrict it. Remember Voltaire's statement, I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to death your right to say it. How deeply are we committed to this freedom of expression? Some years ago, Deepa Mehta, filmmaker, wanted to make a film about widows in Varanasi. It sought to explore the plight of widows, but there was a strong protest from a section of the polity who felt that it would show India in a very bad light, who felt it was being made to cater to foreign audiences, who felt it would bring a bad name to the ancient town. They refused to allow it to be made, and as a result it could not be made in Varanasi. It was subsequently made elsewhere. Similarly, the book Ramayana retold by Aubrey Menon and the Satanic Verses by Salman Rushdie were banned after protest from some sections of society. The film The Last Temptation of Christ and the play Me Nathram Bolti were also banned after protests. Banning is an easy solution for the short term since it meets the immediate demand, but is very harmful for the long-term prospects of freedom in a society, because once one begins to ban, then one develops a habit of banning. But does this mean that we should never ban? After all, we do have censorship of films. Is it not similar? Freedom. Political theory. 29. To banning, where only a portion of a film is banned and not the whole film. The question that is often debated, therefore, is, when should one ban and when should one not? Should one never ban? Just for interest, in England anyone who is employed to work for the royal household is constrained by contract, a constraint, from writing about the inner affairs of the household. So if such a person were to leave the employment, they would be unable to give an interview or write an article or author a book about the politics of the royal household. Is this an unjustifiable constraint on the freedom of expression? Constraints of different kind thus exist, and we are subject to them in different situations. While reflecting on such situations, we need to realize that when constraints are backed by organized social, religious or cultural authority or by the might of the state, they restrict our freedom in ways that are difficult to fight against. However, if we willingly, or for the sake of pursuing our goals or ambitions, accept certain restrictions, our freedom is not similarly limited. In any case, if we are not coerced into accepting the conditions, then we cannot claim that our freedom has been curtailed. Freedom of expression. John Stuart Mill, a political thinker and an activist in the 19th century Britain, offered a passionate defense of freedom of expression, including freedom of thought and discussion. In his book on liberty, he offered 4 reasons why there should be freedom of expression even for those who espouse ideas that appear false or misleading today. First, no idea is completely false. What appears to us as false has an element of truth. If we ban false ideas, we would lose that element of truth that they contain. This is related to the second point. Truth does not emerge by itself. It is only through a conflict of opposing views that truth emerges. Ideas that seem wrong today may have been very valuable in the emergence of what we consider right kind of ideas. Thirdly, this conflict of ideas is valuable not just in the past but is of continuing value for all times. Truth always runs the risk of being reduced to an unthinking cliché. It is only when we expose it to opposing views that we can be sure that this idea is trustworthy. Finally, we cannot be sure that what we consider true is actually true. Very often ideas that were considered false at one point by the entire society and, therefore, suppressed turned out to be true later on. A society that completely suppresses all ideas that are not acceptable today runs the danger of losing the benefits of what might turn out to be very valuable knowledge. Freedom. Political theory. 30. We began by saying that freedom is the absence of external constraints. We have now come to realize that freedom embodies our capacity and our ability to make choices. And when we make choices, we have also to accept responsibility for our actions and their consequences. It is for this reason that most advocates of liberty and freedom maintain that children must be placed in the care of parents. Our capacity to make the right choices, to assess in a reasoned manner available options, and shoulder the responsibility of our actions, have to be built through education and cultivation of judgment just as much as it needs to be nurtured by limiting the authority of the state and the society. Exercises. 1. What is meant by freedom? Is there a relationship between freedom for the individual and freedom for the nation? 2. What is the difference between the negative and positive conception of liberty? 3. What is meant by social constraints? Are constraints of any kind necessary for enjoying freedom? 4. What is the role of the state in upholding freedom of its citizens? 5. What is meant by freedom of expression? What, in your view, would be a reasonable restriction on this freedom? Give examples. Credit. Images on opening page. Nelson Mandela and Suu Kyi. This chapter is about the concept of equality, a value that is also enshrined in our Constitution. In reflecting on this concept, it examines the following questions. What is equality? Why should we be concerned about this moral and political ideal? Does the pursuit of equality involve treating everyone the same way in every condition? How may we pursue equality and minimize inequality in different spheres of life? How do we distinguish between different dimensions of equality, political, economic, and social? In the course of understanding and answering these questions, you would encounter some important ideologies of our time: socialism, Marxism, liberalism, and feminism. In this chapter, you will see facts and figures about the conditions of inequality. These are only for you to appreciate the nature of inequality. The facts and figures need not be memorized. 32. Political theory. 3.1 Why does equality matter? Equality is a powerful moral and political ideal that has inspired and guided human society for many centuries. It is implicit in all faiths and religions which proclaim all human beings to be the creation of God. As a political ideal, the concept of equality invokes the idea that all human beings have an equal worth regardless of their color, gender, race, or nationality. It maintains that human beings deserve equal consideration and respect because of their common humanity. It is this notion of a shared humanity that lies behind, for instance, the notions of universal human rights or crimes against humanity. In the modern period, the equality of all In the modern period, the equality of all human beings has been used as a rallying slogan in the struggles against states and social institutions which uphold inequalities of rank, wealth status, or privilege among people. In the 18th century, the French revolutionaries used the slogan liberty, equality, and fraternity to revolt against the landed feudal aristocracy and the monarchy. The demand for equality was also raised during anti-colonial liberation struggles in Asia and Africa during the 20th century. It continues to be raised by struggling groups such as everyone I know believes in a religion. Every religion I know preaches equality. Then why is there inequality in the world? Search for quotations from different religious scriptures that affirm the ideal of equality. Read these in the classroom. Let us do it. D.O. Equality. Political theory. 33. Women or Dalits who feel marginalized in our society. Today, equality is a widely accepted ideal which is embodied in the constitutions and laws of many countries. Yet it is inequality rather than equality which is most visible around us in the world as well as within our own society. In our country, we can see slums existing side by side with luxury housing, schools with world-class facilities and air-conditioned classrooms along with schools which may lack even drinking water facilities or toilets, waste of food as well as starvation. There are glaring differences between what the law promises and what we see around us. Read the accompanying fact sheet on global inequalities and the table on inequalities within our country. Fact sheet on global inequalities. 1. The richest 50 individuals in the world have a combined income greater than that of the poorest 40 crore people. 2. The poorest 40% of the world's population receive only 5% of global income, while the richest 10% of the world's population controls 54% of global income. 3. The first world of the advanced industrial countries, mainly North America and Western Europe, with 25% of the world's population, owns 86% of the world's industry and consumes 80% of the world's energy. 4. On a per capita basis, a resident of the advanced industrial countries consumes at least 3 times as much water, 10 times as much energy, 13 times as much iron and steel, and 14 times as much paper as someone living in a developing country like India or China. 5. The risk of dying from pregnancy-related causes is 1 to 18 in Nigeria but 1 to 8,700 in Canada. 6. The industrial countries of the first world account for nearly 2/3 of the global emissions of carbon dioxide from the combustion of fossil fuels. They also account for 3/4 of emissions of sulfur and nitrogen oxide that cause acid rain. Many industries known for their high rate of pollution are being shifted from the developed countries to the less developed countries. Source: Human Development Report 2005, UNDP. Equality Political Theory. 34. Economic inequalities in India. Here are some findings from the Census of India held in 2011 about household amenities and assets. You don't need to memorize any of these figures. Just read these to understand the extent of urban-rural disparities in the country. Where would your own family fit? Thus we face a paradox: almost everyone accepts the ideal of equality, yet almost everywhere we encounter inequality. We live in a complex world of unequal wealth, opportunities, work situations, and power. Should we be concerned about these kinds of inequalities? Are they a permanent and inevitable feature of social life which reflects the differences of talent and ability of human beings as well as their different contributions towards social progress and prosperity? Or are these inequalities a consequence of our social position and rules? These are questions that have troubled people all over the world for many years. It is a question of this kind that makes equality one of the central themes of social and political theory. A student of political theory has to address a range of questions such as, what does equality imply? Since we are different in many obvious ways, what does it mean to say that we are equal? What are we trying to achieve through the ideal of equality? Are we trying to eliminate all differences of income and status? In other words, what kind of equality are we pursuing and for whom? Some other questions that have been raised regarding: why talk about global or national inequalities when all around us there are inequalities to which nobody seems to object? Just look at the way my parents favor my brother over me. Equality. Political theory. 35. The concept of equality which we will consider here are: to promote equality, should we always treat all persons in exactly the same way? How should a society decide which differences of treatment or reward are acceptable and which are not? Also, what kind of policies should we pursue to try and make the society more egalitarian? 3.2 What is equality? Take a look at these images. All of them make distinctions between human beings on grounds of race and color, and these appear to most of us as unacceptable. In fact, such distinctions violate our intuitive understanding of equality, which tells us that all human beings should be entitled to the same respect and consideration because of their common humanity. However, treating people with equal respect need not mean always treating them in an identical way. No society treats all its members in exactly the same way under all conditions. The smooth functioning of society requires division of work and functions, and people often enjoy different status and rewards on account of it. At times these differences of treatment may appear acceptable or even necessary. For instance, we usually do not feel that giving prime ministers or army generals a special official rank and status goes against the notion of equality, provided their privileges are not misused. But 36. Political theory. Some other kinds of inequalities may seem unjust. For instance, if a child born in a slum is denied nutritious food or good education through no fault of his, her own, it may appear unfair to us. The question that arises is which distinctions and differences are acceptable and which are not. When people are treated differently just because they are born in a particular religion or race or caste or gender, we regard it as an unacceptable form of inequality. But human beings may pursue different ambitions and goals, and not all may be equally successful. So long as they are able to develop the best in themselves, we would not feel that equality has been undermined. Some may become good musicians while others may not be equally outstanding. Some become famous scientists while others more noted for their hard work and conscientiousness. The commitment to the ideal of equality does not imply the elimination of all forms of differences. It merely suggests that the treatment we receive and the opportunities we enjoy must not be predetermined by birth or social circumstance. Equality of opportunities. The concept of equality implies that all people as human beings are entitled to the same rights and opportunities to develop their skills and talents and to pursue their goals and ambitions. This means that in a society people may differ with regard to their choices and preferences. They may also have different talents and skills, which results in some being more successful in their chosen careers than others. But just because only some become ace cricketers or successful lawyers, it does not follow that the society should be considered unequal. In other words, it is not the lack of equality of status or wealth or privilege that is significant, but the inequalities in people's access to such basic goods as education, healthcare, safe housing that make for an unequal and unjust society. Natural and social inequalities. A distinction has sometimes been made in political theory between natural inequalities and socially produced inequalities. Natural inequalities are those that emerge between people as a result of their different capabilities and talents. These kinds of inequalities. Equality. Political theory. 37. Are different from socially produced inequalities, which emerge as a consequence of inequalities of opportunity or the exploitation of some groups in a society by others. Natural inequalities are considered to be the result of the different characteristics and abilities with which people are born. It is generally assumed that natural differences cannot be altered. Social inequalities, on the other hand, are those created by society. Certain societies may, for instance, value those who perform intellectual work over those who do manual work and reward them differently. They may treat differently people of different race or color or gender or caste. Differences of this kind reflect the values of a society, and some of these may certainly appear to us to be unjust. This distinction is sometimes useful in helping us to distinguish between acceptable and unfair inequalities in society, but it is not always clear or self-evident. For instance, when certain inequalities in the treatment of people have existed over a long period of time, they may appear to us as justifiable because they are based on natural inequalities, that is, characteristics that people are born with and cannot easily change. For example, women were for long described as the weaker sex, considered timid and of lesser intelligence than men, needing special protection. Therefore, it was felt that denying women equal rights could be justified. Black people in Africa were considered by their colonial masters to be of lesser intelligence, childlike, and better at manual work, sports, and music. This belief was used to justify institutions like slavery. All these assessments are now questioned. They are now seen as 38. Another problem which arises with the idea of natural differences is that some differences which could be considered natural need no longer be seen as unalterable. For instance, advances in medical science and technologies have helped many disabled people to function effectively in society. Today, computers can help blind people, wheelchairs and artificial limbs can help in cases of physical disability, even a person's looks can be changed with cosmetic surgery. The famous physicist Stephen Hawking can hardly move or speak, but he has made major contributions to science. It would seem unjust to most people today if disabled people are denied necessary help to overcome the effects of their disability or a fair reward for their work on the grounds that they are naturally less capable. Given all these complexities, it would be difficult to use the natural/socially produced distinction as a standard by which the laws and policies of a society can be assessed. For this reason, many theorists today differentiate between inequality arising from our choices and inequalities operating on account of the family or circumstance in which a person is born. It is the latter that is a source of concern to advocates of equality and which they wish to minimize and eliminate. 3.33 Dimensions of equality. After considering what kind of social differences are unacceptable, we need to ask what are the different dimensions of equality that we may pursue or seek to achieve in society. While identifying different kinds of inequalities that exist in society, various thinkers and ideologies have highlighted three main dimensions of equality, namely political, social, and economic. It is only by addressing each of these three different dimensions of equality can we move towards a more just and equal society. Political equality. In democratic societies, political equality would normally include granting equal citizenship to all the members of the state. Distinctions made by society as a result of the differences of power between people and nations rather than based on their inborn characteristics. Equality. Political theory. 39. We'll read in the chapter on citizenship. Equal citizenship brings with it certain basic rights such as the right to vote, freedom of expression, movement and association, and freedom of belief. These are rights which are considered necessary to enable citizens to develop themselves and participate in the affairs of the state. But they are legal rights guaranteed by the Constitution and laws. We know that considerable inequality can exist even in countries which grant equal rights to all citizens. These inequalities are often the result of differences in the resources and opportunities which are available to citizens in the social and economic spheres. For this reason, a demand is often made for equal opportunities or for a level playing field. But we should remember that although political and legal equality by itself may not be sufficient to build a just and egalitarian society, it is certainly an important component of it. Social equality. Political equality or equality before the law is an important first step in the pursuit of equality, but it often needs to be supplemented by equality of opportunities. While the former is necessary to remove any legal hurdles which might exclude people from a voice in government and deny them access to available social goods, the pursuit of equality requires that people belonging to different groups and communities also have a fair and equal chance to compete for those goods and opportunities. For this, it is necessary to minimize the effects of social and economic inequalities and guarantee certain minimum conditions of life to all the members of the society: adequate health care, the opportunity for good education, adequate nourishment, and a minimum wage, among other things. In the absence of such facilities, it is exceedingly difficult for all the members of the society to compete on equal terms. Where equality of opportunity does not exist, a huge pool of potential talent tends to be wasted in society. In India, a special problem regarding equal opportunities comes not just from lack of facilities but from some of the customs which may prevail in different parts of country or among different groups. Women, for instance, may not enjoy equal rights of inheritance in some groups, or there may be social prohibitions regarding their taking part in certain kinds of activities, or they may even be. Equality. 40. Political theory. Let's debate. Women should be allowed to join the combat units of the army and go up to the highest position. Discouraged from obtaining higher education. The state has a significant role in such matters. It should make policies to prevent discrimination or harassment of women in public places or employment, to provide incentives to open up education or certain professions to women, and other such measures. But social groups and individuals also have a role to play in raising awareness and supporting those who want to exercise their rights. Economic equality. At the simplest level, we would say that economic inequality exists in a society if there are significant differences in wealth, property, or income between individuals or classes. One way of measuring the degree of economic inequality in a society would be to measure the relative difference between the richest and poorest groups. Another way could be to estimate the number of people who live below the poverty line. Of course, absolute equality of wealth or income has probably never existed in a society. Most democracies today try to make equal opportunities available to people in the belief that this would at least give those who have talent and determination the chance to improve their condition. With equal inequalities in education. Are the differences in the educational attainment of different communities depicted in the table below significant? Could these differences have taken place just by chance? Or do these differences point to the working of the caste system? Which factor other than the caste system do you see at work here? Caste community inequalities in higher education in urban India. Source: National Sample Survey Organization, 55th Round Survey, 1999 to 2000. Equality. Political theory. 41. Our EADAC Artoon. Racial inequality in the United States. Find out more about racial inequality in the U.S. Which group or groups in our country suffer from similar inequality? What kind of policies have been adopted in the U.S. to reduce this inequality? Is there something to be learned from their experience? Can they learn something from our experience? Opportunities inequalities may continue to exist between individuals, but there is the possibility of improving one's position in society with sufficient effort. Inequalities which are entrenched, that is, which remain relatively untouched over generations, are more dangerous for society. If in a society certain classes of people have enjoyed considerable wealth and the power which goes with it over generations, the society would become divided between those classes and others who have remained poor over generations. Over time, such class differences can give rise to resentment and violence. Because of the power of the wealthy classes, it might prove difficult to reform such a society to make it more open and egalitarian. R.J. Mattson, Kegel Cartoons Inc., January 13, 2006. 42. Political theory. Feminism. Feminism is a political doctrine of equal rights for women and men. Feminists are those men and women who believe that many of the inequalities we see in society between men and women are neither natural nor necessary and can be altered so that both women and men can lead free and equal lives. According to feminists, inequality between men and women in society is the result of patriarchy. This term refers to a social, economic, and cultural system that values men more than women and gives men power over women. Patriarchy is based on the assumption that men and women are different by nature and that this difference justifies their unequal positions in society. Feminists questions this way of thinking by making a distinction between sex, i.e. biological difference between men and women, and gender, which determines the different roles that men and women play in society. For instance, the biological fact that only women can become pregnant and bear children does not require that only women should look after children after they are born. Feminists show us that much of the inequality between men and women is produced by society and not by nature. Patriarchy produces a division of labor by which women are supposed to be responsible for private and domestic matters, while men are responsible for work in the public domain. Feminists question this distinction by pointing out that in fact most women are also active in the public domain. That is, most women all over the world are employed in some form of work outside the home, but women continue to be solely responsible for housework as well. However, despite this double burden, as feminists term it, women are given little or no say in decisions taken in the public domain. Feminists contend that this public/private distinction and all forms of gender inequalities can and should be eliminated. Equality. Political theory. 43. Marxism and liberalism are two important political ideologies of our times. Marx was an important 19th century thinker who argued that the root cause of entrenched inequality was private ownership of important economic resources such as oil, or land, or forests, as well as other forms of property. He pointed out that such private ownership did not only make the class of owners wealthy, it also gave them political power. Such power enables them to influence state policies and laws, and this could prove a threat to democratic government. Marxists and socialists feel that economic inequality provides support to other forms of social inequality such as differences of rank or privilege. Therefore, to tackle inequality in society, we need to go beyond providing equal opportunities and try and ensure public control over essential resources and forms of property. Such views may be debatable, but they have raised important issues which need to be addressed. An opposing point of view can be found in liberal theories. Liberals uphold the principle of competition as the most efficient and fair way of distributing resources and rewards in society. They believe that while states may have to intervene to try and ensure a minimum standard of living and equal opportunities for all, this cannot by itself bring equality and justice to society. Competition between people in free and fair conditions is the most just and efficient way of distributing rewards in a society. For them, as long as competition is open and free, inequalities are unlikely to become entrenched and people will get due reward for their talents and efforts. For liberals, the principle of competition is the most just and efficient way of selecting candidates for jobs or admission to educational institutions. For instance, in our country, many students hope for admission to professional courses and entry is highly competitive. From time to time, the government and the courts have stepped in to regulate educational institutions and the entrance tests to ensure that everybody gets a fair and equal chance to compete. Some may still not get admission, but it is considered to be a fair way of distributing limited seats. Make a list of all the social and economic inequalities that you notice among the students of your own school. Let's do it. 44. Unlike socialists, liberals do not believe that political, economic, and social inequalities are necessarily linked. They maintain that inequalities in each of these spheres should be tackled appropriately. Thus, democracy could help to provide political equality, but it might be necessary to also devise different strategies to deal with social differences and economic inequalities. The problem for liberals is not inequality as such, but unjust and entrenched inequalities which prevent individuals from developing their capabilities. 3.4 How see and we promote equality? We have already noted some of the basic differences among the socialists and the liberals on the most desirable way of achieving the goal of equality. While the relative merits and limitations of each of these points of view are being debated the world over, we still need to consider what principles and policies might be. Socialism. Socialism refers to a set of political ideas that emerged as a response to the inequalities present in and reproduced by the industrial capitalist economy. The main concern of socialism is how to minimize existing inequality and distribute resources justly. Although advocates of socialism are not entirely opposed to the market, they favor some kind of government regulation, planning, and control over certain key areas such as education and healthcare. In India, the eminent socialist thinker Ram Manohar Lohia identified 5 kinds of inequalities that need to be fought against simultaneously: inequality between man and woman, inequality based on skin color, caste-based inequality, colonial rule of some countries over others, and, of course, economic inequality. This might appear a self-evident idea today. But during Lohia's time, it was common for the socialists to argue that class inequality was the only form of inequality worth struggling against. Other inequalities did not matter or would end automatically if economic inequality could be ended. Lohia argued that each of these inequalities had independent roots and had to be fought separately and simultaneously. He did not speak of revolution in the singular. For him, struggle against these 5 inequalities constituted 5 revolutions. He added 2 more revolutions to this list: revolution for civil liberties against unjust encroachments on private life, and revolution for nonviolence, for renunciation of weapons in favor of satyagraha. These were the 7 revolutions or Sapta Kranti, which for Lohia was the ideal of socialism. Equality. Political theory. 45. Considered necessary for pursuing equality. Specifically, we need to consider if the use of affirmative action is justified for purposes of bringing about equality. This issue has raised a lot of controversy in recent years, and we will discuss this issue in the following section. Establishing formal equality. The first step towards bringing about equality is, of course, ending the formal system of inequality and privileges. Social, economic, and political inequalities all over the world have been protected by customs and legal systems that prohibited some sections of society from enjoying certain kinds of opportunities and rewards. Poor people were not granted the right to vote in a large number of countries. Women were not allowed to take up many professions and activities. The caste system in India prevented people from the lower castes from doing anything except manual labor. In many countries, only people from some families could occupy high positions. Attainment of equality requires that all such restrictions or privileges should be brought to an end. Since many of these systems have the sanction of law, equality requires that the government and the law of the land should stop protecting these systems of inequality. This is what our Constitution does. The Constitution prohibits discrimination on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth. Our Constitution also abolishes the practice of untouchability. Most modern constitutions and democratic governments have formally accepted the principle of equality and incorporated it as identical treatment by law to all citizens without any regard to their caste, race, religion, or gender. Equality through differential treatment. However, as we noted earlier, formal equality or equality before law is necessary but not sufficient to realize the principle of equality. Sometimes it is necessary to treat people differently in order to ensure that they can enjoy equal rights. Certain differences between people may have to be taken into account for this purpose. For instance, disabled people may justifiably demand special ramps in public spaces so that they get an equal chance to enter public. 46. Buildings. Or women working in call centers at night may need special protection during the journey to and from the center so that their equal right to work may be protected. These should not be seen as infringements of equality but as enhancement of equality. What kinds of differences hinder access to equal opportunities, and what kinds of policies may be pursued to overcome those hindrances are questions that are being discussed in almost all societies today. Some countries have used policies of affirmative action to enhance equality of opportunity. In our country, we have relied on the policy of reservations. In the next section, we will attempt to understand the idea of affirmative action and understand some of the issues raised by specific policies within that framework. Make a list of all the facilities that students with various kinds of physical handicaps would need to learn as any other student. Which of these facilities are available in your school? Let us do it. Do. Equality. Political theory. 47. Affirmative action. Affirmative action is based on the idea that it is not sufficient to establish formal equality by law. When we wish to eliminate inequalities that are deeply rooted, it is necessary to take some more positive measures to minimize and eliminate entrenched forms of social inequalities. Most policies of affirmative action are thus designed to correct the cumulative effect of past inequalities. Affirmative action can, however, take many forms, from preferential spending on facilities for disadvantaged communities, such as scholarships and hostels, to special consideration for admissions to educational institutions and jobs. In our country, we have adopted a policy of quotas or reserved seats in education and jobs to provide equality of opportunity to deprived groups, and this has been the subject of considerable debate and disagreement. The policy has been defended on the ground that certain groups have been victims of social prejudice and discrimination in the form of exclusion and segregation. These communities who have suffered in the past and been denied equal opportunities cannot be immediately expected to compete with others on equal terms. Therefore, in the interest of creating an egalitarian and just society, they need to be given special protection and help. Special assistance in the form of affirmative action is expected to be a temporary or time-bound measure. The assumption is that special consideration will enable these communities to overcome the existing disadvantages and then compete with others on equal terms. Although policies of affirmative action are supported for making the society more equal, many theorists argue against them. They question whether treating people differently can ever lead to greater equality. Critics of positive discrimination, particularly policies of reservations, thus invoke the principle of equality to argue against such policies. They contend that any provision of reservations or quotas for the deprived in admissions for higher education or jobs is unfair as it arbitrarily denies other sections of society their right to equal treatment. They maintain that reservations are a form of reverse discrimination, and they continue with the practices that the principle of equality questions and rejects. Equality requires that all persons 48. Political theory be treated alike, and when we make distinctions between individuals on the basis of their caste or color, we are likely to reinforce caste and racial prejudices. For these theorists, the important thing is to do away with social distinctions that divide our society. In the context of this debate, it is relevant to draw a distinction between equality as a guiding principle of state policy and equal rights of individuals. Individuals have a right to equal consideration for admission to educational institutions and public sector employment. But competition should be fair. Sometimes when competing for limited seats or jobs, people from deprived strata may be at a disadvantage. The needs and circumstances of a first-generation learner whose parents and ancestors were illiterate are very different from those who were born into educated families. Members of excluded groups, whether they are Dalits, women, or any other category, deserve and need some special help. To provide this, the state must devise social policies which would help to make such people equal and give them a fair chance to compete with others. The fact is that in the spheres of education and healthcare, India has done far less for its deprived population than what is their due. Inequalities in school education are glaring. Many poor children in rural areas or urban slums have little chance of attending schools. If they do get the chance, their schools have little to offer that would be comparable to the facilities available in elite schools. The inequalities with which children enter school tend to continue to hamper their chances to improve their qualifications or get good jobs. These students face hurdles in gaining admission to elite professional courses because they lack the means to pay for special coaching. The fees for professional courses also may be prohibitively high. Consequently, they cannot compete on equal terms with the more privileged sections. Social and economic inequalities of this kind hinder the pursuit of equal opportunities. Most theorists today recognize this. What they contest is not the goal of equal opportunity but the policies. Policies of affirmative action for the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes should be extended to admission to private educational institutions. Let's debate. Equality. Political theory. 49. That the state should pursue to achieve the goal. Should the state reserve seats for the deprived communities, or should they provide special facilities that can help to develop talents and skills from an early age? How should we define who is deprived? Should we use an economic criterion to identify the deprived, or should we use social inequalities arising from the caste system in our country as the basis of identifying the deprived groups? These are aspects of social policy that are today being debated. Ultimately, the policies that we choose would have to be justified in terms of their success in making the society more egalitarian and fair to all. While reflecting on the issue of equality, a distinction must also be made between treating everyone in an identical manner and treating everyone as equal. The latter may on occasions need differential treatment, but in all such cases the primary consideration is to promote equality. Differential or special treatment may be considered to realize the goal of equality, but it requires justification and careful reflection. Since differential treatment for different communities was part and parcel of the caste system and practices like apartheid, liberals are usually very wary of deviations from the norm of identical treatment. Let's think. Consider the following situations. Is special and differential treatment justified in any of the following? Working women should receive maternity leave. A school should spend money to buy special equipment for 2 visually challenged students. Geeta plays brilliant basketball, so the school should build a basketball court for her so that she can develop her skills further. Jeet's parents want him to wear a turban in school, and Irfan's parents want him to pray on Friday afternoon, so the school should not insist that Jeet should wear a helmet while playing cricket, and Irfan's teacher should not ask him to stay back for extra classes on Friday. 50. Political theory. Many of these issues relating to the pursuit of equality have been raised by the women's movement. In the 19th century, women struggled for equal rights. They demanded, for instance, the right to vote, the right to receive degrees in colleges and universities, and the right to work, that is, the same rights as the men in their society. However, as they entered the job market, they realized that women required special facilities in order to exercise these rights. For instance, they required some provision for maternity leave and creches in the workplace. Without special considerations of this kind, they could not seriously compete for jobs or enjoy a successful professional and personal life. They needed, in other words, sometimes to be treated differently if they are to enjoy the same rights as men. As we deliberate on issues of equality and examine whether different treatment is warranted in a particular case, we need continuously to ask ourselves whether differential treatment is essential to ensure that a set of people can enjoy the same rights as the rest of society. Caution must, however, be exercised to see that differential treatment does not yield new structures of dominance and oppression or become a means for some dominant groups to reassert special privileges and power in society. Differential treatment is intended and justified only as a means to promoting a just and egalitarian society. Equality. Political theory. 51. Exercises. 1. Some people argue that inequality is natural while others maintain that it is equality which is natural and the inequalities which we notice around us are created by society. Which view do you support? Give reasons. 2. There is a view that absolute economic equality is neither possible nor desirable. It is argued that the most a society can do is to try and reduce the gaps between the richest and poorest members of society. Do you agree? 3. Match the following concepts with appropriate instances. A. Affirmative action, i.e. every adult citizen has a right to vote. B. Equality of opportunity. 2. Banks offer higher rate of interest to senior citizen. C. Equal rights. 3. Every child should get free education. 4. A government report on farmers' problems says that small and marginal farmers cannot get good prices from the market. It recommends that the government should intervene to ensure a better price but only for small and marginal farmers. Is this recommendation consistent with the principle of equality? 5. Which of the following violate the principles of equality? And why? A. Every child in class will read the text of the play by turn. B. The government of Canada encouraged white Europeans to migrate to Canada from the end of the Second World War till 1960. C. There is a separate railway reservation counter for the senior citizens. 52. D. Access to some forest areas is reserved for certain tribal communities. 6. Here are some arguments in favor of the right to vote for women. Which of these are consistent with the idea of equality? Give reasons. A. Women are our mothers. We shall not disrespect our mothers by denying them the right to vote. B. Decisions of the government affect women as well as men, therefore they also should have a say in choosing the rulers. C. Not granting women the right to vote will cause disharmony in the family. D. Women constitute half of humanity. You cannot subjugate them for long by denying them the right to vote. Exercises. Credit. Images on opening page P. Sign off. Just as we intuitively understand what love means even if we cannot explain all its different shades of meaning, we also have an intuitive understanding of justice even though we may not be able to define it precisely. In that sense, justice is a lot like love. In addition, both love and justice evoke passionate responses from their advocates. And as with love, no one hates justice, everyone wants justice for oneself and to some extent for others also. But unlike love, which is an aspect of our relationships with a few people whom we know well, justice concerns our life in society. The way in which public life is ordered and the principles according to which social goods and social duties are distributed among different members of society. As such, questions of justice are of central importance for politics. After going through this chapter, you should be able to identify some of the principles of justice which have been put forward in different societies and at different periods of time. Explain what is meant by distributive justice. Discuss John Rawls' argument that a fair and just society would be in the interest of all members and could be defended on rational grounds. Social justice. 54. Political theory. For point 1, what is justice? All cultures and traditions have grappled with questions of justice, although they may have interpreted the concept in different ways. For instance, in ancient Indian society, justice was associated with dharma. And maintaining dharma or a just social order was considered to be a primary duty of kings. In China, Confucius, the famous philosopher, argued that kings should maintain justice by punishing wrongdoers and rewarding the virtuous. In 4th century BC Athens, Greece, Plato discussed issues of justice in his book The Republic. Through a long dialogue between Socrates and his young friends, Glaucon and Adeimantus, Plato examined why we should be concerned about justice. The young people asked Socrates why we should be just. They observed that people who were unjust seemed to be much better off than those who were just. Those who twisted rules to serve their interests, avoided paying taxes and were willing to lie and be deceitful, were often more successful than those who were truthful and just. If one were smart enough to avoid being caught, then it would seem that being unjust is better than being just. You may have heard people expressing similar sentiments even today. Socrates reminds these young people that if everyone were to be unjust, If everyone manipulated rules to suit their own interests, no one could be sure of benefiting from injustice. Nobody would be secure, and this was likely to harm all of them. Hence, it is in our own long-term interest to obey the laws and be just. Socrates clarified that we need to understand clearly what justice means in order to figure out why it is important to be just. He explained that justice does not only mean doing good to our friends and harm to our enemies, or pursuing our own interests. Justice involves the well-being of all people. Just as a doctor is. They say that to do injustice is, by nature, good, to suffer injustice evil, but that the evil is greater than the good. And so when men have both done and feared injustice and have had experience of both, not being able to avoid the one and obtain the other, they think that they had better agree among themselves to have neither. Hence there arise laws and mutual covenants, and that which is ordained by law is termed by them lawful and just. Glaucon to Socrates in the Republic. Social justice. Political theory. 55. Concerned with the well-being of her patients, similarly the just ruler or the just government must be concerned with the well-being of the people. Ensuring the well-being of the people includes giving each person his due. The idea that justice involves giving each person his due continues to be an important part of our present-day understanding of justice. However, our understanding of what is due to a person has changed from the time of Plato. Today, our understanding of what is just is closely linked to our understanding of what is due to each person as a human being. According to the German philosopher Immanuel Kant, human beings possess dignity. If all persons are granted dignity, then what is due to each of them is that they have the opportunity to develop their talents and pursue their chosen goals. Justice requires that we give due and equal consideration to all individuals. Equal treatment for equals. Although there might be broad agreement in modern society about the equal importance of all people, it is not a simple matter to decide how to give each person her due. A number of different principles have been put forward in this regard. One of the principles is the principle of treating equals equally. It is considered that all individuals share certain characteristics as human beings. Therefore, they deserve equal rights and equal treatment. Some of the important rights which are granted in most liberal democracies today include civil rights such as the rights of life, liberty, and property, political rights like the right to vote, which enable people to participate in political processes, and certain social rights which would include the right to enjoy equal opportunities with other members of the society. Apart from equal rights, the principle of treating equals equally would require that people should not be discriminated against on grounds of class, caste, race, or gender. They should be judged on the basis of their work and actions and not on the basis of the group to which they belong. Therefore, if two persons from different castes perform the same kind of work, whether it be breaking stones or delivering pizzas, they should receive the same kind of reward. If a person gets 100 rupees for some work and another receives only 75 rupees for the same work because they belong to social justice. 56. Political theory. Different castes, then it would be unfair or unjust. Similarly, if a male teacher in a school gets a higher salary than a female teacher, then this difference would also be unjustifiable and wrong. Proportionate justice. However, equal treatment is not the only principle of justice. There could be circumstances in which we might feel that treating everybody equally would be unjust. How, for instance, would you react if it was decided in your school that all those who did an exam should get equal marks because they are all students of the same school and did the same exam? Here you might think it would be more fair if students were awarded marks according to the quality of their answer papers and also, possibly, the degree of effort they had put in. In other words, provided everybody starts from the same baseline of equal rights, justice in such cases would mean rewarding people in proportion to the scale and quality of their effort. Most people would agree that although people should get the same reward for the same work, it would be fair and just to reward different kinds of work differently if we take into account factors such as the effort required, the skills required, the possible dangers involved in that work, and so on. If we use these criteria, we may find that certain kinds of workers in our society are not paid a wage which takes such factors sufficiently into account. For instance, miners, skilled craftsmen, or people in sometimes dangerous but socially useful professions like policemen, may not always get a reward which is just if we compare it to what some others in society may be earning. For justice in society, the principle of equal treatment needs to be balanced with the principle of proportionality. Recognition of special needs. A third principle of justice which we recognize is for a society to take into account special needs of people while distributing rewards or duties. This would be considered a way of promoting social justice. In terms of their basic status and rights as members of the society, justice may require that people be treated equally. But even non-discrimination between people and rewarding them proportionately to their efforts might not be enough to ensure that people enjoy equality in other aspects of their lives in society, nor that the society. Social justice. Political theory. 57. People with special needs or disabilities could be considered unequal in some particular respect and deserving of special help. But it is not always easy to get agreement regarding which inequalities of people should be recognized for providing them special help. Physical disabilities, age or lack of access to good education or health care are some of the factors which are considered grounds for special treatment in many countries. It is believed that if people who enjoy very different standard of living and opportunities are treated equally in all respects with those who have been deprived of even the basic minimum needs to live a healthy and productive life, the result is likely to be an unequal society, not an egalitarian and just one. In our country, lack of access to good education or health care and other such facilities is often found combined with. Let's think. Examine the following situations and discuss whether they are just. In each case, discuss the principle of justice that might be used in defense of your argument. Suresh, a visually impaired student, gets 3 hours and 30 minutes to finish his mathematics paper, while the rest of the class gets only 3 hours. Geeta walks with a limp. The teacher decided to give her also 3 hours and 30 minutes to finish her mathematics paper. A teacher gives grace marks to the weaker students in class to boost their morale. A professor distributes different question papers to different students based on her evaluation of their capabilities. There is a proposal to reserve 33% of the seats in the parliament for women. As a whole is just. The principle of taking account of the special needs of people does not necessarily contradict the principle of equal treatment so much as extend it, because the principle of taking account of the special needs of people does not necessarily contradict the principle of equal treatment so much as extend it, because the principle of treating equals equally could imply that people who are not equal in certain important respects could be treated differently. Social justice. 58. Political theory. Social discrimination on grounds of caste. The Constitution therefore allowed for reservations of government jobs and quotas for admissions to educational institutions for people belonging to the scheduled castes and tribes. Our discussion of different principles of justice has indicated that governments might sometimes find it difficult to harmonize the three principles of justice which have been discussed: equal treatment for equals, recognition of different efforts and skills while determining rewards and burdens, and provision of minimum standard of living and equal opportunities to the needy. Pursuing equality of treatment by itself might sometimes work against giving due reward to merit. Emphasizing rewarding merit as the main principle of justice might mean that marginalized sections would be at a disadvantage in many areas because they have not had access to facilities such as good nourishment or education. Different groups in the country might favor different policies depending upon which principle of justice they emphasize. It then becomes a function of governments to harmonize the different principles to promote a just society. For point 2, just distribution. To achieve social justice in society, governments might have to do more than just ensure that laws and policies treat individuals in a fair manner. Social justice also concerns the just distribution of goods and services, whether it is between nations or between different. Social justice. Political theory. 59. Groups and individuals within a society. If there are serious economic or social inequalities in a society, it might become necessary to try and redistribute some of the important resources of the society to provide something like a level playing field for citizens. Therefore, within a country, social justice would require not only that people be treated equally in terms of the laws and policies of the society, but also that they enjoy some basic equality of life conditions and opportunities. This is seen as necessary for each person to be able to pursue his/her objectives and express himself. In our country, for instance, the Constitution abolished the practice of untouchability to promote social equality and ensure that people belonging to lower castes have access to temples, jobs, and basic necessities like water. Different state governments have also taken some measures to redistribute important resources like land in a more fair manner by instituting land reforms. Differences of opinion on matters such whether and how to distribute resources and ensure equal access to education and jobs arouse fierce passions in society and even sometimes provoke violence. People believe the future of themselves and their families may be at stake. We have only to remind ourselves about the anger and even violence which has sometimes been roused by proposals to reserve seats in educational institutions or in government employment in our country. As students of political theory, however, we should be able to calmly examine the issues involved in terms of our understanding of the principles of justice. Can schemes to help the disadvantaged be justified in terms of a theory of justice? In the next section, we will discuss the theory of just distribution put forward by the well-known political philosopher John Rawls. Rawls has argued that there could indeed be a rational justification for acknowledging the need to provide help to the least privileged members of a society. 4.3 John Rawls' theory of justice. If people are asked to choose the kind of society in which they would like to live, they are likely to choose one in which the rules and organization of society allot them a privileged position. We cannot expect everyone to put aside their personal interests and think of social justice. 60. Political theory. the good of society, especially if they believe that their decision is going to have an impact on the kind of life and opportunities their children will have in the future. Indeed, we often expect parents to think of and support what is best for their children. But such perspectives cannot form the basis of a theory of justice for a society. So how do we reach a decision that would be both fair and just? John Rawls has tried to answer this question. He argues that the only way we can arrive at a fair and just rule is if we imagine ourselves to be in a situation in which we have to make decisions about how society should be organized, although we do not know which position we would ourselves occupy in that society. That is, we do not know what kind of family we would be born in, whether we would be born into an upper caste or lower caste family, rich or poor, privileged or disadvantaged. Rawls argues that if we do not know, in the sense, who we will be and what options would be available to us in the future society, we will be likely to support a decision about the rules and organization of that future society which would be fair for all the members. Rawls describes this as thinking under a veil of ignorance. He expects that in such a situation of complete ignorance about our possible position and status in society, each person would decide in the way they generally do, that is, in terms of their own interests. But since no one knows who he would be and what is going to benefit him, each will envisage the future society from the point of view of the worst off. It will be clear to a person who can reason and think for himself that those who are born privileged will enjoy certain special opportunities. But what if they have the misfortune of being born in a disadvantaged section of society where few opportunities would be available to them? Hence, it would make sense for each person acting in his or her own interest to try to think of rules of organization that will ensure reasonable opportunities to the weaker sections. The attempt will be to see that important resources like education, health, shelter, etc. are available to all persons even if they are not part of the upper class. It is of course not easy to erase our identities and to imagine oneself under a veil of ignorance. But then it is equally difficult for social justice. Political theory. 61. Most people to be self-sacrificing and share their good fortune with strangers. That is why we habitually associate self-sacrifice with heroism. Given these human failings and limitations, it is better for us to think of a framework that does not require extraordinary actions. The merit of the veil of ignorance position is that it expects people to just be their usual rational selves. They are expected to think for themselves and choose what they regard to be in their interest. The pertinent thing, however, is that when they choose under the veil of ignorance, they will find that it is in their interest to think from the position of the worst off. Wearing the imagined veil of ignorance is the first step in arriving at a system of fair laws and policies. It will be evident that rational persons will not only see things from the perspective of the worst off, they will also try to ensure that the policies they frame benefit the society as a whole. Both things have to go hand in hand. Since no one knows what position they will occupy in the future society, each will seek rules that protect them in case they happen to be born among the worst off. But it would make sense if they also try to ensure that their chosen policy does not also make those who are better off weaker, because it is also possible that they could be born into a privileged position in the future society. Therefore, it would be in the interests of all that society as a whole should benefit from the rules and policies that are decided and not just any particular section. Such fairness would be the outcome of rational action, not benevolence or generosity. Social justice. 62. Political theory. Rawls therefore argues that rational thinking, not morality, could lead us to be fair and judge impartially regarding how to distribute the benefits and burdens of a society. In his example, there are no goals or norms of morality that are given to us in advance, and we remain free to determine what is best for ourselves. It is this belief which makes Rawls' theory an important and compelling way to approach the question of fairness and justice. 4.4 Pursuing social justice. If in a society deep and persistent divisions exist between those who enjoy greater wealth and property and the power which goes with such ownership and those who are excluded and deprived, we would say that social justice is lacking there. We are not talking here merely about the different standards of living which may be enjoyed by different individuals in a society. Justice does not require absolute equality and sameness in the way in which people live. But a society would be considered unjust if the differences between rich and poor are so great that they seem to be living in different worlds altogether, and if the relatively deprived have no chance at all to improve their condition however hard they may work. In other words, a just society should provide people with the basic minimum conditions to enable them to live healthy and secure lives and develop their talents, as well as equal opportunities to pursue their chosen goals in society. How can we decide what are the basic minimum conditions of life needed by people? Various methods of calculating the basic needs of people have been devised by different governments and by international organizations like the World Health Organization. But in general, it is agreed that the basic amount of nourishment needed to remain healthy, housing, supply of clean drinking water, education, and a minimum wage would constitute an important part of these basic conditions. Providing people with their basic needs is considered to be one of the responsibilities of a democratic government. However, providing such basic conditions of life to all citizens may pose a heavy burden on governments, particularly in countries like India which have a large number of poor people. However, providing such basic conditions of life to all citizens may pose a heavy burden on governments, particularly in countries like India which have a large number of poor people. Let's do it. Do. Various calculations of the minimum requirements of food, income, water and such facilities have been made by government agencies and UN agencies. Search in your school library or on the internet for any such calculations. Social justice. Political theory. 63. Even if we all agree that states should try and help the most disadvantaged members of the society to enjoy some degree of equality with others, disagreements could still arise regarding the best methods of achieving this goal. A debate is currently going on in our society as well as in other parts of the world about whether promoting open competition through free markets would be the best way of helping the disadvantaged without harming the better-off members of a society, or whether the government should take on the responsibility of providing a basic minimum to the poor, if necessary even through a redistribution of resources. In our country, these different approaches are being supported by different political groups who debate the relative merits of different schemes for helping marginalized sections of the population such as the rural or urban poor. We will briefly examine this debate. Free markets versus state intervention. Supporters of free markets maintain that as far as possible, individuals should be free to own property and enter into contracts and agreements with others regarding prices and wages and profits. They should be free to compete with each other to gain the greatest amount of benefit. This is a simple description of a free market. Supporters of the free market believe that if markets are left free of state interference, the sum of market transactions would ensure overall a just distribution of benefits and duties in society. Those with merit and talent would be rewarded accordingly, while a just society is that society in which ascending sense of reverence and descending sense of contempt is dissolved into the creation of a compassionate society. B.R. Ambedkar. Social justice. 64. Political theory. Incompetent would get a lesser reward. They would maintain that whatever be the outcome of market distribution, it would be just. However, not all free market supporters today would support absolutely unregulated markets. Many would now be willing to accept certain restrictions. For instance, states could step in to ensure a basic minimum standard of living to all people so that they are able to compete on equal terms. But they might argue that even here the most efficient way of providing people with basic services might be to allow markets in healthcare, education, and such services to develop. In other words, private agencies should be encouraged to provide such services while state policies should try to empower people to buy those services. It might also be necessary for the state to give special help to the old and the sick who cannot compete. But apart from this, the role of the state should only be to maintain a framework of laws and regulations to ensure that competition between individuals remains free of coercion and other obstacles. They maintain that a free market is the basis of a fair and just society. The market, it is said, does not care about the caste or religion of the person. It does not see whether you are a man or a woman. It is neutral and concerned with the talents and skills that you have. If you have the merit, then nothing else matters. One of the arguments put forward in favor of market distribution is that it gives us more choices. There is no doubt that the market system gives us more choices as consumers. We can choose the rice we eat and the school we go to, provided that we have the means to pay for them. But regarding basic goods and services, what is important is the availability of good quality goods and services at a cost people can afford. If private agencies do not find this profitable for them, they may prefer not to enter that particular market or to provide cheap and substandard services. That is why there may be few private schools in remote rural areas, and the few which have been set up may be of low quality. The same would be true of healthcare or housing. In such situations, the government might have to step in. Another argument often heard in defense of free markets and private enterprise is that the quality of services they provide is often social justice. Political theory. 65. Superior to that provided in government institutions. But the cost of such services may put them out of the reach of the poor. Private business tends to go where business would be most profitable, and hence free markets eventually tend to work in the interest of the strong, the wealthy, and the powerful. The result may be to deny, rather than extend, opportunities for those who are relatively weak and disadvantaged. Arguments can be put forward on both sides of the debate, but free markets often exhibit a tendency to work in favor of the already privileged. This is why many argue that to ensure social justice, the state should step in to see that basic facilities are made available to all the members of a society. In a democratic society, disagreements about issues of distribution and justice are inevitable and even healthy because they force us to examine different points of view and rationally defend our own views. Politics is about the negotiation of such disagreements through debate. In our own country, many kinds of social and economic inequalities exist, and much remains to be done if they are to be reduced. Studying the different principles of justice should help us to discuss the issues involved and come to an agreement regarding the best way of pursuing justice. Justice implies something which it is not only right to do and wrong not to do, but which some individual person can claim from us as his moral right. J.S. Mill. Social Justice. 66. Political Theory. Exercises. 1. What does it mean to give each person his/her due? How has the meaning of giving each his due changed over time? 2. Briefly discuss the 3 principles of justice outlined in the chapter. Explain each with examples. 3. Does the principle of considering the special needs of people conflict with the principle of equal treatment for all? 4. How does Rawls use the idea of a veil of ignorance to argue that fair and just distribution can be defended on rational grounds? 5. What are generally considered to be the basic minimum requirements of people for living a healthy and productive life? What is the responsibility of governments in trying to ensure this minimum to all? 6. Which of the following arguments could be used to justify state action to provide basic minimum conditions of life to all citizens? A. Providing free services to the poor and needy can be justified as an act of charity. B. Providing all citizens with a basic minimum standard of living is one way of ensuring equality of opportunity. C. Some people are naturally lazy and we should be kind to them. D. Ensuring basic facilities and a minimum standard of living to all is a recognition of our shared humanity and a human right. Credit. Image on opening page, Shweta. In everyday life we often talk of our rights. As members of a democratic country we may speak of such rights as the right to vote, the right to form political parties, the right to contest elections, and so on. But apart from the generally accepted political and civil rights, people today are also making new demands for rights such as the right to information, right to clean air, or the right to safe drinking water. Rights are claimed not only in relation to our political and public lives but also in relation to our social and personal relationships. Moreover, rights may be claimed not only for adult human beings but also for children, unborn fetuses, and even animals. The notion of rights is thus invoked in a variety of different ways by different people. In this chapter we will explore: what do we mean when we speak of rights? What is the basis on which rights are claimed? What purpose do rights serve and why are they so important? 68. Political Theory. 5.1 What are rights? A right is essentially an entitlement or a justified claim. It denotes what we are entitled to as citizens, as individuals, and as human beings. It is something that we consider to be due to us, something that the rest of society must recognize as being a legitimate claim that must be upheld. This does not mean that everything that I regard to be necessary and desirable is a right. I may want to wear the clothes of my choice to school rather than the prescribed uniform. I may want to stay out late at night, but this does not mean that I have a right to dress in any way I like at school or to return home when I choose to do so. There is a distinction between what I want and think I am entitled to and what can be designated as rights. Rights are primarily those claims that I along with others regard to be necessary for leading a life of respect and dignity. In fact, one of the grounds on which rights have been claimed is that they represent conditions that we collectively see as a source of self-respect and dignity. For example, the right to livelihood may be considered necessary for leading a life of dignity. Being gainfully employed gives a person economic independence and thus is central for his/her dignity. Having our basic needs met gives us freedom to pursue our talents and interests. Or, take the right to express ourselves freely. This right gives us the opportunity to be creative and original, whether it be in writing, or dance, or music, or any other creative activity. But freedom of expression is also important for democratic government since it allows for the free expression of beliefs and opinions. Rights such as the right to a livelihood or freedom of expression would be important for all human beings who live in society, and they are described as universal in nature. Another ground on which rights have been claimed is that they are necessary for our well-being. They help individuals to develop their talents and skills. A right like the right to education, for instance, helps to develop our capacity to reason, gives us useful skills, and enables us to make informed choices in life. It is in this sense that education can be designated as a universal right. However, if an activity is injurious to our health and well-being, it cannot be. Rights. Political Theory. 69. Claimed as a right. For instance, since medical research has shown that prohibited drugs are injurious to one's health, and since they affect our relations with others, we cannot insist that we have a right to inhale or inject drugs or smoke tobacco. In the case of smoking, it may even be injurious to the health of people who may be around the smoker. Drugs may not only injure our health, but they may also sometimes change our behavior patterns and make us a danger to other people. In terms of our definition of rights, smoking or taking banned drugs cannot be claimed as a right. 5.2 Where do rights come from? In the 17th and 18th centuries, political theorists argued that rights are given to us by nature or God. The rights of men were derived from natural law. This meant that rights were not conferred by a ruler or a society, rather we are born with them. As such, these rights are inalienable and no one can take these away from us. They identified 3 natural rights of man: the right to life, liberty, and property. All other rights were said to be derived from these basic rights. The idea that we are born with certain rights is a very powerful notion because it implies that no state or organization should take away what has been given by the law of nature. This conception of natural rights has been used widely to oppose the exercise of arbitrary power by states and governments and to safeguard individual freedom. In recent years, the term human rights is being used more than the term natural rights. This is because the idea of there being a natural law, or a set of norms that are laid down for us by nature or God, appears unacceptable today. Rights are increasingly seen as guarantees that human beings themselves seek or arrive at in order to lead a minimally good life. The assumption behind human rights is that all persons are entitled to certain things simply because they are human beings. As a human being, each person is unique and equally valuable. This means that all persons are equal and no one is born to serve others. Go through recent newspapers and make a list of people's movements that have made proposals for new kinds of rights. Let us do it. 70. Political theory. Each of us possesses an intrinsic value, hence we must have equal opportunities to be free and realize our full potential. This conception of a free and equal self is increasingly being used to challenge existing inequalities based on race, caste, religion, and gender. Today, the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights builds upon this understanding of rights, and it attempts to recognize those claims that the world community collectively sees as being important for leading a life of dignity and self-respect. The notion of universal human rights has been used by oppressed people all over the world to challenge laws which segregate them and deny them equal opportunities and rights. In fact, it is through the struggles of groups that have felt excluded that the interpretation of existing rights has sometimes been altered. Slavery has, for instance, been abolished, but there are other struggles that have only had a limited success. Even today, there are communities struggling to define humanity in a way which includes them. The list of human rights which people have claimed has expanded over the years as societies face new threats and challenges. For instance, we are very conscious. Kant on human dignity. Everything has either a price or a dignity. What has a price is such that something else can also be put in its place as its equivalent. By contrast, that which is elevated above all price and admits of no equivalent has a dignity. Human beings, unlike all other objects, possess dignity. They are, for this reason, valuable in themselves. For the 18th century German philosopher Immanuel Kant, this simple idea had a deep meaning. It meant that every person has dignity and ought to be so treated by virtue of being a human being. A person may be uneducated, poor, or powerless. He may even be dishonest or immoral. Yet, he remains a human being and deserves to be given some minimum dignity. For Kant, to treat people with dignity was to treat them morally. This idea became a rallying point for those struggling against social hierarchies and for human rights. Kant's views represent what is called the moral conception of rights. This position rests upon 2 arguments. First, we should be treating others as we would like to be treated ourselves. Second, we should make sure that we don't treat the other person as means to our ends. We should not treat people as we treat a pen, a car, or a horse. That is, we should respect people not because they are useful to us but because they are, after all, human beings. Rights. Political theory. 71. Today of the need to protect the natural environment, and this has generated demands for rights to clean air, water, sustainable development, and the like. A new awareness about the changes which many people, especially women, children, or the sick, face in times of war or natural crisis has also led to demands for a right to livelihood, rights of children, and the like. Such claims express a sense of moral outrage about infringements of people's dignity, and they also act as a rallying call to people to try and extend rights to all human beings. We should not understate the extent and power of such claims. They often invoke wide support. You may have heard about the pop star Bob Geldof's recent appeal to Western governments to end poverty in Africa and seen TV reports about the scale of support which he received from ordinary people. 5.3 Legal rights and the state. While claims for human rights appeal to our moral self, the degree of success of such appeals depends on a number of factors, most important of which is the support of governments and the law. This is why so much importance is placed on the legal recognition of rights. A Bill of Rights is enshrined in the constitutions of many countries. Constitutions represent the highest law of the land, and so constitutional recognition of certain rights gives them a primary importance. In our country, we call them fundamental rights. Other laws and policies are supposed to respect the rights granted in the Constitution. The rights mentioned in the Constitution would be 72. Political theory. those which are considered to be of basic importance. In some cases, these may be supplemented by claims which gain importance because of the particular history and customs of a country. In India, for instance, we have a provision to ban untouchability which draws attention to a traditional social practice in the country. So important is the legal and constitutional recognition of our claims that several theorists define rights as claims that are recognized by the state. The legal endorsement certainly gives our rights a special status in society, but it is not the basis on which rights are claimed. As we discussed earlier, rights have steadily been expanded and reinterpreted to include previously excluded groups, and to reflect our contemporary understanding of what it means to lead a life of dignity and respect. However, in most cases the claimed rights are directed towards the state. That is, through these rights people make demands upon the state. When I assert my right to education, I call upon the state to make provisions for my basic education. Society may also accept the importance of education and contribute to it on its own. Different groups may open schools and fund scholarships so that children of all classes can get the benefit of education. But the primary responsibility rests upon the state. It is the state that must initiate necessary steps to ensure that my right to education is fulfilled. Thus, rights place an obligation upon the state to act in certain kinds of ways. Each right indicates what the state must do as well as what it must not do. For instance, my right to life obliges the state to make laws that protect me from injury by others. It calls upon the state to punish those who hurt me or harm me. If a society feels that the right to life means a right to a good quality of life, it expects the state to pursue policies that provide for clean environment along with other conditions that may be necessary for a healthy life. In other words, my right here places certain obligations upon the state to act in a certain way. Rights not only indicate what the state must do, they also suggest what the state must refrain from doing. My right to liberty as a person, for instance, suggests that the state cannot simply arrest me at its own will. If it wishes to put me behind bars, it must defend that action. Rights? Political theory. 73. It must give reasons for curtailing my liberty before a judicial court. This is why the police are required to produce an arrest warrant before taking me away. My rights thus place certain constraints upon state actions. To put it another way, our rights ensure that the authority of the state is exercised without violating the sanctity of individual life and liberty. The state may be the sovereign authority, the laws it makes may be enforced with force, but the sovereign state exists not for its own sake but for the sake of the individual. It is people who matter more, and it is their well-being that must be pursued by the government in power. The rulers are accountable for their actions and must not forget that law exists to ensure the good of the people. 5.4 Kinds of rights. Most democracies today begin by drawing up a charter of political rights. Political rights give to the citizens the right to equality before law and the right to participate in the political process. They include such rights as the right to vote and elect representatives, the right to contest elections, the right to form political parties or join them. Political rights are supplemented by civil liberties. The latter refers to the right to a free and fair trial, the right to express one's views freely, the right to protest and express dissent. Collectively, civil liberties and political rights form the basis of a democratic system of government. But, as was mentioned before, rights aim to protect the well-being of the individual. Political rights contribute to it by making the government accountable to the people, by giving greater importance to the concerns of the individual over that of the rulers, and by ensuring that all persons have an opportunity to influence the decisions of the government. However, our rights of political participation can only be exercised fully when our basic needs of food, shelter, clothing, health are met. For a person living on the pavements and struggling to meet these basic needs, political rights by themselves have little value. They require certain facilities like an adequate wage to meet their. Go thr the newspapers of the last few days and identify cases of rights violations which have been discussed. What should the government and civil society do to prevent such violations? Let SDO it. Rights? 74. Political theory. Basic needs and reasonable conditions of work. Hence, democratic societies are beginning to recognize these obligations and providing economic rights. In some countries, citizens, particularly those with low incomes, receive housing and medical facilities from the state. In others, unemployed persons receive a certain minimum wage so that they can meet their basic needs. In India, the government has recently introduced a rural employment guarantee scheme, among other measures to help the poor. Today, in addition to political and economic rights, more and more democracies are recognizing the cultural claims of their citizens. The right to have primary education in one's mother tongue, the right to establish institutions for teaching one's language and culture are today recognized as being necessary for leading a good life. The list of rights has thus steadily increased in democracies. While some rights, primarily the right to life, liberty, equal treatment, and the right to political participation are seen as basic rights that must receive priority, other conditions that are necessary for leading a decent life are being recognized as justified claims or rights. Let's think. Which of the following rights granted to groups/communities are justifiable? Discuss. Jain community in a town sets up its own school and enrolls students only from its own community. Purchase of land or property in Himachal Pradesh is restricted to those who are residents in that state. The principal of a co-ed college issued a circular that no girl should wear any Western dress. A panchayat in Haryana decided that the boy and the girl from different castes who married each other will not be allowed to live in the village. The right to culture means that no one should be allowed to make films that offend the religious or cultural beliefs of others. Let's debate. Rights? Political theory. 75. 5.5 Rights and responsibilities. Rights not only place obligations upon the state to act in a certain way, for instance, to ensure sustainable development, but they also place obligations upon each of us. Firstly, they compel us to think not just of our own personal needs and interests, but to defend some things as being good for all of us. Protecting the ozone layer, minimizing air and water pollution, maintaining the green cover by planting new trees and preventing cutting down of forests, maintaining the ecological balance, are things that are essential for all of us. They represent the common good that we must act to protect for ourselves as well as for the future generations who are entitled to inherit a safe and clean world without which they cannot lead a reasonably good life. Secondly, they require that I respect the rights of others. If I say that I must be given the right to express my views, I must also grant the same right to others. If I do not want others to interfere in the choices I make, the dress I wear, or the music I listen to, I must refrain from interfering in the choices that others make. I must leave them free to choose their music and clothes. I cannot use the right to free speech to incite a crowd to kill my neighbor. In exercising my rights, I cannot deprive others of their rights. My rights are, in other words, limited by the principle of equal and same rights for all. Thirdly, we must balance our rights when they come into conflict. For instance, my right to freedom of expression allows me to take pictures. However, if I take pictures of a person bathing in his house without his consent and post them on the internet, that would be a violation of his right to privacy. 76. Political theory. Fourthly, citizens must be vigilant about limitations which may be placed on their rights. A currently debated topic concerns the increased restrictions which many governments are imposing on the civil liberties of citizens on the grounds of national security. Protecting national security may be defended as necessary for safeguarding the rights and well-being of citizens. But at what point could the restrictions imposed as necessary for security themselves become a threat to the rights of people? Should a country facing the threat of terrorist bombings be allowed to curtail the liberty of citizens? Should it be allowed to arrest people on mere suspicion? Should it be allowed to intercept their mail or tap their phones? Should it be allowed to use torture to extract confession? In such situations, the question to ask is whether the person concerned poses an imminent threat to society. Even arrested persons should be allowed legal counsel and the opportunity to present their case before a magistrate or a court of law. We need to be extremely cautious about giving governments powers which could be used to curtail the civil liberties of individuals, for such powers can be misused. Governments can become authoritarian and undermine the very reasons for which governments exist, namely the well-being of the members of the state. Hence, even though rights can never be absolute, we need to be vigilant in protecting our rights and those of others, for they form the basis of a democratic society. Let us debate. One man's rights end where the other man's nose begins. Rights? Political theory. 77. On December 10, 1948, the General Assembly of the United Nations adopted and proclaimed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Following this historic act, the Assembly called upon all member countries to publicize the text of the Declaration and to cause it to be disseminated, displayed, read and expounded principally in schools and other educational institutions, without distinction based on the political status of countries or territories. Preamble. Whereas recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. Whereas disregard and contempt for human rights have resulted in barbarous acts which have outraged the conscience of mankind, and the advent of a world in which human beings shall enjoy freedom of speech and belief and freedom from fear and want has been proclaimed as the highest aspiration of the common people. Whereas it is essential, if man is not to be compelled to have recourse as a last resort to rebellion against tyranny and oppression, that human rights should be protected by the rule of law. Whereas it is essential to promote the development of friendly relations between nations. Whereas the peoples of the United Nations have in the Charter reaffirmed their faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person and in the equal rights of men and women, and have determined to promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom. Whereas member states have pledged themselves to achieve, in cooperation with the United Nations, the promotion of universal respect for and observance of human rights and fundamental freedoms. Whereas a common understanding of these rights and freedoms is of the greatest importance for the full realization of this pledge. Now, therefore, the General Assembly proclaims this Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a common standard of achievement for all peoples and all nations, to the end that every individual and every organ of society, keeping this declaration constantly in mind, shall strive by teaching and education to promote respect for these rights and freedoms, and by progressive measures, national and international, to secure their universal and effective recognition and observance, both among the peoples of member states themselves and among the peoples of territories under their jurisdiction. For more details, visit 78. 1. What are rights and why are they important? What are the bases on which claims to rights can be made? 2. On what grounds are some rights considered to be universal in nature? Identify 3 rights which you consider universal. Give reasons. 3. Discuss briefly some of the new rights claims which are being put forward in our country today, for example the rights of tribal peoples to protect their habitat and way of life, or